to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
If you want to lose weight once and for all and have tried fad diets and dubious products with little success, listen up. The FDA recently approved the weight loss medication semaglutide, and it's helping millions of patients from Hollywood to Broadway lose weight for good. At Balanced Medical Solutions, we can determine if this breakthrough medication is right for you. Step 1 is to identify any underlying conditions that can thwart your efforts, such as a hormonal imbalance. Stop guessing and arm yourself with knowledge. Our medical evaluation with labs is only $99. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Is your tub worn out, but you're not sure who to trust to replace it? With over 2 million successful bath remodels, people trust Bathfitter because we know how to do it right. We've been custom designing and manufacturing baths for over 35 years. Our unique tub-over-tub installation takes as little as a day with no demo to fit your busy schedule. And we offer a lifetime warranty on every tub. That's how confident we are in our quality and durability. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with Autosave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In Walnut Creek, partly cloudy, windy, highs near 53.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov.
It's time to
The crowd will cheer. The Warriors will go back above 500 and will finish before the break tomorrow night in L.A. Final score, Warriors 135, the Wizards 126. And Golden State capturing the victory.
Oh, baby, Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7. The game as the Warriors get a win. And I just don't know how I feel about it. We'll get into all that coming up here on the Morning Roast. Good morning to everybody out there on a Tuesday. If you're getting off your graveyard shift, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, or if you're at work, what is up? All the cops, CHP officers, drive safely on those freeways, roadways, whatever, students, cops, you name it. Parents taking their kids to school, man. They had a lot of fun listening to us yesterday. Dance all over the grave of the Philadelphia Eagles. And you know what? I don't take a second back. I don't regret a second yesterday. Despite all the haters, despite all the backlash, saying, oh, you guys are two 40-year-old guys. Look at this bizarre day. You know what? I don't give a damn. We're happy. And you should be happy as well that the Eagles lost the Super Bowl. And you should be a bit happy about the Warriors winning. But let's break it down, Shasky. Good morning to you, Lubman, and, of course, Spadotti. Almost forgot his name.
Happy Valentine's Day, B.
What's that?
It's my mom's birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Noreen. That's more important.
Yeah.
The hell with Valentine's Day, Hallmark holidays. Screw that.
I believe it's also Jim Kelly's birthday.
It is Jim Kelly's birthday. I just heard a commercial with Boomer Esiason.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Jim Kelly's birthday.
I believe it's Jim Kelly's birthday as well. Remember back in the day when they had like Sports Illustrated for kids? Whenever we'd go to like the library or anything like that, like I would always go to the Sports Illustrated for kids and find out whose birthdays were on your day. Matt Williams was on my birthday.
Nice.
November 28th.
Nice. I had Dexter Carter.
Look at Florida State. First round draft pick.
But the best ever.
Huh.
One of the best ever. Dan Marino.
Oh, Dan Marino.
Share the same birthday as me. There's a couple other people. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
There's a ring joke in there.
What's the ring joke?
Both of you have no rings.
That's pretty
So
good.
let's make that happen.
Well, I don't play for sports. Look, man. Do you have reservations for Michelle or all that stuff for Valentine's Day?
Michelle's working today from the office. She big panic yesterday. Was like, I'm going in early. I'll talk to you later. Blah, blah, blah. So I don't know what we got going on today. There's a bunch of championship games going on in CYO over the last couple of days. I saw St. Peter's Pacifica, a bunch of championship games.
Shout out the Burchess gang, coaching them the 7th grade team.
Yeah.
They win a championship.
Yeah, and it looks like tonight, 6th grade, Division 1 is St. Stephen's versus St. Cecilia. So my buddy Jimbo and Mark Lewis, they'll be coaching that team. So that would be a great matchup. A lot of stuff going on this week, but kind of stinks that it's going to be on Valentine's.
Not really. That's a great excuse not to celebrate Valentine's Day.
You're
awesome.
You're out on Valentine's?
I talked to somebody. Yesterday, and they were like, I got a wedding to go to on a Tuesday. I'm like, who throws a Tuesday wedding?
I've never heard of a Tuesday wedding.
How about this?
Unless is it eloping? Is that how you pronounce it?
No. How about this?
How about what?
This is actually genius.
How about that?
Once you broke it down, Shasky. So this guy.
How about that?
Proposed to his wife on Christmas Day.
Okay.
So he didn't have to get a gift that year on Christmas.
So he's just set himself up for 60 years of...
So Valentine's Day he gets married on Valentine's Day, and it's the anniversary day. So anniversary and Valentine's Day, you only have to get one gift. You don't have to get double the gifts.
That's the cheapest son of a gun I've ever met in my life.
The guy actually
was
should
the
write a
ring
book.
expensive?
I don't know, but the guy's a freaking genius.
It is smart.
It is smart.
That's a smart
Your
move,
anniversary's
actually, now
on
that I think
Valentine's
about
Day.
it. Wow.
It is a genius move.
Wow.
Not just a smart move. That's next level thinking.
Wait, but it's not his anniversary until the day he got married. So he got married on Valentine's.
He's getting married today on Valentine's Day.
Wow.
So his anniversary will fall on Valentine's Day every single year.
How long was he dating this girl?
I have no idea. I didn't bring down the details. I was just blown away like, holy crap.
Bonte's sitting there like Charlie in the Always Sunny meme where he's got all the different things up on the wall. Oh, my goodness.
Dude,
no, it's just,
how genius is that, though? Now he doesn't have to go all out.
All right.
Like
Do we have to get
anniversaries and Valentine's Day and Mother's Day. Because when you get a kid, Shasky, Mother's Day comes into play. So now you got birthdays, Valentine's Day, Mother's Day, Christmas Day, anniversary days. The days just keep stacking up.
I know. Well, it is selfish, though. Can we be honest? We can identify the selfishness in whatever this individual did. I would say, and trust me, takes one to know one.
Sometimes you got to be selfish.
Michelle and I were looking at dates for our wedding. This is way back when, going back 15 years ago. And I said to her, hun, I like August. I really like it, to be a couple of weeks out from wherever September 1st is. Labor Day. You want to be a little removed from Labor Day. And it was because of me not wanting to have my anniversary fall on week 1 of the NFL season.
I don't blame you. She's got to understand. That's why it's a relationship.
I know. There's
you
a
got to
give and
sacrifice
take.
a little bit.
Exactly.
I love football.
Exactly.
We're not going to get married on September 15th.
The Niners aren't going away, hun.
Right. Week 3, you're not getting married. Not doing it. Like this year, you think I'm missing training camp this year?
I was thinking you're going to Guatemala or something.
Why would I go to Guatemala?
I don't know. It's just Bonte and the world trips.
No. We're going to make that happen in July. We'll make sure we miss a nice little chunk of the baseball season when the Giants are scuffling in their, either the June swoon or goodbye in July.
I know we're going to get into the Warriors, but did you see it?
To see what?
Logan Webb, bullpen session.
I did not see it.
Oh, Gabe Kapler. Gabe Kapler on his Instagram was video recording Logan Webb doing a bullpen session, and Logan Webb signed to Adidas wearing bright orange cleats. He looked phenomenal.
So
it's a bullpen session.
You bring up Gabe Kapler. So Gabe Kapler tweeted best halftime show performance ever, and he posted last year's. He posted last year's halftime show, and he goes, best ever.
Who was
What's
it last
yours?
year? Remind
Dr. Dre and Eminem.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was good. I don't think that was the best ever, but that was really good.
Best ever. It was really good.
I got all the
Shakira and J-Lo. We forgot about that in Miami.
Yeah.
We watched that here. So I DM'd Kapler. I don't follow him. Actually, I do follow him. He doesn't follow me. So I replied, Michael Jackson, Bruno Mars, and Shakira and J-Lo top 3. And he hearted it. Double tapped it.
On Twitter?
On Instagram.
Oh, on Instagram.
And you guys are tight.
We're getting there. Getting close.
You're almost as tight as his jeans.
They are suffocating. They need some air. So Valentine's Day. So you got no plans. Look, Valentine's Day, the ultimate Hallmark holiday.
Yeah,
I'm so sick of it. Reservations, overpriced, everything's booked. Valentine's Day should be for people who are first dating or like your first couple years of dating. That's what Valentine. When you're 5 years deep in the game, then you become 10 years deep in the game, then you become 15 years deep in the game. I show love every single day, not just Valentine's Day. I will randomly come up with some flowers. I'll randomly do something sweet.
When was the last time you randomly brought Anna flowers?
About a month ago. So
what did you do that required you to go get flowers?
Just say I needed to show love to my ladies.
It was right after he pulled the trigger on a big trip.
No. So that whole thing that we got to show love on this specific day.
I'm with you.
I'm tired of it.
I'm with you.
Roasters, unite. Valentine's Day needs to be abolished. I'm dead serious. Forget the Christmas cards.
Abolished.
Yeah, just get rid of it. I'm tired of it.
I'm not sure I'm ready to go that far.
All right, maybe that's a little far. That's a little far.
Oh, can we agree it's got the worst?
When I see my ladies, I mean baby Chaz and Adam.
Can we agree that it's got the worst candy associated with it? The chalky heart. What are those little like chalky hearts?
Yeah.
Sweethearts, right?
Sweethearts.
They're the worst. This is the worst of all the candied holidays.
Yeah, but you go with the Ferrero Rocher. You got to go the hazelnut chocolates.
But
like
even
those are the
Spinoni, how you feel about Valentine's Day? You and Jay have been together for 20 years.
I think it gets a bad rap because the spirit of it is you're trying to tell someone you love them, right?
Certified lover boy over here.
The pressure associated with is kind of whack, though.
I agree.
I don't like that. Like, a lot of people sweat over it. Like, just be nice, do a nice dinner, or do something like that, and it's going to be fine.
I wonder how Loveman feels about it. I can't wait for that answer when he gets off the phone. Loveman's answer on Valentine's Day. This may be the tipping point. But I'm just saying, you got to get the flower. It's just so much money being spent. You're just doling out cash.
It feels inauthentic because it feels very forced. I would agree there.
I read a stat this morning, not to cut you off, Joe. $25 billion is going to be spent in America just on Valentine's Day related things.
That bothers me so much. You have no idea. Loveman, how do you feel about Valentine's Day, Loveman? Well, I forgot it was Valentine's Day until Jasky said something.
I mean, I'm single, so I don't really have a big opinion on it.
I don't know why I laughed.
It's another day of the week for me. Let's just get through it and get on to our Wednesday.
Yeah, just get through it.
No Tinder for you tonight?
No Hinge.
I stopped Tinder a while ago. Tinder's a cesspool of don't go there.
So walk me through Tinder for just a second now that we're here, because Tinder wasn't around when I was quote unquote in the dating game.
Same.
Okay,
yeah. So
walk me through this. You just swipe right until you find somebody you like, and then you seem like the romantic type. Let's go get a coffee. Like, how does Sam Loveman stop on a person's profile in Tinder, and then what's the hook?
I don't know. I don't have like a system. Like my Tinder success is like there's no like consistency there. Like my last girlfriend who I broke up with last year, we were together for almost 2 years. We met on Tinder, and like she messaged me first. And so it's like, okay, that makes life a lot easier for me.
Big Pippin.
And
what was her thing to you? What? What is your profile pic, by the way? Is it you kissing the World Series?
No. Well, that's the key. No, really, all jokes aside, the profile pictures are key.
Yeah, what is your profile picture?
What are your pictures?
Well, I mean, one of the pictures I had was like I'm not proud to say this. It was a picture of me in the mirror because you got to have one of those on Tinder.
Are you naked? Shirtless?
Taking a sip.
And she saw my Miami tattoo.
Oh, you had the shirt off?
Wait.
You had
shirtless? You had a shirtless one on Tinder?
Let's go.
Oh, you are.
Oh my God! And you know what,
are a
Sam?
savage.
I actually have more respect for you now than ever.
Savage.
Yeah, you are a
thing.
savage.
She saw the tattoo, but she thought it was a Jimmy Dean logo. So she asked, "Do you have the Jimmy Dean logo on your arm?"
I love lunch meats.
And I said, "No, I don't." She's like, "What do you have?" I'm like, "Well, I'll show you when we meet up in person."
God.
And then we met. We did the Bay Bridge. We walked across that, and yeah, we dated for almost 2 years.
Wait, the Bay Bridge? You mean the Golden Gate Bridge?
No, the
we
Bay
walked
Bridge.
across the Bay Bridge.
You could walk the Bay Bridge on the east span.
Oh, I didn't.
Emeryville, yeah.
I've never heard of people doing that as a romantic date.
No, the Golden Gate Bridge is the longer drive, and she had never done it before. I had never done it before, and yeah, so yeah, it was a good Tinder success story. But other than that, Tinder is just like you send a message, you don't get a response, you feel bad about yourself, then you move on.
Have you ever been catfished on there?
No, I have not been. Like, every time I've met someone, they've always been exactly who they said they were.
Because, like, that's the thing that's going on right now. You know, I follow all the different sites.
Well, it's been going on for 20
No,
plus years.
but I'm saying, like, even, like, Kylie Jenner is, like, out here, like, changing up all her photos. There's one with her hand, where her hand, she looks like she's got an alien hand because she clearly, like, doctored the photo. So I'm assuming everybody's doctoring everything on Tinder, right?
That goes on.
No, I never had that. Like, I'm pretty, like, stringent on, like, vetting these people and making sure that they are who they are. Like, when we, like, do finally exchange numbers, one of the first things I'll say is, like, can you send me a picture so I know that you are you?
Yeah.
And that's how you confirm. Because, like, I grew up, like, my mom was very, like, stranger danger, don't talk to people you meet online, and now I'm doing, like, literally exactly that. And so it's like, if I'm going to go and meet people who I don't know, like, I'm at least going to, like, go in a public place. I'm going to try and figure out who you are. Because, like, yeah, I don't want to, like, show up and you're, like, an axe murderer.
That's enough of Love is Love Life and how you do
This is
things.
insane.
That was insane. Too much information.
You know what? I do
the
want
profile
1 minute
picture,
all summer. Loveman's Love Life. I do think there's a segment
that's not
there.
fair. That's not fair.
No, we need good radio here.
Yeah, that's not fair.
Love Line with Loveman.
Yeah, the Love Line with Loveman. Oh my God, that's so good. Dale, South City, Valentine's Day,
Loveman, I love
and
you.
the Warriors. Dale, what's happening? How do you feel about the Warriors? How do you feel about Valentine's Day?
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
What's going on, baby?
Oh man, we just chilling.
Not too bad in time, y'all.
What? Dale, wake.
I didn't hear him.
Dale, wake up, Eddie. Come on.
Is this Dale Ellis?
No, it's not Dale Ellis.
Are we making Dales anymore?
Well, Dale Ellis used to get punched by Xavier McDaniel. By the way, this segment is brought to you by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Shout out to YouTube,
Bonte,
Twitch Live, Xfinity Mobile
I share a
text line.
birthday with Xavier McDaniel, by the way. There you go, June 4th.
Oh, you and
Talking
the
about
X-Man.
athlete,
Wow.
birthdays. There you go. It's the only
Dale's-
one I can think of.
Dale's a very underrated name.
Well,
I
I was
a good
thinking,
Dale.
like, Dale Davis never, one of the famous story with Dale Davis, right?
No.
When the Warriors traded Speedy Claxton to New Orleans for Baron Davis and Dale Davis never reported.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
It's like
said,
one of my
good.
favorite stories of all time. He's like, I'm
it's
not
true.
going there.
Yeah, that's true. I do remember that now. That was pretty good. Everybody on YouTube, Valentine's Day. Somebody's calling back, 888-957-9570. I'm just over Valentine's Day. All the little, like, they set up for it the minute Christmas is over. The minute Christmas is over, the CVS's, the Walgreens, the Targets are putting all these giant
I'm with
hearts
you
up.
there.
It's
Yeah.
just too much, man.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Well, and there's just all the rose thing. Because, like,
roses are overrated.
Well, here's the thing. My wife and
You
I
gotta get peony, Shasky.
This is between. Okay, I'm gonna full disclosure. I actually enjoy when my wife puts all the bouquets throughout the house, right? And so she does really good job of, like, assembling the bouquets and putting them throughout. I'm not talking about roses. I'm talking about just, like, having fresh flowers in the house. It does make a difference. It makes me feel good. I know it sounds kind of foolish, but, like, the house smells slightly better, even though we use all these different scents and things throughout the house. But, like, the flowers make me feel good and seeing them. But they're so expensive.
They are.
So expensive. And then on the one holiday, which is Valentine's Day, they crank the price up. You can go to Safeway if you really love roses. You can go to Safeway and get roses for $15,
Yeah, but
right?
those are bad roses.
Agreed. I'm talking about throughout the year.
Right.
On a day like today, you're going to go and they're going to be like $75.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
It's like, come on, man. The inflation
This is
markup
why
is
you gotta
ridiculous.
support local flower shops. I found me a local flower shop on El Camino in San Bruno.
Oh, nice.
It's right by South City High School, like literally 50 feet away from it.
And did they give you your flowers?
Oh, well, that's where I go get my flowers. But peonies are not in season. Peonies are tough to get.
What is she?
Peonies
Anna likes peonies?
Yeah, she loves peonies.
I'm going to look this up. I didn't know.
She
Okay.
loves peonies. Love peonies.
Okay.
Roses die very, very fast. Roses, I found out over the years, are very overrated.
Yeah, and they wilt quickly, and yes.
Yeah.
Don't sleep
look.
on the sunflower. Very pretty, very vibrant.
The peonies,
People
they
like
look beautiful. Wow.
Peonies are
Pink.
nice. Yeah.
It's got it's got a big bloom.
Yeah, peonies are nice.
Wow.
Peonies are nice. Photo, work at those.
Did you know
I
that
love bit of work at those profile
they're generally
photos.
symbolic of love, honor, happiness, wealth, romance, and beauty.
I just saw a text. Just ask if you can scroll down. You have the Xfinity mobile text light open.
Yeah.
You see the 925 text. I don't think we could read it. It starts with people spending $800 for a room.
Well, yeah.
do you see that?
The statistic website where I looked at for all this info, ages 35 to 44, that's the age gap that will be spending the most on Valentine's Day. So you can just kind of guess what those people are probably trying to do.
Oh, boy. All right, let's move. The Warriors. The Warriors. How much do we love them right now? There's a lot. I want to get to Bob Myers sound. I want to get to Steve Kerr. I want to get to Stephen Curry as he spoke about James Wiseman. You heard Klay Thompson speak about James Wiseman.
Can I admit something?
After the game. Yeah, admit something.
I don't like this team right now.
I didn't have fun watching that game. I was off yesterday. I'm back on today. 135, 126 against the Wizards. It was like pickup ball.
No sense of urgency.
Right. Now, I'll say I like what I saw from JaMychal Green.
And Dante DiVincenzo.
I like
even
that.
Ty Jerome had a monster game.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. Moses Moody getting some run and playing well.
It was great.
They were plus 15 when he got into the game in the second quarter.
It felt like the game flipped in the second quarter when Poole and Draymond were on the bench.
Yep.
Which I was like,
Draymond, non-impactful.
Is that a
technical.
coincidence?
By the way, Draymond gets a technical today. He will be suspended for every technical from here on out. He's almost at 16. He managed to get to 15 techs.
What's the all-time
60K.
Warrior record for a season? He's got to be the career leader, right?
Yeah. No,
See, I
not
want them
even
to
close.
stop the game when he gets his 16th technical and have him address the crowd like he's LeBron James.
Oh, my God.
I want to thank God. I want to thank all my teammates. I want to thank all the referees over the years.
It's good to see Andrew Wiggins play well, right?
He played great. When they give him the ball on the low block and the mid block, he becomes so much more impactful. And it felt like he was so confident in attacking the rim. I loved seeing that from him. And when him and Klay play well together, they feel like a good team.
Right, they are. They're a nice combination. Klay had a very solid game as well. No need to freak out. I heard some people on the airwaves yesterday freaking out about Klay Thompson. I'm not going to name names, but listen.
He had like 20 in the first half.
This team needs the all-star break so bad. They just need to break. Defensively, they're getting cooked. They give up 39 points in the first quarter. They just look mentally exhausted from everything that's happened this season. They need to just get away. Get away from Chase Center. Get away from the practice facility. Get away from the Bay Area. You know, maybe go on the trip to Vegas. Go on the trip to Hawaii.
Niagara Falls.
Yeah, Niagara Falls. Why Niagara Falls?
I was thinking about the Superman episode where he marries Lois and they went to Niagara Falls and fell in love.
Why would anybody on this team go to Niagara Falls?
Well, because it
fall in
said
love?
Valentine's Day, and I was just thinking about, doing something fun and romantic and not thinking
For
about
the
it.
Warriors?
Well, it's just more of a joke.
Yeah, I know. Niagara Falls kind of carried. They got the Clippers today. They're in L.A.
Clippers. Another team. Another lava lamp team I don't know what to make of.
They'll be all right.
One day they look great. The next day they look horrific.
All right. Let's get into the Warriors, man. We got Taking Them to School coming up. 888-957-9570. I'm just going to ask a simple question. Because, Lubman, we got a lot going on here at Sam Lubman. But does anybody feel good about that win last night? Honestly, I watched the game. I went to bed. I woke up. And I just said, I don't know how I feel about that. Like, Wiggins played great. Klay played awesome. DiVincenzo, JaMychal Green. But overall, it's just like, something's amiss. Something's amiss. Let's get into it here on the Morning Roast. And that's coming up on the game sponsored by AC Transit.
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus for new bus operators to join their team. Paid training is provided, plus the new hire bonus is paid within 12 months. The $2,000 bonus is subject to terms and conditions. For complete details and to apply, visit actransit.org/careers.
As we head into a new year, Valentine's Day today, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials wants to remind you that they're ready to support your next project. With locations at every corner of the Bay Area and well-stocked local inventory, they have the resources to provide you what you need when you need it. And that includes delivery to your job site anywhere in the Bay Area because they're dedicated to keep you ahead of schedule on every single project. And if you're able to do it yourself, then you're invited to visit your local Golden State. The trained staff there can share their knowledge and direct you to materials you need. Click goldenstatelumber.com for GSTV that offers educational and informative videos and spec sheets on a wide range of products. Over the last 70 years, the Golden State team has grown to include an incredible squad of dependable partners and specialists. They've got you covered. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Every piece of land has a story. Some right there is behind the wheel of a John Deere 1 Series tractor, like the Upshaws.
This is my tractor Penny. It's all about attention to detail.
But the Nelsons love cruising around their expansive Montana ranch in their John Deere Gator UV.
We've been here since 1868.
While the Caggianos drive a John Deere zero-turn mower to keep their Long Island brewery looking sharp.
Don't call me, don't bother me. I'm going out to mow for a couple hours.
Run with us and start telling your story. Learn more at johndeere.com/radio.
Don't miss Duran Duran, the Future Past Tour, May 28th at SAP Center San Jose with special guests Nile Rodgers and Chic and Bastille. Enter at 957thegame.com for your chance to win tickets to the show.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Dancing crew, trip for 2, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Introducing Total by Verizon, a new prepaid wireless provider with no contract plans starting at just $30 a month. With Total by Verizon, you don't have to sacrifice reliability or freedom. Get Total by Verizon and save money every month on America's most reliable 5G network. Most reliable 5G based on most first-place rankings and Root Metrics first half 2022 assessments of 125 metros. Experiences vary, not an endorsement.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
All right, not only do I not feel good about that win yesterday, although it is a win and they're one game over 500, I guess you got to take them when they come, right? Especially with this team this season. But Lubbock came up with a great question during our show chat last night. We're discussing the Warriors and everything that's going on. By the way, Brian Baldinger, 7:30 for the last time during the football season. Going to miss Baldy. We'll break down the Super Bowl. And then D. Wright. His brother DeLon yesterday playing with the Wizards had a nice little game off the bench. We'll talk to D. Wright at 8 o'clock here on the Roast. But the question of the day from Sam Lubman, Lubman's Lexicon. What is frustrating you the most about the Warriors this season? What is frustrating you the most about the Golden State Warriors this season? 888-957-9570, Shasky. You get the first at bat. What is frustrating you the most about the Warriors this season?
That's a loaded question because I can go in 15 different spots.
Go like 30 different spots if you want.
It just feels like to me the lack of sense of urgency overall is alarming to me. And I understand when you're a champion, and I understand when you've built a good record, right? Like last year, they built an 18-2 record. You've heard a lot about this. There's a cushion. They can settle in. They can work on some stuff. They have never had a 2-week stretch where I'm like, yep, this is that championship team that I recognize. Right. And that's the biggest thing. And then not only have they not had that stretch, there's games like last night where even though they won the game, which I'm glad they won the game, right, it just feels so lackluster. It felt like a pickup game.
It did. It sure did.
And then, like, on top of that, the constant scapegoating, deferring, and blaming. And what I mean is, it's always the young guy's faults, the bench's fault, it's load management's fault. It's so many, like, it's never their fault. It's never them. Like, hey, we can't lock in for the final 5 minutes of a game and close someone out. Hey, we're not executing well enough in the half court late in games to be offensively dynamic enough to win. We are not playing good first quarter defense. Mm-hmm. You know, like you never hear that kind of accountability. And so it's bugging me, man. It's really bugging me. I would say the two things now, if I had to boil it down then, would be accountability. I'm talking about player accountability, and then lack of sense of urgency. It's really annoying me. Yesterday, I watched Jordan Poole, and I will defend Jordan Poole to the high heavens.
Yeah, even more so than Clay. I'm kidding.
I watched Jordan Poole fall down 15 times and turn the ball over 3 consecutive possessions in the second quarter, and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, what are you? He doesn't value the basketball.
Right.
And that's a microcosm for the rest of the team because there's times when other guys don't. There's another moment in time, like they're talking about sense of urgency. It's what drives me crazy is when I watch Steve Kerr. Kuminga loses his man off ball. Okay, guy goes baseline, gets a layup. Kerr slams the timeout. He's gonna ream Kuminga, put him on the bench. Steve, your entire team isn't playing good defense right now, and you're gonna point out Kuminga and then put him in the doghouse.
Exactly.
Come on, Steve.
So. Most frustrating part for me.
I feel like he takes it out. All his anger that he's got on the vets, he takes out on the young guys.
No doubt.
That's my impression of it.
Most frustrating part for me.
I'm sorry. I went in like 5 directions.
Yeah, I know. You went like 5 minutes.
This team is very annoying right now.
We're going to go take him to school in just a second. Most frustrating part for me, and there's no wrong answer. There's no wrong answer. The consistency, the load management. But to me, the biggest thing is Steve Kerr and the youngsters. Steve Kerr and the youngsters, because all of a sudden, a segment of this fan base just went straight to them saying, you know what? It's on them.
Always.
And I feel like Steve Kerr hasn't held the veterans accountable because of the championships, and I get it. But there hasn't been equal treatment here. And I get all the equity, pardon me, all the equity that Draymond and Clay and Steph have built up. But there's a situation like Cleveland, the Cleveland game. They come on the road, nobody's playing, they win that game. But Jordan Poole, he picks up a delay a game, and Steve just reams him in front of everybody.
That's what I'm saying.
Reams him. Same situation yesterday. The Kuminga loses his man off ball. I see Klay Thompson do it all the time. Timeout real quick, you're out the game. You only played 13 minutes. And to me,
and you do it in front of everyone.
You do it in front of everyone
because it was so
you want
obvious.
to undress the youngsters,
exactly.
But the veterans get all this leeway because they won championships. Hell, the veterans, and I've said this all season long. You can look at how many games you want to go. You want to go Boston? You want to go Minnesota? You want to go
the Washington loss?
Washington loss? What? No, they beat Washington twice.
No, the one where they not Washington. I'm thinking Detroit. The Detroit
game
when what's his face hit the shot.
Bay.
Thank you.
Orlando.
They should have won that game.
Miami. Orlando. I mean, Minnesota. I said the Lakers.
Wow.
The Lakers. They have fourth quarter leads. The veterans blew those games down the stretch. The veterans turned the ball over down the stretch. The veterans took poor shots.
The veterans are hurt too. That's the other thing. Like the old guys are hurt.
So they get this pass. And so for me, the lack of accountability for them, the lack of accountability from the veterans, the lack of accountability from Steve Kerr on coaching up the youngsters, developing the youngsters, not playing. And then some of the things about Wise was like, yeah, there was just no avenue for him to play. However, we really, truly believe he's going to be a good player.
And what's the one thing they need right now? They're like, we'll take a developmental center. I'm like, you just
need
had
size.
One.
You had vertical spacing.
Like what?
So
they're talking out the side of their mouth.
I don't like what I'm feeling. I don't feel the vibe right now. In the GP2 situation, the vibe right now, I just don't like it. We all need the All-Star break. The Warriors need it so bad. And we'll see what happens tonight. We'll see who plays. We heard last night, late during Steve Kerr's presser, that they may clear Clay to play in the back-to-back.
He thought. I guess Anthony Slater wrote in his article today, and there was a quote from Clay. We don't have the sound, but he basically was like, "Yeah, it's a big milestone." He anticipates that he'll play today.
That's good.
At least that was the impression leaving the arena last night.
That makes me feel a little better.
It makes me feel really good.
And Clay's been giving everything to this organization. Clay's been dynamite.
Of all the guys that have been available this year, he's been more of an Iron Man than most. You know what I mean?
He gives you everything that he has, every single game. Real quick, Shasta, let's take him to school. Brought to you by Evergreen Valley College, home of free tuition for spring 2023. How about Kevon Looney? You want to talk about MVPs through the first 59 games of the season? How about Loondog? Loondog. Career year for him. Here's that buzzer beater right before halftime.
Down to 8 seconds on the shot clock. Drives left baseline. Looney the rebound. Jerome back out to Clay. He'll fire away. No good. Looney rebound. Put back. Good at the buzzer. Kevon Looney back-to-back offensive rebound. And Golden State will go to the locker room with their largest lead of the half.
Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. I see a lot of good comments on YouTube. A lot of frustration. Hamza, late game closing. Duh. That's the most frustrating part. I can see that.
Fonte, you know what the other part is, and people don't want to admit this, their style of play makes them soft. They bomb threes. Do you know that they lead the league right now? Almost 43.5% of their shots are three-pointers.
Yeah, they're number one in the league in three-point attempts.
Yes.
Number one in the league in three-point makes, but they're third in percentage. They've kind of had that team, but the points to the paint is a problem. That's where Kuminga comes into play. That's where you thought James Wiseman could come into play. Just getting easy buckets, and then everybody's bitching and moaning about them not getting fouls. How are you going to get fouls when you're shooting threes all damn day?
That exactly is my point.
Right.
And not only that, when you miss long, you give up long rebounds, which lead to transition, and guys don't get back. And then simultaneously, you have shorter possessions, right? Like, I don't love dribble, but there's something to be said for it slows the tempo down and does allow the referees to blow the whistle for you to catch your breath. Like, I think they have not balanced, because I want them shooting threes. They're shooting too many.
But there's no balance in the offense. There's no balance in the offense.
Thank you.
And then when you don't get to the free throw line, and then you turn the ball over. Like, they've always been one of the worst turnover teams, but you had Kevin Durant. You had Stephen Curry in his prime. You had Draymond in his prime.
Those are a lot of passing turnovers. This year, I feel like it's dribbling turnovers.
No, the turnover this year is careless turnovers.
Poole had a carry on Porzingis. He was trying to go back on. I'm like, after having 2 consecutive turnovers.
I got to tell you another frustrating part of the season. Another frustrating part is the whining to the referees.
Well, that's been there for.
They showed the referees up early in the season, and now we're all up in arms on why you don't get a call. Well, we watched the Tim Donaghy doc. These dudes are human. And they know when the Warriors come to town, they're going to be whining, they're going to be complaining. You got Jordan Poole with 10 texts, and you got Draymond Green with 15. Just those two alone. The dude Steve Kerr's picking up texts.
I didn't know Jordan Poole had 10 texts.
Yeah, he has 10 texts.
Wow.
All right, we're coming up here on the
I
roast.
did not
We'll continue
know
to talk
that.
some dubs.
Wow.
888-957-9570. 10. We got something that Tim Legler just said on Get Up.
Technicals.
Dude, and people want Pat Beverly come here? You want Patrick Beverly on the roster? Jesus Christ.
The next 5 years are ours.
What is frustrating you the most about the Warriors this season? 888-957-9570 as we get ready for the LA Clippers a little later tonight.
Matt Steinmetz. Mahomes is everything Kyle wants. Every coach. Kyle wants a guy who can throw from the pocket first and foremost. He's never wavered off that. And Daryl the Guru Johnson. If you said who's been successful as a 49er, it's 100-0. Brock Purdy. Now it's about the medical. This is the Bay Area's sports station. Yep. 95.7 The Game.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. When the prospect of divorce becomes a reality, you need a partner that you can count on. If you're a man in this situation, consider contacting Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men navigate complex legal matters for 30 years.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's California area attorneys. 2121 North California Boulevard, Suite 290, Walnut Creek, California, 94596. Online at CordellCordell.com. That's CordellCordell.com.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Are you working way too hard for way too little? There's never been a better time to consider a career in IT. You could enjoy a recession-resistant career in a rewarding field with plenty of growth opportunities and often flexible work environments. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. You could start your new career in months, not years. Take classes online or on campus, and financial aid is available to qualified students, including the GI Bill. Now is the time. mycomputercareer.edu.
Attention men, if you have ED, PE, or low libido, or if you're always tired, weak, and gaining weight, you could be suffering from low testosterone, a common condition in men over 40. Balanced Medical Solutions has helped thousands of men regain their vigor, stamina, and strength. Restore your performance in the gym and in the bedroom now. Receive a medical evaluation with blood tests and free follow-ups for only $99. Getting old is not a choice, but feeling old is. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fastest mobile service. My little brother has no idea how lucky he is. Back in my day, we didn't have it nearly as good.
Oh yeah? Back in my day, you couldn't even stream outside the house. I don't like to think about it.
Please, back in my day, we had phones with cords, and they were mounted to a wall.
Forget phones. Back in my day, we wrote letters. Remember, Herman? Oh, I remember.
Vintage texting. Cool.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile, the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. Get the best price for 2 unlimited lines with 5G compared to the lowest price plans of the top 3 carriers. Just $30 a line per month. Visit Xfinity.com/fastestmobile to learn more.
Wait till you hear about how we rented movies.
I don't think she's ready for that.
From Xfinity, home of the 10G network. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited intro service and Xfinity Internet required. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year. Wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer. Is this for real?
Apparently. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Crank it. I just called to say I love you. And when you're doing the Stevie Wonder, you got to close your eyes and move the head. You got to just
you need
like
something
Stevie.
like
yeah.
I need those bees to hit the back of my neck.
Yeah.
By the way,
I love you.
Does Stevie still have the dreads or?
The bottom.
You still had the little braids, little dreads.
I think he performed at the Grammys, and I think I saw he's got the little braids still, I think.
Gotta let those go. Gotta let them go.
I love him.
I do love him, but he's got to let that go. When your hairline recedes to a point, like there's no. Just go
I'm
bald.
not going to talk about other people's hair and what they deem to do, nor Stevie's.
I'm not telling him what to do. I guess if it's Stevie Wonder, doesn't.
As
really
someone
matter.
with the receding hairline, I agree, Bonte.
Yeah, I guess if you're Stevie Wonder, doesn't matter what your hairline looks like, right?
Well, Shaq claims that he actually
I know.
can see.
Yes. Hey, can you pull that up? I want to laugh a little bit because the Warriors don't make me laugh. The Warriors haven't made me feel good.
Make me
quite
feel
some time.
good.
Now, if TV Bonte will fake it. Warriors, baby. Just close out the first half of the season. 2 games over 500. Woo! Stevie. Valentine's Day. By the way, happy Valentine's Day to everybody who celebrates. If you don't celebrate it, I'm with you. I don't blame you. It's a joke of a holiday.
So here's the Shaq sound talking about Stevie Wonder.
Got it already?
I'll tell you a Stevie Wonder story, but you're not going to believe it.
Come on, man.
No, I wouldn't.
I know the story. He's got to tell it.
I wouldn't
He's got to tell it, Ernie. I know the story. He told me he's got to tell a story.
All right, go
He's got to tell a story.
It's a true story. It's a true story. So,
according to Shaq,
we lived in the building on Wilshire. So you park your car under the valet's down there. So I'm already in the building. I'm coming through the lobby. Door opens. It's Stevie Wonder. He comes in, says, "What's up, Shaq?" Presses the button. Hold on, it's true story. Presses the button, gets off on the floor, buys up, goes to his room. I went and called every person I knew and told the story. They believed me. He got on the elevator. He's like, "What's up, Shaq? How you doing, big dog?" Kind of thing. And yes, he did. Yeah. Wilshire Boulevard.
Oh, man. I can't believe Shaq. I can't do it, man. Because there's been rumors that Stevie Wonder isn't blind.
Well,
does it add to his legacy that he's blind?
Of course.
If he wasn't blind, does he win all those Grammys?
Well,
or
is
whatever?
Anne Frank not Anne Frank without being blind?
Anne Frank was blind?
Wasn't she?
Think of Helen Keller.
Helen Keller.
I'm talking about Helen Frank.
Darn it.
Dude,
Totally
Frank,
off.
Yeah,
I'm having a bad day.
Dude.
So Warriors.
Yeah, Ed Frank was hiding in the attic.
Yeah, Ed Frank was in the attic. Like at the beginning of that Inglourious Bastards.
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, it adds to the lore. But I also, doctors, I'm not a doctor. I know, I totally whiffed on that one. But I'm not a doctor. But doctors say some people's blindness, they can see a little. Not a lot, like a little.
So he saw a big old shot?
I don't know. I don't know if he's like a 100% blind or not.
That story is funny, man. And Stevie Wonder's never come out to refute that story. He's never come out. Never said anything.
Shaq also notoriously embellishes a lot of stories.
He does.
Per Kobe.
He does.
Well, Shaq's full of it.
Helen Keller, man. What? Let's go to Jim in North Carolina, man. Jim, what's happening? You're on the roast. Jim, what's up, Jim?
Yeah, I gotta agree with you 100%. And I think I heard Shasky say it yesterday, man. I think Kerr has botched this thing from the beginning of the year 100%. I mean, not to put these young guys in a position to be successful. When have you seen, all of Kuminga's success and the things he's done this year has just strictly been on him? When have you seen him at the top of the key in the pick and roll, trying to get downhill, get to the basket, knowing he's pretty much the only guy besides Wiggins who can do that? How do you not figure out how to get Wiseman up and down the court and take advantage of that rim running and get some easy baskets on a team that can't score the ball without three-pointers or jump shots? I think it's almost, Bonte, been almost like a disdain for the young guys, not only not being there to try and help them be successful, almost a disdain when they are successful and looking to pull the trigger and get them out of there on the first mistake they make.
Yeah.
And when you look back at the great coaches, the true greats, the Belichicks, and even Popovich, they would hold their stars accountable. You would see Popovich lighting up Duncan or Ginobili coming off the court when they did wrong things. You would see Belichick lighting Brady up coming off of the field when he did something wrong. And it's just, I truly believe the favoritism, the lack of accountability from everybody. I mean, if you're Kuminga's agent, Bonte, at what point are you like, you know what, I want to be like James and get out of here.
Damn.
I want to go play too.
Jim, it's a good point.
Think about that. I mean, looking at, when have you seen him put Kuminga in a position? I think Bonte used to talk about it last year. Sometimes they would do a pick and roll with Steph setting a pick for Kuminga, top of the key. That Chicago game, and Kuminga just coming downhill, rushing on people.
Yeah.
He has not utilized him to get the best out of his talent.
No.
You make way too much sense, Jim. Thanks for the phone call. That is an excellent point.
Do you think that,
excellent.
Do you think that because Steve played in the league that he, and I know like you've
been around a lot of veteran teams.
Yeah, I know. And to that point, like there's like many different coaching styles. So I don't want to like say like Steve's unique in this, but it just feels like to me like Steve has zero patience for development at all.
Yeah. And
he doesn't want to ruffle feathers of the top dogs.
No, he doesn't, which maybe you need to do that. Andy Reid says something after the Super Bowl. I was watching all the Super Bowl post-game stuff, and Andy Reid discussed the 4 rookies he had in the secondary. He had 4 rookies out there. And, they got a lot of playing time.
And Bolton was a rookie.
Yeah, so Andy Reid discussed it. He said, back in training camp, I brought up the 81 Niners, 81, 82 Niners. You know what I'm saying? With Ronnie Lott and
Carlton
Williamson, and Dwight Hicks, Eric Wright.
And the Hot Licks.
And Andy Reid said, look, I told him. It's like, look, I know you guys are young. You're going to make mistakes. Let's just try to get better every single week. And once we get to the playoffs, we'll see where we're at. And so by the time they got to the playoffs, these guys are no longer rookies. They've seen everything, right? They've seen the Buffalo Bills. They see the Cincinnati Bengals. They saw Herbert. They saw all these high-flying offenses. And he just said, just play. Don't worry about anything. We got no choice, basically, to play you. But just play. Get better every single week. And for me, with Steve Kerr, this happened early in the season where everybody panicked that their 3-7 start. These are the defending champions. 3-7 start, whatever. 10 games into the season. It's an 82-game season, which I didn't get all the freak out. But every game, Kerr should, hey, you're getting a little bit better. You're going to make mistakes. I'm giving you these minutes. Just play. I'm going to make the game simple for you. I'm going to make it user-friendly for you. You're going to play next to Steph. We're going to run a little pick and roll. He never adjusts his system. He's so damn rigid. Like Belichick. Give Belichick credit.
I'm telling you, the rigidity is his number one flaw.
Belichick and Popovich. I know Belichick is a football coach. Those Patriot teams, you look at their first Super Bowl win to their last Super Bowl win, they always evolved. Greg Popovich, when the Spurs first started winning NBA championships, they were defensive teams, bigs, didn't shoot a lot of threes, suffocated you. By the time they beat the Miami Heat in 2014, boy, they were bobbing threes, they were passing around. It was beautiful basketball. Popovich evolved. Has Steve Kerr evolved? Has he kind of tweaked his system with new personnel? It's one thing to have veterans there who could just adjust, right? Livingston, Iguodala, but Iguodala's not playing. But Livingston's gone.
Can we stop on that? Because everyone's looking for the next Iguodala and Livingston. How many guys in the league right now play the way Iggy and Livingston play?
Not too many.
So, like, you're looking for something that's very difficult to find. I mean, you're looking for a resource that isn't in abundance throughout the league. So, that being said, what you do have now, or at least what you did have at the beginning of the year, was a bunch of athletes.
Right.
Make the most out of them being athletic and put them in positions to succeed.
I agree. Like, remember the last preseason game? We saw Wiseman and Kuminga on back-to-back possessions run a two-man game. I said, damn, look at him get to the cup. Little pick and roll, get him entry pass to the post, cut. I'm not saying, I get it. The kids are going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
You're trying to win games. But early in the season, I think this is where the situation is botched. And now here we are, damn near 60 games into the season, and we still don't know how good Kuminga could be. Wiseman's in Detroit for crying out loud. And Moody just got off the bench yesterday because you had no choice but to play him. And what do you know? Moses Moody gave you some quality minutes yesterday. All these DNPs messing with their confidence levels. And then I get it. It's the big leagues. You're paying big money to everybody. But Steve Kerr's a great coach who I don't think has had a great season.
I'm with you on that. The other part is I think that not having Steph for a long time is, even though the record isn't as bad as we would think it would be, that's hurt them. Not having Clay on back-to-backs, even though it's only like 8 games or whatever it is thus far this year, that's hurt them. Dre missed a little bit of time, but he's been relatively in there. But Wiggins missing as much time as he did, I do think that really hurt the team.
Yeah.
I really do. But they don't have a very consistent lineup night to night. The other part of this is, what right now, if I were to ask you, Bonte, what's the philosophy on offense for the Warriors?
It's ball movement.
Is it?
They love getting 30 assists.
I would boil it down to we bomb threes.
Yeah, it's ball movement.
We're taking the first 3 that's open, and we're gonna chuck.
They don't always do that though. I don't see all that. I will push back on that and say that there's a lot of ball movement, and they try to get the good shot, the great shot. But they do rely on the three-point a lot. There's a lot of imbalance.
Yes.
But ball movement, reading, react, all that stuff, it's all there. But they end up bombing threes.
I think that's overcomplicating because I really do think that they're a bomb. It's on a night-to-night basis, they feel like a team that just bombs threes. And when we make them, we win some games. And when we don't, we look really, really, really bad. Yeah. That's to me, it feels like that's their offensive ethos. And defensively, they just can't string together the amount of stops that they used to in years past. They can't lock a team down. Years past, they'd lock a team down for 5-6 minutes. Game will be over. They just don't have that in the bag.
No,
I don't know how many teams in the league do, quite honestly.
For a second, I was like, damn, are they about to blow another game?
Oh, I thought they were going to lose that game.
Yeah, I was like, well, here we go again. Ernie Chavez, how long until the roast has a segment called Wiseman Watch? Boy, we're a long way away from that. Remember that, the Wiseman Watch? Tamir in Oakland, my main man. Tamir, what's happening, baby? Tamir, you there?
What's up, guys?
What's up, Tamir?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
All right. Hey, I was going to say what you guys said, so I just flipped the script a little bit. I put on my coaching hat. And Joe, you said it. Vontae, you both said it. For me, it's like you got to treat your players all the same, even if you got stars. And I think that's what's frustrating for me watching the Warriors is the coaching, because at one point, like you guys said, Draymond or Clay will make a play, a bad play, and it's just like, oh, okay, whatever. I think Steph gets chastised on the bench, and then you got Kuminga and Poole. They make a mistake. They get, especially Kuminga and the young guys, they get pulled. So as a just me watching from a coach's eye, you see that they're playing timid. So if you're playing timid, you're scared to make a mistake. You're not going to learn anything. So that's just my frustration is like that plus them thinking that they could just turn it on like they used to anymore.
Exactly.
The league has got faster. We don't have those athletes like we used to that can lock folks up. And you also just said, Avante, I don't think we've adjusted our offense. The league's caught up to the read and react.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why they're starting to shoot a lot of threes. Like when the people are jumping your screens and stuff, and Curry's about to come off this screen right here. Clay's about to come off here. That's how you notice that JP and Kuminga get stuck with the ball, and it's like 3 or 4 seconds left on the clock.
Right.
They'll pass to Wiggins or they'll just bomb a three, and I think that's where the frustration is. It's like we haven't adjusted, like you said, Popovich or Phil Jackson or one of those top coaches. You have to adjust as your players because we're not going to have those high IQ Livingstons and Iguodala.
Right.
Unfortunately, a lot of kids don't stay in college as long anymore, so they're just coming in there AAU style. Don't really play defense like that anymore either. So
yeah, you're 100% correct.
Combined.
100% correct.
Great call, Tamir. You are listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMG FM and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Don't forget the segment was also sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Baldy coming up in 27 minutes to talk Super Bowl. Dora right at 8 o'clock, as well as shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and the Xfinity Mobile text line. Download the Odyssey app as we talk a little Dubs here. They do get the win. 135 and 126. This didn't feel great.
It just doesn't feel like their year.
Yeah, they give up 39 points in the first quarter. Porzingis is feeling comfortable. Bradley Beal all of a sudden starts bombing.
Especially
Kendrick
the third
Nunn.
quarter. Kendrick Nunn's fast.
Dude, fast. He looked athletic. They're
Can we
getting
stop
wide open
ball?
threes. The Wizards has shot 75% in the first quarter.
Ponce, they gave up almost 40.
To the Wizards.
What are they? Okay, Lubman, we pulled a bunch of
Wizards
stats.
been playing better. Wizards, I'll give the Wizards credit.
Okay.
They were 7-3
Yeah,
in their
the 10
last 10.
seed.
Whatever.
But like,
9 seed,
we were pulling the stats because I was like, man, it feels like, because we were talking about it in the thread, because you were talking about defense and whatever. And my thing isn't more defense. It's like, it just feels like they give up a ton of points in the first quarter every game. Yeah. And teams feel good playing against them. Like, hey, ball's going in the hoop. Yeah. Like, they never, I don't know, man. And I looked up the stats. What were they, 24th? In first quarter points?
They are allowing 30.1 points a game. That is good for 23rd in the league.
That's not good. They're not setting the tone. And everybody wants to talk about the starting lineup having the best net rating, yet you're giving up 30 a quarter in the first.
And letting teams feel hella good about themselves.
Great. They walk into the gym, it's like, oh, there's some 30 back.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Philly, awesome.
Zero resistance.
And that's why when people say they blamed it, remember the first road trip when they went 0-5?
Yeah.
And everybody blamed the youngsters. They gave up so many points in those first quarters. And then, again, the last 5 minutes, that's winning time.
How many minutes did Kuminga and Moody play last night combined?
Moody played 8 minutes and 15 seconds. Kuminga played 13 minutes and 4 seconds.
So we're talking about two guys that
21
played
minutes.
Grand total of 19 of the total minutes on the floor.
21 minutes.
21 minutes. Okay. 21 minutes, Ponte.
21 minutes and 19 seconds.
Why we keep deferring back to the youngsters, like they're this big
problem
cement bag that's holding back the wagon of the Warriors, is just, it's not true.
Draymond Green had 3 fouls in the first half yesterday with about 7 minutes left.
And then got his fourth immediately and begged Steve Kerr to challenge it.
Right.
He lost his challenge and he got his fourth foul.
And you know what's crazy about that?
He's so scared of Draymond in those situations.
Draymond
so scared.
Always does the challenge
every time.
Kerr does it.
He's never fouled anyone.
Unbelievable. We'll get to the Wiser sound because I want to get to this in a second.
But like I just want for just a second. And again, I get it. Draymond has earned the benefit of the doubt. I am not denying that. But I want you to watch the demeanor when Draymond Green is screaming at Steve to challenge something and how afraid he is for any pushback at all versus Kuminga misses one assignment and has to sit on the bench.
I was thinking about this. I was actually thinking about this over last weekend about the Warriors after they lost to the Lakers. And I wonder how other players view the Warriors culture now. And what I mean by that is, for so many years, you had the ring chasers come in here. The culture was great. The vibe was great. Because
the joy.
Steph sets the tone with the joy.
Yeah.
This year, there hasn't been any joy.
No.
because the tone was set in training camp with what happened between Draymond and Jordan Poole. And it's all these other things, the writings on the wall, the podcasting. And I don't care. As long as they're winning games, I don't care what these players do off the floor. As long as you're a good human being and you're playing good basketball, I don't care. I critique the game. I don't critique who the person is. I don't care about all that. But it just feels like the tone was set and the joy was sucked out of the locker room. And so now I wonder, like, man, what do other players think about the Warriors culture now? Is this going to have long-term ramifications if a free agent signs like, yeah, well, this happened and that happened, and I don't know about this situation anymore. You know what I'm saying?
This sounds stupid, but, like, guys want to go where they want to have fun. They're all making equal money, right?
Right.
So, like, you look in baseball, where do all these guys want to go? Where they're having fun. The Astros and the Phillies, okay? Where in the NBA do guys want to play? Where they're having fun. Kyrie went to go to they lost an ugly game yesterday, but, like, Kyrie went to go play with Dallas because he got kicked out of Brooklyn. But why did Durant go to Phoenix?
He sees they're having fun.
They're having fun. He has a chance to win. And it's a brand of basketball that he wants to play. I mean, the football, look at the NFL. Patrick Mahomes, when I watch him, the reason why he reminds me so much of Steph Curry, he clearly has so much fun while he's playing.
Loves it.
And that team has a lot of fun.
And it
resonates.
resonates.
And I think the Eagles played with a lot of joy and had a lot of fun.
Because of Jalen Hurts.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's the common denominator. When I watch Boston,
Brock Purdy was fun.
When I watch Boston, the Celtics right now, they look like a team that they have a fun team and a fun brand of basketball. Derek White's playing really well for them right now. So like,
and you watch Atlanta, right, with Trae Young. They're not having fun.
No, they look
miserable. No doubt.
They look miserable.
Half the Lakers sometimes are like,
Kings are
having a ball right now.
Yeah.
So and the Kings remind me of those young early Warrior teams.
That's a good point.
I'm looking at Golden One Saturday night after the Warriors lose to the Lakers. We're watching the Kings game at the Gatehouse. Lutman was there, Tetla, Mully. We're watching the Kings, and it was like this high-level hoops, and they're having fun. The crowd's into it.
Is that too simplistic?
No, it's on spot. No, it's not simplistic at all. There hasn't been any joy this year. Let's go to Robert in Antelope Valley up in near Sacramento. What's up, Robert? You're on the roast.
Hey, how you guys doing today? God bless you for taking my call. Just want to hit on a couple quick points. Coaching and your personnel and your systems. Kerr's system works because of the personnel that he has. Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody. If you notice anything, you put them in the best position. And I don't know what your other callers are watching. Kerr, I think, and the coach staff puts them in a good position. They've got to do the work. They've got to study. Wiseman should have been watching what Looney does, kind of the Rodman.
But he's so different than him. But wait, one second. They're very different skill sets. Like, that'd be like me sitting here saying Peyton Manning should play the same way Jalen Hurts plays.
Here's the only difference on that. I agree with you, but rebounding, trajectory, that has nothing to do with skill set. It's all about timing and positioning. And Wiseman, I'm sure he'll be a good player, but with the type of offense that they run, he just doesn't fit.
No, we get that. I'll give you that. He doesn't fit. And that's on the scouting department. That's on them for not helping him fit. And look, they drafted this guy, and I'll let you continue, Robert, but they drafted this guy because it was like, man, this is something new. This is something dynamic. We never had this.
And
by year 3, it's like, wait, you want him to be Zaza, Andrew Bogut? You don't want him to – like Steve Kerr basically, you heard rumblings about, we know Wiseman can score 20. But we want him to do this. Actually, let him score 20. Because that's the best we're going to get from him right now. Go ahead, Robert. Continue.
Yeah, no, those are great. Look, you know what? People miss on drafts, and you guys are right.
Right.
And my thing with Kuminga, Moody, I think Moody's going to start to get more run because of his hustle. And with Kuminga, I think they do trust him. But if it looks like he's getting a little down on himself for mistakes, I do the same thing as a coach. I let you work through your mistakes, but if I see you kind of shrugging a little bit, I'm going to pull you back, coach you up on the bench, and that way get you back in so you can keep your confidence.
Yeah, but he doesn't go back in. Like, that's the problem. It's tough love, and then you sit on the bench and you're ostracized in front of all your teammates, and then you don't go back in. I mean, how many DMPs did Kuminga have earlier this year, B?
Like 4 straight. It's like, wait, Kuminga's on the bench?
And Anthony Lamb's getting extended minutes.
It's kind of wild. Moody and Kuminga, 21 minutes yesterday. Ty Jerome, 18 by himself.
Ty Jerome had a good game yesterday.
He was solid.
But watching Moody play really good defense, I'm sitting here going, well, there's been games where Ty Jerome has not been as effective, and you're not giving Moody any opportunities.
Moody took one shot yesterday.
Well, he's afraid to shoot. I mean, that's what happens when you're out there.
And Kamiga's afraid.
You're afraid
Robert
to make a
Anedolo
mistake.
Valley's like, Kamiga's afraid of making mistakes because you're going to get pulled if you make a mistake.
The second he missed that guy on that backdoor cut,
he was boop.
And I looked at him, and he was just like, I could feel the air coming out of the kid.
I saw it all.
I felt bad for him.
All right, let's continue to roll here. Gene in Oakland will get to you and the rest of your phone calls. I see you on hold. 888-957-9570. What has been the most frustrating part about the Warriors this season? They just won a game yesterday. But honestly, do you feel good about that win? Do you feel good? I guess a win's a win at this point, right? They're a game over 500 as they go into the break, taking on the LA Clippers tonight. LA Clippers tonight down at Crypto.com Arena. All right, let us know what the biggest games and stories in the Bay Area prep scene. Seriously, email us at hss@957thegame.com. I know the postseason is coming up for girls and boys basketball. Baseball's right around the corner. Email us. We want to know who's the star players, who's the team to watch, what games should we go to this weekend, what games should we go to next weekend, what playoff games, what leagues, Bay County League, WCAL, AAA, you name it. hss@957thegame.com is the email. We want to know about the Bay Area prep scene. Also, what's coming up on the game, sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS estate tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAX-EXIT.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit?
Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network.
Go on.
Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley from 95.7 The Game, and I'm excited to let you know that the San Jose Earthquakes are taking on the Vancouver Whitecaps for their 2023 home opener, Saturday, March 4th at 7:30 p.m. The Quakes will be celebrating the 20th anniversary of the 2003 championship team by giving away 10,000 championship jerseys. There will be a special halftime ceremony featuring your favorite 03 alumni and debut of the supporters section. Get your tickets now at sjearthquakes.com.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Hi. Who's this?
Buzz. He appears whenever you eat Honey Nut Cheerios.
Like a genie?
Sure.
Ooh, does he grant wishes?
I wish I lived in a giant boot. No, I wish I could swim with a humpback whale. No.
I can grant you a delicious bowl of Honey Nut Cheerios, which can help lower cholesterol as part of a heart-healthy diet.
Ooh, with heart shapes, too.
Happy heart-shaped Cheerios are back for a limited time. Pick up a box of Honey Nut Cheerios at your local store for an easy, delicious, and heart-healthy start to your day.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
This week, Staples has deals so good, you're going to want to sit down. Are you sitting? I'll wait. Great. Right now during Staples Sit-a-thon, select chairs are up to 50% off, like the Union and Scale Essentials Mesh Back Task Chair. Now just $89.99 at Staples. You save $90. Plus get 2 2-ounce bottles of Purell hand sanitizer, free with the Staples Connect app. So take a seat or 2. Right now at Staples, the working, learning, and saving store. Ends 2/18. In-store only. Purell Limit 2 while supplies last.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Duran Duran returns to the Bay Area May 28th with special guests Nile Rodgers and Chic and Bastille. Don't miss Duran Duran, the Future Past Tour, May 28th at SAP Center San Jose. Tickets on sale Thursday at Ticketmaster.com.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Kind of funny, Valentine's Day. So I get this parfait down my throat. Man, that's some good stuff. Thank you, Anna.
Parfait.
Valentine's Day. We're not showing the Warriors a lot of love today, even after a win. People are frustrated, man. People are frustrated. And I know I've teased the Steve Kerr, Bob Myers, and Steph Curry sound about James Wiseman. I do want to get to that. I know we have Baldy coming up in 10 minutes. Here, let's do this. Let's hear from Bob, because he was the first one to speak yesterday at 11 a.m. We carried it live on 95.7 The Game. Here's Myers on the tough decision to trade James Wiseman.
Tough move to make as far as trading him. One of the reasons we drafted him is because of who he is. He is a great kid and did everything we asked him to do on time, worked hard, great attitude, whether he was playing or not, G League and back and forth. And so it was a tough thing to do to move someone that we liked that much as a person. I know that's a business goes beyond that. As far as on the court, off the court stuff. So that was a challenge, but I hope he does well. I hope he gets an opportunity to play, and I think he will more than he was getting with us. So moving him was something that we did just more based on trying to help this team win.
Now, not only that, because Wiseman wasn't seeing any minutes and he wasn't going to be able to contribute to the winning. Here's what Steve Kerr said before the game, as he says he was all in on drafting James Wiseman.
It was hard on a personal level because of our affection for James and the talent level. I was all in on taking James when we did. I was part of the group and loved the ability and loved everything that we saw. I think you can't always foresee circumstances. You remember at the time we had the worst record in the league. Clay had just torn his Achilles. We didn't really know where we were as a team. Frankly, we didn't know we would win a championship, a year and a half later. I think the important thing, thing, and I was a GM once, not a very good one, but I've been in Bob's shoes. The important thing is in this league, and I think in all sports, is you have to move forward. You can't look back. You have to move forward and make whatever moves that are necessary to succeed in the present state of the team and going forward. And so that was the determination that the organization made.
So one thing we could finally debunk, and some people are going to say, well, Steve Kerr is paid to say things like that. There's this notion that Joe Lacob was the only one who wanted James Wiseman drafted. And Joe Lacob was the only one holding on to him or whatnot. Joe Lacob was ticked. Tim Kawakami told us this last Thursday. I've heard this all season long. I've seen Joe. Joe will make little comments like, I'm not the only one who wanted Wiseman. You know what I'm saying? Joe Lacob is aware of what's being said about him. Has Joe Lacob made mistakes? Sure. But this was an organizational mistake. An organizational mistake. The players wanted Wiseman. The coaches wanted Wiseman. Lacob wanted Wiseman. Front office wanted Wiseman. Did not work. Everybody failed in getting this guy ready to go. All right? Just didn't happen. Wiseman, the injuries, failed him. His body failed him. Happened. Didn't play a lot of basketball. Didn't play a lot of basketball coming out of Memphis. Didn't play a lot of basketball after his rookie season. It hurt him. And the Warriors were still able to win the championship. So now he's trying to play catch up, and he's just not there yet. So you move him. But there's a lot of people out there, Shasky, who are not feeling the move to trade James Wiseman because now you get Gary Payton II, and Gary Payton II fits better right now than James Wiseman, but we're not going to see him for at least a month.
Well, no, we're not going to see him for longer than that because
at least a month.
They're reassessing him March 13th.
At least a month.
This whole thing is so weird. Look, I don't know. I don't know I don't pretend like Wiseman's going to be Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or any of those things. And I know that his feel for the game isn't as great as what others. You have to play to get better in sports.
Right.
You don't just all of a sudden come out of nowhere and like, oh, I'm really good now. I barely played at all, but now I'm awesome. Mm-hmm. Like you have to go out and play. And so you have to make a commitment organizationally. And it goes through the head coach that if we are going to have young players on the roster, if we are going to get to our ultimate goal, I have to be willing and committed to seeing them play through these mistakes and get better. I don't think we ever got a month stretch in the last 2 years, and partly because one of the years he was hurt, where I could say that about Kuminga, Wiseman, or Moody.
Right.
Forget Wiseman. Like that, he's the microcosm here or the metaphor, but like all three I feel can be lumped in the same. Have you seen 1 month of consistent, you are going to play X amount of minutes through mistakes, and I'm not going to lose my mind when you fall asleep defensively?
It felt like Kuminga was headed there, and then he suffered a foot sprain. And it was a setback. Wiseman, it felt like he was getting there slowly, then he gets an ankle sprain, and he's out a month. So not only are you young, inexperienced, but every little injury, every time you got to sit out for 3 to 5 games, or you got to sit out for 2 weeks, that hurts your development. That hurt. It's not like you're Steph Curry where you could just come back into the starting lineup and boom, 35 minutes, boom, 35 points, 7 made threes. You haven't played a lot yet. You don't know the league yet.
So, like, again, I don't know what's going on at practice. I don't pretend to, like, I know guys gossip on the team and they've got their own feelings. But when the coach is yo-yoing the guys and slamming them onto the bench, when the coach is doing that all the time in real game, what do you expect the vets to do? There's going to be a natural alienation. Like, we do this in classrooms across America. When you see one teacher go at a student in the classroom, everybody's like, oh, that's the problem guy. He's the reason, not us. It's him over there. He's the one who's goofing off, right? And so maybe these guys just stink. That could definitely, they're all Jacob Evans.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe they are. I think they've got more to their game than that.
Yeah,
but, like, you've got to make a commitment, and you've got to be a little more tender with some of those young guys. Right now, I know the vets have earned the benefit of the doubt.
Right.
But, like, for example, this mirage of Andre Iguodala. Andre Iguodala's not helping you this year. It's a wrap. His career is over. If he plays,
you don't think he's helping them in that locker room? I don't know. Look, and I'm gonna ask you this. I'm gonna ask you this without knowing what the hell's going on in the locker room.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna ask you this. Well, like, I kind of feel you. You need Iguodala to play, especially on this team.
So these two things.
But can you? I wonder. Now we'll ask Darrell right this. We'll ask Darrell this because I wonder if you're playing out there and you've got a player who's not playing. He's just on the bench coaching. And, yeah, he may have all the experience in the world. Does that really help you?
Why? So here's my thing. You cannot sit here and say, every dollar matters. We need to save money on James Wiseman. Roster spots that are helping us win, they all matter. And then simultaneously say, Iggy can stay because he's a player coach.
Right.
And he's going to soak up salary and a spot. Those two things are incongruent. So, you can't have it both ways. That's my thing. He's a coach. And I'm not knocking him.
And it's not all on Steve.
No.
It's not all on Steve.
No, that's
everybody.
Organizational commitment.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's organizational commitment.
It's not all on Steve.
So, what I'm saying is that, I am not here to bash 3 young players, or 4 if you throw in Patrick Baldwin, if you're not going to also simultaneously criticize the wasting of the money and the roster spot on Andre Iguodala. He's a coach.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not ripping him. It's just he's done. He's played what a grand total of 7 points this year.
7 points, 15 podcasts.
But it's the reality of where we're at. And so when you make that commitment as an organization, we're going to bring back Iguodala, and he's not going to play, right? So don't sit here and tell me we're trying to save every single dollar and get out of the luxury tax. And there's a big time difference between James Wiseman's $3 million savings and Iguodala making, what is he making, 2 million bucks, whatever it is. If that's what you're going to say, okay, then you're wasting your spot on him.
No doubt.
Both can't be congruent. That's all I'm saying. That's incongruent to me.
No doubt. And then it's the players on the court. It's not just Steve Kerr. Steph Curry's had some big-time blunders in crunch time. Big-time turnovers. Missed shots. Andrew Wiggins hasn't been the same now. He played well yesterday. Let's see if he could build on that because he hasn't been the same since he suffered the right adductor strain. Jordan Poole, and look, I'm going to give Jordan Poole the benefit of the doubt. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. For a young guy like that, who went through what he went through in training camp. And he's trying to get right with Draymond Green. Jordan Poole has had to play so many different roles with so many different combinations. So how can he find consistency when 1 minute he's starting, 1 minute he's a 6th man, 1 minute he's a 7th man,
and he's a
1 minute he's the 8th man. Next thing you know, he's playing with Wiseman. Then he's playing with JaMychal. Then he's playing with Kuminga. Then he's playing with he's playing with so many,
bench.
It's just so many different combinations.
And he gets crushed by everyone. Myself included.
So I don't know, man.
Let's put a bow in this because I want to get back to it in 30 minutes.
We got to get the ball.
Yeah,
we're
I want to
get back to
the
Warriors 8 o'clock. Darrell Wright, 8 o'clock. And then we got more sound about James Wiseman as they get ready to play the Clippers. And we're not just ripping Steve Kerr. It's everybody, man. We're a little frustrated. with the Golden State Warriors. We're not frustrated with the way the Super Bowl ended. We're a little happy about that, but we are ecstatic to have Brian Baldinger back on the show for his regular appearance. This may be the last one until next football season, man. I'm getting a little sad, getting emotional. Go ahead, Spinoni, hit the intro. My main man, Baldy, breaking down Super Bowl 57. We love it. Getting a little emotional, man. I think this may be his last appearance for a while on the Morning Roast. And it's been a hell of a football season, back-to-back seasons here on the Morning Roast. Actually, 3 years now on the Morning Roast. So, Baldy, man, it's good to talk to you, man. I saw your breakdowns already. You've done a great job all season long. Super Bowl 57. Very fascinating football game. I thought the Eagles were going to run away with it. Mahomes does what he does. Andy Reid was in his bag. Eric Bieniemy and the Chiefs still it. I guess let's start here. The last play, everybody's talking about the defensive holding call. What did you think in real time? What do you think now about the call that basically ended the Eagles' chances to win Super Bowl 57?
I mean, I flat out didn't agree with it. I mean, first of all, it's the only holding call they made all day. All right, so, I mean, they decided all game that there wasn't going to be basically any holding. Not that they didn't see it, they just didn't call it. To call it in that situation when the ball's flying over Juju's head, I don't know. Like, you don't know what's going to happen in the next minute and 54 seconds, you know, on fourth down there, field goal, they make the field goal, the Eagles get it back. We don't know, but we'd like to find out. In some ways, I'm not defending Jalen Hurts or the Eagles, but it feels a little hollow because I feel like it's a little bit similar to watching Josh Allen sit on the bench last year in that shootout game with Kansas City where he didn't get a chance in overtime to touch the ball. They changed the rule. Just because James Bradbury said it was a hold or Carl Cheffers said it was a hold, just because they said that doesn't change the fact that no other holding calls was made that day. On that particular play, you could have called holding on Marcus Epps on Travis Kelce. He was held on the play. They called that one. So, I don't know. I just disagreed with it. I like to just see him play it out because I don't – even if he didn't hold him, I don't think this is going to be a touchdown to Juju. The ball's like way over his head. Now, Mahomes is supposed to argue the call. That's what he did. That's what quarterbacks do. They're trying to get the call. But, I don't know. To answer your question, Bonte, I would like to see them, go for the field goal and kick off and see what the Eagles can do.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I'm not saying that you're doing this, but it does feel like we're spending a disproportionate amount of time talking about that and not the fact that Kansas City's offense could not be stopped in the second half.
Yep. No doubt, Joe. No doubt. 4 possessions, 4 scores. And, I've got guys from the Eagles telling me, the field was terrible. Everybody was slipping. It probably slowed down a fierce pass rush to some degree. But, the Chiefs ran for 158 yards. They averaged over 6 yards a carry.
Yep.
Mahomes looked better after the ankle got twisted. Somehow. He looked better after it than it did beforehand. And all those young kids, like you look at the offense and Kadarius Toney, and Isaiah Pacheco, and you look at these young, fresh legs. They're just dynamic young players. And it's kind of, it should really send a signal to the whole league that, those are it was interesting. I'm not getting way off topic here, but I saw a stat yesterday. It's an amazing stat, Joe. Over the last 24 years, the leading ground gainer in the Super Bowl never made more than $2 million.
I saw that.
And that was Leonard Fournette a couple years ago.
I saw
that.
What? Yeah.
Never made more than $2 million.
I did see that ball
in that season. There's a stat out there, Bonte.
Right, I saw that. Yo, I'll pull it up.
I saw it yesterday.
No, yeah.
And I go, give me a 7th-round pick that's got juice. Go find Kadarius, go rob a franchise that doesn't know how to use a player. Things aren't working out. Go make the phone call. Like, you got to be plugged into this. Like, I don't think they win that Super Bowl without Kadarius Toney. And he was a mess in New York.
Yeah,
no doubt.
But somehow he comes to Kansas City, Bieniemy, Andy Reid, Mahomes. Like, he found new life.
No doubt. Brian Baldinger, courtesy of the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Was that the biggest surprise to you about Super Bowl 57? Because it was for me. I thought the Eagles would just dominate the line of scrimmage. I did not see the Kansas City Chiefs running for over 6 yards a pop. That surprised me, Baldy. Was that the biggest surprise to you?
Yeah, but both sides. I mean,
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes threw 27 times. He wasn't sacked. In fact, he wasn't close to being sacked.
No.
He got hit a couple of times. But that was both, the Chiefs won the game in the trenches. You could talk about the play calling was excellent inside the 5. They had a little thing on the Eagles and how they rotate, pre-snap motion. They took advantage of it. But that being said, the Eagles could not stop the Chiefs. Not once in the second half. It was, and I had a player for the Eagles text me yesterday, and he said this feels a lot like the Falcons' collapse to him. Because they went in the locker room totally in control of that game. Sirianni did everything you're supposed to do. Went for it on 4th downs, gambled, put up 24 points. I mean, they were time of possession, plays, totally controlled that game. Second half, they couldn't finish the deal.
And the Eagles only run for 3.8 yards a carry. That was surprising. Miles Sanders, 7 carries, 21 yards. Gainwell, 7 carries, 16 yards. They couldn't run the ball either. It was shocking. I'm very shocked by that development, Baldy. Very shocked.
I agree. I mean, I thought that would be the reason why the Eagles would have won was I thought they were better in the trenches all year long than Kansas City, and I thought that, but it just didn't play out that way. The Chiefs' offensive line and the way they protected Mahomes was excellent, and they held up just great. I mean, the Eagles have 9 pass rushers they can send at you in waves. None of them made a dent in the pass rush.
Yeah, I'll get to Andy Reid in a second. Mahomes, I was telling Bonte, I said to the group thread, I'm like, vision, pocket awareness, instincts, smarts in terms of IQ, pre and post snap, arm talent, the ability to throw from different slots, mobility. Like, he has no weakness. I feel like I'm watching the greatest quarterback of all time, and that sounds absurd to say out loud. And I know Brady's got the resume, Montana's got the resume. Like, Baldy, you do this for a living. You're watching quarterbacks all day. I feel like I'm watching the greatest player who ever lived at playing the position in real time. Is that an overstatement?
No, I agree with you. He's the best player in the league. He's been the best player in the league for 5 straight years. The only thing he doesn't have is the longevity of Tom Brady, or some of these other guys. But, to put 2 up in 4 years, have 2 MVPs right here. He's 27 years old. I mean, I saw him play at Texas Tech a bunch. I think I did his first start at Texas Tech when I was doing Big 12 games for Fox. But nobody could have imagined that he would be this good, this consistently good, where he gives you a chance to win, not just every week, he's giving you a chance to win the Super Bowl every year right now. And I remember all the offseason conversations. Oh, Tyreek Hill, they don't have the deep threat. You can't have anybody take. I mean, he had Juju and he had all those young guys, Sky Moore, down at his place at Texas. They were throwing in the offseason. He's just a consummate, not just player, Joe. He's just a consummate teammate. And you never, ever see him misspeak, ever.
No. Mm-hmm.
Everything that comes out of him is just genuine. That's why. It's just all genuine. And it just comes from a place of competition and fun. And it's everything that we want sports to be, is what Mahomes is.
How about before we move off of Mahomes? Like to me, he's gonna peel off more Super Bowls. I think that's inevitable, right? But I think we've kind of underrated how great he is. Every guy, Herbert's better, Burrow's coming for him, and they're all very good players. I'm not here to deny it.
No Mahomes.
The difference between Mahomes and everyone else feels Grand Canyon-esque. And he made that throw to Kelsey first quarter. I don't think people realize how sick that throw was. Perfect touch pass, over the top, just right in the breadbasket. He never makes an interceptable pass. He's ridiculous.
Well, you think about crunch time, the 26-yard run at the end of this game to put him in field goal range, all right, on that ankle. You think about the run at the end of the Cincinnati game to put him in field goal range. I mean, back-to-back championship games, AFC championship, Super Bowl championship. He's making the key run in the game to put him in field goal range to win. On an ankle that, let's face it, who knows, when that thing's going to feel right.
Right.
Is he in a walking boot today? Who knows? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't, he just understands the moment. And I was talking to David Carr. We were doing a show yesterday, former quarterback. And I was like, how do you teach his pocket awareness?
It's so good.
I see quarterbacks all the time. I know you do, Joe, and Bonte too as well. You always see those quarterbacks when there's pressure, they sack themselves.
Yes.
They literally run into the defender, and they sack themselves. That never happens to Mahomes. In fact, there's a play I put up yesterday. Obviously, the field was an issue. And he's stepping up in the pocket, and he looks like he's going to do just the splits. Like his feet are just sliding out from underneath him.
Yep.
And there's Hassan Reddick right in front of him. And he makes a miss. He regains his balance. And, oh, by the way, he makes the throw to Travis Kelce for a first down.
And Kelce makes a sick catch.
Yeah.
He makes a sick catch.
Yeah, that was unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean, look, so now that you mentioned Kelce, look, we all watched Montana and Jerry Rice for over a decade. That was the greatest. This Mahomes to Kelce thing
so good.
is every bit
so
as dangerous as that has been.
No doubt.
I feel like he
Brian
runs the
Baldinger.
same route.
He does. I feel like he does run the same route.
The same little over route, and he's wide open every time.
And the outlier here, too, is you have Andy Reid.
Yeah.
Joe, Jerry, you had Bill Walston, you get Seifert, you get Holmgren calling the shots, and now you got Andy Reid. Number his second championship, and now, Baldy, we were kicking it around. I'm thinking Joe Gibbs, of course, Bill Walsh, Tom Landry. We've got Mike Shanahan in there somewhere. We got some all-time great play called Mike Holmgren, of course. Andy Reid now submitted his place in Canton, Ohio. He's now a Hall of Fame coach who can now stack rings. And we all talk about Belichick, but Andy Reid, and what he's, especially over the last 5 years with his 75 games with the score, Andy Reid could do no wrong right now. You know it felt good for him to beat Philly as well.
Well, you know what he is. We all have seen the clips of Bill Walsh and Joe, at the chalkboard, drawing up plays. And we all know those clips are legendary.
Yep.
I never personally can never get enough of it.
Yeah.
But Andy Reid, I remember meeting Andy when he first came to Philadelphia in 1999. And, he he told me like he was like an old engine head. He could take an engine apart, put it back together. Like he's a tinkerer by nature. And that's what he does with game plans and plays. He tinkers. Like he's got these stack of new plays. Like he's testing them out. He's running it through players. What do we call this? Like, the touchdown to Cardarius Toney.
Right.
He calls it corn dog.
Yeah.
Right? Corn dog is the name of the play.
Right.
Because he likes corn dogs. The enemy likes corn dogs. They like to eat. Who doesn't like go to the state fair, get a corn dog? Well, corn dog worked on Sunday. And, they got that from, something that they saw Jacksonville do to the Eagles back in week 4. I mean, it was all kind of out there yesterday. I put it up on tape yesterday. But, he's a tinkerer. Like, there is no playbook. The playbook is what's inside his mind, who he's going up against, what the conditions are, who's healthy, who's playing. Like, the playbook really isn't a playbook. It's just this collection of ideas, and you give these plays names as you sort of evolve. And that's where they're at right now. And that's like, Indianapolis can hire Shane Steichen. That's great. Like, I'm all for these young guys getting a chance. Right. But do they have that? Do they have that ability to tinker, change, alter, and figure things out, not just all week long, but game day, make the necessary changes to do that?
Well, when they lost the Super Bowl a couple years ago, their offensive line was decimated, right? And that I felt like they reworked everything since then and have gotten to where they're at. He's an old lineman, Andy Reid, BYU, Steve Young. I mean, it's legendary, right? But
SS State.
How? Like, I'm looking at it, and I know it's a byproduct of Mahomes as well. In the 10 years he's been in Kansas City, he's had his quarterbacks, the starters, miss 4 games because of injury, and yet I see my 49ers and guys are going down left and right. Is that just the quarterback? Is that protection? Is that Andy Reid understanding certain things? Like, what do you make of that? Or is that just random coincidence?
Boy, Kyle would hate that question.
I know. It seems unfair because I know the game's violent.
It does. No, but it's a great question, Joe. I love it because I'm kind of just thinking about it right now. Now, Alex Smith was healthy before he played for Andy in San Francisco. He was healthy until that leg got shattered. In Mahomes, I remember Mahomes playing on a bad ankle at Texas Tech, but he didn't miss games once he started for Cliff Kingsbury. And so, a lot of it, I think, is just the makeup of the player. We have seen Mahomes injured before on games, obviously the ankle being the most recent, but he plays through it. He's not missing games.
No.
It's not broken ankles. It's not shattered shoulders, that San Francisco's had to deal with. A Tommy John elbow issue. Like, we haven't seen those injuries. And so it's a great question. I mean, I remember the Super Bowl in Tampa, and obviously the offensive line was a question, Joe. I mean, they went out, Brett Veach. I mean, Trey Smith had blood clots at Tennessee. Like, he wasn't even on a lot of teams' draft boards. He started 2 years, every single play, 2 straight years in a row.
That's crazy.
That's wild.
All right? Creed Humphrey, second-round pick, Oklahoma, hasn't missed a play. They go get Joe Tooney in free agency, hadn't missed a play. Zeus, left tackle, hadn't missed a play. They put together a line. To your point, Joe, not only has the quarterback really not missed anything, the offense line hasn't missed anything. So is it something in the way that they train? Is it something in the way that they practice? I think it's worth a deep dive, Joe.
Yeah, I
go
too.
find out.
Yeah.
I remember Andy when he was in Philadelphia. I just saw Brian Westbrook the other day. I remember going out to camp at Lehigh with Andy, and the first week of camp, this is a little bit different now, but it's still a little bit like this in Kansas City. It was full contact every drill. I want guys to get hit in shape. Westbrook, who was their star running back at the time, he's getting tackled by Jeremiah Trotter to the ground. Now, that was a different era.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not saying let's go back to that. But there is worth something by how is Kansas City doing this?
Yes.
Right. No, that's a great point, Baldy. Great point. Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. Last one about Andy before we flip over to Philly, because I thought Jalen Hurts looked dynamic. He left no doubt about where he's at with his game. But Andy Reid's development of quarterbacks. I mean, we talked Bill Walsh. Joe Gibbs won 3 Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks. Where's Andy got to stack up when it comes to developing quarterbacks? Because McNabb, when he came out of Syracuse, more of a runner. Next thing you know, McNabb's a borderline Hall of Famer. Michael Vick, we know he can do everything with his legs. Next thing you know, Michael Vick could throw from the pocket because Andy Reid put his hands on him. Alex Smith had his best years under Andy Reid. He couldn't do anything in San Francisco, and now we see Mahomes. So when it comes to quarterback development, I don't know how many guys other than Bill Walsh are better than Andy Reid in the history of the league.
I agree with you, Bonte. I agree. He was with Brett Favre in Green Bay.
True. Yep.
Learned a lot from Brett Favre. He was sort of like the go-between with him and Holmgren back there. When Favre would go kind of off the ranch and do some things on his own. But Andy just has even if when Mahomes first got to Kansas City, there'd be an offensive series. You would see Mahomes sit down and Andy Reid would sit next to him. And they look at those videos and look at the tape and they would talk about the next series and what he saw. He's in constant communication with these guys. And that's like any relationship. It's got to be communication based. And I think that's still the greatest strength of Andy is not only to design and create but all the players. In fact, the pregame speech the night before, Andy was just be yourself. He's not trying to change anybody. And, Favre was different than Mahomes. Mahomes is different than Alex Smith. But yet he's getting the best out of all those guys, although they're all different temperaments, different personalities, different ways they're going about their business.
Baldy, I find it so fascinating as we look at Jalen Hurts, and he was awesome, obviously, awesome in that game. I don't know how many people thought he'd be this good. I don't know how many people thought he'd be a quarterback in the NFL, let alone be this type of a player. When you're looking at the evaluation process, and specifically on Jalen, more so than even Patrick Mahomes, how does this change how you're viewing guys currently in the NFL or coming through the ranks? Because I listened to him in the postgame presser. We could talk about his arm. We could talk about his legs and his size, how much he squats. The character of this young man, that's what I'm banking on is the character of him. And to hear him at the podium, coach his son and whatnot, I don't know. I'm looking at Jalen and I'm saying I think more guys are going to look like Jalen's development coming into the league than Mahomes is.
Well, okay. I mean, all those are valid points, Joe. The NFL, I say this all the time, the NFL can only take what the college game gives you.
Yeah.
All right, so they're giving you Jalen. But, I do think the entire process, we're going to go through it, it's already started.
Yeah.
With all the quarterbacks coming out. I mean, the two qualities about Jalen and Mahomes both, maturity.
Yes.
He's 24 years old. Jalen Hurts. He's 24 years old. He graduated from Alabama, didn't get transfer when he got benched, helped to win a championship, the SEC championship the year that he did, get benched. Mm-hmm. Then he's a grad transfer to Oklahoma where Lincoln really took him to another level. The maturity and the character, that's where it's got to start, Joe. It's got, and when you see these guys flame out or blow up, the first thing you see is they don't know how to be a teammate. They're acting goofy. This isn't how a quarterback acts. You can point to those issues as soon as you see a quarterback flame out. And it's all around the league right now. And you just wonder, how did they miss this? Because that's, I'm around Jalen a little bit. I don't pretend to be his best friend or anything like that. But he's the same guy. He's the exact same guy when he's in the weight room working out. It's focused. It's serious. They wanted Carson Wentz to be Jalen Hurts.
Right.
He could never be Jalen Hurts. He doesn't know how to interact with teammates like that. He's not. His maturity is different than what Jalen's is. Jalen is only going to keep getting better. He's going to be a guy that you can bank on to get to the postseason every year. He's going to lead. It's just going to be inside of him.
Man, 80% completion percentage from the pocket. Look, I don't want to rip other players, Baldy, in front of you because I know the relationship you have, but I don't know what the hell Robbie Gold was thinking talking about Jalen Hurts. If you make him be a quarterback, you have great chances. Jalen Hurts
isn't there
fantastic.
Didn't Peyton call that,
idiot
Pat
kicker.
McAfee, the goofy kicker?
Yeah, Mike Vanderjagt.
I never thought of
it was Mike Vanderjagt.
I never thought of Robbie as being the goofy kicker, but that's the goofy kicker speaking.
Dude, what are you talking
it's ridiculous.
about? What are you talking about here? Where does Philly go from here? Because they do have a lot of free agents. No, Fletcher Cox is one of them. They had a fantastic season. A lot of good talent on that team. Where do you see Philly at next year? Is it? Will they be back at this point due to Jalen Hurts and Sirianni? Because I know they're going to lose assistants, they're going to lose players or whatnot. Where do you see Philly at next season, Baldy?
I think that they're still going to be good. I mean, the general manager's got the 10th pick in the draft. So they're going to get a high draft pick, whoever they, whether it's a corner or pass rusher, That's generally where you go at 10. Look, the receiving core comes back. Most of the offensive line, Kelsey might not, but if he doesn't, they drafted this kid, Cam Jurgens, who looks like he could be a bigger, stronger Kelsey. I don't know if he's got what Kelsey shows us every week, but he's going to be a good player. So they might have the offensive line intact. I just think the core of the team, they're going to lose Fletcher and they're going to lose Brandon Graham and certain guys, but, they're going to have the core of their team is going to come back. And so they're going to be right up there with the best teams in the NFC compete next year.
All right, what's next for you, Baldy, man, as you get into the offseason? Vacation coming up? Are you still in Arizona? What's going on in your world now that the Super Bowl is over?
Well, I'm in L.A., so, we're doing these wrap-up shows, and we're looking ahead.
Right.
It's ridiculous. The game's over, down to 24 hours. We're talking about the draft. We're talking about, where's Garoppolo going?
Right.
These questions are already being asked to me. But today is Tuesday, Bonte.
Uh-huh.
On in Belize. I'll be diving in the blue hole in Belize.
Oh, my God.
So, it's 70 miles off the coast. It's, I hope I see my share of hammerheads and, white tips and the whole thing out there. I'll be in Belize and nobody will be able to find me.
We'll be looking for you on Instagram. We love having you on, man. Baldy, you're a big bro to us,
I love
man.
You guys.
You're
man. It was a lot of
a
fun.
modern day John Madden, man.
Absolutely.
We can't do it again. We can't wait to see your breakdowns
Better
of Belize. Yes. Have fun in Belize.
My dad always says the pinky on Baldy.
Well, we'll put it out there just one more time for all your viewers.
Hey, man.
Anyways, you got to recharge, but we won't be too far away, guys.
No doubt.
We'll be in touch.
No doubt, Baldy. You're the best,
All right,
Baldy.
guys.
Take care, man. Have fun in Belize, man.
Brian
Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Love
What a
that
season
legend.
with him. All the breakdowns. You get smarter and smarter. I'm telling you, Shasky, he's a modern day John Madden for me.
I like the way you put that. I like that.
Because Madden had the respect to the players.
Yeah.
Matt, I'll never forget Lars Taylor at Matt and Doc saying, when I knew John Madden was calling the game, I had to be ready to go. It was different when Madden was in that booth. I had to play hard for John Madden, not for Parcells, not for Belichick, not for Phils. I had to go play hard for Madden.
Yeah.
And when Baldy hits that field, whether it's Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Baltimore, out here Levi's, SoFi, Philadelphia, the players gravitate towards him, man. They dap him up. They retweet his stuff. They know who he is. And the passion that he has for breaking down that game, I wish we had the NBA. We see the NBA the way it's covered with some of these mainstream outlets, and they don't have that same passion. They want to talk about the narratives and what's going to happen in the offseason.
Or they talk down to you like it's JJ Redick.
or that. Baldy goes out there, and he's doing it with the passion. He's giving us what we want, so we're going to miss Baldy,
God, I'm
man.
looking at Belize. It just looks beautiful right
Belize
now.
you should go, man. You should go.
You always say that whenever we bring up anything.
No, you should go because all you do is go to the
Great
Russian River and you
Blue
come back
Hole.
home.
Oh.
I want you to get out and explore the world, Shasky.
I'm looking at this
You got
Great
new
Blue
money
Hole.
now, man. You got 2 houses. You got everything. Go explore the world.
Property taxes are due in April for both. All
Hey,
right?
man. All I'm saying, dude, go see the world.
Baby steps.
Man, I'm trying to figure out where I'm going this summer when the Giants are scuffling. I'm kidding, guys. I love the Giants. Damn, I'm not ready to talk baseball.
I am.
I'm ready for my fantasy draft, but I'm not ready to talk baseball. But you know what I am ready? I'm ready to rock that Bo Jackson throwback. It's in the closet.
Mitchell and S, where you at? We want to hear from you. Come
Mitchell
on.
and S, man. I need to go back to that store, but I don't know if we're allowed back in Philadelphia.
I've got my top 5 players to watch in Major League Baseball later this week when you're out.
Oh.
My top 5
Why can't
players
you do it
to
with
watch.
me?
Number 5, you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
O'Neal Cruz.
Okay.
All right.
Number 4.
Bobby Witt Jr.
Oh, come on. I had him last year. I told you about Bobby Witt
I'm
Jr.
following him on Instagram.
Oh,
He's a Wilson guy.
no. He was
Love
almost
everything about
30-30 last year. Bobby Witt, okay, whatever. You're late to the party. Go ahead. Number 3.
Jose Abreu on the Astros.
All right, that's not bad. Number 2.
Kyle Harrison.
Giants, okay.
Yeah. And then number 1 overall, it's Julio Rodriguez. How can he come up with a second season as fun as last year? He might be the most fun player in baseball.
So I've got my keeper league.
Yes.
I've got Julio Rodriguez and Bobby Witt Jr.
Really?
I have Trey Turner. I have Ronald Acuna Jr. I got to figure out what the hell to do.
You better hope none of them get injured.
Man, Shasky, I want you to explore. Get out of California. Get out the Bay Area. What you do what Baldy does? Go to Belize. Go to Cuba.
I'm like Sasquatch. I like to hang out in the redwoods.
No. Go to France. Go to Italy. Go to London. Go have fun.
I'm going to see the Diamondbacks Giants in Arizona in May.
That's terrible.
Do some golfing.
That's awful. Go to the East Coast. Go to Florida, something. Miami. Key West. I want you to get out and go.
Is anyone hurt?
Yeah, Gary Payton II. He's hurt. Remains to be seen when he'll actually take the court for the Dubs. He's expected to miss multiple months with an injury to his core that caused him to fail his physical last week, nearly derailing the trade that sent James Wiseman to the Pistons. Bob Myers met the media yesterday and suggested GP2 could be back sooner than the original 3-month timeline offered. The plan is to reevaluate Payton II in a month with the hope of getting back on the court before the playoffs start. Playoffs? We're talking about playoffs? Injury report brought to you by Boxing Girls, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Up next, our main man, D. Wright one. Darrell Wright will join the show to talk a little Dubs and his little brother playing last night at Chase Center. That's coming up on the roast.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fastest mobile service. My little brother has no idea how lucky he is. Back in my day, we didn't have it nearly as good.
Oh yeah? Back in my day, you couldn't even stream outside the house. I don't like to think about it.
Please, back in my day, we had phones with cords, and they were mounted to a wall.
Forget phones. Back in my day, we wrote letters. Remember, Herman?
Oh, I remember.
Vintage texting. Cool.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile, the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. Get the best price for 2 unlimited lines with 5G compared to the lowest price plans of the top 3 carriers. Just $30 a line per month. Visit Xfinity.com/fastestmobile to learn more.
Wait till you hear about how we rented movies.
I don't think she's ready for that. From Xfinity, home of the 10G network. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited intro service and Xfinity Internet required. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
Odyssey's I'm Listening is our commitment to more mental health conversations. Duff McKagan from Guns N' Roses talks about using exercise to combat his anxiety issues.
The working out is key. In my case, I would force myself into the gym, and I'd force myself just to do 100 push-ups. You got to run. Even if you run just around your block, you build yourself a place to go.
Talk saves lives. For more mental health conversations, visit imlistening.org.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Now, it's time for the closer of the week, presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Klay Thompson. 42 points. He knocked down 12 triples as the Dubs stayed hot.
23, Klay Thompson takes it, hits another 3. That's his 12th.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, and increase in organic search visibility and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Staples, you can count on every project being print perfect, guaranteed.
I need presentations and brochures printed, and they have to be perfect.
Your bounded presentations, brochures with the finest folds, and more will be done right every time. That's our Print Big promise. Now at Staples, get $10 off your document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more, plus 20% back via store bonus. Try Staples and see the difference. Ends 2/25. Rewards members only. Bonus must be redeemed in store. See staples.com/stores/printbig for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
The man, the myth, the legend. He's NBA champ. Warriors Insider sometimes does a really cool thing on the NBA with Quentin Richardson where they do a little broadcast during games. Yeah, Q Rich, D Wright, man, they're pretty good. Checked out a couple of those games. D Wright back. And let me start with this, D Wright, as we say good morning to you. And we'll get to DeLon playing the chase yesterday. How good does it feel that the Eagles lost that Super Bowl?
Oh, man, it felt great. Being a Cowboys fan, that felt great.
It felt awesome. As a Niner fan, it felt great. We celebrated all day yesterday, so I'm glad we're on the same page there. Let's start with your brother, though. As the Warriors, we'll get to the Warriors and what's going on with them in the trade and Wiseman or whatnot going to Detroit. How cool was it seeing DeLon yesterday at Chase Center? Did you attend the game? I know your kids were there, Mia was there, but did you go to the game last night?
I was upset because I had to work Hooper Vision yesterday, so while I was working Hooper Vision, I was watching it on the big screen, so I was able to, peek up a little bit while he was playing. But no, I didn't get a chance to see him play, man. So he had a good showing, so I was happy about that.
Yeah, 2 steals, 4 rebounds, 10 points, hit a couple threes. He was active, getting into passing lanes. We always loved DeLon. I always wanted to be a Warrior, Shasky. I want DeLon to be a Warrior. He does a little bit of everything. He'll fit this system. I'm not just saying that just to say it.
I'm 100% with you.
There you go. Get him to the Dubs, D, right? All right, speaking of Dubs, I'm not feeling the vibes right now, man. Even though they won yesterday, they gave up 39 points in the first quarter.
It's a vibe?
It hasn't been a good vibe.
So it's no change.
Yeah, it's no change. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Just what have you seen from the Warriors, especially the last 2-3 weeks?
Man, just a lot of up and down. I get it because this is a veteran team. These are guys with a lot of experience. Won a championship last year, so I think the biggest thing is just closing games and finishing quarters. Something they had been really good at last year. Last year they were really dominant in that third quarter coming out of halftime and really, either erased deficits or took the lead up to 10 to 15 and kind of, ended that game. So I think they just got to get back to being a better defensive team, holding each other accountable with their matchups and going out there and shutting guys down. I think they let guys get a little too comfortable on other teams. Like even last night, 2 guys with 30 points. So they got to do a better job with taking that challenge on that one-on-one, assignment.
You hear a lot of people, they just got to get to the All-Star break. Just get to the All-Star break. Mm-hmm. Are we overrating that little break? Because it's not the halfway point. It's like, I don't know, the 3/4 point.
Games in.
Yeah, 2/3 point. So is that, from a player's perspective, is that underrated, overrated, or much needed?
No, it's much needed. Have an opportunity to be in the league for a long time and, to travel, just competing, the nagging injuries, and just, being the day in the life, day to day of an NBA player. So you definitely need that break. Now the break is a little bit longer, give guys a lot more opportunity to rest and get away, decompress from the game. So when you're struggling, that All-Star break can't come any faster. So you get to kind of regroup and just get away from the game. So it's definitely much needed.
Darrell Wright here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, one of our favorites. Klay Thompson. I mean, I don't think it gets talked about enough. His comeback, the way he went through those 2 gruesome leg injuries, wiping out 2 seasons of his prime, his NBA career. Now he's coming off his best month of his possibly his career in January, averaging over 27 a game and shooting 45% from 3. And you see him last night with 27, 10, and 21. Klay's comeback to where he's at now may not be the same defensive player, but offensively, he's still as lethal. Very impressive the season Klay Thompson's having, especially since the calendar flipped to 2023.
Man, Klay Thompson's been playing some great basketball. That jumper is locked in. He's locked in. It's exciting to see. And you know how it is, fellas. They only talk about you when you playing poorly. But when you doing the things that Klay Thompson is doing, everything is cricket. So I just don't understand, give him his love and his praise because what he went through, most guys aren't coming back from.
Yeah.
We've seen it. Besides Klay Thompson, the only other person that's came back from a Achilles injury and looked like himself or even better is Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
So Klay is doing what he's supposed to be doing. That's the luxury of having somebody like Andrew Wiggins now to take those tough assignments so he could be on the 3rd or 4th best offensive player. And there's nothing wrong with that. Things like that happen. That's why you go get guys like Andrew Wiggins. But Klay Thompson been playing some great basketball. I'm happy for him. He looks like he's happy out there. He don't look like he's pressing like he did in the beginning of the year, just trying to get those 2 years back. So he looks comfortable, and, man, I'm telling you, man, I still think this team can get scary once they get in those playoffs, even though they are struggling.
Why do you think it didn't work out with James Wiseman here?
I think it's just the fit. Everything is about fit. I've been on multiple teams, and sometimes it just don't fit. The style of play, a lot of threes. I think James Wiseman was more of an offensive player in the post, and, the Warriors just really don't do that. We haven't seen anybody like that. You see guys like a Looney, JaVale McGee, those type of guys who play in the dunker area probably don't get as many touches. So if you're a guy that always want to touch the ball and post up, it's going to be kind of frustrating for you in this type of offense. So that's why Looney works so well for this team, because he's going to do the dirty work. He understands he might get a few touches, he's going to get some putbacks. So it's just part of the role. So I wouldn't say it's anything other than fit.
Right here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 Game. Before we get you out of here, just looking at the league, because you're doing Hooper Vision with Q Rich. On the NBA app, you can download this bad boy. Whatever games you guys are doing, let us know what games you're doing later in the week. Yeah, I think you guys are really good. It's really fun to hear some of the stories of your playing career. But you're watching the entire league, and we've seen all this movement here. KD going to Phoenix, Kyrie going to Dallas, the Lakers making moves, Clippers, Nuggets, you name it. What's the scariest team to you right now? Is it KD and the Suns? Is that your favorite coming out of the West? What do you think about everything that's happened in the trade deadline of the league overall?
Yeah, I really like what Phoenix did. To be honest with you, I think Phoenix really, really upgraded their team. The fact they were able to keep Devin Booker and Ayton and Chris Paul, that says a lot. Then you add a guy like Kevin Durant. I know a lot of people think, getting rid of those young assets, Bridges and Cam Johnson, but you go get a guy like Kevin Durant who could fill it up from anywhere, who have championship experience, who could mesh with any superstar in this league. So it's going to be super exciting to see them. And when he's back on the court, I like all the moves that everybody did. I feel like Suns won it, and I think the second team is the Warriors. I know all the stuff that's going on with GP, but hopefully, he can get back on the court. But I still got the Warriors. When it comes down to it, if they have to face any of those guys, winning the West. That's just my opinion.
Wow. So you still got the Warriors. We're doom and gloom this morning, D, right? Maybe we need you, Tim Legler. We're doom and gloom, man. We just don't know. It's been a weird season.
Yeah, it's weird. It happens. It's hard when you win a championship to come back and be dominant. Everybody has that target on their back. I mean, they marked that game. We got to beat the champs. So,
yeah.
A 7-game series, the Warriors going to be hard to beat.
Wow. Hooper Vision. What game you got next, man? What game were you doing last night? What game do you have next?
Last night we did the Lakers versus Blazers, and we had an opportunity to see Dame Dollar go crazy.
Yeah, he did.
Thought Dame was going to go for Clay's record. He was on pace with those 8 threes. It didn't happen, but he put a show on for us. And our next game is after All-Star break. So we got Brooklyn and Minnesota Friday, March 10th.
All right. When you back on with us at NBC, the people want to ask about you, man. When you coming back to the Gatehouse?
I'll be back on. I think I'm back soon. I was supposed to be there yesterday, but, it was a conflict. But I got to check my schedule, man. But I'll be back soon. I think I'm on a lot more next month.
Let's go.
So, I got to send the suits to the dry cleaners and get ready.
We got to hit the gym too, D, right? We got to hit the gym.
Definitely got to do that.
All right, D, right, man. Always good catching up with you, man. Good to see DeLon last night as well, playing well with the Wizards. D, right, take care, man. We'll check you out on Hooper Vision after the break. And see you soon over there at NBC.
Yes, sir. See you guys soon. Appreciate it.
Anytime, Darrell, right here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Hooper Vision, really cool with Q Rich. And, of course, he'll be back with the band as we get ready to get turned up for the second half of the season. Does that make you feel better? Former player. Now, do we have the Tim Legler sound at all? No, but it's in the box here. And let me put this in the box very early today. On Get Up, Tim Legler, who I respect the hell out of him on ESPN. He breaks down the game better than anybody on that network. Tim Legler has the Warriors in his top 5 NBA title contenders. Top 5 right now. Top 5. D. Wright saying, I'm still taking the Warriors in the 7-game series in the West. Does that make you feel any better? Any different?
I'm not diminishing anybody's opinions.
No, I'm not asking you.
I'm
not asking you. I'm not asking you to.
Because I don't want it to sound like I'm trying to crush anyone.
No.
Having watched this team, like the feel and the vibe around the team, it doesn't feel like that.
You look down. You just try to
the
uplift
vibe sucks with this team. Even the most
the Giants are going to lose 90 games, and you're hyped up about Logan Webb wearing Adidas cleats.
Well, I know the Giants aren't going to be very good, and they're not wasting Logan Webb's prime, quote unquote. You know what I mean? Like that's the narrative on the Steph Curry thing, and it's like I'm watching this team, and form matters to me, and I don't think they're in form right now. They don't have their best player.
They're not,
and I get that,
no,
but I would like to know what they see in this team that this year that gives them hope. I can make the argument they're battle-tested champions and all that. And yeah, but that's called faith, not called what my eyeballs are showing me this year.
510, Xfinity Mobile text line. Panic meter at 0. Even my panic meter's not at 0. It's about a 6 right now. It's the highest it's
Oh,
ever
so
been.
you're at a 6.
Yeah, I'm just
You're
talking
allowed
to
to
you.
be at a 6 now. I've been at a 6
Why am I
all
not
year.
allowed? No, you've been at a 10 all year.
No,
you're at a 10. You were at a 10 last year. They won 53 games in the regular season.
Bonte, we can both agree.
No. I'm at a 6.
If the team somehow pulled it out and made the playoffs,
make the
and then,
Disney movie, no doubt.
No, and then won 2 or 3 series, that would be overachieving right now. For this year.
Yeah.
For this year. Not given the roster and what our expectations were, based off what we've seen this year. Them winning multiple series would feel like overachieving.
Man, you're like the most passionate, inspirational. My team's going to win, rah-rah guy I know.
I mean, they have to meet me halfway with my enthusiasm.
Man, you just like...
For every Dante DiVincenzo, I've got like a sulking Draymond Green on the bench.
Damn.
I don't think I'm alone.
No, you're not alone.
I mean, like,
that's for sure. Not alone.
Do you want me to just like sit here and be like, you know what? They're fine. They're going to be great. They're playing great basketball.
I don't want you to do any of that.
I love when they go down and no one touches it and Poole just jacks a 3. I love when no one touches it and we just fumble the ball right off our foot to the other team.
I'm not asking you to do that.
I love when we fall asleep after 2 passes and decide we're not going to guard anyone who cuts to the rim and we're going to give up an easy dive dunk.
Oh, man.
I love it. I love when Steve Kerr ices out all the young players. I love watching Iguodala wear street clothes, standing on the sideline complaining about how much money he's making. I love hearing Curry tell me he doesn't know when he's going to come back with his knee injury.
There you go. I
love that Gary Payton has been traded for James Wiseman and he can't play for a couple months. I love it.
You're going to love this too. Legs.
Team I just mentioned, Golden State. I know no one is going to have them in the top 5 right now, but I'm telling you right now, this team, the regular season is boring to them, and they've had a lot of injuries. They're going to have a run in them and make things very interesting. If that team gets hot heading into April 15th, do you really want to discount them?
Oh, my God.
Okay.
Whoa, one more time.
Qualifiers in there.
One more time.
Team I just mentioned, Golden State. I know no one is going to have them in the top 5 right now, but I'm telling you right now, this team, the regular season is boring to them, and they've had a lot of injuries. They're going to have a run in them and make things very interesting. If that team gets hot heading into April 15th, do you really want to discount them?
Bonte.
Oh, that's legs. You like legs?
I love legs. Are the Milwaukee Bucks an older team?
Maybe the same age, but their best player is still
and they won a championship, right?
They got one championship.
Is the regular season boring to them?
It seems like it.
Yeah,
sometimes.
they're
It seems
39 and 17.
Hold on. It seems like the regular season is boring to a lot of teams.
I agree, but they're 39 and 17.
That's cool.
They've won 10 in a row.
They're rolling.
But that's what I'm saying.
They look good.
Like this
They
thing,
look
like
good.
if they get
Middleton's
hot,
back.
and if this happens, like right now they're the 9th seed. They'd have to win to get hot. To get up to the 6th seed, that feels like a stretch, which is a crazy sentence.
Let me ask you this then.
We sound like LeBron Laker fans.
No, nobody's. What did I say? I didn't say anything. I haven't said
I'm just
nothing
saying, like to say that you're not you, but my panic level is 0.
But that's somebody who's not panicking.
You're
you know why?
Superstar, Hall of Fame, one in a generation player.
No.
Steph Curry went to the podium yesterday with a noticeable limp and says, "I'm not sure when I'm coming back."
It's all about perspective, right? I mean, this guy has seen the Warriors win 4 championships. And if they get healthy, this guy hasn't seen them lose a Western Conference Series under Steve Kerr. So I get why that guy would be at a 0, the 510 Xfinity Mobile text line with the panic meter. Now I'm at a 6 because I don't know when Curry's coming back. The GP2 situation's weird to me. Again, I did not enjoy last night's game. It felt like a loss this morning. I was like, damn, they won a game, and why do I feel like this? I don't feel good about the vibe right now. I don't. I'll tell you that right on the front end.
I mean, you're heading into March, and Ty Jerome is one of your most. There's a couple.
He's playing 21.
He's one of your most important players. Ty Jerome.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that's going a bit far. Clay, Wiggins, Poole, Dre, Looney. Let's pause on Ty Jerome being one of your most.
He was really good last night.
He's played the Wizards. All right. Ty Jerome, he scored 9 points. Actually, wait, he didn't score 9 points. He scored 9 points yesterday.
I mean, come on.
7 assists is nice, but he's not one of your most important players.
I think 7 and 1 turnover.
Let's not get crazy. All right, he's not one of your most important players.
Whatever.
When it comes out of nutcracking time, he ain't playing. I'll tell you that right now. Ty Jerome will be in street clothes. He's solid. I'm not mad at Ty Jerome at all. He's been very good. for what we expect. 2-way contract, and he did ball last night. When you're playing the Celtics or you're playing the Suns, I don't know if Ty Jerome's going to be suited up.
I don't even know if my stars are going to be suited up. Today's the first, maybe today will be the first time that Klay has played a back-to-back since 2019.
That's a hell of a milestone.
A great milestone, but it's also indicative of where the Warriors are at currently. Both can be true. It's awesome. It's awesome. The next time Draymond Green has any theatrics on the floor, he's going to be suspended.
Well, yes, no doubt. I mean, again, I don't feel great. I told you, I said that the whole entire first hour. I do the freaking pregame show. I don't feel great about this team. I didn't feel great last night.
Like
I'm just picking your brain because, man, you are Mr. Doom and Gloom
I can't
right
remember.
now.
I mean, I know the Rams because football, you get hurt and like it's different. I can't remember a team that fell this fast. Like from just 6 months ago or whatever, 8 months ago, they won the championship. The vibe around this team is just so different.
Well, we see some things that we've never seen get released, and that's why that vibe started off like that. Vibes are good. Then, what happened. We don't need to revisit that. We don't. We just don't.
But we always bring it up whenever they struggle.
Well, no, it's looming. It's always going to be a cloud. It's one of many things that happen. So Marcus Thompson, I sent this to the thread yesterday.
Why? Like,
no. Hold on. Because we do it with every team.
No, I'm just.
The season began with
there is a dark cloud. I don't dismiss that.
So Marcus Thompson wrote this in The Athletic. I tell you,
I don't think they're that good.
One of the best opening paragraphs I've seen in a long time. So since the punch, a co-star who can't play back-to-backs, being anointed the NBA's most valuable franchise, an 8-game road losing streak, a championship core that can't close games, which is shocking, an injury stint for their franchise superstar, a 2-way player accused of sexual assault in a civil lawsuit, a random illness that took down another star, the basketball ops head potentially leaving at the end of the season, a surprising 5-game win streak without 2 starters, including a buzzer beater from Looney, a staph infection to a role player, breaking the attendance record for a game, another injury stint for their franchise superstar, 3 teams in the division that made major additions at the trade deadline, and now a failed physical threatens to void the one trade they made, which of course they didn't void. And we're not even at the All-Star break yet. It's a lot of things happening with the Golden State Warriors.
And I'm supposed to believe that they're like champions right now?
They got championship DNA. Some of them.
Well, those are 2 different sentences.
Right.
I mean,
exactly.
Do you know Joe Montana still has championship DNA?
Did you believe the Niners will make a run at the Super Bowl 5 weeks into the season?
No, but that team also was in their primes, and all their players played all the games.
I mean, not really. Debo didn't play all the games.
McCaffrey played every. He's their best player. And McCaffrey played every game.
He
played every game.
Debo
Bosa
didn't.
played every game but the one when he came back.
Bosa missed.
I don't think Debo's one of their best players right now.
Really?
I mean,
Debo
he's a
Samuel's
great
not
player.
one of their best players.
He's a great player. Well,
Who's
there's 2
better?
best players on offense and defense. I would say Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey, and then I would say Nick Bosa and Fred Warner.
Debo's a top 5, top 6 player on this football team.
Okay, but he's not. I don't think he's one of the top 2. So that's where I draw the line.
What? You draw the line at top 2?
I even say Kittle had a much better year than Debo this year.
Oh, my God.
Kittle had a much better year than Debo this year.
All right, so now Debo is not one of your best players.
Debo's great. I'm just saying, like, his numbers were down. He didn't have the same impact. I
Vince
love
in San
the guy.
Francisco. Vince, what's happening? My guy's lost it today.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's happening?
Real quick, get off my guy Debo, Chasky. That's my guy right there.
I love
with
Debo.
The Warriors, I don't know. What was that?
I love Debo. I don't know why this. I'm just saying, like, he didn't have a great year by his standards.
Well, he also wasn't used like a wide back he was throughout the whole season to get the Niners out of tough situations. But anyways, I want to talk about the Warriors. I agree with Vontae. I think it all started with the whole Draymond JP incident. Since then, it's just been this weird. You keep saying vibes this morning. It's been a weird vibe with the Warriors. I don't know what it's going to take to shake it. The team's got the talent in the players. We know that the system works. I think we are a piece away, though. And that piece, I'm hoping that we can find that piece in the buyout market. We need a big that can plug the paint, just clog it up, and get a couple of buckets, and set some good screens like a Kevin Love or maybe even Serge Ibaka.
I don't know.
I don't even know about that. 888-957-9570. What's been the most frustrating part of the Warriors season? What has been the most frustrating part of the season as they head down to L.A. to play the Clippers? That has been a frustrating year, trust me. I've not enjoyed a lot of it. The 9 or 10 double-digit blown leads. They almost blew a lead yesterday in the fourth quarter. I just want to get to the playoffs. I don't even know if they – right now they're not in the playoffs. They'd be in the play-in. They'd be in the box. The play-in box.
I just don't feel good about them at all. Give me 2 weeks. I'm asking for – give me 10 days of fun basketball, and then I'll believe. 10 days.
He's just got 9 years of fun basketball. Is that not enough?
No. I mean, it was a great beat. It was great.
No.
But, like, you're not asking me about the last 9 years. You're asking about this year. You're asking about this year.
Did you have fun the last 9 years?
Of course I did.
Is that not enough?
But didn't you just make a trade to win now? You didn't make a trade because of the last 9 years.
Oh, man.
Like, are we ready to pack it up?
Oh,
Is that
man.
what we're doing?
Oh, man, you're on one, man.
I'm not. I'm answering your questions.
No, you are. I'm just trying to get you to lighten up a little bit, man. My guy is... All right, what's coming up for the case? Sponsored by AC Transit. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. What's been the most frustrating part of the Warriors season? And can they turn it around? Is anybody out there, anybody in the Bay Area right now, stop what you're doing, call the show or text us. Anybody have faith that the Warriors can turn it around and make a championship run? Forget that, because everybody's going to tell me they don't have a run in them. Everybody's going to tell me that they can't do this and can't do that. Is there anybody out there who believes the Warriors can turn it around? That's coming up on the roast.
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus for new bus operators to join their team. Paid training is provided, plus the new hire bonus is paid within 12 months. The $2,000 bonus is subject to terms and conditions. For complete details and to apply, visit actransit.org/careers.
If you have a tax problem, then you have a legal problem, and that means you need a tax attorney. Hey, this is Joe Shasky here to talk about tax and crypto attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law. Maybe you have unfiled tax returns. Maybe you have offshore accounts or receive money from a relative overseas. Boy, that'd be nice. Maybe your small business is facing an audit. Regardless of the tax problem you have, the Kugelman Law team can help you visit sftaxteam.com today. I have met with their attorneys, and I know about their honest and ethical approach to providing effective and efficient resolutions for all your tax needs. They strive to educate their clients about IRS practices and evaluate possible solutions, all while providing you with straightforward and transparent pricing. If you're facing a tax problem, then you're facing a legal problem. So you should contact Kugelman Law tax and crypto attorneys today at sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com.
Alexander Kugelman, Managing Attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94929. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
It's time to think about your tax refund. And Jackson Hewitt wants you to think biggest. As in, we guarantee you'll get your biggest refund or your money back plus $100. Who offers that? Come to think of it, nobody. It's one of the biggest guarantees out there and why you can't just file with anybody. For your guaranteed biggest refund, go to Jackson Hewitt today. Your wallet will thank you. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes.
Welcome to the IKEA Sleep Sale.
IKEA Sleep Sale?
Uh-huh. Save on all things bedroom, including select bed frames, duvet covers, air purifiers.
And those fuzzy sheepskin rugs?
Yes, and so much more.
Cozy. I'll take one of each.
Hurry in to visit your local IKEA store or go to IKEA-USA.com before the sale goes night-night. Offer valid 2/15 to 2/26. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Planning for an upcoming trip? It's important to know that updated COVID-19 boosters are currently available at no cost to you. Remember that immunity could take time to build. Check eligibility and schedule at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
In Walnut Creek, partly cloudy, windy, Heisner 53.
Weather brought to you by Auto Trader. Shop millions of new cars, used cars, and electric cars on Auto Trader and find your 1 in a million car. Finally, it's easy. Auto Trader.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley from 95.7 The Game, and we want to send you to the San Jose Earthquakes 2023 home opener on March 4th. They'll take on the Vancouver Whitecaps. For your shot at tickets, enter at 957thegame.com.
This is Andre Iguodala, and you are listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Pre-show routine.
Oh, little T-Pain.
Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
Good morning to all the strippers out there making that money. Late shift. I heard the business is struggling right now out here in the Bay.
Well, home prices are actually, for the first time since, I think they said 2011 or 2012, first time since then, San Francisco Bay Area homes are going for below what the asking price is.
Thank God. I'm trying to get a home soon. Need a home.
Yeah?
Need to be like Shasky.
I've got real estate agents in my back pocket.
Yeah, I do too. I think we all know one.
Same ones with Aaron Judge?
I mean, you know the funny thing is too, in college, so you have all these like broadcast journalist majors. You have your business majors.
Okay.
You have all these
Where are we
different. Here's where I'm going. It's whenever they're like, yeah, this isn't it for me. They go into real estate. I mean, real estate agent. Oh, wait, you're a real estate agent now. Oh, you're a real estate agent
There's
now.
a lot of real estate agents out there.
There's a lot of real estate. And shout out to the realtors. 'Cause somebody actually told me, it's like, you never shout out to realtors. So shout out to the realtors out there flipping homes and making money. There's a lot out there. Dude need it. Be like Shasky, though, man. 2 houses. I'll never leave the Bay like you either.
I mean, you know.
Just stay in a 100-mile radius.
I've got a beef right now, though, with Comcast, Xfinity. I've called them, and I've tried to sort this out. So I pay for Xfinity at 2 different spots, right? Which is fine. I have no problem with that. But, like, when I go to stream on the iPad, I can't watch Warrior games because it defaults back to the Russian River cabin. And since I'm not in that home Wi-Fi when I'm home here in San Francisco, it won't let me stream the Warrior games on the iPad.
Wow.
It pisses me off.
Yeah, that sucks. That's why I got to go.
You can't just forget that network? It doesn't work?
For some reason, there's some glitch, and it won't allow me to default back to 3916.
Huh. I'm sure the good people at Xfinity will help you out with that, though. Go check them out and shout out the Xfinity mobile text line. They like my last song.
Man. That's Spidoti. That's a pro move right there.
I love Xfinity.
Pre-game show. I love Spidoti. Pre-game show, man. 5 to 6. Listen, Spidoti's bringing heat.
No, I have this one little glitch, and I want it fixed. But I love them.
Kelly Johnson's a realtor. I didn't know that, Ernie. Wow. YouTube. Realtors are flooded right now. It's like Uber. Remember Uber and Lyft? Everything exploded. There's too many cars on the road.
Oh.
All right. The Warriors Community Foundation is excited to announce the February auction presented by Cash Creek Casino Resort. It's live now through Sunday, February 19th. They have a wide variety of items up for auction, including signed jerseys, tickets to games, and even the chance to meet some of your favorite athletes in person. Don't miss out on this exciting opportunity to give back and score some amazing sports memorabilia at the same time. Visit warriors.com/auctions. Let's go to the lines. I'm looking for somebody who believes in the Golden State Warriors. Because it's all this doom and gloom. And you know what? Need to pick it up a little bit. Just a little bit. I set a bad tone this morning talking about Valentine's Day, talking about the Warriors. I don't feel good about the win. I'm going to uplift everybody as we get into work here at 8:38 in the morning. Who out there believes the Warriors still have a chance to turn it around? Who?
Well, I mean, wait a minute. That's a different question. Have a chance to turn it around, or are legitimate contenders given what we've seen thus far? Those are 2 different questions.
I asked that before the break. Turn it around and have a chance to win it all.
Could they turn it around? For sure. For sure.
Turning it around for this team.
Could I have an 8-pack by summer?
No, you can never have an 8-pack.
Maybe.
No, never in hell.
It could
never
happen.
in your life you'll never have an 8-pack. You won't even have a 4-pack. The Warriors.
Oh, I have a
turning it around for the Warriors. When we say turning it around, it only means one thing for the Warriors.
What?
It means championship. It means contention for a title. It means making a deep run and winning a championship.
Whoa, you just said making a deep run. That's different.
Making a deep run and winning a championship.
I mean, everything that they've done tells me that they're trying to win championships, right?
So that's what turning
around
means.
You're not playing the young guys.
So
You're trading away the young guys. You got someone that you thought was going to be healthy and win now. Yeah,
Oaktown likes the negativity. Y'all like the negativity?
I don't know.
I know where you could go for that.
Look, I believe in God. I can't see God. All right, I believe in it. All right, it's called faith. I understand that. I don't knock people who have faith in the Golden State Warriors. But me personally, I got to see them play.
All right.
I don't know, 12 days of good basketball.
You're not alone. You're not alone. That's what I'm trying to explain. So who out there does believe that they have a shot? Who out there believes? And we got 4 phone lines right now. Let's go to Doug at Berkeley first. Doug at Berkeley, what's your take on the Warriors?
Hey, guys.
Yeah, TV Ponte has entered the chat. No, I'm here listening. I'm here listening. I'm not on no sides right now. Doug, your turn. Your turn, Doug.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. You know, you guys, I'm amazed when I listen to you guys because you know so much about sports. It's really...
It's kind of our job, Doug.
Thank you.
It's kind of our job.
I was born this way.
Yeah, but you obscure stuff, games that I watched 20 years ago and I don't remember. I mean, it's pretty awesome.
I appreciate that.
But what I mean, and I just want to say 2 things really. One is, as sports fans, you know that no team wins every year.
Exactly.
And I think that's the situation that we're in. I wouldn't be pessimistic just because, we're not playing well right now. And suppose we win this year, and then we're in the same situation next year. Are you going to be moaning and groaning? We won 3 in a row. No team wins every year. So you're coming to a realization, I think, that has been in our face for several months now.
It's a good point.
That's the first thing I want to say.
No, that's a really good point.
What's
Because I've been
next
telling
thing?
Bonte, it just doesn't feel like our year. How many times have I said that?
I cover every damn game. Of course, I feel the same way. I got to watch it. More intently, you guys can take a nap while watching the game. I can't.
I wish I could get paid to watch.
Man, it's actually pretty cool. Doug, go ahead, continue.
I wanted to make just a real quick.
Yeah.
We had Damian Jones at one point.
Yep.
And we had James Wiseman at one point. Okay. The difference between those two guys is like night and day. You can talk something into existence. What I saw when I watched James Wiseman was a guy who was fluid, who had a baby hook from 10 feet that nobody could stop, who could block shots, who could catch lobs if the Warriors knew how to lob to him, who could actually bring the ball up the floor. There's something else going on because the kid's just out of high school, injured for a couple of years, but when he's on the floor, he's not as bad as people are saying.
Agreed.
So, that's
a good point.
I think he's gonna be a good pro, and I wish him the best.
One also, I would add to that. Furthermore, to your comment on Wiseman, I think a lot of Warrior fans don't watch. I'm not saying all. Some don't watch a lot of basketball with dominant big players in the game, and they're not accustomed to seeing their team play with a player like that, so it looks goofy and clunky. And they're accustomed to the Zaza, set a screen, Kevon Looney, set a screen, Bogut, top of the key, get the ball, pass it around. They're not accustomed to seeing a dominant big, like be in our own lifetime, just the Warriors, watching just the Warriors.
Well, if you watch just the Warriors,
Who's
you watch
the last
other
dominant
teams.
big man you had?
But you watch other teams and say, damn, that's what a dominant big man does, which is why we
Yeah, but
always
they didn't see the
salivated over the big
clunkiness.
man.
But they didn't see the clunkiness of the development before it got to being Joel Embiid.
No, what we saw
You know
was
what I mean?
Shaq. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Shaq's
what we
unique.
saw was David Robinson. What we saw was Tim Duncan.
Those are the best.
We saw
I'm talking
big
about the
dominant
development
bigs.
of a young player like that.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, not with the championship.
David Robinson came into the league averaging 22.
Yeah, I know.
And he was also 24.
A lot of people thought Wiseman could do that.
Well, one was 19, the other one was 24 when he came in.
Wiseman could be, and I thought Wiseman was good his rookie season. I really do. People want to throw the plus minus. Oh, Wiseman this, Wiseman that. Wiseman was solid his rookie year.
He was solid his rookie year.
Let's go to Dirty in Allen Rock. Dirty, what's happening? You're on a roast.
Good morning, guys. So, Shaq, is it 10 days of good basketball or is it 12 days, bro?
Whatever. I don't know. Let's try multiple weeks. Let's just do that. Multiple weeks of good basketball.
So look, guys, I'm going to start when they were baby faces, real baby faces. And we had lost to the San Antonio Spurs. And I remember Ginobili had hit this amazing three from way
over Kent Bazemore.
And I was, and guys, I had never been so excited about losing because I seen the torch getting passed. I seen it. I was like, this team's bound to win a title. Me and my boys were happy. We were like, oh man, we got a squad for a whole decade to come. So it kind of came to fruition. Now look, with that said, over the years, if you would have asked me, we had to give up one to Cleveland to get those 3 against them, I would have done that. I had to. I tell myself that to make myself feel better that, we had to give one up to get them 3. So
hey, you know what? It was worth it.
now,
KD
over
came.
The years, look, when they look at guys, when they chased that 73-9 record, and they had made the decision to go all out and chase that record, I think not only did it pay off for the future, that learning lesson, but losing that, of course, hurts. Well, I mean, no one's going to celebrate that, but at that moment in time, I think it taught the Warriors team a valuable lesson that applies to today and that they're using to today to not exhaust themselves. What Leg said was so true. This team, at times during the regular season, I mean, it's hard to get up every night for the Wizards and for who are we talking about here? We're talking about the Hawks and the Magic. It's hard to get up every night for them guys when you got to turn it on and you're going to be there when the time comes. And these guys know they're going to be there. All right. So I'll leave it at that.
But they don't know they're going to be there. Right now they're the 9 seed.
Yeah, but that could flip tomorrow. That could flip today. That could flip next week. We've seen them be as high as 4 or 5 and drop back down to 10.
Yeah.
It is true. There is a point to being bored in the regular season. With championship teams, there is a point to that.
But I think the difference from last year to this year, last year you got out to a great start, and then you were able to, do whatever you wanted throughout the regular season. You haven't had that luxury. So everything feels more tense.
So you look at them right now. The Golden State Warriors. They've got 28 losses. So you got Denver number 1, right? They have 18 losses. The Grizzlies have 22 losses. The Kings have 24 losses. The Suns have 27. And right after the Suns, it's the Golden State Warriors with 28 losses. There's 4 teams with 28 losses. There's another 4 with 29 losses. I mean, in a loss column, they're right there. And those are just the facts. That's what the data shows. Yeah, I know you don't like it, Shasky. Data shows you in the loss column, they're 5th in the West.
I love when you sell me on filet mignon and I take a bite and it's straight up bologna.
No, I sell you nothing but the best. When have I let you down?
Oscar Mayer Bonte.
I've never let you down. I never let you down, man.
You are not House of Prime Rib Bonte.
I'm telling you, dude, I don't let you down. I'm due for a trip at House of Prime Rib.
I haven't been there in so long.
Yeah, same here.
God.
I need to go.
We should make that happen.
We should.
Yeah.
My buddy Philly, Philly Zoo, we made the bet, but he didn't commit to it.
Now
he's saying that. I said,
I'm Phillied out.
Yeah, you Phillied out?
I'm Phillied out.
Why are you Phillied out?
I'm just ready to take on a new city.
Could be Phoenix.
Now
could be the Clippers.
Now that would be fun.
Could be Denver. Could be Memphis again. Let's go out to the lines again. Who believes in the Warriors? Who's a believer? Oscar Stockton.
Hi, Oscar.
Are you a believer?
Yeah, what's going on, Valentine?
What's up?
A believer. Everybody know me all day, every day. I close my business down every day to make sure I come home and watch the Warriors game. Because you know why? The Warriors, you just set the record. We got 28 losses. The West is right there. And for us to still be right there in the West and nobody ran away with it, what makes you think that we're not going to turn it on? And ain't nobody else turned it on. Everybody turned on the draft picks, but that's not guaranteed them to get 4 championships in 8 years like we did. And besides that, we didn't win 4 championships without a dominant big man. In the LeBron James era, you got to have faith, man. And you just got to look at the coaching staff that we got compared to other coaching staffs. Then the Warriors, we right there. The only thing we need to do in the last 24 games we got is win 17 and guarantee you we're going to be in the top 5 spots. Wow. And from there, the sky's the limit. Who's scared of the Joker? Who's scared of the King? Who's scared of the Grizzlies?
Talk to him, Oscar.
Man.
Woo.
Please.
Woo. Talk to him, Oscar. Talk to him. Preston, San Ramon, talk to me. You got Shasky smiling for once. Shasky's smiling here. He's starting to believe because of Oscar. Preston, are you a believer in the Golden State Warriors?
Oh, I'm a huge believer, Bonte. Just like I'm a huge believer. Y'all need to go check out International Smoke.
Oh yeah, I know about International Smoke.
Yes, sir.
I'm well aware. Michael Mina, Aisha Curry.
Yes, sir. Oscar said stop playing with him. Preston, why you got faith in the Warriors turning this thing around?
Hey, man, who didn't play last night?
Steph Curry.
Who didn't play last night? Steph Curry, right?
Yep.
We don't know when he's coming back.
Best player didn't play last night. They were down big, and they turned it on, and they came back, and they whooped the Wizards. That is progress, and they did not give up the lead at the end of the game. Every win without Steph Curry is like extra credit. Sprinkles, whipped cream, cherry, whatever you want. We
extra credit? Wait, time out.
Hey, you know what?
They're
Preston,
drowning, and they're grabbing the boat, trying to hang on for dear life. What are you talking about extra credit?
Preston, I'll give you credit.
They're trying to make the playoffs.
People on the West Coast don't know this. Wizards were 7-3 in their last 10. They were starting to roll, baby. Wizards just starting to roll.
I'm glad that you've got the Eastern Conference standings up with their last 10 sitting on the right-hand column.
This is why TV Bonte comes into play. You got all the data. I know who's what. Preston, go ahead. Continue, Preston.
Kerr has said this many times in the past. After the All-Star break for champions, that's when they turn it on. That's when the real season starts. Before All-Star break, you're just trying to get through it mentally. It's a grind.
It's a grind.
All-Star break.
Hey, Preston.
When Steph comes back. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Finish. I want to hear what you're finishing with.
Post All-Star break is big boy basketball, baby. So the champ's going to be ready.
My boy said
That
big
when
boy
Steph comes
basketball.
back, right?
That's hey, Preston. You know what? You got me believing a little bit more. Call him you and Oscar, man. I'm telling you, Reese and Vallejo. Reese. Talk to me, Reese. Please tell me you believe in the Dubs, the 4-time champs. 4-time champs in the last 8 years. Turn down your radio, Reese. I know you in the Valley Joe. You slapping. Reese, what's up?
The VALLEJO.
There you go.
Yes, sir. Just to comment on what the other guys are saying, it's with the look on Curry's face tells it all. I mean, the bench is balling right now.
We lost him. He said the look on Curry's face when he saw that bench balling out there.
That reminded me of the Warrior regular season. There was a moment of optimism and then just completely fell flat.
Oh, man. Morelli out there in India is asking me, what if the Warriors win a championship this season? Where do you rank them all time? Oh, they win this one.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, get me on that 30 for 30. I'm going to open it 30 for 30.
Oh, yeah?
Let me open
How
it
would
30
you
for
open
30.
it?
I don't know, man. I'm telling you, dude, I don't know if I want to be at Chase, at the crib, the lab, 95.7 plastered everywhere, NBC. I don't know how. My boys are believing in Dubs. That's what I wanted to hear. That's the stuff that I want to hear. Basketball, big boy. You heard
They're
Preston?
saying that you're getting the spirit like you're in church, like you fell backwards.
The Holy
like
Ghost.
The preacher's like really feeling it.
I am
Make
feeling
sure you
it.
put your money in the collection plate.
Well, I'm not.
I need to be in a band.
Do churches take Venmo now?
I don't know. But the reason why
I guarantee you churches take Venmo now.
When you're sending your daughter and eventually she'll be going to private school somewhere, you want them to know who Bonte Hill is when you put your name on the collection envelope and you put it in every single month because you want her to get, stay in school and get that easy path to acceptance into all these private schools as you rip private schools on the daily.
Giants for life. Giants for life. Why you got to do that to me? You ain't coming anywhere near a Warriors 30 for 30. Why? I've covered it all the championship years. I've been part of it. I've covered it all. Why can't I be on there? Just give me 5 seconds. There's one little shine. Nobody loves 30 for 30s more than me. Nobody. Feeling it right now, man. Hot. Boy, what? Let's go back to before we get to Xfinity Fast 5. You know what? Go to Xfinity Fast 5. These lines are lit up. I got people fired up. Let's go. One thing the roasters can count on. Shasky, Love, Miss Spinoni. One thing the roasters can count on. Frisco Bonte goes nowhere. Fibbo Bonte goes nowhere. Radio Bonte is always here, baby.
Aren't you taking a week off?
Absolutely. I need a break. The All-Star break. I use my vacations. But you see that, though? This is what separates me from a lot of people. A lot of people knowing that they have vacation coming up, they mail the show in. They just mail it in, they coast, they don't do anything. Nah, I go even harder. I go harder. So when I leave, tomorrow morning, they'll be like, damn, we missed that guy. When is he back? I'll be back next Wednesday, ready to roll. I don't mail it in before vacation.
Stretch 9.
Hey, let's go.
Jesus.
That's why they call me the King.
Are you a pizza
That's
man?
why they call me the King, Spinoni. Because I don't mail it in before vacation. Come ready to roll like I missed this baby. I may cancel my vacation now. I want to be back tomorrow. Let's go Xfinity Fast 5. Xfinity Fast 5. Start off with Gene. Gene, you believe it in the Dubs?
I'll say this. I will follow the Dubs, and I don't believe in them until they are either mathematically eliminated or until they lose a playoff series.
Oh.
I mean, we should have learned that lesson last year, okay? They just got to get this pall that's hanging over them, dissipate. It's got to go away. There's this business about, the double standard between the vets and the young. Somehow they're going to overcome that. They have to get healthy. They have to get on a roll. But once again, look what they did last year. And if they manage to win this year, that will easily be the greatest championship of all time for the franchise. No question.
Oh,
until the one after that.
Rick Barry's got nothing on that one. You heard that? Rick Barry 1975 championship would have nothing on this one, Rick Barry.
Rick is busy playing pickleball.
He is. He's one of the best out there in the nation. Shout out to Scooter, by the way. Scooter, what's up? Let's go Let's go to Chris and San Leandro.
What happened to you?
What happened
Did
to you?
Did you take a gummy at 8:07?
San Francisco started looming. I had Frisco Shasky all morning on the Monday after the Super Bowl, singing songs, cry, Eagles cry, all that stuff. All of a sudden, San Francisco, once the real right came on, it's like, damn, what happened? Damn. Ritter lose a game?
Well, no, I watched the Laker game. That's what happened. I watched the Warriors lose to the Lakers.
They won
That's
last night.
literally what happened.
You know what? We got to take the Wizards, right? They beat the Wizards last night. Chris Leandro,
It's
what's
like a
happening?
buffet cart. We only sift through the good stuff.
Chris, what's happening?
We're the reigning, defending world champions. You add Wardell, Stephen Curry, and GP2 to this rotation. Tell me who has a deeper rotation than this in the West or the East, man.
Talk to him, Chris.
We're taking it again.
Let's go, Chris.
GP2's out for multiple months.
So it does exist. There's people who believe. I didn't think that was possible. I didn't think it was possible. There are believers out there. Reese Vallejo. He's back. He's back. He's back on the roast. He can't get enough. Reese, what's happening?
What's going on, brothers? My bad for the last disconnect, but I was saying that our bench is rolling, man. Our bench is clicking. DiVincenzo, Poole, even JaMychal Green, everybody is rolling right now. And the look on Stephen Curry's face says it all. He believes. So if he believes in the bench, he knows that they can turn it on when they want. Him, Clay, Draymond, and Wiggs, and even Loon. So we're going to turn it on for our starters. Our starters are what the problem are right now, but they're not worried about it, like the last caller said.
I swear to God, you sound like Matt Barnes.
After the All-Star break, that's when champions turn it on. That's what the last caller said, and I totally agree.
That's what Preston said. Hey, Reese, we got to run. That's a hell of a call. He said the look on Steph Curry's face.
Oh, the look.
Oh, my God. He got me so fired. I'm ready to put on the jersey right now.
How about the look of the limp away from the podium? Did he check that out?
Listen, as Preston said, Shasky, big boy basketball after the All-Star break.
You're sipping holy water right now.
Charles in South City.
You're drunk off
Charles
holy
in
water.
South City. What's happening, Charles?
Hey, I still feel like there's hope for the Warriors. All he needs is a little rest for the All-Star break, and they'll be good. Trust and believe. We know how the Warriors do. Give them a little rest, and they'll be good as new. Trust and believe. That bench is clicking, and I feel like there's a legitimate chance to definitely make a run to the playoffs. Have a good day, y'all.
Hallelujah. Oh, boy. Hallelujah.
Last
Paul,
time
it's been a
When was
while.
the last time?
Oh, it's been a while. It's been a while. For not counting funerals, it's been a while. Paul in San Jose, what's happening?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, Paul. What you got?
Good. I believe in the Warriors, but I got to believe the NBA is too soft because the NBA players with these high salary contracts take too many freaking days off. They need to just play. You work 5 days, I work 5 days. They can just
Hell, I work
the
7
rest
days
of the
sometimes.
season and not take it. Look at Looney. Looney has 160 days without a day off, and he plays every game. Why can't the top players do that too?
Love that, Paul. That's how we'll end Xfinity Fast 5.
Is that what we're doing?
That was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity Supercharger Home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. And you know what I accomplished, fellas? Shasky Smiler show those teeth again, man. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I wanted to see before leaving. That's my guy right
Delusional.
there. That's my guy right there. That's
Hi,
my
guys.
co-host.
He wasn't,
That's my co-host.
he wasn't smiling?
I
That's my
smile
quarterback.
every day I walk into this this building and I'm smiling. You
And
can
then he
ask
sees-
Sam Lovin.
and then he
Sam
sees-
Lovin.
then he
Sam Lovin.
sees me, and he's like,
every
oh, damn.
morning I come in and I put my coffee down and I go, Sam Lovin, how you doing? I give him a big, high five. I come in a good mood every day.
That's
Every
my
day.
co-host. Why wouldn't you?
Exactly.
That's my
We're
co-host
very
right
blessed.
there. That's my
Very
co-host.
blessed, yeah.
That's what I'm
Now the
talking about.
Warriors, Darren is blessed right now.
They won.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah, it's
what more do
great.
you people want?
Hang the banner.
Exactly. Light the
That
beam.
was-
Man, wrong team.
It was a pretty unsatisfying win.
Thank you, Mark.
I said that to open
That's
the
all
show.
I'm saying.
I said that to open the show, but you know what?
It's pretty unsatisfying.
You get the win.
Yeah.
It's not
It's a win.
satisfying. There's been a lot of losses. Now what? We move.
We move. I'm in a spot in my life where, and maybe it's because I have a new baby. And one thing I've said to my wife over and over is we're going to celebrate the wins. We're going to, when we get into the tough spots, when baby girl's not feeling well, when she's waking up every 90 minutes, and when we're in the deep water at 2:42 and we're trying to put her back down to sleep, that's tough. But when she sleeps well, when she eats well, when she cracks a smile and she has a good day, we're going to celebrate the wins. And so when the Warriors give up whatever they gave up, $120 something.
$126.
When they didn't look great against a team that's not very good, but they got the win. I'm going to celebrate the win.
That's fine. Hold on, League Pass. Wizards were 73 their last 10.
Yeah, I know. I haven't missed a dribble of Wizards basketball.
No, I don't know why my mind went.
Stop, John Wall.
Durant's going there in any minute. He's going to Washington. You know he's from there. Anyway.
Yeah. Javaris Crittenton? No, let's not go there. Let's not go there.
What you said is totally fair. And you know, so they win and that's fine. But I don't know why my mind went here. And Tibbs and I were just talking about the other room, and we'll go ahead and burn this at 9:01.
I love it.
Do you know how many times the Warriors gave up north of 125 points all last year? All games, wins, losses, everything. How many times did they allow the other team to score north of 125 points?
5 times.
What's the over?
Got a guess?
What's the over?
No, just a guess.
Just throw a number
10.
out.
Oh, I think twice is the number.
The number is twice.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
Twice.
I was guessing it because outside I said 1
all
or
year
2.
long. All year long.
And this year?
They're already at 13. 13, and we are not in March yet.
One of those games was my Orlando Magic.
Quarter. Every first quarter.
What's that?
Our Orlando Magic.
Our Orlando Magic. Tyler Mitchell is also a League Pass Orlando Magic.
How many times have they won those games when they gave up $125? Are they like 6 and 7?
No, it's less than that, but it's more than just last night. I mean,
right, where they've won. They've given up $125
I'd have to go back in there, but it's 3 or 4 times that they've actually won those games. But I guess this is what, and I don't want to shut down the Dreamers. That's very off-brand for me, for crying out loud. But it's not about can they find
exactly.
Wiggins was this style that they are currently playing will not win. Period. And that's the wrap. I don't care who's healthy. I don't care. It's not going to win.
Willard.
Yeah.
You've got to believe.
Oh, boy.
Willard, I'm with
faith.
you. In the words of Silvio from Sopranos, you're only as good as your last envelope.
I got plenty of faith, but they can't play like this. It's not about who's playing, and it's not about can they flip a switch. I don't know when they slipped and fell into this style of basketball.
Who do you believe in more? Brock Purdy's elbow or to go to say Warriors?
In terms of what?
Yeah.
What is believing in the
Brock Purdy being ready for week 1?
lineup card.
Who's closer? Wait a minute. Are you asking me who's closer to a title?
Logan Webb bullpen.
It's definitely Brock Purdy. He's definitely closer to a title right now than the Warriors are. There's 2 good teams in the entire NFC.
Look at Shasky.
I don't even know.
There's 2 good teams.
I don't even know. It wasn't even a serious
My head
question.
hurts this morning.
You're listening to 95.7
I didn't get much of your show.
You're listening to 95.7 KGMZ FM and HG1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. I've been talked to about the legals, man.
No.
Mark Willard does it at 12 o'clock every time.
All I would say,
not every time, but
I've come in here and we've had group thread conversations. I've talked to these guys all the time. I talk to Bonte off air, on air, whatever. I'm watching this team. I'm like, it's just not our year. Like, this happens in sports. Like, I don't expect to win it every year because they're not playing a brand of basketball that I believe consistently enough, or at least over a stretch of time. Last year, when they did struggle in February and in March and in April, there were baked-in reasons. Oh, Clay's coming back. Oh, Draymond's hurt for 2 months. Steph got hurt. But they had such a great run at the beginning of the year. I was like, I could see it, right? I could see what they've done. This year, they have had no sustained. Like, yeah, this is Warrior basketball.
But it's not, for me, like, I think all that is fair. I just don't, the whole, like, it's not their year thing is just not enough of the conversation for me.
They
I want to know
too many threes. This is what I'm saying.
I want to know why.
Wrong
no, this is what
I want to know
because
why.
They're playing wrong.
Right.
Like, last year they played completely different. Last year they were 13th in the league in pace because they had faith in their defense. Yep. They didn't have to play this way. This year you have no faith in your defense. You're number 1 in pace. This year's team is what Charles Barkley described 7 years ago when he said, a jump shooting team can't win a title.
100%.
This is the team he's talking about because this team is a jump shooting team that doesn't defend. This is the team that Barkley was talking about. This team, the way they play, cannot win a title.
And when you are at home, let's run the scenario here. You're at home, you're coming off a frustrating loss, you're playing a bad team, and you go 20 for 40 from 3, you have to win by 25.
Wow.
That's a blowout.
But they gave up 30 to two other guys.
What happens if you miss 2 of those threes? We've got a one-possession game.
I know.
You played that well offensively, and the Wizards are within 9?
Well, when you start the game with a Draymond Tech, and now he's walking the tightrope for the rest of the season, like we've got how many games left? 26? How many games you got left?
25.
25. So every single Tech he gets suspended now?
Yeah.
Every other.
I'm here for
every
the panic.
other.
You get suspended at 16, and then you get suspended at 18.
It's confusion.
Wow.
He's freaking out.
I'm confused. Like I literally, I want to sit down with Kenny Atkinson or somebody.
What's
and go,
more confusing, Mark?
Why
to go to St. Warriors this season or Trey Lance's throwing mechanics?
Oh, how did we get there?
I'm just messing with you, man.
Okay.
I'm just messing with you.
I'm
sorry.
I'm with you. Wait,
I'm
so,
sorry.
okay,
Market
Kenny
the mechanics coming up at 9:30.
I lost you there.
No, so you're asking Kenny Atkinson, what was that again?
I just don't understand why the defense is playing this way.
Well, who's a good defender who stays in front of their man right now? Because right now Jordan Poole, that's not in his ethos.
It's all the same people that played on the team that won a title 8 months ago.
Yeah, but
what happened?
I mean,
I'll tell you what happened. The right adductor strain happened for Andrew.
Yeah, that's true.
Because he was shooting 45% from 3. And he was shooting 51% from the floor and was going back to the All-Star game, playing top-flight defense.
Defensively, Klay Thompson is a step slower. Steph Curry's a year older. Draymond Green is not the same defender. Andrew Wiggins, injuries, non-COVID illness, whatever you want to say.
Draymond Green's been on record that he only gets up for big games.
Exactly.
So that's
exactly.
He's been on record saying that.
Andrew Wiggins is not playing the same way he played last year. You don't have GP2. Otto Porter Jr. is a better defender than JaMychal Green.
Yes.
And you can go all the way through the roster. There's not one player who is a better defender this year than he was last year.
Yeah.
Their offense is going to have
been really good.
Their offense is going to have to be their defense this season. The pressure they put on opponents offensively with all the threes they make, they're number 1 in the league when it comes to three-point makes and number 3 when it comes to three-point percentage. When they make threes and they're cooking offensively, they're going to force teams to try to keep up with them. And I have to believe.
Number 2 in turnovers committed, number 2 in fouls committed.
I get all that.
So your offense is also your worst defense.
Also, what I'm banking on,
threes and missing.
What I'm banking on, actually, again, they have the third best percentage in the NBA.
When you shoot that many threes,
they make the most threes,
and you give up transition
buckets. They're number 3 in percentage when it comes to three-point basketball. So I don't know what you're talking about.
No one's saying that they can't shoot well.
Number two, the stat where they've blown double-digit leads 10 times. I think that's going to flip at some point. They're not going to just keep blowing double-digit leads. Not when Steph comes back and plays.
So this is the reverse of the Minnesota Vikings.
The sense of urgency that they know they got to have. This is a championship core. I'm going to believe it until I see it. And what I mean by that is until they get beat in the Western Conference, then I don't believe they could be beat in the Western Conference with this core. Because I do believe they have a switch to turn it up, especially when it comes to blowing double-digit leads. I don't think that's going to continue. That's just my honest opinion.
Last year they gave up. Last year they were number 2 in the league in field goal percentage allowed, 43.8. This year they are 15th in the league in field goal percentage allowed at 47.3.
Yeah,
so the straight up essence of basketball is me preventing you from making baskets. Opponents are making baskets at a much higher rate. You turn it over a ton and you foul too much. All of that adds up to you being a bad defensive team.
I'm totally with you that they can still be better in April, turn up flip the switch. We can do all that. But you said something there a second ago. Their offense is going to have to be their defense. That doesn't work.
Why not?
The defensive rankings in the NBA right now, number 1, Boston Celtics. Number 2,
what was Boston last year?
Denver Nuggets. Number 3, Milwaukee Bucks.
Do you really believe the Nuggets are going to be able to guard in the playoffs?
You're not. All I'm telling you is I'm just
asking a question.
I'm not a disbeliever in the Warriors, but it's a stylistic change that needs to happen. You will not beat these teams in May and June with the defense the Warriors are offering.
You got to turn it up
You
a little
will
bit.
not win. Period.
When you were off last week, I ran through the last 10 NBA champions, offensive rating and defensive rating, and what the numbers show you is you have to be a top 5 offensive team. You don't have to be a top 5 defensive team. You just can't be a terrible defensive team. Yeah. When the Warriors won the chip, not last year, but the years with Kevin Durant, they were number 1 in offense, and they were slightly better than mid-pack on defense. So you don't have to be an elite defensive team. You just can't be this bad as the Warriors have been. That's what the numbers tell you over the last 10 years.
What do you guys have coming up? Because we have show meeting. We got to get out of here. It's party time.
We got a show coming up. That's what's coming up. Dalton Johnson's coming on, but yeah.
DJ.
Yeah.
Petaluma's finest. Make sure you say Petaluma's finest.
I've been to Petaluma a lot lately.
Yeah, you can pet a donkey, pet a llama, but you can't pet a luma.
Yeah, very good.
Was he Petaluma High or Casa Grande? Because that's we got to make sure
I'll
we
get
know
Tommy
that.
Call on there. I don't know. I know they were rivals.
Because I'm a Casa Grande guy.
okay.
Amy G, the same.
Well, when you
Johnny
introduce him,
Gomes,
make sure you
Casa
say
Grande.
Petaluma's finest.
We'll do it.
Petaluma's finest, Dalton Johnson.
Also, before you run, would you jump in on this? Because we got some Wiseman stuff also, but let's extend the conversation for a second that we were having yesterday. NFC quarterback draft. If Jalen Hurts goes number 1 overall, who are you taking next?
NFC?
Yeah, because I know, like,
for next year or for like the future?
Yeah, right
for
now.
Next year. Well, no,
today,
for next year.
Today, yeah. So today, if you're drafting a quarterback in the NFC, because what's interesting is
I might take Dak. Which is crazy.
Yesterday we went, well, who's the next best quarterback, and that messes with people's brains because they don't know how to define. So everyone's got a different opinion.
For next year, I might take Dak over.
I'm taking Jared Goff, and I'm
that's a good one. You know what? That's a good one.
I'm taking Jared Goff.
Crazy, isn't it?
It
Jared
is.
Goff.
Well, Jamison Williams is going to be a
really
monster
last year.
wide receiver. I love
their
roster.
offense. Their offense plays.
Amos Brown is sick.
Their
They've got
offense plays.
squad.
Yeah.
And they've got a nice offensive line.
How many names before you get to Brock?
Kirk Cousins goes before Brock, in my opinion, still.
Dak goes before Brock.
I think he's in the top 5.
And I don't know if Aaron Rodgers is an NFC quarterback.
Well, I'm
or not.
assuming he's not.
Yeah,
exactly.
That was
I
the
don't
way
know
I
if
did
he
the
is.
math.
Right.
I assumed he
Right.
wasn't.
So today you could still take
Derek
him.
Carr might be an NFC quarterback.
I'm still taking Stafford over Brock right now just because I got to see Stafford decline one more year before.
Yeah.
I'm trying
Stafford
to give him
may
his.
never
I'm
play
not even
again.
a Stafford guy.
Stafford might be done with that neck issue.
I know.
So
And he
I
was
would
leading-
take Brock
he's-
ahead of Stafford.
he's
Take
leading the
Baker
league.
Mayfield.
Nah,
Then
that's a pass.
Baker looked good with the Rams.
Listen,
Maker Bayfield.
I'll say this. One of the things I value, and I know Shanahan has said he feels the same way. Like, we talk about Stafford, we talk about Dak. Yeah, they've got some cachet, but man, they throw a lot of picks. Like, they throw so many interceptions.
He was better with Amari though. When they had the 2 wide receivers, he was. I agree with you. I'm not even a Dak fan. I just think he is a very accomplished player.
I love the quarterback that does not turn the ball over. That's what Jalen did a great job with that. Brock did a great job with that. Cousins does a good job with that. Stafford and Dak.
Well, do you like Josh Allen? Because he turns it over a lot.
That's kind of like a Warriors conversation.
Right.
That's like our offense is so good, we're going to overcome our defense. That's kind of what Josh Allen does, but it has not been good enough when it matters.
No.
It's not good enough in the
Because at
end.
times, my biggest criticism with Aaron Rodgers is he doesn't let it rip.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
Not anymore.
he's risk averse. Anyway.
All right, you guys have a great show. See you guys tomorrow.
That phrase, it just brought up Correa again. Sorry.
Their longtime friend.
Yeah, it's so off-brand for me, but a little bit different than maybe some of the conversations we've had in the past. I do not consider myself a disbeliever. I fully believe that the Warriors story has not been written yet. It has not been written yet. I think there's going to be some different stuff coming down the pike when we get to the playoffs, if the Warriors get to the playoffs, whatnot. But, like, that's just kind of how I felt last night. Great. You beat the Wizards. You should beat the Wizards. But why are you playing this way? And the truth is probably in the middle of what you and I were just saying in the hallway as to whether the Warriors are different or is the league different with the way it goes about defending right now.
I think it's both, and the league is a lot different in terms of pace. If you look at the pace numbers and you watch any NBA game, it's a lot more up and down and back and forth, and maybe it's the league rules and the way that the game is trending, where offense has such a big advantage, and you've got officials who are told to clamp down on all kinds of contact, and you get more fouls and more free throws than ever before. That's the way the game is going. But you look at the way the Warriors play, and too many nights you see bad defense, and you see a team that gives up too many open shots, too many turnovers, too many careless fouls. They're second in the league in turnovers. They're second in the league in fouls committed. And so it is the league playing a lot faster, but it's also the Warriors playing faster. They are the highest team in terms of pace in the association, and also they don't play a lot of great defense. So I think it's two things that are equally true. Shout out Ralph Barbieri. But in this case, I think it's more the Warriors' defense is just bad.
Yeah, it's good to see Wiggs play the way that he did. That's going to be a big, big part of it. And it's not for me even hitting threes and putting up big points. It's that aggressiveness that we're always looking for. It's crashing offensive boards. His athleticism is so fantastic. He's a beautiful freaking basketball player when he adds in that effort. He is just an unbelievable basketball player. So to see that, it's all very encouraging. And if you do go back to last year, remember, our faith and our thought was kind of in the same spot in February. Maybe it was a little higher than this because it was a team that was fighting for a top 3 seed, and this team is just fighting, period. So maybe optimism a little bit lower this year, but I'm trying to figure out, and I don't know who it is on planet Earth that would even answer this question. Draymond, Atkinson, Kerr, Myers. I have no idea who would even give a straight answer.
Right.
But like, what happened? You know, James from Tip Talk was over here a few weeks ago. What happened?
Totally.
What happened? Why are you out here all of the sudden overnight and you just went individual by individual and went, well, each of them are worse defenders. Can we just say that? In 9 months, everybody physically suddenly got worse? That's weird to me.
It's weird, but it also, what we've talked about many, many times in terms of defense takes effort and motivation. And right now, as a group, they haven't shown that they are as motivated to play defense now as they were last April, May, and June. And it's easy to look at Andrew Wiggins as example one because the way he played in the Western Conference Finals and the NBA Finals was good enough to lift this team to a championship. He was their second best player in the NBA Finals, and some thought if it wasn't for Steph Curry in Game 4 in Boston, he might have been the NBA Finals MVP. He was playing at a whole nother level, and I know he's been injured this year with the adductor strain and the non-COVID illness, but Andrew Wiggins himself has not been the same player defensively. Klay Thompson has been okay. He's been great offensively. Defensively, he's not the same on-ball guy that he once was. Steph Curry's never been a great defender. Jordan Poole's playing more minutes, and he is a virtual turnstile on defense. Kevon Looney is sturdy, but he's largely limited on defense, and Draymond can't do it all alone. And then you go to the bench. You don't have GP2. Dante DiVincenzo, he's a good defender, but he's not locked down by any stretch of the imagination. You've got no rim protection, and the numbers tell you all you need to know. You're giving up a much higher percentage from the floor defensively than you did last year. You foul more, you give more possessions because you turn it over and you play fast, and all those things add up to you being a bad defense.
Yeah, it's so fascinating to me. It's all still sitting there for them. I know, they're the 9 seed. They're game and a half out of the 4 seed. Game and a half out. It's all still sitting there for them. And oh, by the way, just a quick check-in. This is a small sample. I'm not doing a victory lap yet. But everybody who went, well, Dallas and Phoenix are now going to be impossible to beat. Dallas has lost 2 in a row.
Right.
And they're giving up 1,000 points a game also. It's simple. Why over the last 2 years have I sat here across this table from you and our lovely friend Joe Spadone is sitting in the other room over there with his Laker fandom? Why do you think I have been able to so roundly dismiss the Los Angeles Lakers every time there's somebody at the corner of a bar or getting their hair cut? If AD and LeBron get healthy at the right time, oh, you don't want to play that Laker. Yeah, you do. They stink because they don't guard. They are right next to the Warriors in terms of opponent points per game. It's a very simple math equation. It's Rocky. It's Adrian. You can't win.
Nice.
You can't win this way. Do you know that the Warriors give up more points per game than the Houston Rockets?
Man, it's bad.
It's gross. It's gross. It's not the stuff that we sit down and watch. I had my remote control. I had a beverage. Sweet. Wiggins is playing, man. Clay is playing. Jordan's playing. They're entertaining, but this style of basketball is it's elementary. It's simplistic. It's just, as you said, it's not right. They're not playing the game the way that you win.
Right. The way that they can possibly win. It's very difficult in the playoffs to go out and beat teams 130 to 129 and do that 4 times in a series where you've got teams with offensive firepower that can match you. And if you talk about defenses in the Western Conference that you might end up facing, you got the Clippers and Phoenix are better defensive teams than you. Almost everybody in the West is clearly better than you defensively. So even when you get Steph Curry back and you get the high-octane offense going, you get the 3-guard offense with Jordan Poole in the starting lineup, things definitely squeeze down in the playoffs where you got to be able to stop teams if you're going to win series. And this team has always done it with at least a pretty good defense. Like last year, they were an elite defense, which is why they won the chip.
They've never won a championship without being one of the top 5 or 6 defensive teams. Like when you look at the Western Conference right now, because I already mentioned Denver's the second best defensive team in the NBA. Memphis, I think, is sitting there at about 5 or 6. They're good enough. They both give up about 112 points per game. The one team that's bucking this system, and it's why I will continue, this isn't being a hater, this is why I will continue to say that the Kings, this is a nice setup year. Next year, the year after that, is when the Kings can actually have an imprint on an NBA season. Because this year, what they're doing is they're the 3 seed by outscoring everybody. They're prolific offensively. They love to light the beam. They're also giving up north of 117 points a game. When you bring that defense and a lack of experience into the playoffs, you're going to get beat. You're going to get beat, especially with the way the Western Conference is now. Like in the first round, if they do get a Clippers or a Suns, they're going to get beat, in my opinion, because of their style. But they're only in a certain arc in their growth. So that, to me, is much more understandable and acceptable. And they're making it work with their prolific offense. They're 8 games over 500. The Warriors, on the other hand, they know better. That's why this is so confusing to me. I'm not saying anything that the Warriors don't know. They know this. They built this.
Right.
This is how they built their dynasty. And now, whether it's because they won't or they can't, same conversation we had a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Whether it's because they won't or they can't, they're going against their own system.
And I think it's more that they can't as opposed to they won't. But part of it too, Mark, is their offense has been their worst defense this year because you're playing so fast and you're relying on the 3 ball. So like you said, last night you go 20 of 40 from 3, 60 points from behind the line. That's a game that the old Warriors win by 18 to 25, going away comfortable. You're lighting it up from 3. You're never in doubt. But this team, they play fast. They're loose with the basketball. You foul so much that you give other teams free points from the free throw line, and you go 20 of 40 from 3-point range, and you didn't have to hold on to win, but you had to hang $130 in order to get a win on a Monday night.
And they were annoying, right? That's hanging around.
Totally.
Hanging around. Every fourth quarter, I sit there and watch the Warriors hanging around. And it's led to some losses. I mean, think about that. If you just took half of the Warriors' blown fourth quarter leads and gave the Warriors, 3 or 4 of those this year, look where they'd be in the standings. Look where they'd be in the standings. They'd be the 3 seed if they just even had a small handful of the games that they've blown. And I'm sure the other teams feel that way too. Would love to hear from you today. Dalton Johnson's going to join us in a little bit over a half hour. Daniel in San Jose here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Daniel, what are you doing? Daniel?
I'm just listening to you guys. I love listening to you guys in the morning.
Thanks, Bob.
But I wanted to say, man, one thing, I cannot stand Jordan Poole. I've been a Warrior fan. I was a season ticket holder for a long time. I cannot stand this man. Every time he's dribbling the ball, I'm so scared he's going to turn the ball over because that's all he does. I actually call it out as he's dribbling. I'm like, no, and then he'll just turn it over at the most opportune times. We have the momentum, and he'll just give it back to the opposing team, and it's so frustrating to watch this guy. He has no fundamentals. And I'm so big on fundamentals. I'm glad Gary Payton is back because he brings that energy. He's fundamentally sound. He's smart. And I just wish Jordan Poole played with some brains because he has so much talent. And that's my big thing today, man. I just wanted to get across. I hear you guys talking about Jordan Poole and his defense, and he's horrible on defense, fouls for no reason, and he turns the ball over way too much. It's so frustrating.
Yeah, Daniel, he's a frustrating ball player to watch sometimes. However, there's also this dynamic. People are talking about Jordan Poole a lot this year, and it makes me think of this. See if this resonates with you at all. It makes me think a little bit of Kruk and Kipe. And here's what I mean by that. Who's broadcasting for the Giants when Kruk and Kipe hang it up?
It's Dave Fleming.
Now, it's Dave Fleming, sure.
You call him Dave Fleming, Jordan Poole?
No, Dave
Fleming.
Fleming.
You don't know Dave Fleming?
I actually do know Dave Fleming.
Yeah, so do I. Great guy. Jordan Poole wishes he was Dave Fleming.
Here's my point. The Giants have actually done a good thing by having that sort of set up. The heir apparent, if you will, is already a part of the team.
Right.
But my point is, whether it's Kruk and Kipe, Vin Scully with the Dodgers years ago, you don't want to be the next after that person. Jordan Poole with the ball, setting things up for the Warriors offense, is right now in a role where we're watching him, and this is what it potentially is supposed to look like when Steph Curry's gone. Newsflash, you're going to hate it. You're going to hate it no matter who it is.
You're going to love it, though, at the same time. The problem with Jordan Poole and the caller's frustration is plays that he makes because he's young and still inexperienced, in my opinion. Now, if Jordan Poole is still making these sorts of boneheaded plays 3 or 4 years from now, I think you've got an argument. But right now, Jordan Poole in his 4th year, he's still learning how to be a one, as you have described it. So you got to tolerate some of the mistakes he makes. In my opinion, he's only 23 years old.
Yeah, no, listen, I get that. And also, he plays too fast. Well, if he plays slower, he's going to get to the rim a whole lot. He's not going to be as good.
Right.
So, yeah, you're right. Similar to what we've said with the Warriors' turnovers in the past, sometimes you got to just stomach some of those because it comes with the territory. Warriors back in action again tonight in LA against the Clips. Tune into Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. We'll take more of your phone calls on this coming up next. Plus, Steph Curry weighs in on the dealing of Wiseman, and you need to hear this. Dalton Johnson in a half hour, Willard and Dibbs.
Damon and Ratto stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
Here's the thing. I think the Eagles would have beaten the Cincinnati Bengals. The Eagles were very good yesterday. The Chiefs are just that much better.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
It's creepy.
95.7 The Game.
Welcome to the IKEA Sleep Sale.
IKEA Sleep Sale?
Uh-huh. Save on all things bedroom, including select bed frames, duvet covers, air purifiers.
And those fuzzy sheepskin rugs?
Yes, and so much more.
Cozy. I'll take one of each.
Hurry in to visit your local IKEA store or go to IKEA-USA.com before the sale goes night-night. Offer valid 2/15 to 2/26. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time. They're the largest distributor in NorCal of many of the brands they carry. Golden State's newly refreshed app offers installation guides, building codes, and much more. And the GSTV link on their homepage is a useful resource. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish door dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new place. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
This week at Macy's, find Valentine's Day gifts for all your loves, like fragrance gift sets they'll adore. Plus, take an extra 15% off with your coupon or Macy's card. On top of beautiful jewelry finds, now 35 to 70% off. And 25% off decadent chocolate from Godiva. Macy's Star Rewards members earn on every purchase except gift card services and fees. More at Macys.com/Star Rewards. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I forgot to say Happy Valentine's Day. I say that to people even if they're not my love. But I love all of you guys. And I love all of you, too, listening. I love all of you. So I hope you feel the love. And happy Valentine's Day. And eat chocolate. Chocolate is good for you unless you're a dog. All chocolate desserts are better than non-chocolate desserts. That's why on Valentine's Day, nobody's giving each other lemon bars. That is my PSA for today. Happy Valentine's Day. Okay?
Yeah.
All
Happy
right.
Valentine's Day. It's happy half birthday eve is what it is.
Oh.
Yes.
Valentine's Day has been canceled.
Usurped. It's always been usurped because tomorrow, as you well know,
February 15th,
is my half birthday, but it's also Kyle Madsen's half birthday. We share a birthday and we share a half birthday.
I've never do you don't do something for your half birthday now, do you?
Kyle and I have already both given each other our half birthday gifts.
Please. Why'd you give them early?
Because it's what we do. You know, we try to clear the decks and make sure that we knock it out in advance.
Why don't I just give you a gift next week then and call it your birthday gift? Yeah.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Oh, except I'm not getting you anything.
Of course you're not. I don't want anything.
Happy Valentine's Day, though. I love you.
Yeah. That and $3.50 to get me a cup of coffee.
I love it.
Where are you going to get a cup of coffee for $3.50?
Hey, you get like one of those.
Well, you get a cup of coffee if you just get like a cup of coffee. But
I
get
where Gabe and I go. We,
and,
as a coffee buying organization.
I miss Gabe.
Yeah, he's coming back.
Yeah.
Soon.
Here he comes.
Hand tats and all.
Pitchers and catchers report. And we do have new rules this year. And we, as an organization, will follow them.
Oh, we're going to get into some of baseball's new cockamamie rules as we try to speed up the game. And by speeding up the game, they're ruining the game, Mark.
You call it
cockamamie.
Cockamamie, but
yes,
I saw a rule yesterday and I went, oh, Dibs is going to be so excited about this. You're going to be so...
One of them I'm excited about.
You were the first person that popped into my brain when I saw the new rule. I'm like, oh my gosh, I hope he doesn't know about this. I want to be the person that breaks the news to you because it's the opposite of killing the messenger. I thought maybe you'd give me a hug. You'd be so excited.
Yeah, which one is that?
So, starting next year, and this was unanimously voted yes, it appears that baseball will largely be doing away with position players pitching.
Yeah, I saw this one.
Let Pablo pitch? No, don't let Pablo pitch. That's a wrap. The rule will be...
Or Pujols pitched, right?
Pujols pitched. Evan Longoria was all excited because he got a hit off a Hall of Famer. Whatever it was. It's ridiculous. It's a mercy rule. And essentially, that's what they've turned it into. The rule will be, if I'm remembering correctly...
Right.
If you're winning... You may not put in a position player to pitch unless you are up by 10 runs or more, and it has to be the 9th inning. If you're losing, I think you can do it at any point. However, you have to be down by at least 8 runs.
Exactly.
So if you're down in the 9th inning, 8-1, get your reliever out there, pick a Rogers, stick him in the game, and play baseball. I thought you'd love that.
I don't love it. I like it.
You hated the position players pitching.
Yes, this is a nice fix because, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but there were more position players pitching last year than all of the 1990s combined. And that's where you look at just what an epidemic it had become. And it's just ridiculous for baseball to get to that point. And it became a strategic maneuver. If we're down by 6 late in the game, I want to save my bullpen, so we're going to go ahead and give up on this game.
We got a 3-game series. I'm going to save my guys for tomorrow. But, it's not a good watch. I mean, I think that this is what the NBA needs to address, MLB needs to address. This is what they're trying to do. I don't know. It's funny. Alex Cora said yesterday, I guess, the new bases arrived, and they look like pizza boxes.
Right.
So bigger bases. Here was another thing that went into effect yesterday. I guess they unanimously voted this runner at second base in extra innings. That's permanent. That's not going away. That is a COVID rule that will stay, and that is forever. Runner at second base in extra innings.
Well, forever until they get a commissioner who's actually got a clue to come in there and actually fix it. And the real fix would be right. And I understand why teams would want to do that. Again, we want to save our guys' arms, but it's not real baseball. When you just decide that you imaginary runner, you put a guy on second who didn't actually earn second base, to me, is ridiculous. I understand why they do it. I would like to see one inning, the 10th inning, play real baseball. And if it doesn't get solved in the 10th, then put a guy on second in the 11th. And if it doesn't get solved in the 11th, put a guy on third in the 12th. And if it still doesn't end at that point, put a guy on second and third in the 13th.
So then just go jump in the water.
It, you know?
Yeah. No, I like that idea. I do like at least one inning of regular baseball. However, I also understand that side of us that wants those things, that side of us is just like the fairness and fan in us. What all these sports are doing is they are just simply leaning toward what entertains their audience. That's it. That's
Right.
it. It's not about fairness. It's not about what's right. It's not about you got to work for it. It's none of that.
But to me, entertaining is the game that I
that's-
paid to see.
Right.
Like international soccer, when you're in a knockout tournament, you play your 90 minutes, and then you go into extra time, which is 2 15-minute halves, and when it's not solved, then you go to penalty kicks. What baseball's doing is going right to penalty kicks after 90 minutes, and a soccer fan would never want that. If you play an extra 30 and still no team has won, I'm okay with it at that point. Let's go to penalty kicks.
I'm with you, but I know you also get it. Like more people on base and more base hits, like no more shift, all these things. It'll be interesting. I have no doubt. We're going to like some of these rules. We're going to hate some of these rules.
It's going to take a long time for me to get used to the pitch clock, for example.
But that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing.
I don't know if it's a good thing or not. It's going to take me a long time to get used to the fact that a guy's going to violate the pitch clock, and now we're going to be watching this clock like we do with the play clock. It got to 0.
Right.
That's delay. That's delay. Well, it's going to take the umpire a minute to look at the clock and see if the pitcher started his motion, and now we're going to have to review that to see if the pitch actually counted. It's going to be a whole new set of headaches.
All I know is that they've been doing this at the minor league levels, and those who have actually watched it say it's great. I've not heard one bad review. So we'll see.
Yeah, it's going to take some time to get used to is all.
Yeah, lots to get into there. But talking Warriors, Dalton Johnson will join us in 20 minutes. And again, these conversations immediately spill into, are you a believer in the Warriors? Are you not a believer in the Warriors? I think you can split the difference here. I'm a complete believer in the Warriors. I think it's odd to not believe in these people. They've proven themselves time and time again. So I have total openness to the idea of this Warrior team still looking different in 2 months than it does right now. I think that's possible. It's on the table. But here's where I am going to sound dismissive. This particular Warriors team's style, that's where I'm giving up. So I'm not giving up on the Warriors. I'm giving up on their current style. So change your style. Whatever it is you have to do, if you can, you need to change that. And I think they know that. But for me, this is a hard stop. This idea that, if they play defense like this, they just need to play better offense and they'll win every game, 132 to 128. Nope. It's never worked. Not in the history of ever. I mean, go back to Grandmama and UNLV. Never lost a game till they got to the finals. And then they lost to Duke. Because defense, all it takes is those one games where the three-pointers aren't falling or whatever. You can't play this way. You can be a three-point shooting team. You cannot be one of the worst defensive teams in the NBA and win. And that's what they are right now. And so either that gets fixed and changed or sayonara, first round max.
Yeah, maybe you make it through a round depending on what the matchup is, but right now it's more than just their defense because they're playing so fast that they don't give their defense much of a chance to be as good as it was last year. Defensive rating-wise, they're dead in the middle of the league, 114.6.
Rating-wise.
Rating-wise, they're 16th.
Points per game, they're fourth from the bottom.
Exactly. But part of that you can tolerate because you play so fast, and you're fourth from the bottom in points per game, and I think you're second in the league in points scored per game. So at that point, you're allowed, you're second behind Sacramento. So if you score a lot, you can give up a lot and still win. But when you get in the playoffs, as you're saying, when things get a lot tighter, games aren't going to be 130 to 129 as often. It's going to be tough for you to go out there and win those games. And I ran the numbers while you were gone, and NBA champions are normally elite on offense and at the worst, mid-pack on defense. And that's what this team is right now. But you have to be better defensively if you're going to make any noise in the playoffs.
And relying on pace, I don't think is good. That doesn't play in the playoffs either because you're getting older, and now you're asking your players to play at a higher pace. Plus, by definition, in the playoffs, things are going to slow down a little bit. Teams are going to push you around a little bit more. And you want your team, whoever you root for, you want your team to be comfortable in that environment. And so far this year, the Warriors have not been. Coach Jim in the city here with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Coach Jim, what are you doing?
driving home from the beach, listening to you guys, wondering. I'm tired of yelling at the radio station when you guys can't hear me.
Yeah, no, it's much better to call so we can hear you, Jim. This was a good move by you.
I was a coach and an ump and a ref in the city for 10 years. So I was a director, park director. That's all gone, though. All the playgrounds are empty. But your last caller talking about Poole.
Yep.
He's absolutely right. But the point that you guys are missing is where's the coaching? Where's the coach grabbing Poole saying, hey, quick distance away the ball. You're going 130 miles an hour. Do 100 miles an hour. Slow it down. Where's the coaching? That's what you're missing, that point.
Hey, Jim, do you ever have kids? Did you ever have kids?
I was a yeller. I was a loud coach.
Well, no, that's fine. No, did you ever have kids? Are you a parent, Jim?
I raised 4 beautiful kids, and Super Bowl Sunday, I started Dad's first annual sports day.
Amazing. I bet you did a great job, but the reason I ask is because you'll relate to this with what you're saying. It's an opinion that all of us have. When you're seeing something that you don't like, and I think that this is when you get to a certain age, too, you just want to grab people by the shoulders and go, stop!
Slow down!
Stop doing that! Do it my way! And, Jim, you know this as a parent. It doesn't work. It doesn't work, right? Try to get your kid to school on time. Try to get them to eat all their vegetables. Try to get them to talk to everybody else with respect when they're 13 or 14 years old. You can't just walk into their room and go, just do it. Do it because I said so. So I'm not saying your point is not valid. Coaching matters. It matters at every level. It matters in the pros. But you're asking elite athletes, the best offensive players in the world, you're asking somebody to grab Jordan Poole and go, hey, stop it.
Well, they already did that, and it was Draymond Green with a straight right hand.
Well,
and how'd that work out for you?
That wasn't about playing stop.
That was about stop it. It's exactly what you're talking about. And you know what, Mark? It actually has become an even bigger issue because you've seen Steph Curry throw his mouthpiece over Jordan Poole not passing him the ball. And you've seen Klay Thompson show open frustration over Jordan Poole and his decision-making. And we're all asking Jordan Poole to do 2 things. 1, be Jordan Poole. Be explosive, go to the hoop, be a young, electrifying presence, but also slow down. Time out. So if I'm Jordan Poole and you want me to be Jordan Poole, which is look to score, have no fear, I'm bouncy, I am quick to the hoop, and I can do all these things that you want me to do, but you also want me to slow down and have this ability to know when I'm supposed to give it to Steph, and I'm 23 years old, and I'm about to get a huge bag of money, and the team leader went out of his way to straight right hand cold cock me in practice. All these things are swirling around Jordan Poole. So you look at last night, he goes 4 for 11, and he had 4 turnovers and 4 assists. Jordan was not his usual freewheeling self. Well, he'll come out tonight, and he'll go 9 of 29, and he'll score 34 points. Jordan Poole's still figuring out who he is supposed to be, all the while on a championship caliber team. So Steph is out. So now we need you to be a different player. Now you're starting. Now you're on the bench. I'm not here to defend Jordan Poole. I've been critical of the way he plays, but a lot of times I think we look at this player in particular and we want him to be like 5 different things at once.
I think you're making a fantastic point. About what this guy's being asked to do, because it's not even just, it's different every night.
Right.
Like, oh, well, now you're the starting point guard. Well, now you're the 6th man. And we would like you to be prolific offensively, but not too prolific. Watch what happened last week when he had the game where he laid back, right? He didn't score 40. He scored 20, and he had his career high in assists. And Steve Kerr and Draymond Green could not get to the microphone fast enough to be like, that was the best thing that we have ever seen Jordan Poole do in our entire lives. So the message to Jordan is, we want you to be really good, but we want you to be doing it this way. And yes, that's how you coach a young player. I think there's some validity to it, but Jordan deserves a lot of rope here to also be like, look, sometimes you do want me to score 40. Sometimes you need me to score 40. Sometimes you need me to do it in the second quarter, first quarter. Jordan, stop. Jordan, go. Jordan quickly turns into a kid at Disneyland. He's 7 years old. He sees his favorite ride. He starts running. Stop. Come back. No. That's too fast. Don't get lost. Hang on, though. We're at Disneyland. That's right. Have fun. Go get him, buddy. And so it becomes stop, go, no, yes, please.
Exactly.
Good. Yeah. And why wouldn't he be confused? Of course he's
Back-to-back
going to be
games
confused.
last week, Mark. He faces Dallas. He goes 1 of 6 from the floor, 3 points, and 1 assist. Then he comes back 2 days later against OKC, the game you referenced. 21 points, 12 assists.
So good.
The next night, 38 points and 7 assists. Then he has 29. Last night, 14. He is all over the board in terms of the way he's playing. And I'm sure that he's looking at this entire situation from the punch all the way through. The Curry injury, the wins, the losses. Wiseman's gone. Kuminga's in. All these different things. And he probably thinks night to night, he doesn't know what he's supposed to be.
Well, and look, it may sound like making excuses, but think of the circumstantial nature of the Warriors' offense this year. Clay plays most of the time. Now Steph's hurt. Andrew Wiggins in, out. Sometimes when he's in, he's sort of there. And then sometimes when he's in, he's prolific like last night. And so, yeah, the Warriors as an offense, they do lack a lot of definition because they are asking certain players to be different people night in and night out. Sometimes it's out of their control because of injuries. I totally understand that. Load management. I mean, some of the games you're looking at is probably like, oh, well, that was a night where they sat all the other good players and Jordan was told, hey, man, go crazy. And, oh, by the way, in a weird way, the last 2 seasons, that Warriors team has actually been pretty effective. Where we go, oh, they're punting on this game. And then Poole will go out and score 38 points, and the Warriors will beat somebody. So they're all being asked to be different guys on a night-in and night basis. If Wiggins were to play consistently like he played last night, I think it'd be a massive help to Jordan Poole because it would allow him to do what we're all wanting him to do, which is lay back a little bit. Instead of trying to score 40, give us 22 and give us 7 to 9 assists and run this team while Steph is out because we also got that yesterday from Steph. He's going to be out a little while.
Right. Yeah, and he said
not
he won't,
coming back right after the break.
Not coming back for the Laker game. I actually was targeting the Clipper game, which I think is March 1st or March 2nd. That was when I thought that he would be likely to come back because the word initially was he won't be reevaluated until after the All-Star break. And if you get reevaluated and you're cleared, it usually takes about a week to get ramped back up. So that puts you into early March. Another player we need to talk about is Draymond Green, Mr. Triple Single. Although you can't even call him triple single. He had no rebounds last night, Mark.
I know, that was weird.
No.
What was that about?
That's almost impossible for Draymond Green to not collect even a single rebound. So I don't know what sort of a funk he was in last night. I know he got a technical foul early. Normally that only gets him to play harder, and yet 24 minutes, no rebounds for Draymond Green. That was a weird performance. I don't know where his head is at right now in terms of, wanting to make this push. Because think about it, Mark. You're basically 2 months away from the start of the playoffs, and this Warrior team at 29 and 28, you're no guarantee to even be a part of the proceedings.
Well, even the fact that he only played 24 minutes is a little bit weird. And I don't know if that had something to do with the technical foul, if they're laying back a little bit. He still had 6 assists. He was active moving the ball offensively. But you're right, odd night for Draymond Green and the kind of stat line that usually would make him go to somebody else's locker with a box score.
Yeah.
Hey, what are you doing? Like, this is exactly the stat line that got him in Wiggins' sort of face during the playoffs last year. You should never, ever have less than 3 rebounds in a game. That literally should not happen with the athleticism and the ability that you have. And so same question for Draymond Green. How do you go 24 minutes without a rebound? Looney had 13. Looney had 13 rebounds last night. Wiggins had 7. those are the numbers. So,
and I know there weren't a lot of rebounds to be had because the Wizards shot 60% from the floor. Mark, you shoot 60% from the floor and lose. The Warriors shot 58%.
Yeah,
so
right
there were
there.
only a grand total of 69 missed shots in an NBA game.
Nice.
It was a remarkable thanks, Gronk. It was a remarkable number of makes, but of the available rebounds, Draymond usually gets his fair share.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, the Warriors shot 50% from three last night. And you would think at home, you do that, you're going to blow someone out. They didn't. So Dalton Johnson's going to get in this conversation with us. We'll continue to take your phone calls. 888-957-9570. Xfinity Mobile text line available. The chat on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you for being here with us. Willard and Dibs brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. NBC Sports Bay Area, traveling with the Warriors. And so all over the inside scoop, what did the team actually think about James Wiseman? What's going on with GP2? Where are the Warriors going from here? We get to all of that with Dalton Johnson next on Willard and Dibs.
Bonte and Shasky bring the heat every morning.
Niner fans, I know, we're disappointed. We're frustrated that Shanahan can't win the big one, as everyone always says that. You got to kind of stick with this thing and let it ride out, because I don't want to be sitting here 5-10 years from now going, how did we let Shanahan get away?
Yeah, he's got to win one, though.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
This is the NFL!
95.7 The Game.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on now. And when you're staring down a 3-day weekend in California, look no further than Toyota. Right now, get low 3.99% APR financing on 2023 RAV4, Camry, Corolla, and Highlander. From snowy slopes to sandy coasts and everything in between. This President's Day, Toyota lets you do it all. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Excludes RAV4 Prime. Ends 2/28/23.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now reporting.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Paid for by Bottom Line Capital. Attention all U.S. business owners. Was your company impacted during COVID? If you had over 5 full-time W-2 employees during the pandemic, you may be entitled to up to $26,000 per employee. That's right. If your business employed more than 5 full-time employees in 2020 or 2021, and your business was affected by the COVID pandemic, you may be eligible for up to $26,000 per employee. To check your company's eligibility to receive $26,000 per employee, call 800-793-0135 right now. We have already secured millions of dollars for businesses just like yours. There is no upfront cost to see if your company is eligible. Just call 800-793-0135 and find out for free how much your company can claim. This approved payroll tax refund program from the United States Treasury Department is for any business who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Best of all, these funds do not have to be paid back. Do not miss this opportunity to claim your company's refund. Call 800-793-0135. 800-793-0135.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
Secrets, cover-ups, and strange phenomena.
UFOs and ideas that challenge reality itself.
My name is George Knapp. I dig into news stories that others can't or won't.
I'm Jeremy Corbell, and for some reason, people tell me things they probably shouldn't. And this is Weaponized. Follow and listen to Weaponized, the presentation of Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Dark Horse Entertainment, and Cadence 13 Studios. Available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your shows.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of a new Frigidaire kitchen suite, complete with the latest technology to keep food fresh, dishes clean, and cooking needs met for all families. Making this the sound of savings on top brand appliances. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Get up to 25% off select appliances, including Frigidaire, right now. Offer valid February 9th through March 1st, 2023. U.S. only. See store online for details.
Seven Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
No, it wasn't L. It was W. But somehow it felt not like an L, but it just, I don't know. You ever go out to a nice, and I bet a bunch of you're all going to go out to eat tonight, right?
Oh, yeah.
The lovebirds are going to get together. Try to go get a reservation sensation right now. Not easy.
Cha-ching.
Not easy if you waited till today like some people. But anyway.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So you're going to go out tonight, and some of you will walk out of the restaurant a little unsatisfied.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, the steak just wasn't cooked exactly right. Now, you still have love sitting across the table from you. You can still have a nice night, but it's a little just unsatisfying. Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area, all over the Warriors. That's last night for me, Dalton. 126 points to the Wizards. Like, yeah, it's a W. It just felt a little unsatisfying. That's all.
Yeah, I guess that was a game that maybe a healthy Gary Payton II could have helped out with just a little bit, right? The defense was definitely lacking. I mean, on both sides of the ball, it was an absolute offensive show. I mean, you were looking at the numbers earlier, and it's like, okay, one team's shooting 70%, the other team's shooting 60-something%. So, again, the Wizards, they shot 60% and they lost the game. That's crazy to think about.
No, it's madness. I actually was just talking to Mark about the Draymond Green no rebound factor, and I realized there were no rebounds to be had either way because the ball kept going through the damn hoop. What do you make of the Jordan Poole experience where one night he's going for 38, the next maybe he's a little offensively tentative? Which Jordan Poole do the Warriors need him to be night in and night out?
Yeah, I think it's tough because in reality, we praise Kevon Looney for playing game in, game out. I don't think it's said probably enough about Jordan Poole that he plays every single game. And truth is, I think that he's someone, as much as anybody else, needs the All-Star break right now. This has been an up and down season for him. The highs are very high. The lows can be head scratching at times. We know how the season started out before the season even began. Then you go into that contract, trying to kind of prove yourself. So I think that he's someone that definitely puts a lot on his shoulders. And that's where I think that really having this reset should help him big time. And a performance like Andrew Wiggins had last night is going to help Jordan Poole immensely. So, because he can't always have the load on his shoulders this heavily, because again, he's had some great performances without Steph Curry, but then at times he just tries to do too much. So that's where I think that the All-Star break is going to benefit Jordan Poole as much as anybody else in the Warriors.
Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area. Hey, before we go too much further into the whole now and the standings, can we back up a little bit and get into the James Wiseman experience? And what was your read on the way the Warriors players and coaches talked about him yesterday now that he is no longer part of the organization?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think if you look, whether it be Bob Myers, Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, everyone who was kind of asked about James yesterday, James really was a very well-liked person within the locker room, within the media too. I really liked any of my interactions with James. It was just a tough situation. So like simple as that, right? And it's hard to say for a number 2 overall pick, but with the inexperience that he had in college, and then, he didn't have his first training camp until this season, until year 3. He played 60 games in 2.5 seasons, and some of that was very much out of his control, whether it be the injuries or COVID, all of that, right? So it's really tough. I think that at the end of the day, when it came down to this tricky and confusing trade, there was no way to really rescind this. I think that it wouldn't be doing Gary Payton II right. I don't think it'd be doing James Wiseman right either. I think that they very much do see that they sent him to a situation that should help him, help his career, let him learn from his mistakes. And Steve Kerr said it yesterday that there just wasn't a runway right now, especially in this season where, they just got back to a game over 500. So it didn't work out. I think it still can for James in the right situation. He's 21 years old, and unfortunately, when you have that high of a draft pick, the highest draft pick that the Warriors have had under Bob Myers, the highest draft pick that they've had since they picked number 1 overall in 1995, when it doesn't work out like that, it is a disappointment. It's a little bit of a letdown, but I think that everyone is kind of not relieved, but a little bit of a weight off their shoulders to kind of get rid of the awkwardness around the whole situation.
And he goes to a team where he is the 6th youngest player. So a chance to play with a couple of teenagers and a bunch of other youngsters. Maybe that's the fit as opposed to a veteran squad. You mentioned the rescinding of the trade and the Warriors deciding not to do it. And now GP2 out for a month, possibly longer. How did that affect the overall mood of the team going into last night?
Yeah, I think they were happy to kind of just have him in the building, obviously. But again, the whole situation definitely came as a huge surprise. And we talked about it at the top of the show as far as why this would have been such a good move for them. It showed in the results like last night. There's really no replicating what GP2 does for this team. The proof is in the numbers. If you look at 2-man lineups, there was nobody better with Steph Curry than Gary Payton II. If you look at defense as well, when Draymond Green was playing center last season with GP2 on the floor, the Warriors had something like a 97.7 defensive rating. It just unlocks every angle of their team, the versatility of it all. I think they're very happy to have him back in the building. He's very happy to be back here. It's just such I think Steve Kerr used the word strange, as far as the situation with now having to wait for him to be able to play again. So, he'll be reevaluated in 1 month, as you guys know, and the hope is that it's not too much further after that. But right now, it's just no basketball activities, and have someone that everyone loves in the building be able to kind of be there on the bench and be around the players and be around the coaches every single day pretty much right now.
Dalton, has anyone asked the question why when it comes to the Warriors defense this year? I know they're middle of the pack rating. They're very down toward the bottom in terms of opponent points per game. Sure, they score a lot too. I get all that. But this team has been a very good defensive team at every stage over the last decade, and with many of the same characters on the roster, all of the sudden they're not. Why? Why is it that way? They know that doesn't work.
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, obviously that's a huge point of emphasis, in losing someone like a Gary Payton II. As far as having this younger bench as well, that they've kind of tried to replace him with different pieces of different players, whether it be a Dante DiVincenzo, a Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody early in the season. So it's just been really hard as far as kind of finding like that cohesion. But I think they're even kind of like, we don't know. I mean, this was the best or a top 3 at the very worst defense in all of basketball last season. And now they're either middle of the pack or near the bottom in some cases as well. So that's a question I think everyone's trying to kind of figure out right now. As far as the steps, why, what is the answer? I don't think that there's just a cookie cutter, here it is, this is the answer, or else they would be able to kind of go, okay, we know the answer now, let's go get it. But again, you bring up a great point, because it is a lot of the same players. Yes, you are missing veterans from last season in Damian Lee, in Juan Toscano-Anderson, Otto Porter Jr., Nemanja Bjelica, different guys like that. So I do think that that's part of the equation, missing those kind of veteran type of players. But overall, I don't think anyone saw there being this many cracks in the defense, because there simply are just too many easy buckets, and other teams can go on too easy of runs like this season. That's where when the Warriors had a lead in the past, it felt safe. Like this season, not so much. Whether it's the fourth quarter, the third quarter, whatever it might be, they can be up by 15, 20 points, and all of a sudden the other team goes on a 7-0 run, and you're like, okay, here we go. Like, this could really snowball effect quickly. And I just don't think anyone has the clear answer right now.
What's the future roster-wise of Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb in terms of their two-way status and whether or not one or both will get that full Golden State Warriors status this year?
Yeah, it's so interesting, especially with the Gary move, right, where you have this open roster spot. You also kind of have not a lot, but a handful of quote-unquote kind of dead roster spots right now.
Iguodala. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Something was in my throat, Dalton.
He's played 3 games. I expect him to play shortly after the All-Star break.
Yeah.
Steph Curry is still rehabbing that lower leg injury. GP2 is out for at least a month. Ryan Rollins has a guaranteed roster spot. He's a second-round pick that barely played and is out for the rest of the season. Patrick Baldwin Jr. has a guaranteed roster spot. He's played 15 games as a 20-year-old rookie. Moses Moody has a guaranteed roster spot. He had solid minutes last night, but his role has diminished in year 2. And that's what's tricky is, do you look at one of these two-way guys? Do you look at the buyout market? I think right now with Steph out, Ty Jerome's role has really, really increased. And I just think that he's a smart player that really fits Steve Kerr's system. I think Anthony Lamb earlier in the year really obviously was a mainstay in the rotation, but kind of out of necessity a little bit too. Andrew Wiggins was out for long stretches. Moses Moody, like I said, his role kind of fell off. They didn't really have that quote-unquote veteran wing, really. And Lamb isn't so much a veteran, but he also was a 4-year college player, someone that's bounced around between the NBA and the G League. So he did kind of bring that presence. He was a really good kind of making a corner three-pointers guy. We saw the faults on defense, but Ty Jerome is someone who just controls the game really well. And when I think of a playoff situation, do I think Ty Jerome's going to go out and play 20 minutes for you? No. but I do think having someone that controls the offense for even a few minutes at a time is really, really beneficial. So it's hard for me right now to not see them giving a long look at Ty Jerome especially.
Yeah, you know what? It's an interesting point. I think a few weeks ago, people would have gone the other way, but he's making a good run at it for sure. Dalton, thanks, man. Great to have you on. Good to hear your voice again.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Always fun.
All right, there it is. Dalton Johnson on the Warriors, NBC Sports Bay Area. Before we get to anything that he said, Dibs, this is just an idea that just popped into my head as I'm sitting here listening to both of you talk.
Talk to me.
We need to do something. You need to do something. We got to get
I hear that a lot.
We got to get you to a spot where Andre Iguodala doesn't mess with your brain and your aura.
I want Iguodala.
And your emotions. We got to do like a seance or so. We got to do something here so that we can get you to just. Yeah, I don't need you to like him. I don't need you to.
It's not about like or dislike.
I don't need you to like what the Warriors did and bring it
I've
about.
been beating the drum for him as a basketball Hall of Famer since before he was even a Golden State
I know,
Warrior.
but can we do something so that we can find a safe space for you?
I'm very happy with where I am with Andre Iguodala.
Because it comes up a lot, and he's a completely irrelevant
I had a cough,
figure.
Mark,
right?
and I didn't turn off my mic in time. Iguodala.
Kyle,
it got stuck in my throat.
When's the last time we did a show where Iguodala's name didn't come up? When's the last time? Do you have that in there? Do you have the?
That's a great question.
Do you have the down?
I'm scrolling.
When's the
Looks
last
like
time?
May 4th.
May the 4th be with you.
May 4th, yeah, Star Wars Day 2009.
2009. What's he play? Was he played 3 games this year?
3 games, Mark.
Okay.
I got the numbers right here. 14 minutes a game. He is averaging 2.3 points a game.
All right.
He's averaging 1.7 assists a game and 2.3 rebounds. He's found his way to turn it over 1.7 times a game.
Let's see. Do you know who has? Patrick Baldwin Jr. How many games has he played for the Warriors?
15.
This year? 15. Okay, so he has played 5 times the games.
Yeah.
That Andre Iguodala has played, and I don't know if his name has come up on this show more than 3 times.
Never heard of him.
Right. So we got Iguodala right now. I know you think, for instance, his salary is off. It's off when it comes to the amount of play he's getting. Well, so are his mentions. Don't you think?
No.
We got to get you to a spot where you're just okay. I need you to be okay.
I'll be okay.
You don't seem okay.
I'm definitely far from okay.
Okay.
If I can Marcellus Wallace for just a minute. I'm okay.
All right.
If he plays basketball, I'll be a lot better. Because the reason why his name just came up, because I asked Dalton Johnson, the pride of Petaluma High, I begrudgingly accepted him on the show. I'm a Casa Grande guy through and through.
We were supposed to welcome him in that way. I forgot.
Me and Amy G and Johnny
bad.
Gomes.
Yeah.
I don't know what Petaluma High has other than Dalton Johnson, which I like Dalton Johnson. He's my favorite Trojan of all time as far as Petaluma goes. I digress. His name came up because I asked a question about the roster.
Yes.
Because Lamb and Jerome are running out of games. When they get to 50 games, you got to make a decision to either roster them or give them the big night-night. And this roster right now is replete with players who don't play. You've got an empty 15th. You've got Iguodala who doesn't play. Ryan Rollins is out for the year. So that's 3 right there. Steph Curry is out. GP2 is on the shelf. So it was a question about the roster, and invariably, when you talk about the roster, the name Andre Iguodala comes up because the guy's taking up a spot and he doesn't play.
So fire me an opinion. Is this what you're saying? Cut Andre so that they can keep Anthony Lamb.
If you are going to be a team that fancies itself as a playoff team, and if you're a team that fancies itself as somebody that's going to need that body, because when you get in the playoffs, you're not playing 15. You're not playing 12. You're probably playing 10 guys at the most.
So what? But what if they said, but Andre will play then? He will.
I would say, see you in the lottery.
Okay. Well, I mean, Anthony Lamb and Andre Iguodala, neither of them as basketball players alone are going to be the key to whether or not the Warriors do well in the playoffs.
Who could potentially contribute more in a playoff series?
So there's
I
a
think
good
the
question.
answer is Anthony Lamb.
All right, so there's a good question, and I don't know the answer to that because we haven't seen whether or not Andre can hold up for a period of time. Their contention is that we're just going to sit here and wait for that. Like they signed Andre for that, and we're not there yet. So,
right.
So their thought is he'll be available to us then, and we'll take Andre's experience over Anthony Lamb.
See, I don't even know if they think.
I don't know if
I
they
don't
know
even know
that
if
yet.
they think that. Last year, Andre Iguodala played 7 playoff games, and he averaged 8.7 minutes per game in those playoff games.
Not a
So,
lot, yeah.
I don't even think that they look at Andre Iguodala as somebody who can help them in the playoffs. I think they signed him as a way to keep him around, do him a solid, and let him be a mentor and a leader. And how's that working out for you, Golden State Warriors?
Air quotes. You air quoted him twice.
He got double quotes.
He is a mentor and a leader.
Right.
Without air quotes.
Okay, let's look at how this year's gone from a mentorship and a leadership standpoint. Draymond Green's on pace for the most technical fouls he's ever gotten, and he punched Jordan Poole in the face.
He's not here to lead Draymond Green. He's here to lead the younger guys.
James Wiseman, he led him out the door.
I guess, how do we know, and this is why it becomes very difficult to quantify.
It's unquantifiable.
How do we know that Andre Iguodala wasn't instrumental in getting Jordan Poole back to a spot where he could play on this team? How do we know?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah.
But I would think he was one of the guys in the room that was an elder statesman in a situation like that. I know that Kevon Looney got singled out as somebody whose leadership was great during that time. I don't know if Andre had anything to do with it at all. I know that that's why they signed him. That's what they said was the reason they signed him.
I tell you
for
what,
moments
Mark,
like that.
I will not say this man's name again.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
No.
I'm not
Much like people do dry January, sober January, I'm going Iguodala free from now until St. Patty's Day. I will not mention him.
But what if he comes up?
Refer,
no, but what if we need to? We might need to. I'm not saying I don't want.
That's what.
I'm not trying to erase the man from the show. I'm trying to get you to a good spot.
I'm in a great spot.
I want you mentally to have your full complement, your full arsenal.
You know what I want,
your
Mark?
arson judge.
I want someone to pay me $2.827 million to chill in street clothes. That's what I want. And then have the audacity to take a microphone and complain about it.
Yeah.
That's what I want, Mark.
Okay. All right.
I'm done.
We'll keep working on
That's it. It's over.
Let's go to
no more mentions. Starting now.
You stay out of my mentions.
Don't be sliding in my DMs.
Angry Black and Milpitas is next up here on Willard and Dibs. Angry Black, what are you doing?
What's going on? Taking about 14 tons over the hill to Davenport, heavy equipment. But here's the thing.
Oh.
If you need somebody with elbows in and palms up on the floor, then you want Iguodala.
There you go.
If you want somebody to play defense and hit a corner three and do a little bit more than that, I want Anthony Lamb. But the reason why I called was for the next 7 to 10 games, we don't need to put everything on Jordan Poole's shoulders. He's a young man still learning the NBA. What we need is these other guys to step up like they did last night in the first half. Ty Jerome driving the ball inside the paint. DiVincenzo hitting threes, jumpers, dishing off. Wiggins trying to get to the paint. Klay Thompson getting to the paint and dunking and getting to the line. That's what we need out of these guys. We need Jordan to facilitate and make shots, but we cannot put it on that young man's shoulders for the next 7 to 10 games while Curry is out. And that's all I got. What do you guys think?
Well,
Thanks, Angry.
I think there's a lot of good points in there. And Jordan Poole's not making $35 million a year yet, but he is slated to do so.
Slate. Every time it's slate.
He is slated
I
to
don't think
do
it's
so.
20. It's
Or
not
whatever it
35
is.
million. You know what's funny?
What is it? What does he make?
Well,
starting
I only
next year?
know this because I looked it up with Steiny.
Okay.
You know what he's going to do next year? He's going to make more money than Draymond Green.
Yeah.
Draymond's making 27 and change. Jordan Poole's making 28 and change. How's that going to work out for you in next year's team chemistry when they start the year and Jordan Poole sidles up to Draymond in camp and says, "Hey, Draymond, If you need a little loan, if you need to hold a little bit, let me know because I got you.
We don't know. Draymond could opt out. You could get re-signed for more.
I don't think he's going to get more AAV, average annual value. Steiny and I were having this debate. I think you were out. Steiny seems to think that Draymond Green could opt out and get 3 years and $75 million.
60 to 70.
No, he said 75.
Maybe.
So if you're Draymond and you have a 3-year $75 million, you're opting out. You're leaving.
You would do that, yeah.
If the offer is 3 and 60, then I think it's debatable.
It's debatable, but I still would think you would do it, to be honest with you.
Especially to go to the Lakers, which is where it seems like he wants to end up.
So the average for Jordan is 32, not 35, but you're right.
Correct.
It'll start at 27.5, then it goes to 29.5, then it goes to almost 32, and then it goes to a little bit over 34. That's the next 4 years starting next year. So, reason I bring that up, with great power
comes great responsibility.
I
love it.
And so,
in a world where your sixth man makes $32 million a year.
In a world where a basketball player keeps slipping and falling. The point is this.
In a world where a superstar throws his mouthpiece.
You do have that responsibility. You signed the bag. You yelled into the camera, "We're going to get a bag.
Money time!"
And then you got the bag. And so, especially when Steph Curry goes out, you do shoulder a lot of the responsibility. That's the way it works. That's where money comes into play. I don't get all up in my feelings about what these guys make, and it's too much, and this means that or the other, or you have to produce. But you do need to take the responsibility. When you get those numbers, it is a company saying, we are giving you this portion of the responsibility, especially in this sport.
But contractually, and this is semantics because the deal doesn't start till next year.
Right.
For me, right now, in terms of shoulder the load, I have him at 4th on my shoulder the load power rankings. It's Clay, it's Draymond, it's Wiggins, and then you can talk about shoulder the load Jordan Poole.
I think you're right.
While Steph is out.
Except for that with this one sort of caveat, which is that Jordan's going to start a lot of the plays with the ball in his hands.
Yeah.
So, I get what you're saying, that Wiggins is a maybe a bigger deal, more important, more experienced, all of those things, and I agree. But Wiggins is also, he's a floater. He's a wing. He's a receiver. He's catch and shoot. I'm going to drive on my own. He's not trying to set anybody else up.
Right.
Jordan Poole, who at times in his career has not asked to set anybody up, needs to start setting people up. And that's a responsibility.
Yeah, it is. But in terms of the responsible parties as to carrying the load while Steph is out, I still put him behind the other 3. And one thing Dalton did mention that we all have to highlight, Jordan Poole leads this team in minutes played. Not minutes per game, but total minutes. He's been out there more than anybody else. Draymond is 2nd. Clay is 3rd. So Jordan Poole, he's out there every single night.
So wild. Your 3rd leader in minutes doesn't even play back-to-backs.
Maybe tonight, though.
Although he might tonight.
He
might tonight with the All-Star break coming. That's the word. We don't have that official as of yet, but more on that, more of your phone calls. And wait till you hear what Steph Curry said about James Wiseman last night. That is coming up next. Warriors Live tonight, 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Matt Steinmetz.
Mahomes is everything Kyle wants. Every coach. Kyle wants a guy who can throw from the pocket first and foremost. He's never wavered off that.
And Daryl the Guru Johnson.
If you said who's been successful as a 49er, it's 100-0. Brock Purdy. Now it's about the medical.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Yep.
95.7 The Game.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business.
50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Lowe's always has more ways for you to save. On top of our everyday low prices, pros can save big when buying in bulk. Or if your purchase is over $1,500, ask about our volume savings program. A pro associate can provide a customized quote. Ask about our volume savings programs today. It always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. While supplies last, minimum purchase required. Selection varies by location. Lowe's reserves the right to limit quantities. Volume discount pricing quotes are valid up to 7 days. Visit your local pro desk to learn more and start saving. Offers subject to change and may not be available in all Lowe's stores.
It's time to think about your tax refund. And Jackson Hewitt wants you to think biggest. As in, we guarantee you'll get your biggest refund or your money back plus $100. Who offers that? Come to think of it, nobody. It's one of the biggest guarantees out there and why you can't just file with anybody. For your guaranteed biggest refund, go to Jackson Hewitt today. Your wallet will thank you. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes.
Don't miss Duran Duran, the Future Past Tour, May 28th at SAP Center San Jose with special guests Nile Rodgers and Chic and Bastille. Enter at 957thegame.com for your chance to win tickets to the show.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Is that what it is? I think that I am going to make a reservation at a beautiful restaurant tonight. It's going to have to be late because your date works, and he's also not here in the Bay Area right now. However, he's got access to wonderful transportation. I'm going to find an all-night eatery, and I'm going to set it up for tonight around midnight. You go get the baby to bed.
Okay.
He goes and watches his basketball game. Midnight tonight, you and Iguodala.
Oh, boy.
You celebrate Valentine's Day together, and you bury this hatchet.
I told you, Mark. I'm not doing it. It's dry January.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah, because nothing says Valentine's like talking about the former small forward from Arizona State.
Well,
he's a Sixer. He was a Nugget. He's a Hall of Famer. I'm not here to talk about it, though.
Yeah. Did you say he was from Arizona State? He didn't play at Arizona State.
Arizona?
Yeah.
Oh, same thing. Whatever.
Those rivals do not agree that that's the same. Have you ever been to Tempe?
I think I was thinking of Ike Diagu.
You ever been to Tucson?
Been to both.
Not the same. Not the same.
Actually, just went to Tucson. That's where I proposed, actually.
You did?
In Tucson, yeah. Yeah.
This time or last time?
This time.
Okay.
This time. Let's see where I go next time.
That's right. I forgot. Yeah. Tucson. I remember
this
that
time
now.
or last time.
Well, takes one to know one. It's okay.
Not
it's
5,
okay.
not 6.
Okay. Where's Big Lou? Hey,
seriously.
Lou? Anyway, all right.
He's on meds too.
Okay. Check it out. Listen, speaking of former Warrior James Wiseman.
As a pivot.
Was the subject yesterday because this was the first availability for a lot of Warriors since the trade all went down. So there were a lot of questions. And I thought this got a little uncomfortable. I mean, not really, but kind of. I mean, you tell me. This is 90 seconds of Steph Curry on James Wiseman.
I mean, it's such a unique situation from jump where, you know, we're coming off of 5 straight finals appearances. We have a down year, second pick. It was a guy that, you know, on paper filled a need for us in terms of, you know, a big presence like that could be athletic on both ends of the floor. And I know it's been well documented just the ups and downs that he's had in his whole career with the injuries, the COVID stuff they had, you know, first training camp to the meniscus surgery and, you know, the challenges there. Every time he started to figure out a little bit of momentum and show the signs, he had something kind of pull him off the floor for whatever reason. So he never really could figure out, you know, just the availability part, and that was nothing he could control there. It was just a matter of, you know, how the cards were dealt. And I think we all love James. Like, that's the biggest thing. It's a guy that you root for. It's a guy that you know will be able to figure it out. It's a guy that approaches every part of his job the right way, has a great attitude considering everything he's been through and the expectations around him and the conversations around him. So a lot of confidence that he'll be around this league for a long time. I don't know what his ceiling is, but it's a guy I want to see, you know, figure it out and have an opportunity. I know it's been said it just wasn't going to be here because of, you know, all those circumstances and the fact that it was just tough to find minutes for him because of what we're trying to do and what Lou and Draymond and even J. Mike now bring to the floor. So I'm happy. I'm excited for him. I hope he does some great things in this league.
Look, it's a fine quote. There's nothing wrong with anything that Steph said there. Here's the problem. I almost want to go back through it. How many times was the phrase "figure it out" uttered by Steph Curry? And even though sometimes he was talking about availability, I think it's hard when players are put in a situation. It's like, I need you to talk about something, and you kind of have to be nice.
Right.
You probably can't share really what you feel totally at your core, but you need to share a little bit. And maybe this is the game they play when they live in the public eye all the time. But
especially when you're Steph Curry, where you're a class act all the way through.
And he's used to this, right? So James Wiseman by all accounts, this is a nice guy.
Yeah.
They like James.
Yeah, they love him. That's what Steph said.
He's a teammate.
And he did
him.
all the things that he could have possibly done to figure it out.
Right. They're rooting for him.
Yeah.
And there's no doubt that he's going to be in the league and, health and figure it out and figure it out.
Felt a little bit like he was reading from his Wikipedia.
James.
Wiseman began his high school at the Ensworth School in Nashville. He was coached by Penny Hardaway.
Meniscus?
Yeah.
There was a meniscus.
He kind of went through the whole thing. There was a meniscus.
And then, right.
The one thing that I take issue with, and this is something that the fans, all the Wiseman stans, have said, the notion that it was tough to find minutes for James Wiseman.
Speak on this, please.
It was tough to find minutes for James Wiseman. Well, Mark, I've done the math, and there are, 48 times 5, there are 240 minutes in every game in the association. And if you times that by 82, you're talking about almost 20,000 minutes of NBA basketball.
Can't find them anywhere.
Where are
my minutes?
Where are those damn
I
minutes?
lost my minutes.
You're telling me, and this is what people say about Kuminga and Moody as well, you're telling me you can't find minutes for a 7-footer?
Thank you.
Now, the real quote is, we didn't want to give him minutes because he's not any good.
He didn't earn any.
Right.
You can find
Where
minutes
are those damn
for the
minutes?
number 2 pick in the draft at 7'1". There's only one prereq. You have to be able to play. And I don't mean that in terms of meniscus. I mean, you have to be good at basketball to play on the Warriors. This just in. You got to be really good. So I understand the narrative they're using. Hard to find minutes for a young guy because we're a championship level team. That's fair. There's some fairness to it. However, there's also not some fairness to parts of that, which is that when you're the number 2 overall pick and you're 7'1" and you're on a team that doesn't have any big people, you will get minutes provided that you're good. You're good. And again, I'm going to go back to my phrase, figure it out. This is what I think has really gone on with James Wiseman. It's not that he doesn't flash. It's not that he doesn't have an unbelievable skill set. But James hasn't figured it out. And that's why I do, to a degree, dismiss all of the injury talk. Because James, while his number of games would suggest he's a rookie, he's not. He's been there. This is year 3.
Right.
He's been in the film room. He's been in the practice facility. Even if he's just watching, he should know where to be and when on both ends of the floor, and he hasn't, say it with me, figured it out.
Yeah.
So you got to go to Detroit because that's all they do is they run around in circles with young players
and they try to figure it out.
Exactly. So
they've got 5 guys younger than James Wiseman on the roster. So that's a great place to go, and you're basically on an under-22 AAU graduate alumni team.
You went to the minor leagues.
Go figure it out. Yeah,
it's like going to
It's like going to Santa Cruz.
Go to figure it out.
He went to Santa Cruz, and he figured it out. Unfortunately, the way he played in Santa Cruz, while highlight-filled in the boardwalk, the highlights, what he did in Santa Cruz does not apply to what he needed to do in Golden State because they needed him to play a different way, and he hadn't yet figured it out, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Now, the one thing I'll push back on is the notion that by sitting and watching, which he did a ton, you can really figure it out and get better. So he's only played 60 games in the association, which is 2 years worth of college basketball. He played 3 games in college, so he's basically a college sophomore right now in terms of on-court ability.
Listen, my alma mater, Cal Poly's motto is learn by doing. So I'm with you.
Yeah.
You have to do it, but there's something that you also learn by being there.
For sure.
Like,
for sure.
I don't want to hear next year that Trey Lance is a rookie. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's going to be in
he
the
wasn't
system,
this year either.
the system for 3 years with practices and OTAs and all the things that these guys do. That's worth something. It's not the same as playing in the regular season, but you're also not a rookie. And James, I think we saw it when he went out there. He looks He did. I mean, we called Brandon Belt the giraffe. James looks like a baby giraffe. Like he's just going in the wrong direction.
Can you learn by watching more as Trey Lance than you can as James Wiseman? Just when you laid that out, I was thinking, as a quarterback, you can probably learn more by not playing than you can as a basketball player.
I actually, my initial thought was the opposite.
Really?
Yeah, just because when you're the quarterback and defenses are being built to disguise and everything is directed at you. You have the ball and everyone's running at you, the best defensive players in the world. And so the processing of that, you have to go do it. And in practice, you've got a fake jersey on that says no one can hit me, and so you can't replicate it that well. If you're just specifically talk on the defensive end for James Wiseman, yes, you have to do it, but I would also think defensive rotations, you should be able to look at film and have an idea of where you're supposed to be and when. And everything's not directed at you. Like, people aren't trying to come tackle you.
But to me,
they're trying to score.
Yeah, in football, being the quarterback, there's so much you can learn about plays, formations, and all of the other stuff that you have to learn in the classroom. And as an NBA player, yeah, you can learn the defensive rotations, but you can't assimilate to the speed of the game unless you're out there on the floor. So
we got to say hello to HaHa, who spent $5 on YouTube to send in this comment. My mom is a retired ex-Oakland nurse who has literally brought people back from the dead. Even she gave up on Wiseman last year.
Oh, man. Thank you, HaHa. That was well worth the $5.
Yeah. We give you a Clinton Dix on the end of that. That was a good ha-ha right there.
Yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570.
So she put the paddles away on Wiseman. She stopped the CPR on Wiseman.
I feel bad, but listen to all these Warriors talk about James. I think it's rather obvious. Did you know what no one said? Hey, man, watch out. James is going to be a big deal in this league. Nobody said that.
Right.
His best friends, his teammates, guys who worked out with him in the lab.
HaHa's mom.
HaHa's mom.
Mrs. HaHa. Mama HaHa. Totally.
Nobody said that because nobody believes that.
I wonder what Penny Hardaway would say, his former coach at a couple of different levels, if he's a guy who says, watch out. And by the way,
of course,
I wonder if James Wiseman makes his debut tomorrow as the Pistons are back on the floor. Will James be available? And can you imagine if he's available to play and he gets a DNP CD?
And the Detroit coach comes out and goes, look, it's going to be tough to find him some minutes because of what we're trying to do here.
He needs to figure it out before he plays for the Pistons because Detroit, I'll tell you what.
They got a lot on the line.
Yeah, if Detroit runs the table, they wind up 39-43 if they win their last 24 games, Mark. So they're not out of it.
No, not by any stretch.
They're only 12 out of the 10 seed.
No, they got to win tomorrow night. If they lose, they fall to 15-44, and you don't want that. All right.
That's a big hole to dig out of.
Professor in Pleasanton is next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Professor, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. Appreciate you taking the call. I just want to make some comments. First of all, Iggy, I love the man. He was just awesome. He got us our first championship, MVP, NBA, All-NBA, MVP, the whole bit. But he's done. We need that roster spot for sure. There's no question about that.
I just don't know that the Warriors feel like there's anything they can do with that roster spot that's going to mean more. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're asking, and I know that nobody cares about this, but Bob Myers literally said this when he spoke publicly a couple of days ago. Like, whoever they get on the buyout market, if they look at that, like, the owners of the Warriors are going to have to say, all right, here's millions of dollars to go get someone you're actually going to use. Don't do this if you're just going to sit there and watch Warrior games. We've already got that.
We've got Andre Iguodala. We've got that in spades. You're absolutely right in terms of you got to find somebody who is a useful player. The name Serge Ibaka has been thrown out. Even Serge Ibaka. Let's just say that he wants to be a Warrior. He's a Warriors. He'll always going to be a Warriors. If he gets bought out and he comes here, how many minutes can you find for Serge Ibaka? We've had a hard time finding minutes.
I know.
Send out one of those hound dogs to find him. But
Kevin Love, you like the name Kevin Love?
How many minutes do we have for Kevin Love?
Is he get some minutes for Kevin Love?
like 6 to 8?
I don't know.
To 10?
I don't know. Can you get a rebound and shoot a 3? I'm in if you can get a rebound.
You're already a horrific defensive team, and you're going to add another guy who, even at his finest, wasn't known for being a lockdown defender.
Fair point. It's a fair point. Rich in Fremont, you're next up. Hey, Rich, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Right now, I'm sitting in my car listening to you, and I'm here to tell you right now, call me nobody, okay? Because I'm going to tell you right now, James Wiseman is going to make a huge splash in this league, and I'll tell you why. The reason why Wiseman did not do well in Golden State is because Wiseman did not fit the system, and he didn't want to do what they wanted him to do. That's the reason why it didn't work out.
Okay, but explain that, Rich. Explain that, Rich, because I have a rebuttal. But he didn't fit the system. What's the system, and why didn't he fit?
The system for him and for what Kerr wanted out of him and the coaching staff was that they wanted him to rebound, they wanted him to defend, and they wanted him to set picks. Okay?
Okay.
Wiseman wanted to use his athleticism. He wanted to shoot the ball. Okay? He didn't want to play a lot of defense. Those 3 things I said, if he'd have done those 3 things, he still would be in Golden State.
All right. I love what
totally
you said.
Totally agree with you, Rich.
I totally agree, but here's why your premise is correct and your conclusion is wrong.
Don't let him talk to you like that, Rich. I'm with you 100% now, Rich.
No, he asked to be called nobody. Not Rich. Call him nobody because I said nobody said that James Wiseman's going to play well in this league, and Rich said, then call me nobody.
Right.
Here's the deal, Rich. You just said it. Wiseman doesn't want to play defense. Oh, stop right there.
That's an unfair characterization.
Maybe it is, but that's Rich's premise. Rich's premise is he didn't fit the system because the Warriors wanted him to play defense and Wiseman wanted to show out offensively. Maybe there's some truth to that.
We'll see, yeah.
If that's your premise, then you're right. James Wiseman doesn't fit this system, nor does he fit any good system in the NBA.
Well, nor does any of these Warriors currently fit the system, quite frankly.
Therefore, he will never be a part of something that matters in the NBA. I'm sorry. You do not get to be 7'1" and tell your team, yeah. Not really interested in the whole defense thing. I'd like to be over here and show out offensively.
See, I don't think that he's ever said that.
Of course he doesn't say that. Who would say that out loud?
No, but I think his actions show you that he's not ready to be the kind of defender that the Warriors needed him to be. And that's, I think, partly what Rich was saying. James Wiseman, offensively, wants to be more of a perimeter player. He likes to play that way and use his athleticism and his skill. He's more of a finesse big. The Warriors want their bigs to be more like Kevon Looney. Kevon Looney is a lunch pail, hard hat big. He does all the dirty work. He doesn't need to score. He doesn't need to shoot it. He rebounds and he sets picks and he plays good defense. That's what the Warriors wanted in James Wiseman. And they have enough guys out on the perimeter shooting and flashing.
I think it's weird to say that there's not room for both. Like, why are we're talking about the two ends of the floor as if they conflict with each other. These are not two things that have been scheduled at the same time. You're not double booked. You're allowed to show out offensively and then kick butt on the other end of the floor.
But I don't think he's ready to do that.
Well, then you're not ready to play on a good team.
And that's why you can't find minutes for him.
You can't play on a good team then. Like, we can't. I understand that there are offensive stars in the NBA who don't defend. James Harden. I know, we can do this. But how many championship teams has James Harden been on? Right? Like, this is
not many.
This is the point,
like
Russell.
Zero, I think.
Right. This is the point. You're 7'1", James. You want to show it. I don't know why those two puzzle pieces didn't get put together. Do you want to shoot and score 17 a game, James? I have an idea. Defend. Because if you defend, you're going to be on the floor, and then you're going to score 17 points a game.
I don't
These
think
things are connected.
But I don't think that he is currently built. Maybe it's a thing about his own countenance to where you got to have some nasty in you in the NBA to play that way. People want to compare him to Jermaine O'Neal. We've all done it till the cows come home. The name that popped in my head for his ceiling is Chris Bosh. And so I wanted to look at Chris Bosh, and I found his stats early in his career because he played as a 19-year-old in Toronto. He played 75 games, 33 and a half minutes a night, and he averaged 7.4 rebounds a night. Forget the points. He averaged 11.5, and I know he's a Hall of Famer, and it's unfair to say James Wiseman's going to be that, but I was thinking in terms of James Wiseman as a young player, Bosch was pulling 7 rebounds a night because he was in there physical and nasty. James Wiseman has not shown that he's trending toward that kind of a player.
Right. Like, to me, it's very simple. You have great, and I don't know why. I know people, you get wooed by the excitement of a number 2 overall pick and the skill set that he has. The players are telling you everything that you need to know. Great Hall of Fame dynasty basketball players have all, on the down low, shared the opinion, we didn't want him on the floor with us. We don't want him.
They were hiding minutes from him, Mark. They couldn't find him.
Right? And some of you are acting like, well, man, he's going to – you don't think they want a great player on the floor with them?
A great big man especially, right?
It's literally what runs the NBA now is guys are like, give me more. I want more teammates. Let's put huge names together. Let's all collectively do this. This is how we build NBA teams. You're telling me Steph Curry and Draymond Green have decided they don't want a skill set on the floor with them? He can't play effective basketball. He's got skills. He could put the ball in the hole, but he can't play winning basketball. This is the straw that stirs the drink in the NBA. There are tons of dudes who can put up stats. There are not tons of dudes who can play winning basketball. James Wiseman right now, and in the Warriors' minds, even into the future, cannot play winning basketball. And if that's the case, I don't care what Pistons, Hornets, whatever team you want to stick him on, that's where his career is going. Is not going to be in the NBA Finals.
Well, it's not going to be in the NBA if he doesn't show that market improvement when he gets the minutes. He's going to have about 24 games with Detroit, and they've got 6 players born after the year 2000, Mark. So he's on a team with
this is wild.
I mean, he's got a bunch of pups that he's going to be able to run with and play with. And you know what? Of all the guys on Detroit, not many of them have figured it out. Cade Cunningham has figured it out.
Looks like
and
it.
He's out for the year. He's hurt. But the rest of these youngsters, they all have a chance to figure it out together. And if James Wiseman doesn't start to show real progress, he might go the way of the dodo bird.
Yeah, I mean, if he averages 14 points a game the rest of the year, I'm still not going to be, oh, gosh, they gave up too early. He's not well-rounded enough. Even if his greatest supporter is going to call in and the main point is, well, he didn't want to play defense and the Warriors didn't like that. Well, then the Warriors are right. Then the Warriors are right. That's it. Warriors Community Foundation is excited to announce the February auction presented by Cache Creek Casino Resort. It is live now through Sunday, February 19th. Wide variety of items up for auction, including signed jerseys, tickets to games, even the chance to meet some of your favorite athletes in person. Don't miss out on this exciting opportunity to give back and score some amazing sports memorabilia at the same time. Visit warriors.com/auctions. Plenty more of your phone calls on Wiseman and the Warriors coming up next at 888-957-9570. Also coming up next, NFC quarterback draft. How many names come out before you get to Brock Purdy? Maybe not as many as you think. We'll get to that around the corner as well on Willard and Dibs.
Damon and Ratto stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
Here's the thing. I think the Eagles would have beaten the Cincinnati Bengals. The Eagles were very good yesterday. The Chiefs are just that much better.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
It's creepy.
95.7 The Game.
Paid for by Bottom Line Capital. Attention all U.S. business owners. Was your company impacted during COVID? If you had over 5 full-time W-2 employees during the pandemic, you may be entitled to up to $26,000 per employee. That's right. If your business employed more than 5 full-time employees in 2020 or 2021, and your business was affected by the COVID pandemic, you may be eligible for up to $26,000 per employee. To check your company's eligibility to receive $26,000 per employee, call 800-793-0135 right now. We have already secured millions of dollars for businesses just like yours. There is no upfront cost to see if your company is eligible. Just call 800-793-0135 and find out for free how much your company can claim. This approved payroll tax refund program from the United States Treasury Department is for any business who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Best of of all, these funds do not have to be paid back. Do not miss this opportunity to claim your company's refund. Call 800-793-0135. 800-793-0135.
Kevin Mack talks with Matt Hardy.
There's nothing like a wrestling fan, for better or for worse. How do you handle that, though? We're talking about people talking about your family, what they don't know about your family or your brother or you. How does one handle that from a day-to-day basis?
Something I joke about with the Young Bucks all the time. I said, if you would vanity search Matt Hardy on Twitter, I said, after you got through 100 replies, you'd want to quit the business and never be seen again. It's just, you just learn to deal with it. You know what I mean?
It's the Kick Rocks Wrestling Podcast with Evan T. Mack. Subscribe now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now it's time for the closer of the week, presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Klay Thompson, 42 points. He knocked down 12 triples as the Dubs stayed hot.
23, Klay Thompson takes it, hits another three. That's his 12th.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Goody Nation is a nonprofit that connects small, diverse companies to big money. At one point, we had to send millions of dollars to 76 companies overnight, tracking every penny all on paper. I know, right? We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It knows where the money's going. Once we automated that process, we got more time back with our community. Bill is accurate, and that gives us confidence.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
Better sleep can change your life. That's because sleep is a core pillar of health, just like nutrition and exercise. So if you're not getting enough of it, ZQL invites you to take our Better Sleep to Better Health Challenge. Get weekly sleep tips and explore how ZQL, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, can help you. ZQL's Better Sleep to Better Health Challenge. Visit ZQL.com.
Find ZQL at Walmart or Walmart.com and start your journey to better sleep today.
You might get wireless data everywhere, but do you have to use it all the time? If that's not really you, there's TracFone. You can get the same nationwide 5G coverage as big carriers, but you pick a plan that you need for a lot less. Unlimited talk and text plans start at $15 a month, no contract. And now you can get the Samsung Galaxy A03s for just $49.99. TracFone. Now you're in control. While supplies last, 1 month equals 30 days. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish door dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
That's right, Spadone.
Yeah, boy.
Text somebody a red heart today. Somebody. You need a red heart, Dibs? I'll text you a red heart right now.
Send me a black heart.
I love it.
Here we go. Dibs. There you are.
I'm about to get blocked.
So you just shut your yapper.
About to get the Matumbo treatment over here.
There you go. That's for you, buddy. That's for you. Happy Valentine's Day, man.
Turn my phone off.
It's a droid, so it's probably all like fuzzy and stuff.
It's all ones and zeros.
It came through green.
I love my droid.
Oh, gosh. Happy Valentine's Day to all of you lovers out there. That's right. Even send some heart emojis to James Wiseman. Gross. I mean, this conversation today, by the way, like I feel like this is going to come off very much like I got something personal against James Wiseman. I'll admit something. I'm a little triggered right now about the defensive end of Warrior basketball. And I don't know that James Wiseman, in fact, I would very much bet against, like, I think quotes are being put in his mouth that are not his. We've got callers who are saying, look, James Wiseman didn't want to play defense. I'm sure James never looked at Steve Kerr and went, so here's the thing, coach. I don't really want to play defense. That never happened. I'm sure James is trying to be better on the defensive end. But I'm not here and don't have time for, hey, we gave up on James too early. He's got a great offensive skill set, and he's just not good defensively. Well, then he can't be here. Period.
Right.
And I mean that next year and the year after that and the year after that. Because even though that's not what we fans look at, it is a baseline for winning basketball. You have got, especially if you're going to be drafted to be the center on your favorite team, you have got to learn the defensive rotations, or Adrian in Rocky. You can't win.
Especially when you're joining a team that is this good defensively. When this team is good defensively, you are a championship contender. So you draft a 7'1" guy on a team that needs rim protection desperately. You don't have rim protection other than Draymond Green, who is unbelievable at defending the rim, especially for a guy who's only about 6'5", if that. He does such a great job, but he's not your typical above the rim protector. Kevon Looney is your center, but he can't really jump. He has a hard time dunking the basketball at 6'9". So you were desperate for a big, athletic rim protector, a guy who can grab rebounds. And oh, by the way, on the offensive end, he's got a nice complement of moves and shots that he can go to. But to your point, if you can't even play, I know where I'm supposed to be defense, especially on a team that's struggled this year, you can't play.
I mean, I guess also, especially when someone has played as little as he is, it allows for a wide range of opinions about what he could do if he did play. Like, we're all guessing. So, and maybe I lean too far in this direction, but I also think about it like this. They're the Golden State Warriors. Okay? These guys have a lot of cachet in the NBA. They know what they're doing. So why is it that you all think that they didn't play James? How about if we have that conversation? Those of you who are on the James Wiseman side of the fence and you think that the Warriors gave up on him too early, we're all guessing because we haven't seen him play. 60 games, right?
That's it.
All right. Why do you think the Warriors didn't play him? Go ahead. And I'm not trying to like lead you to water so you'll drink, but what's your answer? If you think the Warriors gave up on him too early, why do you think they didn't play him? Do you think they don't like themselves? Do you think they're like, you know what? We really, like, James is the number 2 overall pick. He's 7'1". He's got a crazy skill set. We invested millions of dollars in this guy, but let's play a joke on him. This will be fun. Let's not play him.
Right.
And let's just see what happens. Or do you
maybe
think...
they're tanking for Wembanyama, Mark.
Do you
That's
think...
what it is.
Do you think maybe they didn't see what they wanted to see?
At all.
At all.
And he was hurt. So his rookie year, he played, and he played pretty well, and he was showing signs of maybe being the player that they thought they were going to get when they drafted him. He gets hurt, and he's unable to finish the year. The next year he misses the entire year and you win the championship. So this year, all we talked about in the offseason is, man, they need to add another piece. And you know what that piece, the piece they're going to add? James Wiseman.
Big man.
He sat out all year, and now here he comes.
Yep.
And he gets hurt again. And then he gets healthy, and he still can't play. And he goes to Santa Cruz, and he looks pretty good when he got healthy. Then he comes back here, and he can't play. So why do you think that is? And one of the answers people give is Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr doesn't know how to develop young players, and he didn't know how to develop James Wiseman. So if that's the case, and it may be the case, Wiseman goes to Detroit, and he averages 22 and 11 between now and the end of the year. If James Wiseman goes out and he pops in Detroit, and he averages 20 and 10 for the rest of this year, then maybe you can look at Steve Kerr and say, you might have missed out on something.
Then you can give me my plate of crow. But if Steve Kerr can't develop young players, then what is Jordan Poole? And how did that happen? How did it happen? He was going to Santa Cruz. And he didn't look right. He didn't look like he was going to be anything. And now he's going to make $32 million a year.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It just feels like we want it both ways. I was excited about him too.
We all were.
I'm disappointed that it worked out this way. Turned him into an injured GP2.
And here's the other part of it, Mark, is if Steph, Clay, and Draymond, if they really believed in Wiseman, if they wanted Wiseman to be out there on the floor, do you think that they would have gone to Steve Kerr and said, you got to play this guy?
You got to develop him. Steph's not retiring after this year. You don't think he wants a good big man 2 years from now? Of course he does.
So the more he played, the less he played.
Right.
Because he'd play, and then next thing you know, he wouldn't play, and you never heard any of the veterans come out and say, yeah, if we only could get James Wiseman out there, I don't think we would have blown that lead tonight. They were happy to not have James Wiseman.
I think from what I understand, the background is more like the veterans have been talking to the coaches of, you can't put him out there. We can't play with this guy. So
any of the young guys, really. Yeah. If you look at all the youngsters on this team in terms of minutes, Ryan Rollins has played 62 minutes this year. Now he's gone. Patrick Baldwin Jr. has played 127 minutes.
Well, and those guys are the rooks. I mean, those are rookies.
But James Wiseman's only played 262 minutes.
He's been practicing with this team on and off for 3 years. Kuminga's gotten himself into the rotation. Moody has fallen out. Jordan Poole obviously has established himself as a key piece. So.
But you got 5 guys on this roster under the age of 21 or younger. Rollins, Baldwin, Moody, Kuminga, and Wiseman. Those 5 didn't really play. Kuminga played, yes. Now he's finally getting in there and he's actually playing. But to that point of the veterans are saying, championship window, we don't want to have to babysit all these youngsters. And now, I mean, Moody's played a little bit last night. Does he get some more time now that they have so many injured guys?
And he didn't look bad, but it was also very, very limited. Luis in Napa here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Luis, what are you doing? Luis, you there? Oh, man, you got to be ready. Waiting so long, and then that happens. Trucker George, also Napa Valley. Hey, George, what are you doing?
Hey, guys, how you doing? You guys made some great points on this subject, but I do got to say, man, Wiseman at the beginning of the season, he showed so much athleticism, especially from up top the key. You guys brought up some great points to refute why he wasn't all the way ready, but come on now. In the image of Pop, which is what Kerr studied under, you have to learn how to make your motion offense work for the big man as well. And even though I know that he was doing a lot of unnecessary fouling, and I understand that in the fullness, you guys made some great points to refute everything that I'm saying right now, but don't you mortgage a little bit? Don't you sacrifice a little bit for a guy's up end rebounding that was kind of lacking, but athleticism, blocking, which you guys neutered, and you guys made him, not you guys personally, but the Warriors, you guys made him in the image of Looney, who we already have for the next few seasons, instead of doubling down on the wild card. I'd love to hear what you guys have to think about, say about what I just spoke
of.
And
thank
George,
you for your use of neutered, George. I think it's an underused verb in terms of taking away somebody's skill.
Well, and shout out Bob Barker, have your pets spayed or neutered. So let's make sure there's that outside, right?
Thank
so,
you.
Okay, George, you make some good points, but and now I'll pass along. I'm not going to call it a weakness, but this is one way that I watch basketball. I don't like NBA players who do all kinds of fun stuff on the offensive end, and then that's it. They're just like, yeah, whatever on the defensive end. And before you scream about Steph Curry, he, first of all, has become better each year defensively through his career. And secondarily, he's a part of a spinning wheel that works very well. It doesn't work that way when you're 7'1", in my opinion. But go to James Harden. Go to Russell Westbrook. I hated it that Russell Westbrook won an MVP. Russell Westbrook won an MVP because y'all felt sorry for him. Because Kevin Durant left him. And then
that's not why he won the MVP.
He won the MVP because he averaged a triple-double, but that's stats.
But that's something we had never seen going back to Oscar Robertson was the last time.
All kinds of things we've never seen. I've never seen a four-leaf clover. I'm not going to hand out an award if I do. Like, Russell.
You've never seen a four-leaf clover?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's pretty common.
Yeah.
Especially St. Patty's Day coming up.
I don't really look for him either. But anyway, my point is Russell Westbrook, like, he has shown since that year who he is. And it is a lack of awareness basketball player who is not well-rounded.
Oh, he stinks.
He's got one pitch. I'm going to run as fast as I can to the rim, and I'm going to end up underneath and have a look on his face and stare at the great. You're very athletic. You try. That's great. He's very talented. It's not winning basketball. It's why Durant wanted to leave. So same thing with James Harden. All of this, like, you can. I can look at James Wiseman and you can say, man, he's got some really cool skill set things going on one end of the floor. But he was not as good of a shot blocker as he should have been. His timing was not great. His rebounding was not great. And his spatial awareness of where to be on the defensive end was literally among the worst players in the whole league.
He was 79th in the association in rebounds per 36 minutes. And I think the only fair way to look at Wiseman's numbers is to look at it per 36. Not that he ever played 36 minutes, but he played so little that sometimes you got to extrapolate out. To your point about shot blocking, he averaged 1 block per 36 minutes, which is 113th in the association. It's the same number as, such point guards as Peyton Watson blocks as many shots as James Wiseman. When you're 7'1", you should be averaging more than 1 block per 36. So that's basically 1 block per 3 games played.
I got nothing against. This is not personal. Can someone answer that question for me? Why do you think the Warriors didn't play him? Why?
Because he's not good enough now. They want to win a championship.
Right. What other answer is there?
Well, that's really the only answer.
It's as if people think that they got some vendetta against a guy that they brought in and invested in.
Right.
I just don't understand.
Everything you've heard from the team, from Bob Myers all the way down, he's a good kid. And when you hear him interviewed, when you talk to him, he's a good guy. He's a hard worker, and he's got certain skills. But you've got a team that fancies itself still as a championship contender, and you also have a leader in Draymond Green who's not known for patience, and he's not known for suffering through the growth of a player, especially defensively. And you see it every time you watch the Warriors play. If there's a defensive breakdown on assignment or awareness or responsibility, Draymond Green is quick to point it out.
They get mad.
He's not very patient, nor should he be. Guy's a championship player, but you have James Wiseman, who is a long way away from being a reliable player on that end of the floor, and so you just can't play him.
Right, but I think it's got to be even deeper than that, okay? Again, let's look at people's behavior. Forget words. Let's look at behavior. What's the old saying? Actions speak louder than words.
Right.
So there can be Draymond and Steph who are upset because he doesn't understand defensive rotations. But let's go higher than that. Let's go up the flagpole. Let's get to Bob Myers and even Joe Lacob. Look at what they just did. Okay? They grabbed their number 2 overall pick and they just flicked him across the country in a deal that included names like Sadiq Bey, Kevin Knox, second-round draft picks, and an injured to the core GP2. That's what they did. Those are people who are not solely motivated by winning a title this June. Those are people who are motivated by the next 10 years of Warrior basketball.
Right.
They gave him away.
They gave him away for an injured player, an injured role player.
They gave him away, and somehow, some of us have decided, boy, he's going to be a star. They clearly don't agree, or they wouldn't have done that.
Well, see, I disagree with that.
Why?
Because I think that they don't think that he'll be a star soon enough to where he can help this team. They look at James Wiseman, they look at their team, but they look at where they are right now. Draymond Green can walk if he wants. Klay Thompson has one more year, and you have to make a decision on him. You got Wiggins, Poole, and Steph for the foreseeable future. So you look at your window, and we love to talk about windows in sports. Your championship window, let's say it is 3 years. Let's say Draymond opts in, and you decide to give Klay a 2 or 3 year deal to match up with Steph and Wiggins and Poole. If you've got 3 more years where you can at least sniff a title, then you look at James Wiseman and you say to yourself, he's probably 3 years away from being maybe 3 years away. He's probably 3 years away from being the player that they need him to be now. So what do? Do you wait 3 more years? And by the way, you would have to pay James Wiseman after next year. You would have to re-sign him.
Thank you.
And if you even believe that in those 3 years, he can be the player that you thought he was when you drafted him. So at some point, you either have to ink him again or cut bait. And so this becomes the time where you just cut bait.
Interesting dynamic here. I feel like so many fans are lined up around the block when a big investment is made on an early draft pick and it doesn't look good after 2 or 3 years. Boy, people are lined up to scream at the team. Bust. You missed. Hey, Solomon Thomas, what the hell was that, 49ers? How come you James Wiseman supporters didn't do this for Solomon Thomas? How come we couldn't go, no, you got to wait 8 years before you're really going to know if this guy can play or not? You can't give up on him now. He was the number 2 or number 3 overall pick. It's
a different story in football.
But your faith in James Wiseman is by definition blind. By definition. And I'm not saying you shouldn't have it, but there's literally not one iota of evidence that this guy...
3 games in Memphis. A nice stint in Santa Cruz. Boardwalk.
Listen, I was excited too. I don't know, but I don't know what everybody's... I don't know what everybody sees that makes them go, gosh, we got to keep waiting. And now we got to pay more money to keep waiting.
It's because of the fact that he is physically, he's a unicorn. He's 7'1".
I get it.
With 2 guard skills, a guy who can jump, dunk, shoot the 3. He's got a feathery touch. He can ball handle a little bit at that size. The temptation, he's more like Trey Lance than he is Solomon Thomas. I think that's a little bit of an unfair comp.
No,
Trey Lance,
the comp is based on where they were drafted.
But the comp for for Trey Lance, the comp is more apt because we saw him play in the Dakotas, but we haven't seen it. But the arm strength and the game-changing ability and the physicality, what Trey Lance could be, I think matches up more with what we think James Wiseman could be.
I'll agree with that. And guess what? The 49ers are already moving on from Trey Lance as their starter too.
Right, most likely. Well, pending the surgery in 8 days.
Pending the surgery. D in Washington, D.C. Hey, D, what are you doing?
Oh.
What's going on, man? What y'all doing? Just listening to you, man. Just listening to you.
Nice.
Look,
appreciate
I just want to retort something that you guys are saying about Wiseman real quick. Number one, last night, the Warriors played a 7-footer by the name of Porzingis, who's exactly the player that Wiseman is right now.
Oof.
Right? Now, can you imagine?
I don't buy that premise at all, but go ahead.
No, I mean, think about it. Many Warriors right now, many Warriors fans would love to have a Porzingis playing center for the Warriors. Now, what I'm really calling about is the statement that you made earlier regarding Wiseman as a rebounder / defensive player. How do you expect a young player who never played basketball in college, right, to come in the game within 3 years to become a great defender, specifically playing for a team that plays switch defense, which is designed specifically for guards?
Yeah, D, I didn't ask him to be a great defender. I asked him to be not one of the worst defenders in the entire NBA. And you also, D, thanks so much,
Thank
man.
you, D. A little bit of Michael Thompson in that voice, by the way.
No doubt. There's some Islander in there somewhere. But I also, like you said, who wouldn't want Kristaps Porzingis? And he and Wiseman are the exact same player. Kristaps Porzingis has averaged over 20 points a game 5 times in his NBA career.
14-7 as a rookie, Mark.
This guy has averaged north of 8 rebounds per game 4 times in his career. Like, how on earth are we saying that he and James Wiseman are the same player? Wiseman's played 60 games.
Right. Kristaps played 72 games as a rookie, and even post-ACL, Porzingis has returned to being pretty much the same player he was when he started before he tore his ACL with the Knicks.
23 points a game and 8.6 rebounds per game this year, Kristaps Porzingis. If Wiseman ends up doing that, then A, played a crow for me, but B, does it also coincide with winning basketball?
Right.
That's still going to be the baseline for me because there are
and it has it for Kristaps Porzingis,
right,
by the way.
Because there are tons of people who can put up numbers, and it doesn't mean that it's working. It doesn't automatically mean it's working. Andrew Wiggins, for years in Minnesota, put up numbers. Did it work?
Right. No, he was not surrounded by winners, and he wasn't playing winning basketball.
Right, till he was.
That's the only reason why I pushed back on the notion that the Warriors think that he won't ever become a star. The Jermaine O'Neal comp, it took him 200-plus games to become the Jermaine O'Neal that we all remember, who was an all-star. And if you give Wiseman another, let's say, 140 games, because he's played 60, 140 more games in his career is 2 full seasons. And at that point, Clay could be gone, Draymond's gone, Steph is 36. It's too late.
Yeah, I understand. The only dynamic, the wiggle room that doesn't exist for the Warriors is that if you want to just give him this long ramp that he can build, and it's got to take minutes and minutes, and as you said, 200-plus games, and then he can become a star, the Warriors will respond by saying, we don't have that because we're trying to actually win basketball games now. Well, if that was the case, that gets us back to the old 2 timelines conversation that we tried to have.
Right.
And it's like, well, then that doesn't exist. So if that's your point, now I'm going to back up to the draft 3 years ago and go, well, then you should have traded the pick. Why on earth would you ever draft someone who's played 3 college basketball games and is going to need some sort of long ramp? Never have the Warriors in the last few years not had championship aspirations.
But they didn't think the ramp would be this long.
Is that what it is? They thought he would just pick it up right away? Because the last caller just said, how could you expect him to pick it up right away?
Well, and he lost an entire year plus. And so maybe if he doesn't miss that entire season, maybe he plays 50 games and 12 minutes a night, and maybe he takes enough steps forward to where you can still believe in him. The lost year, I think, really hurt in terms of how long that ramp is.
It's Willard and Dibs, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Yeah, Kyle, what's up?
I also think that the Warriors being good shortened his ramp quite a bit. Like, there just wasn't room for him to get on the court.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Hard to find minutes.
If I'm Joe Lacob, I'm looking at this year and going, wait a minute, we're good?
They'd be even worse if he played.
Well, no, right. And yes, they're still in it to the point where they can ramp this thing up. I don't know, man. I mean, this is one hell of a ramp. I know he got hurt, but good Lord. Like, they wouldn't put him on the court this year. You all want to develop him, and they're like, we're not even going to put him out there. We can't put him out there. So this is not like, oh, get him a few games and then it'll be good. He's like years away. I mean,
but think about this,
that's
Mark. The Warriors exercised his option back in October. So as recent as October 31st of last year, they still had enough faith to where they exercised his option for next year.
I think they thought at the beginning of this year maybe they were going to have something.
Yeah.
And then they saw it and they learned, we don't have something.
$12.119 million next year that Detroit will pay, and then he's a restricted free agent.
Yeah. I'm reminded of a conversation we had with a guest not too long ago that I think is relevant here. We'll get to that, plus more of your calls. A lot of you want to weigh in. 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
Mom, Dad,
Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Welcome to the IKEA Sleep Sale.
IKEA Sleep Sale?
Uh-huh. Save on all things bedroom, including select bed frames, duvet covers, air purifiers.
And those fuzzy sheepskin rugs?
Yes, and so much more.
Cozy. I'll take one of each.
Hurry in to visit your local IKEA store or go to IKEA-USA.com before the sale goes night-night. Offer valid 2/15 to 2/26. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk. I would sleep upright with more pillows. But that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just one pill each morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's something about that polished green stretching across the 8th hole that whispers, just tell them you're at lunch. Because it's not a hobby, it's a peace of mind. Let CertaPro painters bring the same tones and peace of mind to your home. Our experienced painters are here to make your next painting project as carefree as a day on the green. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer.
In response to attacks against Asian Americans, Maddie Park raised over $250,000 to donate cab rides to the Asian community.
There is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
Support the Asian community. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
This week at Macy's, find Valentine's Day gifts for all your loves, like fragrance gift sets they'll adore. Plus, take an extra 15% off with your coupon or Macy's card, on top of beautiful jewelry finds, now 35 to 70% off, and 25% off decadent chocolate from Godiva. Macy's Star Rewards members earn on every purchase except gift card services and fees. More at Macys.com/Star Rewards. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Duran Duran returns to the Bay Area May 28th with special guests Nile Rodgers and Chic and Bastille. Don't miss Duran Duran, the Future Past Tour, May 28th at SAP Center San Jose. Tickets on sale Thursday at Ticketmaster.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So James Wiseman's not going to send me a red heart today. I know. By no means did I set out to make this show sound like I was dancing on his grave. That's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to put
feels that way.
Stop. I'm trying to put puzzle pieces together here.
You're moonwalking on the guy's legacy
and figure out why the Warriors would do it this way if they felt fill in blank about James Wiseman. So
if you love somebody, set them free, Mark.
Is that what it is?
Free, set them free.
Yeah, I understand the whole arc here. We ended up with the number 2 pick in the draft, even though we were a good team. That's incredible.
It's a miracle.
Right? And then you get this guy who seemingly has the body type and the skill sets, the one thing the Warriors don't have. And so we're excited. And then he shows a few things out there offensively, and I did it too. You know, even at the start of this year, I'm like, oh, man, if you blend this into that, this is going to be unstoppable.
Yeah.
That's what I thought too. And then he couldn't even get on the court. And everyone's going to bring up health, and it has nothing to do with the conversation this year whatsoever. This is a healthy, young basketball player who a good basketball team decided cannot even get 1 minute.
Can't do it.
Can't do it. Can't win with him.
Can't find minutes for him.
And so then you give him away for true pennies on the dollar, and I don't even know if they got pennies because the pennies they got, most stores are not accepting right now. And
it's like Canadian currency.
And
you ever catch some Canadian coins? It's like somebody gives you change. It's like, it's not even a real thing.
Stick it in the parking meter and it doesn't work.
Yeah.
You're like, what the hell's wrong with this meter?
Seriously.
Damn it.
It's no nickel.
I don't know, man. Yeah, he's got skills. He's a talented kid. Could he end up putting up some numbers in the NBA? Sure. That's possible. But I got to be honest with you, with everything that we've seen and then everything that's common sense related, I'm on the side of this probably not going to be a big deal. James Wiseman is probably not going to be a big deal in the NBA.
Probably not. But let's just say James Wiseman makes an all-star team. Okay, let's just play this game. When do you think that would be? So right now we're in 2022-23. James Wiseman is going to be 22 years old in the end of next month. What year would it be that James Wiseman becomes an all-star?
It's a minimum got to be 25.
25 more years?
No.
Oh, God.
2025. Okay. 2025 all-star
If it happens in 2025.
That's only 2 years from now.
That's two more seasons.
The 2025 all-star game.
If it happens in 2025, then the Warriors blew it by getting rid of him.
Agreed.
I was thinking
I'll bet anybody right here that he's not on the all-star team in 2025.
I would bet he's never on the all-star team.
So would I.
Now, let's just say for this premise that he actually makes an all-star team, I would say it probably won't be until 2028 at the earliest, which would be 5 more years after this one.
And Kyle Shanahan would
6
like to know
more
if we're
years.
even going to be alive by then.
Right.
So
they might be playing 6-on-6 by then with a bigger court. But to that point about the Warriors, they don't have the time to wait for him to become the player that they thought he was when they took him number 2 overall.
How much are you going to pay for that kind of flyer? That's such a flyer. Let's hope.
Right.
Let's hope that almost a decade after we drafted him, he might be an all-star. I mean, come on. What are we doing?
Well,
what are we doing?
This is the part of it that makes me so alarmed for James Wiseman. And I mentioned this at the end of last segment. On Halloween this past year, so we're talking about 4 months ago, they picked up his extension for $12+ million.
I get that, though.
But
it was, I mean, you're not going to cut bait that quick.
No, but
literally
you've gone
just let him
from
walk.
there.
Yeah.
And, you didn't have to. You didn't have to pick up the option at that point.
Listen.
But from then to the trade deadline, you did a complete 360, as the kids would say.
That's where we all were in October. We thought that James Wiseman was going to play a big role on this team.
Right, but
and then
what
the
has
team
happened
was like, he
then?
can't play a role on this team.
What has happened between then and now over the course of 3 or 4 months? Did you learn that much about what he can't do?
Longest stretch of healthy basketball for James Wiseman. Longest stretch of health that he's had in the NBA. And,
he played 39 games as a rook.
Right. But I mean, just by calendar dates.
Oh, gotcha.
Calendar dates. They've had a long stretch of James Wiseman health, and I don't think they're very impressed. I mean, do you remember the conversation we had with Mike Silver when he told us that he talked to Steve Kerr, and Steve even did the James Wiseman Trey Lance comp, where it's like, we don't know what we have. We're still waiting for an opportunity to find out what we have. Well, from Halloween till now was their stretch to find out what they have. I don't think they thought they had anything.
Yeah, and
that's what I think they think now.
You're right, because I'm looking at his game log, and at the start of the year, he played the first 10 games of the season.
They wanted him to be ready.
He played all 10 games. The Warriors went 3-7, and in that stretch, he had double-digit points 4 times, and he had 7 rebounds in the opener, and that's the most he had. 3 DNPs followed by 12 inactives. He played once, inactive for 3 more. Then he came out and had another stretch of games where he played 7 consecutive games, and the team went 4-3. He had 30 in that one game. Remember the game against Brooklyn where they got demolished?
Yep.
Other than that, he had 6, 4, 0, 0, 8, and 4. So he lost his mojo. They lost their faith in him. And over that stretch, by the way, he had 5 rebounds as his high. And then from then on, he only played 2 more times.
Yeah.
This is James Wiseman. And now back to Willard and Dibbs.
No, I thought that would. Didn't we? We put it in the ground. We put it in the ground last week.
This is James Wiseman.
Thanks, James.
Also in the ground is a great bit we did, Steiny, Guru, and Dibbs. We had a bit called When I Was Wiseman, where we would because we all were giving him a pass because he was only 20 years old at the time, and we'd play music and yes, When I Was Wiseman, and I would tell a story about when I was 20 and how I would eat the pizza when I was going to go deliver it to somebody's house, and I'd pull a slice out
I remember that
and
story,
smush it back together. I was a derelict when I was Wiseman.
That's so gross.
So that's another bit that unfortunately is dying.
Let's go to Ben in San Jose. Hey,
Thank
Ben,
you.
what are you doing?
Just driving back from my parents' place. I heard you guys' conversation on Wiseman, and wondering if there's any comparison that could be drawn with Joey Bart and his career so far.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Not bad.
What's the comp?
Thank you.
Just that they were both drafted very high, and their careers are kind of similar to Trey Lance. We don't know what we have yet.
Well, here's what I'd say about that. First of all, baseball is the weirdest draft of them all because in no form do you ever draft a guy and then immediately put him on your team. You had to go through the whole minor league process. It feels like an even bigger crapshoot than the NFL and the NBA. That's one thing. But number two, even if Joey Bart, even if what we're seeing now is the end all be all for Joey, he's still a viable Major League Baseball player. He's not a star. I don't even know if he's good, but he's okay. Like, he can play. Like, he can be your catcher and you can function. I don't think right now the Warriors feel like James Wiseman can be their center and they can function.
Yeah, shout out E40. We're out here trying to function.
That's right.
The Joey Bart comp, you already named him earlier. Solomon Thomas. That's the comp for Solomon Thomas. Joey Bart, by the way, is 26 years old.
26 years old.
This is not a youngster.
And by the way, the below the ground buzz on like all these other just whatever catchers that the Giants have grabbed, Joey Bart is not necessarily the presumptive starter, and they're all filling in.
Right.
Open competition.
And Solomon Thomas is still in the league, and Solomon Thomas is Joey Bart, basically.
Yeah. Well, what we know of Joey so far. I mean, yeah, Joey's going to have more chances, but
Solomon's 6 years in the league.
Yeah.
Played all 17 games this year off the bench.
It's all brought to you by AC Transit. More of your calls, and here comes Steiny and Goo next on Willard and Dibs.
Steiny and Guru stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
Joe Montana, to me, is the best quarterback that's ever played the game. There's different eras. That's just what I believe. And right now, young Patrick Mahomes is on that streak in this new NFL.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Oh, I'm so out.
95.7 The Game.
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus for new bus operators to join their team. Paid training is provided, plus the new hire bonus is paid within 12 months. The $2,000 bonus is subject to terms and conditions. For complete details and to apply, visit actransit.org/careers.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year. Wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer. Is this for real?
Apparently. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. As we head deep into the new year, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials wants to remind you that they're ready to support your next project. With locations at every corner of the Bay and well-stocked local inventory, they have the resources to provide what you need when you need it. And that includes delivery to the job site anywhere in the Bay Area, because they're dedicated to keep you ahead of schedule on every project. If you're able to do it yourself, you're invited to visit your local Golden State and see the trained staff. They can share their knowledge and direct you to the materials you need. Click goldenstatelumber.com for GSTV. That offers educational and informative videos and spec sheets on a wide range of projects. Over the last 70 years, Golden State has grown to include an incredible team of dependable partners and specialists. They've got you covered, and they're family-owned for 3 generations. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Paid for by Bottom Line Capital. Attention all U.S. business owners. Was your company impacted during COVID? If you had over 5 full-time W-2 employees during the pandemic, you may be entitled to up to $26,000 per employee. That's right. If your business employed more than 5 full-time employees in 2020 or 2021, and your business was affected by the COVID pandemic, you may be eligible for up to $26,000 per employee. To check your company's eligibility to receive $26,000 per employee, call 800-793-0135 right now. We have already secured millions of dollars for businesses just like yours. There is no upfront cost to see if your company is eligible. Just call 800-793-0135 and find out for free how much your company can claim. This approved payroll tax refund program from the United States Treasury Department is for any business who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Best of all, these funds do not have to be paid back. Do not miss this opportunity to claim your company's refund. Call 800-793-0135. 800-793-0135.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high-commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
In Palo Alto, partly cloudy and cool, highs near 52.
Weather brought to you by the Specialized Recruiting Group. The Specialized Recruiting Group takes an individual approach, placing people in contract and full-time roles. SRGExpress.com, now placing in accounting roles.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's the Biebs.
He's all about love. Hey, play Biebs for your girl tonight. That'll go well.
I'm going to write that down.
Get you some. Come on now. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Feel that love. And in fact, with that, I'll say this on the air. I just said this.
James Wiseman.
James, I don't want social media to take over and go in a wonky direction. So our station Twitter feed has sent out something earlier today. You won't find it there anymore, but it was a direct quote from me. James Wiseman will never be a part of something that matters in the NBA. I'm sorry. You do not get to be 7'1" and tell your team, I'm not really interested in that defense thing. And a lot of people are like, well, when the hell did James say that? He didn't. That was a response to a caller who said the premise was James wanted to play offense and didn't want to play defense. This is a direct response to a point that was being made on this show. I don't want that to go sideways and, get Steve Kerr on a podium somewhere wagging a finger at me because I'm attributing James Wiseman with not wanting to play defense. That's not the case.
You hate James Wiseman.
So, well, yes.
Is basically.
Right, but not right. But he still wasn't attributed with this quote.
You said you spoke to him and he said verbatim,
yeah, he did.
I'm not interested in that whole defense
I
thing.
got traded because I told the Warriors I didn't want to play defense and they didn't like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's the way I remember it.
That's the way it went.
Yeah, exactly. Hi, this is James Wiseman.
That's right.
I don't want to play defense. Now back to Willard and Dibs.
But Willard and Dibs do. Now back to their show. Okay. Stein and Gould get in here in a second. How about Cody in Portland? Hey, Cody, what are you doing? What's cooking?
Hey, guys. Just working, tuning in as usual. I wanted to talk a little bit about the coaching staff, but first wanted to say, as a former James Wiseman believer, it's tough to see him go. I think he'll be a good player in the NBA. We'll see about an all-star, but it was just becoming readily apparent that Kerr just didn't trust him in the rotation and didn't sound like our core really wanted him in there either. But I was calling because clearly since Mike Brown left, our defense has been, not great. And we brought in, some coaches specifically to develop Wiseman. I'm going to butcher the name, but Dejan Milojevic, I think his name was. Clearly, they kind of dropped the ball there. So as we kind of talk about a playoff push and even the two timeline headline here, how do you think our coaching staff should handle all this? Are we going to make changes? What needs to improve?
It's interesting. Yeah, Cody, thanks. Like the Mike Brown point is one that gets made a lot. Like even our YouTube chat, like the name when we started the show, talking about how I'm just completely confused. I'm flummoxed, Dan, about this idea of why the defense in 8 months, all these good defensive players suddenly can't play defense, and the Warriors are down toward the bottom of the league in points per game. And yes, I understand the context there because they also score a lot. They're not the worst defensive team in the league, but they're barely scratching. In fact, they're a little bit below the midpoint.
They're 16th in points per 100.
So let's look at the Kings, who also give up a lot of points and score a lot of points and are the 3 seed right now in the West because that's where Mike Brown is. Well, the Kings are tied for 8th. And this is actual rankings, defensive ratings as a team. The Kings are tied for 8th. So I don't know. Is there something to the loss of Mike Brown and the way he communicated or what he communicated? I always look at teams like the Warriors, the 49ers too. Like they lost D'Amico Ryans. They've lost their defensive coordinator. Do we have any fear that whoever comes in next is not going to be able to keep continuity? Is there fear there?
For sure. And the defensive coordinator in football is far, far and away different and more important than the defensive coordinator, quote unquote, on an NBA team. Because in football, the defensive coordinator is responsible for certain defensive calls. Are we blitzing or are we not? Are we rushing 5? Are we going to run a TE stunt in the interior defensive line and bring Bosa around the outside or from the outside around the middle? There are a lot more defensive calls that need to be made in an NFL game. Now, in the NBA, it's more about motivation, effort, and energy. And I know you change up your defensive coverages on certain players. You occasionally go zone, etc. But you've got a veteran defensive team. You've got a veteran team in the Golden State Warriors. So I don't think Mike Brown leaving is much of a change in terms of how the Warriors are going to play defensively.
I wouldn't think so either, but by the same token, I mean, we're searching here. Like I said, I'm confused. I don't understand why a Warrior basketball team that knows darn well the kind of defense you need to play to win a championship, and quite frankly, I think does still have the pieces. I guess that's why I'm confused. If you buy into the idea that all of a sudden Klay Thompson, who's never the defender that he was, but in spots he was still he was a plus defender. Yes, I know the year that Wiggins has gone through, but he played great defense for the Warriors last year. They lose GP2, but you plug in DiVincenzo, who's good. He's not GP2, but he's very good defensively. Looney, there's enough there to be better than 16th.
Well, here's the way I look at it and the reasons why they're not as good defensively. Forget the individuals not being individually as good as they were last year, and I think that is at least a part of it. But look at the way they're playing. You're playing a lot faster. You're not a young team. In fact, you're one of the older teams in the association. So you're an older team playing fast, which means more possessions. Also, you turn the ball over more than any team not named the Houston Rockets. So you're giving up a lot of easy baskets because you're turning the ball over a lot more than you used to. And by the way, you foul a lot more. So you play faster with an older team and you turn it over at an elite level and you foul more than anybody else. So there's more possessions. More teams are playing faster too. So points are up across the board.
That's true.
Individuals, not as good. Your roster defensively is not as good. And I know Dante DiVincenzo is a pretty good defender. He's not as good as GP2 was last year. That's for sure. And JaMychal Green is not as good as Otto Porter Jr. was last year. You turn it over a lot. You play faster. All these things add up to you being not as good defensively.
Yeah, I get it. To me, I know that the Warriors still have elite offensive ability, and when they show it, when they play like they did last night, it ends up not being a problem. But if we flash forward to everything we know about playoff basketball, the style, the fact that you're playing really good teams over a 7-game series, you're going to have nights where the shots just aren't falling. The Warriors are in a spot right now, and I think this is why, if you're confused about the leads that get lost late in games, the Warriors have become a basketball team that cannot overcome being a little bit off offensively. And you can't ask your offense to be that good 4 out of every 7 games in playoff series against great teams. It's just not realistic. You have to be able to win when you don't have your best pitch. And right now, the Warriors can't do it because the other team scores too easily.
Last year in the playoffs, and I'm looking at the log right now, you gave up more than 120 points. 120 points or more, you did it 3 times in the playoffs. You lost to Denver, 126-121. You lost to Memphis, 134-95 in that famous Game 5. That was that whoop that trick game in Memphis, as it's been so called. And you lost the opener to Boston, 120-108. So 3 times you gave up $120.
Whoop that trick game.
I wasn't ready for that.
No one was ready for it. It came out of nowhere. That thing came out of nowhere.
I lost my bet that there would never be a game in the history of the NBA that was called the whoop that trick game. I lost that bet.
Well, there's the Steph Curry game in Game 4 at Boston. There's the blank you Draymond game in Game 3. Remember when they punked him,
He got
Steiny?
thrown out. Remember,
he got
is
punked.
that the one?
No, that was in Memphis. He got thrown out. Remember? And he was clapping his way off the floor.
That trick.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So,
all right. By the way,
anyway.
hi, Goo. Hi, Steiny. Yeah,
What's up,
Steiny
Chris?
and Goo jumping on in here. Hello, boys.
I'm
How we
still
doing?
on the high from Sunday's party.
Good for you.
Yeah,
Good
right.
I can tell. You still got your 1-star rated Dallas Cowboys gear on.
Yeah, speaking of high, can I go somewhere real quick?
Sure. So high.
I had a gripe last week with Steiny about these debacles of part 2s to these movies. Like they're doing a reboot of White Men Can't Jump, House Party. LeBron was in it. It was awful. Okay, this is the first, but have we got so weak at coming up with the script that we have a cocaine bear?
It's based on a true story.
I don't... What is it? What are we talking
Most
about?
Most fiction is based on reality.
I don't know what you're talking. I don't know what this movie is.
There's a movie, Cocaine Bear.
Is it a bear who does a bunch of cocaine?
But the Tony Montana, but he's a bear.
Oh, and he goes like crazy. The bear
That's
goes.
Correct.
What are we doing? What message are we sending,
the
guys?
The bear stays up late playing pool and playing darts.
I don't play at the nose candy, but give me something else, Willard.
You watch, that movie's going to do well.
Dude, see that, and that's the problem. I'm being
again. It's based on a true story.
Okay.
Do you remember the movie Sharknado?
Yes.
They made like 6 of them.
Oh, God.
Because it was such a smash hit.
And by the way, not based on a true story. Sharknado.
I'm for real.
What's his name?
Man.
One of my favorites. Ziering. Adam Ziering.
Oh, Ian.
Ian
Ziering. That's right.
He pronounced it
okay.
Ian Ziering.
The other ridiculous
Beverly
movie.
Hills 90210.
Throw that in there.
Samuel L. Jackson, Snakes on a Plane.
But that's not okay.
Was that based on reality, Steiny?
That I don't know.
I'm tired of these mother father snakes on a plane.
It technically could happen.
Could,
It's plausible. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. And these shows on a daily basis are based on a true story.
So between the hosts, we got 2 teams here.
What do you mean?
Bonte and myself, you, Dibbs, Willard, and Shasky. Dude, you guys were like, the Warriors are done. Like, there's no stat that's going to win the title right now. Everybody relax. Woosah.
No.
And it's all about Stephen Curry. And when he comes back, Slater had a piece where there was a crutch at his locker. Like, that's
Draymond
what this
Green.
is about. That's a 4.
So hold on.
Give you a 4.
No, I'm not.
Just everybody relax until we see it.
I'm not going to accept the label Warriors are done. I'm not on that team.
Oh, okay. All right.
Here's what I'm done with. This style of basketball. So if the Warriors show up in a month and play a different style of basketball, and I admit they might, then we're going to have a different discussion.
Okay, that sounds different.
But and that's the point I try to make today. You want to win games 135 to 126, you going home. You're going home. Whether it's before the first round, in the play-in, in the first round, you will go home if you want to play 135 to 126 in the playoffs. That's what I'm getting at. I still like these defensive metrics.
Nothing matters. What we're seeing is
won't work.
Nothing matters.
It's fictitious, Steiny.
Nothing matters.
No, I'm just don't base everything on what you
Let
see
me ask
now.
you this.
57 games is not fictitious.
Let me ask you this,
That's a body of work.
Because you're a hunter.
Yeah.
Have you ever employed a hunting dog?
Yeah, Danny.
You kill something because that's what you guys like to do.
He was an Irish setter.
And you know that a hungry dog hunts best.
Right. You're reminding me of that, like a hunting dog. You're just sniffing. You're sniffing around. You need to find something positive, because you know why? It's hard to find something positive.
Right.
So you're out, but there's no carcass.
Okay, but
there's no carcass. Nothing was shot down yet.
Not you guys, but what you're doing is you're telling me what Denver has done through umpteen games is finalized. Like, give them the chip. It doesn't work that way. Are they going to be able to guard in a 7-game series? Denver? I don't know. The Clippers?
No one's giving them the chip.
But it sounds like that when people...
If you reach into the big bag of Lays and you're handing out chips, the Warriors are maybe getting the 11th chip in the bag.
It's ugly right now. I get it.
They're getting the crumbs at the bottom that you tilt the bag.
But you don't think game one go time, they got to make it. I'm a little nervous. Willard, you don't think that they're going to go away from that? Like, they're
how do they go away from it?
They got to put that together, and we have time. But it will help if Gary Payton II can help. I get why they did that, and if Curry's back. But
so can I just address something?
Throw out last night.
Okay.
Like, that's not who they really. That's not indicative of who they really are.
Actually, that's exactly who they are. And before you throw that out, Steiny, I'm just going to give you some numbers in terms of
you're going to win this.
Who they were and who they are. Forget the record. In 57 games, they're showing you who they are. Last year, they were 13th in the association in pace.
Gotcha.
This year, they're number 1. Last year, they were number 2 in the association in field goal percentage allowed. This year, I think they're 16th.
Not good.
So in turnovers and fouls, they've always been a turnover and a foul machine.
Okay.
Or they're second in both. But my point is, they're playing this year like Charles Barkley talked about 7 years ago. They are a jump shooting team. They're an AAU team. They don't defend at all. So 57 games is a lot of time to look. So I don't think that they can become the team that Mark is talking about, the team that they would need to be to go on a run. I don't think they have it in them.
Here's the biggest problem I see for the Warriors. And again, maybe they can all turn it around. But when they were at their best, I was just thinking about this with Klay Thompson. When they were at their best, Klay Thompson was a great on-the-ball defender. Great. The dirty little secret, even back then, well, not dirty little secret,
He
but
guarded two players.
His weakness has always been guarding off the ball. And one of the reasons I've heard this from people who are in the league, know more than me, is he's good. He can focus on a guy with the ball. When his guy's off the ball, he wanders a little bit. Okay, so just think about that for a minute. So now he can't guard ones as well as he used to. So because of that, he's gonna have to guard off the ball a little bit more. But that's a weakness of his defensively. So now I think, well, how can they win it all? Well, they got to have Poole, Klay, and Curry. Like, they have to be big fixtures on the floor, I think. Like, at the same time, at least half the game, 20 minutes or so, whatever. They're not, like, Klay used to be an anchor for that defense. And, like,
what was
positive
he real quick
defensive
in last
anchor.
June against Boston?
He was good enough.
And
was
he
good
didn't
enough.
have to be an on-ball defender because you had Gary Payton II,
and
which
Wiggins.
you
do
also had
have
Andrew
now
Wiggins,
who was sick, and his body will be right.
GP2?
4 down. No, Wiggins. I mean, dude, it was zapped out of him. Last night he looked like old Wiggs with the 4 down. Go, give me that all day.
Right.
Okay,
right.
if he's going to become what he was in June, I believe. But Willard, that 136 and what I see from Klay in stretches, your best defense can be your offense. And if Curry is healthy,
I don't agree.
That's where
I don't
and
agree.
it's about timely stops, guys.
Yeah, so I hear you, and I just don't agree that will work in the playoffs. Like there historically is not evidence that if you're bad defensively but you're elite offensively, it'll work. And it, we even sort of were talking about this after the Super Bowl the other day. Can we dispel the myth in football that defense wins championships? And I think we've reached an era where you can. I don't think defense wins championships, but I think if your defense is awful, that loses championships. And the Warriors right now, maybe they're something short of awful, but they're bad. At minimum, they're not good. They're not what they were before. If their plan is to just go outscore everybody, I don't think that's going to work.
Okay.
That's not
I'm
going to work.
being proactive. I don't think that's the plan, but they've yet to have one damn bad defensive game in the playoffs. The reason is the playoffs haven't started.
Right.
And now bringing GP2 back, what's the difference in this team than last year? There's two names, Otto Porter Jr. and Bielitsa, and to me, that should not be enough for this team not to get back. So it's about mindset. It's about psyche when the offs start and everybody's healthy. Let's go.
You brought GP Street Clothes back. GP2 may not play a game this year.
I was being proactive.
Well, and I appreciate the positive spin, but in addition to that, you have, Steiny's right in terms of you need Steph, Clay, and Jordan Poole on the floor. Well, Steph is an average defender at best, and Jordan Poole is a human turnstile. And Clay, I think you're right about his on-ball defense. So who do you have on the
backdoor yesterday?
Who on this team
I saw that.
can go out there on the ball and stop Ja Morant or stop
Wiggins.
Kyrie Irving?
Andrew Wiggins.
I don't know if he can.
Nobody's going to stop. You know what I mean? That's your guy.
Most of these teams, though, have multiple players. Like Denver's got 3 or 4 legitimate problems for you to defend. And you got Draymond and Wiggins, and who else?
I'm riding till the wheels fall off, Stein. I need to see it. And if you're telling me it's Minnesota, it's Sacramento, they can't stop a nosebleed. They're the 3 seed.
Yeah.
So I cannot wait for but I got to be careful. They got to qualify.
You're all over the place.
Yeah. So are the Warriors.
Yeah, they're going to win a title, but they might not qualify. Well, what is it?
That's reality.
I know. So what is it?
I can't predict the future. I know we got to bet.
The one thing in your favor, if you look at defensive rating, so per 100 possessions, defensive rating, the top 6 of the top 7 teams are Eastern Conference teams. So Memphis is the only team that is in the top 7. In terms of the Warriors, they might get into some of these series where there are more games, 125 to 124, based on some of these Western teams that don't play a lot of great defense.
Well, and these stats and rankings and collectives and analytics and everything, I mean, do they change at the trade deadline? These are all collectively about a Western Conference that didn't include Kevin Durant. It didn't include Kyrie Irving. And I guess your overall point, Goo, is a fair one, which is that if what you want to say is, I believe that in a month and a half, the same thing that happened last year will happen this year, which is the Warriors are going to snap a finger and all be healthy, all at the same time, and then sort of play collectively at a higher level than we had seen all year. Sure, that could happen.
Right.
That absolutely could happen. And I'm not going to be a disbeliever in that. But the constant that was also there before that happened last year was that this was a good defensive team. It's not there this year. And we're searching. Mike Brown, physicality, lack of motivation, I have no idea. But these types of games, Dibbs is right, part of it is the league, but these types of games almost never happened last year. They never gave up this many points in a game. And they're going so fast, and is that Jordan Poole? Can you even play that way in the playoffs? Are you going to wear yourselves out? I don't know. I just know what we're looking at right now, that's not going to work.
Yeah, and I'll say this
that's
to
not
that.
going to work.
My number one concern, because the other, let's band together and have that speech. I'm into that stuff. I think that will, present itself. But the Steph Curry timeline, when he's coming back, that's the one that really and I'm trying to be positive, but boy, that everything else falls apart if there's a delay.
No doubt. And there is a delay already because he said basically that he won't be ready, for the Laker game, which is March 5th. Isn't that what he said? He said he's
Those
not.
are facts. Yeah. So that's the first one out to shoot, though.
His point being that, I know that we're going to do this after the All-Star break. If you're asking me if I'm going to be ready
the
the
Lakers
first
are the
game.
23rd.
Yeah, he goes, the first game after the break, no. I won't play in that one.
Yeah.
I think that probably also means not the second one. The
second one's the next night.
Yeah, his point is, I don't know how much longer, but it's going to be a little bit after the break.
That's my concern.
At a minimum.
I was looking at March 2nd, which is the Clipper game. Because you come out of the break and they got 3 games in 4 nights. Yeah. They got a back-to-back to start.
But that's 2.5 weeks. That's
right.
Sounds like nothing.
No, but I mean, if he gets reevaluated after the break, that's that game against the Lakers, the 23rd. And then if he's cleared to go, it's probably a week for him to ramp up after that.
But the scary part is I think his point was, he said this is not like the arm injury earlier. This one, there's unknown. I don't know when I'm going to be ready.
Right.
They knew with that last injury about when he was going to be ready. That's why you get weird tweets like multiple weeks. I don't know what that means.
Right.
They don't know. They don't know.
And also, when he is able to go again, quote unquote, because it's a leg, he needs about 5 to 6 to 7 days to ramp his legs back up to get back into playing shape. When he hurts his shoulder, he's able to still get on the exercise bike or the treadmill. And so when the shoulder's healed, boom, he's ready to play.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So
and I understand that they won it last year. They were 41-13 after 54 games last year. 41-13. Then they struggled because of some injuries. Obviously, Draymond went down. But you know what else they did? They won 5 in a row going into the playoffs, which I'd forgotten about. So things really fell into place for them. And I'm not saying they were lucky, but they have not had a 10-game stretch where they played as well as the 55 games they played to start last year.
Lucky gets a bad rap, by the way. We use it as a way
I'd like to say they had good fortune.
My point is that every single championship team in every sport always, I used to remember, Tiger Woods used to say this when he was at the height of his reign. It takes breaks. You do not win a major without breaks. Period. We don't need to tell a Warrior fan this. How many stars on opponents have gotten hurt over the last decade that helped them win a title? The Eagles didn't even win a title. Did they get any breaks in these playoffs? It takes breaks. It takes breaks. So, it's just funny when teams get to an end and they got lucky. Yeah.
Luck is not fluke.
I don't like lucky, though, because it's a trigger for.
I know, but it's not the only thing. It's not the only. It's not why you won, but you need some luck. You need some breaks.
I just feel like if you say the Warriors
right now because we got some breaks.
I just feel like if you say the Warriors,
you literally got here by winning the lucky break.
True that. And the first year, Kyrie was hurt, they got lucky. And this past year, you didn't have to face Phoenix, you got lucky. It's not a 5-letter word. It's not a bad thing. Of course, you got lucky.
Yeah, I just to me, if I come out and say, look, the Warriors were lucky last year.
Yeah, there's a tone there. There's a tone there.
I'd rather say, look, everybody gets you got to have some breaks. You got to have some good fortune.
For sure.
Things bounce their way. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, you need it.
Looks like what?
Yeah.
You need it.
Well, it's out of
You're looking antsy, but the computer's still open. All right.
No,
we're gonna have that. We're gonna have the first 10. We script our first 10 minutes when you guys get out.
Okay, well then we better get out before. You still got 10 minutes if we leave now. Here we go. Steiny and go next.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, will you take me at my word if I tell you something?
I always do.
All right. There's one thing I don't want to do today. I don't want to get into why they can win it and why I don't think.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Just because, you know, I don't feel like hearing Warrior fans don't want to hear
you're a hater.
They don't want to hear me be negative, and I don't want to hear you say moxie, pedigree, championship DNA, or anything like that.
It's real. That's right.
I will, and so is the fact that they haven't played well all year long. I'm watching the game last night, and you just tell me how this manifests, or does it, or does it go away? The thing to me that stuck out again last night, and it's stuck out a lot of the season, is it feels like they're working really hard for wins at a point in the season when they never had to work this hard before, and especially against teams like this. I'm looking at last night's game, and it's like it took everything almost. Wiggins played 39. Clay played 37, 38. And, I mean, I feel like, having watched the NBA as much as I have, that this means something. The fact that they are grinding in February. Like they never had a grind before, and they're a little bit older, and I feel like that's going to be something they're going to have to overcome, because I just think it's gonna take a toll somehow.
Wow, that's not even on my metric. That's not even on my computer. And the reason I say that, Steiny, is they're pros. But what energy did we see from them when they jumped out to an 18-2 lead and they shocked the world and they suffocated teams with defense? It's like, I don't care where you're at in the standings, you got to give your all. And I'm not mad because you read it that way, that the tank's going to be empty, but they're about to embark on a week off, and it'll help everybody because Steph's
and
not
every
playing.
Other team.
No doubt. But to you and Dibbs and Willard, you know, talking about the defense, it's nowhere near where I want it to be. But Steiny, I'm watching the league. I'm looking around. Other teams or you know, they're sleeping on the defensive end. So it's got to get better. But last night, to me, Andrew Wiggins, who arguably was your best player in the playoffs last year on both sides of the court, they went through him 4 down. That's what I want to see. And will he get back to where I'll take the best defender? Put me on Tatum. Put me on Ja. Now, that's one guy, but if Gary Payton II, if all this is real and he's going to be back by the time the marathon really starts, I'm assuming they're in, that's where I'm at. Denver, show me. It may not be Denver. Minnesota sack, that's what I'm banking on, Steiny, and I feel good about it. But last night, that first quarter, oh, my gosh. I was like, Washington's going to kick their ass. We just talked about it. But who said it? I think it was Dante DiVincenzo, who's just been a godsend. Steiny, they had to fill us in the second half. And that's what I like. Even if they would have lost.
Defense stunk in both halves.
But one was better than the other half. Yeah, they put their body on them.
I mean, look, and this is the way this is going to go. I can watch this whole team play 60 games so far this year almost, and they have not had one solid defensive stretch for, let's say, 10, 12 games. They haven't had a stretch where they've ripped off 12 of 15. Their defense has not gotten any better over the course of the season. And did they win it last year? They did. They got a lot of breaks. And I'm sorry, I am not using last year. Like, why would you use last year as a metric, but not this year, when this year's evidence is more pertinent because it's actually who they are right now? And let me throw one more thing. Yeah. For all you guys out there saying, it's only been a year. That's right. That's right. And sometimes that's how fast it happens. When you play into June, which they did last year, and you know what they got to do to win it again? They got to play into June again. And you can keep downplaying their age, but I think there's a reason their defense is not very good this year, and it's because a combination of things. Age is a part of it. Motivation is another part of it.
Go ahead, man.
They don't have the personnel they've had in the past. They used to be able to throw out Curry, Clay, above average, Iguodala, above average, Draymond, elite. They had 3, and if they put Looney out there, they have 4 above average defenders. They can't put 4 above average defenders on the floor anymore.
To that point, Steiny, all those guys are still on the roster, and Andre Iguodala, if you're listening, the joke may be on me, and the joke may be on anybody that doubted what was his role, because if he's ready to go, along with GP2,
why are we talking about Iguodala?
Because he's still got a jersey, Steiny, and they're going to need him.
Okay. Well, why are we talking about Iguodala?
Because he's done it time and time again. I'm not telling you he's going to be DPOY, but that's an option. And when you're desperate, and I don't even know if they're desperate. We're going to have Bob tomorrow. We can ask him, Steiny, but I have nothing to combat what we're watching right now while I'm nervous. But I just don't think the guys that you ran down, it's all evaporated. And when you roll them out there, you ever have a bad job and you don't want to go to it and you're thinking about it the night before? I have. You talk about the Warrior players playing in June like it's a dark cloud looming over. Steiny, I believe.
Get to June.
Okay.
Like, I'm insulted. They're in the
playoffs right now. They're the ninth.
That's not the playoffs.
Well, they're in the play-in.
Well, yeah, and they were in the play-in once before. They didn't make it.
Right.
And they had Steph Curry then, who's healthy.
The Lakers and Memphis.
Exactly.
So you're saying...
By the way, here's the other thing I was thinking about
Curry
last
and Clay
night.
and Dre, and Wiggins.
Okay. Well, then you know what? Why don't we do this? You don't even have to watch the games because you just said they're meaningless. Basically, like... And I think this is very important. Like where they're at. Like tonight's game is the game they always. Yeah. This is a game where they always have lost this game tonight this year. They don't win this game tonight. It's just a game they haven't won. Every time you're like, you know what, maybe they never win it. You think they're going to win tonight?
I came in. You think they're not. You told me that.
I don't think they're going to win.
This is the start of
and
what
if they do
Diaz
win,
was saying.
Then they got to win 6.
Yeah, no
then
doubt.
They got 6 games in 9 days.
Right, but my thing is why they can't win on paper. The Clippers, they're better. They name recognition wise without Steph Curry. But last night could be a start. You never know, and they could get beat over the head by 20 tonight. But what if they win that game going into the break? You kind of think it's got to mean something, and this will be the 10 of 12 that we talk about that we've been searching for.
I mean, 500 teams rarely rip off 10 of 12. That's why they're 500 teams. Listen, I'm not disrespecting their pedigree. But I'm also not ignoring 29 and 28 and how it's all come down.
Will you give me this? Because you didn't say, I don't remember you saying this, what I'm asking you. 29 and 28 is shocking to you. You didn't see.
No, not the way they're playing.
No, coming into this season,
what about it?
You didn't think it would look like this.
I thought they'd be 33 and 24.
Okay. All right,
I don't know.
All right.
I don't know.
Because I sure didn't see 29 and 28.
What'd you see? Did you see more wins than last year?
Oh, no.
Why?
About probably roughly the same, maybe 5 less. But not what I got to bet, but forget that. I can't believe how little they look. How easy.
Is that going to change?
I believe it's more will than personnel. Steiny, all we're talking about now, man, I'm telling you this.
Is the past.
Is Otto Porter Jr. and Bielitsa. That's all we're talking about that's not a part of this team. Now, if age is eating them up as greatly as you say, then we got a problem. But until I see it or we see it.
We've seen it all year, Goo. All year long, we've seen it.
Who's your team in the
You're
West?
choosing to discount it, which is your right, because they're champions. I'm not going to ignore the fact that they've
your
stunk.
Team in the West? That's what I mean.
But I made a bet with you.
Right.
Any team is my team.
See, but that's wrong. You don't win it that way.
I don't need to win it. I don't need to win it.
I bet you don't, but I'm just,
Well,
you
that's
don't
the
feel
point.
comfortable on any team saying, especially with all this
I don't
fantasy
believe
draft
the
that
Warriors
happened.
can beat Memphis, then
Oh,
Phoenix,
see,
then
yeah.
Denver,
Oh, man.
then the
Okay.
Celtics,
I
if
can't
that's
wait
the
to
way
watch
it comes down.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. Let me ask you a question. Are you more confident in the past, who the Warriors were? Or are you more confident in the future, who they're going to be in June? I mean, how confident are you? 29-28. They got the Clippers tonight. They've not played well, but
the defending champs.
When they were 41-13 last year, we haven't seen a stretch even come close to that this year. All right, 888, let's get into it. I guess we'll talk about whether you think the Warriors still have it in them to win a title, whether Guru's delusional or I'm a hater. Which one is it? 888-957-9570.
Damon and Ratto stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
Here's the thing. I think the Eagles would have beaten the Cincinnati Bengals. The Eagles were very good yesterday. The Chiefs are just that much better.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
It's creepy.
95.7 The Game.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network.
Go on.
Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Wendy's 2 for $6 lets you mix and match some of our best items, like Dave Single with a 10-piece crispy nugs, medium strawberry lemonade with a spicy chicken sandwich, spicy chicken with a Dave Single with a strawberry lemonade, strawberry lemonade, if you're into that. Chicken Sam, crispy nugs, strawberry lemonade, Dave's, nugs, Sam. Whew! Pick what you want at a price you want. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $6.
For a limited time, price and participation may vary at U.S. Wendy's. On the card only. Single item at regular price.
Hello, this is Joe Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is a firm that practices family law exclusively. We focus on only one area of the law to maximize our strength and effectiveness as advocates for clients that have everything on the line. Their homes, retirement, savings, and most importantly, their children. We're the partner our clients count on. If we can be of help to you, give us a call.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's California area attorneys. 2121 North California Boulevard, Suite 290, Walnut Creek, California, 94596.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1979. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1979. That's 800-777-1979. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Wendy's 2 for $6 lets you mix and match some of our best items, like Dave Single with a 10-piece crispy nugs, medium strawberry lemonade with a spicy chicken sandwich, spicy chicken with a Dave Single with a strawberry lemonade, strawberry lemonade, if you're into that. Chicken Sam, crispy nugs, strawberry lemonade, Dave's, nugs, Sam. Whew! Pick what you want at a price you want. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $6.
For a limited time, price and participation may vary at U.S. Wendy's on the card only. Single item at regular price.
When I got what I got. Jason Aldean with special guest Mitchell Tenpenny, Corey Kent, and DJ Silver are coming to Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View September 21st. And 95.7 The Game has your tickets. Enter to win at 957thegame.com.
Of everyone on Golden State. Open shot, fate of the universe on the line, or the Martians have the death beam pointed at Earth. You better hit it. I want Iguodala.
Now,
Iguodala's
back
got
to
ice water in his veins.
on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Boy, did I throw the Bay Area softball there. 2 softballs. You're welcome. Is Guru delusional and or Steiny a hater?
I'm getting
those are so easy. So easy.
The results on my end, you won't like.
What do you mean?
A lot of people saying you're a hater.
No kidding. That's because I don't fawn over the home team like most people do because they're fans, and I get it. I'm in the Bay Area, and I'm not a fan of the Golden State Warriors. I'm more of a fan of basketball.
Right.
I love basketball.
Right. Nobody's arguing that.
So I tend to look at things a little outside the lens of a fan.
And you admit last year, like us all, you were shocked that the Warriors got it done. And for whatever reason, you feel like that's taken a toll and they have no action. I feel like since the punch, which obviously is not anything you want your team to go through before the season starts, all the bad juju ends with Steph Curry. When he comes back and Gary Payton is available for this team, I like their chances. But Steiny, I told you during the break, I found an error in the box score from last night's Warrior-Wizard game.
They miss a miss by Klay Thompson?
I'm going to give you a 1. Draymond Green, I didn't know this in real time, 24 minutes, not 1 rebound. Did you know that? I watched that game. He was arguing, but he was everything, bringing that ball up. Steiny, 24 minutes, no rebounds. I did not know that till break. Wow.
Yeah.
Maybe that is an error.
Oh, wait. You're saying it's – you said you found – wait a minute.
An error, I thought.
You're weird. You made it sound like, Steiny, I've never seen a box score with a mistake in. Like they've offered a correction to the box score.
No, I was running material.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Dre didn't get a rebound.
So that's
damn.
Oh,
but he
and you're
played
saying
his
that,
ass
okay,
off.
and you're saying that must be wrong.
Look at my boy.
Jeez, I'm slow. I'm a hater
Happy
and I'm
Valentine's to all the men and women.
Did
you say who cares?
It's a synthetic holiday.
No, it's not. We're here, so it's not a holiday.
It's the
I'm gonna get some
culmination of capitalism, is what it is.
I'm mad at you, but I'm gonna get some flowers.
I know you are, sucker.
Chocolates.
I don't.
It's dude. I get it. Yeah.
Valentine's Day.
I love you.
All right, let's start out with what everybody knows from Big Ike. Steiny sounds like he's hating. What's up, Big Ike? How you doing, man?
Hey, how y'all guys doing? First off, man, love the show. Listen to you guys all the time. You do a great job.
Thank you.
I'm with cool on this one, man. Steiny, man, you disrespecting the championship pedigree. You know what I mean? And like Goose said, everything rides with Stephen Ward, Curry, number 30, when he comes back. His health, his knee, and how quickly and how fast he can get back into basketball shape. You know what I mean? You cannot disrespect championship pedigree. You got a lot. Okay, now what scared me was the acquisition of Kevin Durant going to Phoenix. Now that ruffled a lot of feathers around here. Other than that, nobody else is proven and have the pedigree that we have. Yeah, we are small right now, and Portland got us on that deal with Gary Payton. I personally know Gary. I'm from Oakland. I know a lot of the Paytons, man, and that right there worried me a little bit. But if he can get back on track, I think we got a shot, man.
Yes, wow.
Goo, what do I say that's
I love the call.
Tell me, give me an example of how I hate.
Because you have so much energy that you want to suck from people like myself before the season's concluded. Well, and right now, and we give you that, but when you come through the air like Chocolate Thunder, Daryl Dawkins with an emphatic, they can't do it.
I said
the
that. I don't
average
think they
bear
can.
would step back and say, hey, fella, talking about Steiny from Reading, PA, last year you were proven wrong. But the calculations that you throw me off, you feel like last year was 2 years ago. And I'm not arguing what you're saying about what you're seeing. And the current state of the Warriors right now is not what you want. That it's ugly. But when Steph comes back and Gary Payton II's ready, Denver, you got to show me. Sacramento, you got to show me. But let me tell you who's done it 4 times. The Golden State Warriors with Steele, Dre, Clay, Iggy, Jordan Poole, and Wiggins.
So let me ask you a question. Do you think
that's not drunk?
Do you think Andre? Yes, I think thinking Andre Iguodala is going to play any significant role. I mean, let me ask you this. Are you counting on Iguodala this year?
In the playoffs, I am.
Okay.
Yeah, Steiny, in the playoffs, I am.
Okay. I tend to look at things. I realize that past performance does not guarantee future results.
Okay.
But to me, I'm not expecting Andre Iguodala to play 16 playoff games.
Tizo510 on YouTube. Come on, Goo. Like, that's a bit of a stretch, but like all that bad, you will admit Klay Thompson's made some strides.
Guru, I'm not doing this anymore.
Because
I'm not doing this anymore.
I'm trying to get you
he's made
prepared
some strides,
for these games in situations. Yeah, I'm not saying he's going Larry Bird in the 86-5. I'm telling you now, Steph has somebody, Poole has somebody, Wiggins, that can close the game. Right. And that's going to make their offense greater.
Okay. You see Clay still?
They won it with him last year, and he was nowhere near this.
He was better last year. Defensively, he was definitely better last year. No doubt about it. None. And you know what? I think he was better last year because he did come back from injury and he was conscious of fitting in to a team that, if you'll remember, was on its way to being 41-13 without him.
Yeah.
So then he came back and he integrated himself in a real positive and unselfish way. He came out this year and was a different player. He wanted to get all his offense back. And that's what I think is the difference
basketball in the summer either, though, Steiny.
Right.
So it took some time.
Right.
But now, okay, you're like to see we are the odd couple. You're focused on the defense. I ain't mad at you, but I'm also focusing on the offense where that's what had him in the dumper. That's where the darkness was coming from. And the dude, since January, has shown me, you keep this up, there's going to be situations, plays called for you to where it's not just all on Steph.
Emilio in Menlo Park. What's up, Emilio? How you doing, man?
How's it going?
Going well, man. Appreciate it.
I just want to say, I think the Warriors have a good chance. Like you guys are arguing. They have that trio, Draymond, Steph, and Clay. Nobody has stopped them yet. All those 4-timers, nobody has stopped them yet. Nobody has went to the playoffs and knocked them out. So whenever, Steph Curry comes back and he's ready, you got to watch out for the Warriors. They're a threat.
Yeah.
And help me out, Steiny, because I'm taking from the Xfinity Mobile text line. Steiny, he came out last year talking about Clay ball hogging and taking terrible shots.
That was at the beginning of this year.
No, last year is when we were talking about he should be benched for Jordan Poole.
You can't bench Klay Thompson because he's a sacred cow.
Okay, bottom line is he was taking back. He was gunning.
Right.
He was hunting.
Okay.
Not just this year. It was last year when he came back.
Okay. He certainly figured it out. He certainly figured it out over the course of the last 32 games. And you keep saying, well, nobody plays defense in the NBA. You're okay. Fine. Nobody plays defense in the NBA, but nobody plays it less. Only 2 teams play it worse than the Warriors. So, if every team's averaging 130, but the Warriors are giving up 135, they're still one of the worst defensive teams in the league.
And that's what the rest of this season is about. You don't think they can fix that?
No, I don't. Okay. I don't think you fix defense. I don't know why
I'm shocked by your answer.
I don't think you can fix defense.
I do.
Okay. And they're not nearly the defensive team they were last year. They don't have the personnel they had last year to defend like they need to defend this year, I don't think. Blake thinks you're right, though, Goo. What's up, Blake? How you doing, buddy?
Steiny, these are the dog days. I love you, man, but these are the dog days. Guru, you got it right, man. They're the defending champs. You're talking about defense. Well, I think the defending champs know how to play defense. We only have 2 players missing from last year. We just got GP2 back. Man, we're ready to go. I'll tell you right now, though, Draymond Green, he's the X factor. If he's good, we'll win. If he's off, man, it's going to be tough, man. I said it last year. He's become a bit of a liability out there. We got to have him playing his game.
I thought it was all about Steph.
Well, you got to pick up the slack when Steph is out.
After the All-Star break, the Warriors have 6 games in 9 days. Let's say Steph doesn't play. When do you? So that would be what? They're 29-58.
I don't think he's playing in any
64.
of the 9.
So let's say when Steph comes back, they have 18 games left. Do they have to be 500? What if they're not? What if they're 3 under at that point?
Then those 18 games, you'd have to do something like 12-6.
And I'm already looking at
7. That's a wow.
And that's kind of another thing that I'm thinking. For them to make a move, I think they're going to have to expend more energy the last month of the season. And again, remember last year, what happened the last month of the season? Steph Curry was resting. Steph Curry's not going to be able to rest this year. He's going to have to play pretty hard, I think, for the Warriors to climb the standings if that's what they want to do.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think, and I mean this, do you think the players on this Warrior roster, Steph included, Bob, Steve Kerr, do you honestly think they know they can't win it? Because I believe they know if we can get Curry back, and I won't even bring up Peyton Jr., I believe they know hey, let's go.
I don't know.
And Kerr said as much.
Well, what's he supposed to say? Well, come on. By the way, for all you Wiseman, you like James Wiseman.
I hate that he's gone.
You think the Warriors win that game last night if James Wiseman plays the 15 minutes that JaMychal Green played? Do the Warriors win that game? They don't. They lose that game last night. So to me, to my way of thinking. So like everybody was, just play Wiseman. And you know what? Kuminga, 13 minutes last night.
Saw that.
13 minutes.
3 of 5 from the field.
Martine is in San Jose. What's up, Martine? How you doing, man?
Steiny, hey, Goo. I love the show. You guys are actually the ones that got me into 95.7 The Game. Couple of things here. The first time I call, I'm pretty much calling to agree with Steiny.
Well, you got to keep calling then.
Unfortunately. What was that?
Now you got to keep calling.
Yeah, no, I'm going to keep calling. Guru, sorry. You're delusional, man. Like, I think the hardest thing to do as a fan is be level-headed and look at, what's really going on. I'm a big soccer fan. Growing up with my dad, he would always call me a hater for telling him the truth as I'm watching my team play. And watching the Warriors play, I don't think I've had this many heart attacks on the fourth quarters in the regular season. And it's kind of hard to see them get the things together. It's just, what you're watching right now, it's kind of what it is. And maybe they can get it together at the end. I mean,
I losing you, Martine.
I agree with you.
Let me ask. So, if I run down a list of things that, let's pretend I'm a Warrior fan. Pretend I'm a Warrior fan that worries instead of a hater. If I'm a Warrior fan that worries, what should I do with these half dozen things that have plagued us all year? Should I just expect they're going to disappear? That's what I'm asking. The foul line discrepancy is that going to change? Because I might even out, but I don't see how that changes because that's not really who they are, an attacking team.
Okay.
So I'm worried about the fact that they never shoot any free throws and the other team always shoots free throws.
That's JD. That's a problem.
Okay.
It wasn't a problem last year, nor did it prevent them from getting to the top of the hill. My thing is, you got guys who could put it on the floor and go to the cup. I'll name them. Steph Curry, when healthy, Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins, and now Jonathan Kuminga. What you're saying is valid, but what I feel like you're missing is when it's go time, when it's the tournament, they know what ails them. And I believe it's effort, because you said it earlier, not even effort, because that sounds bad. It's motivation. And if they are locked in mentally, knowing we are defending our throne, you said it, that can even out. But to sit here, anybody, and call Steph Curry a transcendent player and call this team a dynasty, and just because there's a lot of turbulence and guys getting hurt, guys getting punched, but to say that it's over with 26 left and to just say that's off the table, hell no, that's not off the table. We're talking about Steph Curry, who shocked the world last year by leading this team to a chip. And you got a dog in Draymond Green that's got a chip. And Kevon Looney that's got a chip. Nobody barking right now. You're front running right now because it looks bad. But to say they don't got a chance, talk to me when they lose. And I will tell you, Matt Steinmetz, when I give you that C-note, that's a $100 bill, you were right. I'm watching those other teams. Nobody running away with it. Sacramento, third seed? Get out of here. In a series, Warriors would dust them. Phoenix, when's KD coming back?
So I'm a front runner when I said I didn't think the Warriors could win it before they ever played a game. How am I a front runner when before the season even started? It's not like I said it now that they have turmoil. I said it at the beginning. I said I don't like the direction of this team right now. They have agendas. And I think we've seen the agendas come to fruition. This team has had some kind of riff among the young players and the old players. I don't like that Draymond punched Poole. That was a sign of some bigger issues that sometimes don't get solved. I don't like that Bob Myers doesn't have a contract for next year. That plays into things as far as I'm concerned. I don't like that Draymond Green may opt out. He may not. We don't know what he's going to do. I don't like the fact that all of their championships, they had great defenses, and I don't know if they have a great defense in them this year. So all that I'm just saying, I am just saying, I'm talking about this year, you talking about last year. So we're never going to come together.
Right.
But you know what? If you want to, we can do a show on the 73 win year and talk about how great they were, but I don't think it's relevant to this year, nor do I think it's relevant. Last year's relevant to this year because last year, for 55 games, they were the best team in the NBA. They were 41-13 as we got into January and February. So they had already, even though people might have been down on them, or I don't know, do I think they can win it? I don't think they can win it last year. But you know what? Now looking back, well, damn, they were 41-13. You forgot about that, didn't you? Yeah, I did. I forgot they were 41-13. Well, I just don't see any evidence right now.
Well, everything,
and I'm not going to 41-13 when that's over a year ago.
Okay, right, Steiny. But when you wake up, life is different. Every day is different. I don't have to tell you that. And everything you just mentioned about the contracts, the punches, that's called character. Everything is not going to just be a walk in the park. And I'm not saying I want the Warriors to have to endure those things, but it still hasn't robbed them of a chance of going back-to-back. We'll see when it's go time if this team looks like they're just dead men walking. But all the stuff you can't control, the Draymond opt-out, it is what it is. But I do want to fight back on they don't have the same squad. We're talking about now with the acquisition of Gary Payton II.
First of all, he's not going to play for a month.
Okay.
He's not playing for at least a month.
But he's going to play in the playoffs,
We
right?
don't know that.
Okay, but we don't know he's not going to play that, right?
I get on you about worrying about injuries. Yeah. This one is, he didn't pass a physical. And he's now on the Warriors. When we talk about Purdy and guys who are in, and Curry coming back, that's the one that if you said, Steiny, I'm worried about Peyton, I'd be like, you know what? That one I'd be worried about too.
Yeah, but I got April as my timeline is for him to be back. And it's not make or break if he steps on the court or not. He can just help. But when you talk about they don't have the same pieces, I'm like, yeah, they do. They got Steph, Clay, Dre, Andrew Wiggins, and Jordan Poole, Kevon Looney, and Jonathan Kuminga, and Dante DiVincenzo. I will take that 8 up against any team in the West in the series. Now, you could say, they're going to be in the series. I'm biting my nails.
Let's go to, let's 888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. 650, Steiny, same old arguments. It gets old. It's lazy. Man puts no effort or passion into work. Sad. Let me ask you this, 650.
This is new. I just said.
650. Let me ask you this. Let me ask the 650 who just said same old arguments. What would you say to my observation about Klay Thompson? Am I an idiot? Am I delusional? Am I not seeing what everybody else can see? And that is what I brought up earlier. What about this? He's not guarding on the ball like he used to. All right? No shame in that. So they can't use him on the ball as much. So now he guards off the ball more, but he does not excel at that part defensively. He loses his man a lot. He's a significantly better defender on the ball than off the ball. So does that compute at all that, well, now we don't have the guy who could stay in front of point guards. We not only don't have that guy, Klay now, we're putting him into a place where he's not as successful defensively. And I don't want to just come down Klay's road because the bottom line is they have 3 defenders now that they're going to have to play, none of whom excel at defense, which is different than the championship years when they had Curry, Klay, excellent, Iguodala, excellent, Draymond Green, excellent. I just think defense matters.
Right. And it was just June where we saw Iggy wasn't a big part of what they did to me defensively, Steiny. But the way you hone in on Clay and where he's at defensively, is like he would be the reason.
I'll do Poole,
but
you can't have Poole.
Okay.
Forget Clay. You can't have three offensive players who are all below average on defense. I don't think in this NBA on the perimeter.
So Matt, how did they beat Boston last year in the finals?
It was last year, dude.
It was June.
Wake up.
Okay, it wasn't 5 years ago.
Again, you're talking last year. I'm not.
You got to lean on your brother.
All right.
It's team defense, too.
You're going to win that argument.
Defense.
You win every argument.
It ain't just one-on-one.
Okay. Last year.
It ain't one-on-one.
Right.
But I hate that you're ignoring what I feel like 42% from the field, 40% from three.
Who?
Clay.
Use the right numbers.
I'm looking at it right now.
Use the right numbers.
42% from the field.
He's under 40.
He's 39.6. I round that up to 40.
He's never been under 40 in his career, but for the last 2 years.
Right. And he's never been on the mat where he was doubted that he couldn't get back to where he was at.
I'm not saying they're not a good team. We're talking about being a championship team.
Yeah, but
that's it.
Okay,
and they
my only bone
were
to pick
last
with you
year.
Is you act like last June was 4 years ago.
It may as well be because it doesn't matter now.
We'll see.
No, we won't see. If they win it this year,
That's who they're going
it's because
to the dance
they
with.
win it this year.
With the same guys that you said are done dancing.
I never said they were done. Do I think they're going to win a title? No, I don't. But you do this all the time. Would I ever say they have no chance? No. Of course they have a chance. Would I bet on it? Never.
Well,
but of course they have a chance. And you're so confident. Like, let's up the bet. Which you'll never do. 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's what's coming up on 95.7 The Game. It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Now, it's time for the closer of the week, presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Klay Thompson. 42 points. He knocked down 12 triples as the Dubs stayed hot.
23, Klay Thompson takes it, hits another three. That's his 12th.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fastest mobile service. My little brother has no idea how lucky he is. Back in my day, we didn't have it nearly as good.
Oh yeah? Back in my day, you couldn't even stream outside the house. I don't like to think about it.
Please, back in my day, we had phones with cords, and they were mounted to a wall.
Forget phones. Back in my day, we wrote letters. Remember, Herman?
Oh, I remember.
Vintage texting. Cool.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile, the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. Get the best price for 2 unlimited lines with 5G compared to the lowest price plans of the top 3 carriers. Just $30 a line per month. Visit Xfinity.com/fastestmobile to learn more.
Wait till you hear about how we rented movies.
I don't think she's ready for that. From Xfinity, home of the 10G network. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited intro service and Xfinity Internet required. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced fees after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right. Free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
So yes, it was after midnight and the glue on your kid's mission project refused to dry. But once everything was finished, you realized the smooth white and terracotta make this piece of history beautiful. CertaPro Painters has good news. Your home paint project doesn't have to come with the frustration and panic of your child's 4th grade project. Skip the stress and still end with the look you love. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com.
CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
Is your tub worn out, but you're not sure who to trust to replace it? With over 2 million successful bath remodels, people trust Bathfitter because we know how to do it right. We've been custom designing and manufacturing baths for over 35 years. Our unique tub-over-tub installation takes as little as a day with no demo to fit your busy schedule. And we offer a lifetime warranty on every tub. That's how confident we are in our quality and durability. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley from 95.7 The Game, and we want to send you to the San Jose Earthquakes 2023 home opener on March 4th. They'll take on the Vancouver Whitecaps. For your shot at tickets, enter at 957thegame.com.
Welcome to the IKEA Sleep Sale.
IKEA Sleep Sale?
Uh-huh. Save on all things bedroom, including select bed frames, duvet covers, air purifiers.
And those fuzzy sheepskin rugs?
Yes, and so much more.
Cozy. I'll take one of each.
Hurry in to visit your local IKEA store or go to IKEA-USA.com before the sale goes night-night. Offer valid 2/15 to 2/26. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No Wiggins tonight in L.A. He's out, according to Chris Haynes.
Wow.
Warriors Clippers, is that a 7 o'clock start? Or 7:30? Well, JD, he'll be on an hour before the show. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking Warriors, and they beat Washington 135-126 last night, and the bench was unreal. 18 for 25 from the floor. The bench, just the bench. The bench shot 72% from the floor.
They'll need that tonight. I mean, Wiggins played 39 minutes, 12 of 22, just doing whatever he wanted in the post. Why is he not playing?
I'm sure it has nothing to do with
I heard you whispering
last
out
year.
there. You all right?
I said, we're doing it again.
That's how you said pss, pss. That's how you sounded during the break. Pss, pss.
I said, we're doing it again, and I didn't want to do it.
But you were whispering. Pss, pss.
Well, it's because I was in the studio.
Loud as hell. Pss, 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 pss. Oh, boy. Pss.
Don in San Jose. What's up, Don?
Hey, just wanted to touch base with you guys. I
I agree mostly with the Steinman there because, they haven't shown the consistency. I mean, they're only a game and a half out of the 4th spot, but, with all these games left and guys out, I don't think they can win, enough games. They could put 8 out of 9 together. They could easily pass a lot of those teams, but if they're in the play-in round, there's too many teams to go through. The injury thing is still up in the air. Peyton, who knows? There's in Guru's defense, they're champions until somebody beats them. All right, and that's the deal. But I think your take is a little better because they were 41-13 this year. They never had that start. They haven't been consistent even when they've been at full strength. So I'm a Warrior fan since 1962. But I'll tell you this: it's doubtful. I wouldn't bet the farm that they're going to win it again. And last thing for Guru, if you played with McDonald, Hairston, and Mouton, you're a hell of a player.
Wow. James Logan Colts.
Hanzo's in New York, wants to get into it. What's up, Hanzo? How you doing, man? No Hanzo? Let's go to Kurt. Kurt's in Oakland. What's going on, Kurt? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Just got to work. I'm not too worried about what's going on with the Warriors. It's been a bad year, but the West is still open. And, I've lived through the bad years when Zarko Jabarkaba and Gilbert Arenas put up a fight against Yao Ming and almost won the game. I can go further back if I need to, but, it's just been ridiculous. So the fact that we can talk about, we might not win back-to-back this year, it's pretty darn cool that we've won 4 championships because I honestly at that time didn't think we were going to be able to win it. And I was just hoping, hey, can we at least get into the playoffs and just see what happens, even though we probably get swept in the first round? But, this is icing on the cake right now. And if they don't win it this year, they're going to make adjustments as they always do, and they'll be competitive again in years to come. So we just got to take it with a grain of salt and put one foot in front of the other.
There you go. That's a positive way to look at it. What are you looking at?
How I got all this energy that the Warriors are treating every game and trying to solidify their playoff positioning. I come in here the last week and a half, we've been putting out the bat signal for Andrew Wiggins. He has his best game. This is your last game before the break, back-to-back. You're playing Kawhi, you're playing PG-13, and Andrew Wiggins is out. So are you punting on the game? Why is Wiggins not playing?
Because he got an ankle injury, I guess. Oh, personal reasons? Personal reasons.
That was the report from Chris Haynes of TNT.
Thank you.
Well, I hope nothing's wrong, but man, now I'm like, I came in like, Steiny, they can get this one. Now I'm like, it's going to be an uphill battle.
Let's go to, is this Valentine or Valentine in Hayward?
Hey.
Valentine. Yo. Oh. Hey, how you doing, man? You're on.
It's Valentine. It's basically Valentine, but it's in Spanish.
I got you, Valentine.
So basically, I'm calling because I think that until I see the Warriors lose a game in the West in the playoffs, I don't think I'm that worried. I feel like they can, turn it up a gear in the playoffs. Even though, they're really struggling. And then I'm not afraid that KD also went to the Suns that much because, until he does it without the Warriors, I'm not really scared of Phoenix.
All right. Thanks, Valentine. Appreciate it.
Sound like he was getting his workout in. KD also went to Brooklyn. How'd that work out? They sucked me into all that.
Do you feel like that's like the greatest failure or team failure in recent memory? The Brooklyn Nets with Harden, Kyrie, KD?
Who would even be second?
Good question.
Probably the Warriors when they lost to Toronto when they were going for a three-peat.
But they cashed in on 2.
Right, but that was the best team in the NBA by far. Now they got beat because they got hurt.
Yeah.
But that was a huge disappointment, I would think.
How many playoff series would you have guessed that James Harden, Kyrie, and KD would have won?
See, I wouldn't have.
Wow.
I wouldn't.
Because the answer's one.
Because I'm in the same boat as the people who say, what if OKC would have kept it together? Okay, what if OKC would have kept it together with Harden, Westbrook, and Durant? How the hell does that work?
But they'd been to a finals.
And Harden was a sixth man.
Yeah.
Harden was not going to be a sixth man for any longer. So who handles the ball on that team? Who's dribbling it? Westbrook or Harden? And then what's the other guy doing?
If they play like Curry, they could play off the ball.
Well, nobody plays like Curry.
That's amazing.
Drew in Oakland. What's up, Drew? How you doing, man?
I'm good. Look, so I'm hoping that the Warriors don't try to spend all their life, energy, and force trying to get back and win the game, and then folks get hurt. What I would like to see the Warriors do is invest in these young players, get their defense together, and say we're gonna become, for the next however many games out, we're gonna move up to be the best defense ever. And if we get into the championship trophy, if not, we're gonna take that fundamental hardcore defense into next year, because the reason they won because they were like the top defense and top offense. So the weakness is the defense, and there's nobody to block the ball. They just roll. I probably could go in there and dunk, and I'm 60, right? That's a dream, but I'm just saying, people just get into the hole, and there ain't nobody when they get there, nobody to stop them.
What was he saying?
That they have no resistance at the rim.
But I thought he said they're going to get it.
Well, he's like me. He's hoping they'll get it.
888-957-9570 is the number. We've got Warriors-Clippers tonight at 7. JD will be on the call. Warriors live at 6. Tim Roy will be on the call. And last game before the All-Star break. Warriors have a long All-Star break. Got like 8 days off. No Wiggins tonight. He's out because of personal reasons. And they go to the L.A. Clippers, who they have no injuries tonight. Man. No reported injuries. And going to be a tough game tonight. Steph Curry. Do we have that sound where Steph Curry talked about James Wiseman? Or, you know what, just start getting it ready, Jay, because I want to play what Steph Curry said about his injury and then what he said about James Wiseman when we get a shot at it. Let's go to Word. Word's in Oakland. What's up, Word? How you doing, man? Word.
Not a lot of words from Word. That's a 4.
Hold on, Word. Where is it? The
little T.
Yeah, I can't find it.
Huh. He gets the little T.
He does get the little T, but I can't give it to him. How about this one?
You didn't give it to me yesterday either.
I blame Steph Curry.
There you go.
Who is that?
I don't know. It was just on the board on 95.7 The Game. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. And Steph Curry. Do we have that? We have that, Jake? We have the Curry sound on. Take a listen to what Steph Curry said about his injury, and then what do you think it means?
I mean, it's such a unique situation from jump where, you know, we're coming off of 5 straight finals appearances. We have a down year, second pick. It was a guy that, you know, on paper filled a need for us in terms of, you know, a big presence like that could be athletic on both ends of the floor. And I know it's been well documented, just the ups and downs that he's had in his whole career with the injuries, the COVID stuff they had, you know, first training camp to the meniscus surgery and, you know, the challenges there. Every time he started to figure out a little bit of momentum and show the signs, he had something kind of pull him off the floor for whatever reason. So he never really could figure out, you know, just the availability part, and that was nothing he could control there. It was just a matter of, you know, how the cards were dealt. And I think we all love James. Like, that's the biggest thing. It's a guy that you root for. It's a guy that you know will be able to figure it out. It's a guy that approaches every part of his job the right way, has a great attitude considering everything he's been through and the expectations around him and the conversations around him. So a lot of confidence that he'll be around this league for a long time. I don't know what his ceiling is, but as a guy, I want to see, figure it out and have an opportunity. I know it's been said it just wasn't going to be here because of, all those circumstances and the fact that it was just tough to find minutes for him because of what we're trying to do and what Lou and Draymond, even J. Mike now bring to the floor. So I'm happy. I'm excited for him. I hope he does some great things in this league.
What'd you think?
Honestly, because I'm always honest with you, why the hell did the brass draft him then, Steph? If that's what you guys were trying to do and that's the goal, and I truly know Steph's presidential style, it's not just him. I know they're rooting for Wiseman, but again, it just goes back to what we've been talking about. Man, why did you think he could crack that barrier or hit the ground running?
408 Steiny said the Warriors can't improve their defense. Defense is largely effort and attention to detail. It's idiotic to think the Dubs can't improve their defense the closer it gets to the playoffs. Come on, Steiny. Of course they can improve it, but they're not going to be a good defensive team. I don't think so. Can they get to be good enough? I mean, again, they're going to have to show something that they haven't shown not one time this season.
What if you saw it in the offs? If you didn't see it before game one in the playoffs, would you be like, I bet my life
I'm
it
sure
ain't
we're
coming?
They can't do it consistently. You can't. There's no way that this team might have some good defensive games in it. I'm sure it does. But it's about having to win 16 games over 10 weeks. And are they good enough to win games against really good teams if their defense has slipped from years past?
Steiny, we're talking about in the green room how certain teams are able to kind of turn it on at certain times. Like you're talking about Minnesota can get stops when they need to. Is there any avenue you feel like the Warriors can get a stop when they need to?
They haven't shown it this year. I mean, when they had Clay, Draymond, and Iguodala, I mean, they suffocated teams on the perimeter. And I mean, even if Iguodala comes back, and he can't play as much as he has in the past. I don't know. Are you 888-957-9570 is the number? Is anybody expecting Iguodala to chip in sometime during the playoffs? I mean, we talked about this a couple weeks ago too. Is look, this guy was a hell of a player. But everybody seems to be rolling their eyes when his name comes up.
And I'm one of them, and I'm still like, there's a reason he's still on this team and he has a uniform. It's got to be when it's go time and the games are more important. But, Stoney, I feel you, and rightfully so, focused on the defensive end. Who's to say this team's offense can't win them the title this year? Maybe it'll be different. Maybe it'll be a different script. And the days that defense doesn't show up, they lose that game in the series. But the day that it does, they win that. Like, I just cannot. I got my popcorn with two popcorns. One, to make it, and then two, to see that 7-game series where they can breathe knowing, and they won't go into a game like this, but it ain't the play-in. It ain't if we have a bad game, we're bounced, it's over. Just all the things that you talked about that I talk about, the pedigree, the experience, the moxie. Like, that's what I can't wait for them to demonstrate, but they got to earn it.
Word's in Oakland. He's back. What's up, Word?
Yeah, man, I heard you give me the little T to call back. So the plight of Warriors fans these days reminds me of two scenarios in my life. One was when the Lakers got beat up on by Detroit. Those first couple games, I was like, Shaq and Kobe gonna get it together. They're gonna dominate.
Wow.
And all my boys that were trying to tell me, nah, man, it's a wrap. Detroit got them. There's nothing they're gonna. And sure enough, I had to bow down on that one. It reminds me of when I first saw Superman 2. Superman 2 got married to Lois, decided to be a family man, give up his powers, got drunk and beat up in a bar, and I was like, no, Superman, don't get beat up. Get up, Superman. Obviously, by the end of the movie, he got his powers back, but boy, it was nothing more hurtful to me as a 7-year-old than watching Clark Kent get mopped up over a beer in a bar. And that's what it seems like Warrior fans are watching right now. Like, you watching your superhero get beat up at the bar. Hopefully they get their powers back before the end of the season, but it just looks inevitable to those who just don't want to, who aren't super fanned out and are not just holding on to hope, basically. But we'll find out.
Appreciate it, Word. Thanks for the call.
So, do you think there's I'm asking you, do you think there's anybody out there now that just says, after the Warriors won the finals last year, I know that's last year, I'll leave it there for the sake of the argument here, they're just a 500 team? Is that what I'm to believe? That this there's no way.
Okay, well,
and I got you.
And
There's
that's
just
what I mean.
no
I mean,
way.
like I see 29 and 28, but I can't win the argument. I mean, I can't win the argument
because
they're 29 and 28, but I can't win the argument that they're a 500 team.
Well, and I understand the cutoff, but is there ever a cutoff for saying they're defending champs? Like that's
no, you'll
new.
be able to say that right up until they lose the play-in game.
But if how does a 500? How do you go? I know, but how do you go from that to 500? Like you get wrinkles overnight. Your hair turns gray. But that's not what's happened to this Warrior team that fast to me.
So then why are they 29 and 28?
I think the punch set them back. Took them a while. Losing GP2 and Otto Porter Jr. I'm not even going to throw Bielitsa in there. Losing those two. And I just believe there's some element of fat cat. They're rubbing their tummies. Because they feel like they know they can do it when it's go time, but you know what? And that's a Hail Mary because you're one game out from being in the play-in. I don't think that's how they had it designed.
Kevin is in Pleasanton. What's up, Kevin? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so the punch, just like Draymond said in a podcast interview that he had, he said he knows that has a lot to do with why the Warriors aren't playing the way they should be playing. That's number one. Number two, Steve Kerr is always like the smartest guy in the room, right? We all know that. We give him a lot of respect for that, for his pedigree and his championships that he's won. Guys, he's played the same offense for 7 years, and he's been successful. But the league has evolved. But we haven't picked up players to help evolve with the league. They're older. They can't get to. Clay can't cover 4 people. Steph can't cover 3 people. You know what I'm saying? It's the way the defense was a scramble type defense. The league is better, bigger, and faster. So we have to evolve, get with it. That's why Mike Brown left.
Let me ask you this. Did that all happen overnight?
It happened overnight. It literally happened. That's why Mike Brown left, bro. We made no moves to improve the roster. And then bringing in Wiseman, we've never had a successful big. You can't include the big boy that we had 8 years ago. Forgot his name.
Bogut?
But Bogut. Guys, we do not play with athletic centers. We don't do that. And I'm so glad no fan, no Warrior fan, including you, Guru, can say it's not a system. Because all Bob Myers said yesterday and the day before. It's a system. That's why we didn't pull anybody off the free agent market, anything like that, because they know it takes a full, year almost. It took Kevin Durant almost a half a season to get clicking. I mean, the fans were hating on Kevin Durant when he first came because he was missing all the back cuts and all that. This is a system. So that's why certain guys can fit, and it's a system. Hopefully Kerr evolves. If he doesn't, you guys, it's going to be the same problem next year, man.
I don't know how you evolve. How do you evolve with this team? I don't like. They are what they are.
They're champs, and they've won. Hey, he must like sinners. I do, but if you win 4 rings in 8 years, and let's not talk about the times they went to the finals, the system is working. So until they're bounced, I don't think anybody can pick up a phone and call and say it's broken or they got to evolve. They got to play better than what they've been doing.
888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. Golden State Warriors beat the Wizards last night, 135-126. Tonight, they play the LA Clippers, who are healthy. But the Warriors are going to be without Wiggins and Curry. Wiggins out for personal reasons. And the Warriors right now 29-28. So they're going to head into the All-Star break either 2 games up or exactly 500. They still got a shot at this thing? 888-957-9570 is the number. Of course, they have a shot at this thing. But what are they going to have to do better? You tell me on 95.7 The Game.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
You're gonna feel a puff of air.
Zhang's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift the Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Ooh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
Adopt U.S. Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code KICKOFF at checkout. That's harrys.com, code KICKOFF. Enjoy.
Duran Duran returns to the Bay Area May 28th with special guests Nile Rodgers and Chic and Bastille. Don't miss Duran Duran, the Future Past Tour, May 28th at SAP Center San Jose. Tickets on sale Thursday at Ticketmaster.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, you know what? My bad, Jake. Jake asked me what would you ask me? Give me my favorite Valentine song?
Yeah, favorite love song.
And I actually gave you the opposite of one.
That was
because Bob Dylan's got two that are unreal. One is Dirge, and that's about love going awry. That's the one I told you, so I got that one wrong. What I really meant was the song Wedding Song. Wedding Song is, it's just beautiful. It's just a beautiful, beautiful song. So maybe Wedding Song for next.
Freudian slip?
No, I think I might have done it on That's Just Who I Am.
Man, I got to
recalibrate. Not a love song.
No, that's not a love song at all. In fact, it's about...
we know what it's about.
It's about a guy who he's glad the curtain fell.
Wow.
Can't recall a useful thing you ever did for me. Pat me on the back one time when I was on my knees. Don't get me started. Austin's in Redwood City. Wants to talk about James Wiseman.
Hey, James, man, I don't know why we got rid of James Wiseman, man. Should have got rid of Dollar.
Austin, you got to call back, buddy.
Sound like he's in a
You're
video
our main
game.
man, but
yeah.
That was one of the digital problems.
Sounds like it got sent to Detroit.
The Vortex. I'm going to give you a 1E.
Let's go to Nico's in Oakland. What's up, Nico? How you doing, man?
Good, thanks, Donnie. Hope you guys are well as well. I was just curious to know, I understand like Guru is really banking on the fact that they can do it. So, if they could do it, who would you explore in the market the buyout market? Because they could go for Beverly, even Adrian Wojnarowski said they can try to get him. But even maybe Kevin Love can replace the absence of Bielitsa. But then again, you would have to look at the roster. I mean, technically they have one more roster spot, so go get Bev for that. And then if you're not going to convert either Jerome or Lamb, let one of them go, and then go actually get Kevin Love or I don't know, Big. I just don't. Even if they got them, I don't know if they can do it. From the start of the season, I've been okay. If they did not win the season at all, I didn't think they can do it. with the pieces. But if they explore that buyout market and they find somebody who can just help them, they may have some leeway to help them at least get to the playoffs or at least to play in until Steph and GP2 comes back. I was just curious to know, who would you guys explore in the buyout market?
Yeah, I'd want somebody more defensive-minded.
Does Serge Ibaka fit that? What's left of him?
I mean, if the Milwaukee Bucks have championship aspirations, why would they just waive Ibaka?
I'm not mad at you. What about Pat Bev? He's always and I love what he does, but he's always the little dog. You know what I mean? He's always going to be giving up size. So you ain't going to put him on Tatum if you got there. You ain't going to put him on Jokic. You ain't going to put him on Michael Porter. Like, would you take a flyer on Pat Bev?
Probably not.
You got a Pat Bev, the big Pat Bev.
But they don't have anybody. They don't have anybody right now on the roster that can pressure the ball. DiVincenzo right now is probably the best at it.
How good is he?
And obviously Peyton's really good.
Well, best ability is availability.
Big Ike is in Oakland. What's up, Big Ike? How you doing, man?
Hey, man, back on again, man.
Nice.
Yeah, like I was saying was, everything is going to work as long as Stephen Curry comes back and his knee is fine and he can get back in basketball shape and he shoots a good percentage, preferably in the fourth quarter. That's where we've lost a bunch of our games. I listened to you guys a couple of weeks ago, and we was at the point where you said we were 13 games better at this point in the season. I thought to myself, that's not really that bad due to the fact that we lost like 8-9 games in the fourth quarter where we had double-digit leads, right? Would you agree with that?
I got to see that stat, actually. But, yes, they've lost some fourth-quarter leads for sure.
Man, a lot of games. I know you watch all the games as well as I do, and I don't have the number right in front of me, but I'm pretty sure it's a substantial number. So if we would have won maybe, say, 7-8 of those games at that point of that 13-game difference, it's not the same team as last year. So let's get that out of the way. Otto Porter, you guys mentioned earlier, and Bielisa, I like. Did you see how Bielisa guarded
Jokic?
Damn.
Tatum?
Not Jokic, but Dallas, Luka. Did you see how he moved his feet with Luka? See, play the little things on the court that you guys are missing that win championships. Like I said, it all starts with Stephen Curry and his percentages and how he shoots, and as well as Steve Kerr and his coaching and his substituting in the fourth quarter. His lineup has really cost us some games, if I must add with that. But like I said, every year when we win, they take our coaches. They take Alvin Gentry. They take Brown. They take all the great coaches that were strong in those areas that Steve Kerr's really not that strong as I think. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, they're like the Philadelphia Eagles. Just plucking coaches left and right from that staff. That's what happens when you're good. How many coaches have they lost over the years? Mike Malone, Mike Brown.
Who else?
They've lost
Gentry,
Alvin Gentry. Oh, Willie Green. They lost Willie Green,
and for a minute, Atkinson.
Yeah. They.
So the defense has taken a step back because of Brown. Because I'm looking at Sack, and of course they're not the same players, but they're number 3 seeds, Donnie. But their defense is not what they want it to be. Like that don't fly with me. The coach left. We took a step back. And I'm going to throw a name at you before you get to the next call.
Yeah.
I counted this dude out. We want your take. JaMychal Green on a good day.
What about him?
Can he play?
He'll help you here and there like he did last night. And that's where I think, some people miss the boat a little bit. Then people can feel free to disagree with me. That's fine. But I look at a game like last night and what JaMychal Green gave the Warriors, and he played 15 minutes. Everybody wants to give those minutes to Wiseman when he was here. I don't think they win that game without JaMychal Green last night. I think all things considered, if Wiseman plays like Wiseman, they're not going to win that game last night if they have to play Wiseman 15 minutes.
But moving forward, since there's no Wiseman, if this guy can give you that last night, Stoney, oh hell.
Well, but he's JaMychal Green, so you can't expect him to go 5 for 5, 4 out of 5 nights. He's a role player. He's going to help you sometimes. Sometimes he might not. Luke Walton, good call. Jaron Collins. talking about coaches that used to be the Warriors, used to be on the Warriors staff. Let's go to Jimmy. Jimmy's in Virginia. Wants to talk Warriors. What's up, Jimmy? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, Stanley?
Hey,
I think that they should have traded Kuminga for OG Anunoby. I think that was a win now move that really could have helped this team right now. This team's age is really starting to show, and they're just not able to get it done every night. It's not enough scoring. It's not enough defensive pressure. It's just they're going to have to either flip one of the core guys for bench depth, because they're not going to be able to keep getting back to the finals with vet minimum contracts. You have to add salary to the book. I know Joe Lakers is in tax hell right now, but it just is what it is. Love the show, guys. I appreciate y'all taking my call.
Yes, sir. That's Jimmy in Virginia.
Well, he said OG.
I don't know if I'd do that.
I wouldn't have. Because I'm high on Kuminga. Sounds like you are too. On what he can be.
I'm not as high as you on Kuminga, but
can I
don't think he's useless.
Stoney, don't let him win. I'm going to be so unbearable at the dinner.
What are you talking about?
Because we got the $100 allocated for the dinner and drinks. I'm going to add my own money to drinks, but we're really going to break bread and celebrate.
No. You're going to give me $100, and I'm going to the bar.
Oh, no.
I'm pissed at you right now, and you know why.
Are you being for real?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
Your hair's sticking up like alfalfa. So, hey, how can you be mad at me?
Because I am.
I knew something was off.
Yes. Yeah, no, we're off today.
I felt
we
something.
Are. Yeah,
I know he ain't mad.
Yeah, good. Then you can
I'm
read.
The one that should be
then
mad.
you can read the room. You can read the room.
You know
what? Thinking we're talking about you? Like it might not have been about you.
But
it was about we.
Okay,
it was about we.
This is what hurts me. You know that was a joke.
No, that didn't sound like a joke.
You know that was material.
No, that didn't sound like a joke.
Oh, Stoney, if you
888-957-9570 is the number.
I would have talked to you.
You think that was a joke when Guru kept saying, "Oh, you're whispering"? A whisper.
It was a total
whisper.
Joke. You know me. I don't communicate like that. I would have called you to the side on the way out. Dude, that was supposed to be fun. Don't be a cracker and get salty on me, Stoney.
There's something more there.
Oh no!
You thought I went into the studio and badmouthed you.
You never.
But why would you give me grief?
With volume like that? That was material because you always. That was my way of what I do with Ray when you say you're talking to your guy. That's. I hope you didn't, Evan.
You absolutely positively made me feel like you were saying to me, you don't have the guts to tell me something, but you go behind my back.
Rounds. You
made it sound like I was talking behind your back.
I was having fun.
And I said we.
Yeah, and I couldn't hear you from in here. I just knew you had a good time. But now I know that I got that in my utility belt. Yeah. Put that away for another day.
No, it's got to be gone for good. Don't do that.
I was like, why are you acting a little... I said, it's probably just me.
It hurt my feelings.
Wow. Oh, Valentine's Day. Wow.
I love everybody.
See, now I'm forced to read this 925.
Evan,
Steiny, did you see Clay play defense last night or lack thereof? If they want to stay afloat, Clay needs to be more. No,
he got beat backdoor.
He's fine.
He was aloof. I
think he might be playing the best ball of his career.
Now I don't know what to do with that because now you're running material.
I'm just sick of being hated.
Yeah, he's nowhere near the guy.
Oh no, he's getting there.
But I think you're giving him more credit for where he was at last year in the finals.
I am actually.
Stein,
I thought he was really good in the finals. I thought he wasn't
bad. I agree.
I get it. He didn't score 25 a game,
but he can do that now. And you can say,
that's not necessarily a good thing.
Listen, I'm meeting you halfway.
No,
their defense is going to be their offense.
I have my back turned,
and they're going to improve the D, but they can go off the grid offensively. Clay is a marksman right now. And just can you be that? And Wiggins, 4 down. Just give it to him on the block.
Do you know why they were going 4 down? Because he was being guarded by Bradley Beal, who's 6'3".
I totally get that.
Okay, so somebody will put, first of all, he's not playing tonight.
Man.
Kawhi Leonard defends him. He's not going 4 down.
Right. But I wouldn't run away from giving him a shot or two, Steiny.
Yeah, 1 or 2.
Yeah. Yeah, they kept going to it.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking Golden State Warriors. Let me ask you this, Warrior fans. Did you see anything last night that you can build on? You got the Clippers tonight in L.A. You're coming off a win against the Wizards. You don't have Steph Curry. To my way of thinking, the next whatever amount of games it is without Steph, I'm going to say 7. The Warriors, after the break, have 6 games in 9 days. So I'm going to be conservative. I actually think he may be back before then. But nevertheless.
We'll talk about that later.
But nevertheless. So they have 1 game tonight and then 6 games in 9 days after the break. Let's just say, hypothetically, he misses the next 7 games. So they're 29 and 28. That's 57 plus 7 equals 64. So there will be 18 games remaining when Curry comes back. See, I think they need to be 500. They need to go 3-4 at least in their next 7 games, so that when Curry comes back, they're 500, and then you might, then can you go 12-6 to finish off the season and maybe get the 5th or 6th seed?
Yeah,
but I also think if they win 3 out of their next 7, what they're going to find is that the number 3 and 4 seeds are completely out of reach.
And you got to hold on to that 10th spot because Portland's coming. The Thunder, they're not going away, and the Lakers, I really believe, are coming. Steiny,
What?
Oh, the Lakers, you understand LeBron's not playing. When he comes back, they got action, and they just ran through you at home. I don't understand why you're saying what.
Well,
LeBron has not been playing with the Lakers for those trades to manifest to where, hey, they got some players.
What's their record?
Well, we got a bet, $20.
Record?
Right now, the Lakers are 26 and 32. 3.5 out of the last spot.
You think they can win? You think the Lakers have a 15?
I think they can win 9
stretch?
out of 12. They can go 9-3 easily with this new team and a healthy LeBron James. Can you help us with the math that you think Steph? What are you basing that on?
Basing what on?
Steph coming back in 7 games. I hope you're
a guess. It's a guess.
Man,
nothing
that would
more,
be early
less.
for me. Reading that Slater piece, early. And he's got a crutch.
Well, let's take a listen. Yeah. Let's take a listen to what Steph Curry had to say. This was last night. By the way, 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. Where are the Warriors right now? I know they're the 9th seed, but the question is, do you still think when they click, they're the best team in the West? 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Steph Curry from last night. He met the media, and they talked about his injury. Knee, right? It's a knee injury. I always get injured. It's a knee.
It was just a timing thing. If my foot's elevated and it's just more like a contusion, then you can kind of deal with it. But because my foot was playing it and there's a lot of weight on it and the force of the impact, it was a little bit more serious than I wanted it to be.
All right.
The chef.
Little more serious.
I hope you're right, Matt.
Can you do we have the cut where he basically says after the All-Star break, then I got to figure some stuff out, and then we'll see. So it's a matter of I'm different than most because I heard Dibbs say this, and he's like, well, once he's okay, then he's going to need another, and I always feel like
hit the ground running.
He's always done that.
All right.
He's always come back.
Well, he's never had this.
No, but he's had injuries before. And he comes back, and I'll say this for Steph Curry. When he comes back, he's usually back. He's Steph Curry.
Okay. I hope you're right.
At least that's been his MO.
I don't know why. When I heard the word tears, when I hear, Curry talking about how unique this injury is, it's something he's never dealt with. And the fact that, there was a crutch, and I know it's early on and he's got time, everything that I got in me is like, okay, he'll be fine. But we had Brandon Payne on who said wholeheartedly, Stoney, to us both, he'll be back. No way he'll miss the year. But I'm not going to say an apology. You, Willard, and I and Dibbs had a conversation. I know last night is nothing to write home about. But where this team is at in the standings, just get the W. And that's why I'm bypassing, as you guys break it down from a technical standpoint of how bad the D was, because it was bad. But, Stoney, they got the dub. And that's all that matters until he gets back.
Curry, this is the one I wanted. This is Curry getting a little more specific about his injury and a little bit of a timetable for his return. Take a listen.
No, because it's all dictated around how this heals. This was different than like the shoulder where it was pretty predictable where I'd be able to get to a point where I could play and not re-injure it or put myself in jeopardy out there on the floor. This one's different because ligaments can heal all different types of timelines. So there's like a window for each checkpoint. Like after All-Star break, I want to hopefully get back on the court. Depending on how things go from there, you can start to key in on a specific date to get back.
All right. What does that sound like to you Warrior fans? The hope would be to get, if he gets back, see, that's where I'm optimistic. If you're telling me he's back on the court the day they return from the All-Star break, back on the court, I mean, maybe he won't even miss 6 games after the break.
Oh, man. Stoney, I
I
love
no
you
idea.
being optimistic. What I heard from that is this thing is so different and new, it's got to subside, the swelling, before I can even start to look at it and we diagnose when I'll come back to be able to wiggle and work it out. Hopefully I'm wrong.
925, I was asking about last night's game. Is there anything to build on?
Tizo.
Nothing to build on, says the 925.
Jermichael Green and Wiggins. That's something to build on. Wiggins looked like his old self.
Tonight.
Well, I'm happy because it's personal. That really, what did that do to the line? Oh, my goodness. Not that I care.
925, nothing to build on. They won, and the Wizards shot 60%.
Oh, good Lord. I'll tell you what, Porzingis ain't a stiff.
510, what were you watching? I saw Beal covering Wiggins maybe once on the post-up. No, it was more than that. It was a little bit more than that.
Whoever had him, they was going to him.
By the way, what was I? Oh. When people say, is it time to apologize to Klay Thompson? There's only one guy who deserves an apology on the Warriors. And Warrior fans did it again to this guy, to a guy like this. Some Warrior fans, you stuck it to this guy. Ty Jerome. Why do Warrior fans, why do they kill the 13th guy on the team?
You can tell what I sent a thing out about with Jerome somehow on the text thread.
What'd it say? I didn't
put somebody else in there, and as soon as that text hit the vine, he went off. But Stein, who's going to be? Because they're missing Lamb. I'm not saying they're losing because of Lamb. They're missing that IQ. Is it going to be Jerome or Lamb? Like, this is another.
They're 2 different positions.
Is it a good problem?
No.
That's what I'm like, damn. But I think I'm looking at Lamb in street clothes. Last night he was dressed like, man, they got to. When's the earliest they could sign him?
They can sign him right now if they want for the rest of the season.
Oh, man.
Steiny, R.E. Poole. I've never seen such a turnover-prone, out of control roll. It's Monte's. Well, maybe not
Monte
out of control.
never went to the ground like
maybe
this.
Maybe not. I mean, turnover. Steph Curry was turnover-prone.
But there's different type of turnover. Oop, a lot. Steiny, he's slipping
Steps
like
were
he's
good.
in Stacey Adams.
Right.
Jordan Poole.
Remember, right, okay. And remember how we hated Steph's one-handed passes. What's the difference? The difference is that one's Steph Curry and one's Jordan Poole.
One's balance. Jordan's got the Fred Astaire on a good day, and then the other slip and fall on aisle 4. Yeah. It's just perplexing. It's like, Jordan, I know you got it, but it's like the legs get, last night when it looked like yakety sax and he was hitting the ball, he was going for it though. I was like, what's going on? Fitz voice.
With what?
When Poole fell and slipped and did Pete Rose trying to get the ball.
You mean where the one he got an assist on?
He's falling down.
Yeah, but he tapped it to Wiggins.
Yeah, no,
for a little push shot.
There was hustle, but
I mean, Jordan
he falls
Poole,
down more than the average.
That's because he's trying to facilitate. They're trying to turn a scorer into a playmaker. You're going to turn the ball over. It's another guy who gets too much criticism. Jordan Poole.
Look at my God.
So easy to. I mean, I'm trying to think.
What do you hate
I'm trying to think in 1988 when the Celtics were on the decline, and I was watching the big boys decline. If I was like, God, Fred Roberts, and Kevin Gamble, they're killing us. Connor Henry stinks.
It ain't about that, but you're the sibling that would miss the lesson from your mom and dad because all you would think about is if your brother or sister got it. Like you're missing the message. So when people come at Poole or whatever individual, why do you got to look at it rank wise? They're the 15th.
Well,
man.
it's not rank wise.
It's like, what about the lesson?
I don't believe that Jordan Poole should take 10 times the amount of criticism as Curry and Clay. And that's the way it usually is. It has been this year. That's all.
I'll say this about Clay criticism.
Like, stop saying
Steiny,
Clay.
It was so bad, some of Dub Nation was lobbying for him to come off the bench. So he got his dose. Now the chef, what does he ever do to get anything?
I know. I'm sorry. I came close to criticizing Curry. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got some open phone lines. Also, the Xfinity mobile text line is open. And Golden State Warriors play the L.A. Clippers tonight. JD starts it all off at 6 o'clock. Get in the conversation if you want.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. Well, it still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or just go to eBay Motors and get it right the first time. When you see the green check, you know that part's gonna fit. Air filters, brakes, headlights, over 122 million parts. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride.
Jason Aldean with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Corey Kent, and DJ Silver are coming to Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View on September 28th. And 95.7 The Game has your tickets. Enter to win at 957thegame.com.
My dad has a cold, but also has high blood pressure. That's why I got him Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure for fast, powerful nighttime relief. Unlike some ordinary cold medicines, it's specially formulated for people like my dad. NyQuil High Blood Pressure is sugar-free, alcohol-free, and decongestant-free.
Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, cold and flu for people with high blood pressure.
Like my dad.
Medicine. Use as directed.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just one pill each morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I love you more than life itself. You mean that much
Is
to
that
me.
Rihanna?
You walked right in, the circle's been complete.
Dylan moves more on stage.
Yeah,
I know.
He's got some other
a little
stuff
too sophisticated.
Yeah.
A little too sophisticated. By the way, the boss, not here. Apparently the boss came in today.
Now, have you cleared this with him?
No, and I don't. This is why I'm not clearing it with him. Apparently the boss came in today and started throwing up. So he left.
I texted, he said, yeah.
Which reminds me, anybody looking for some good reading, MatthewSteinmetz.com.
Did you run another one?
I got the blog back up and running, MatthewSteinmetz.com. Check it out. I got 25 chapters.
I saw that.
It's a living book is what I'm doing. MatthewSteinmetz.com. We're looking for
some cash.
No, not well. Yeah, I mean, I look more like a sponsorship.
Right.
Sponsorship.
No, it could be coming.
Yeah, Matthew Stein, MattheHew, Steinmetz, SteinMetz.com. You can find it on the WordPress blog. And I just a couple of the things I just wrote on Bobby Knight. Wrote on Bobby Knight and Don Nelson.
Which I gave you that idea. I love it. Teamwork. Make the dream work.
Could use some reading glasses from an anonymous brand. Who knows?
True.
Yeah, look at you looking sharp.
It's some good stuff on there. I've gotten
49er Frankie.
I've gotten a lot of positive feedback, and I appreciate everybody who's given me that positive feedback.
Give us the best, the one where you're really like, that means a lot. Because I've given it to
anybody who went to Reading High School in Reading, Pennsylvania.
I want you to branch into.
You have no idea.
I want you to branch into players.
Let me tell you something.
Here's
I am
another
into
idea.
players.
I'm talking about pros that you come across. Spreewell.
Chris Mullen.
Yeah, but those are legends.
Danielle Marshall.
No.
Bobby Sura.
He just lost somebody,
Julius
too.
Irving. B.J. Armstrong. There you go.
I got to catch up then.
Yeah, you got 25 of them now.
Look at my boy.
On MatthewSteinmetz.com.
49er Frankie during the break.
Yeah, what'd he say?
Listening to every second of the show.
Right.
Did Steiny really think he knows my humor? Did he really think you were real?
You were real.
I don't get down like that.
No, I think you did.
Because when I'm mad, you know I let it out.
The difference is that, no, you were serious. You
communicate with.
You thought I was whispering behind your back.
See, this
you
is
brought
hurting
it up
us,
on the
man.
air.
We got to get past this.
I'm past it now because
you
you
think I would
acknowledged.
care what you're talking about? I was laughing. That was me doing you.
I almost walked off.
Oh, Stan, you got to be stronger than that.
Yeah, I'm not.
Like, that's bother on the ride home. I'm going to have to hear me do it.
I think the listeners.
Know me.
They knew something was wonky there. They knew something. Hey, Steiny and Goo, they didn't play full, but something's up.
But I can't hear what you say out there. I just knew there was talking.
I just know you were trying to denigrate me.
Oh, God.
And you were making it seem.
I feel like I'm in the principal's office and he's pointing at me. He's bullying me.
I cannot believe
you
thought I was talking behind your back. When I started out,
we got a show where we do that face to face every day for 3 hours. Anyway, back to Wiseman.
Guru made the Steiny. Nah, he didn't.
There we go.
See, if I could remember your game, I could write on you. But I don't.
You still can come watch.
That's all right.
Could you imagine us in the gym together?
Joe and Joseph's in Oakland. Hey, Joe.
I want
Joseph.
it to happen.
How are you? Come on, Joseph. How you doing, buddy?
How you doing? I believe I wouldn't have traded for when GP2 was found out to be hurt. I would have brought Wiseman back because I believe they're going to need the size for if they make the playoffs. And you instruct Wiseman, we need you down low. We don't need you up by the 3-point line that far up, taking 3-pointers. I blame the coaching staff for that. They should have instructed him to be down low, 5 feet closer. That's a dunk. And you 5 feet, 10 feet out. That's either that hook that you have or your jumper, because there's no guarantee that Love and Noel are going to be bought out. And I believe that if they are bought out, they're going to need both of them.
Appreciate the call. I mean,
I'll take Noel, Stoney.
What's that?
Noel, I'll take him. New Orleans?
Oh, no.
Yeah. Hey, just a body, some height. Go ahead. About Wiseman.
The issue with Wiseman is that whether you like it or not, the Warriors like their centers at the high post. That's what they like.
So that's not what he does.
You're right.
So why did you try to fit a peg in a square hole?
Because obviously they thought he could play out of the high post. They thought he could pass. They thought he might be able to see the floor a split second ahead of time instead of a split second behind. They probably were hoping his IQ on the defensive end was better. And the idea of like a low post center, they just have never had a low post guy that they go to like consistently all year long. It doesn't feel like. I mean, they never went to Bogut. They never really went to who's been the Warriors' best post up player in the last decade? That's a good question. I'll tell you who came to mind first for me. I'm probably wrong. Klay Thompson was actually the first guy I thought of when I thought, who's been the best Warrior post-up player in this run? I'm sure I'm forgetting
Wiggins
somebody.
right there, right?
Hey, Wiggins, fine, but...
Kevin Durant?
Oh,
yeah,
dude. Evan won.
Ding, 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 ding. Never mind.
Stotty, don't get mad. I'm just reading this off the YouTube because we know how you played your hoops. Tizo, sources have it Steiny didn't have a left hand.
Okay.
Okay, see, now I believe you did. The way you just said it, I believe you had a left. Because you would have said, "Goo, my left wasn't that good."
Yeah, right.
No, I believe you.
I'm a white point guard. Of course I had a left hand. I mean, that's the bottom line. When I was in seventh grade, my dad said, "Son, if you can't use your left hand, you're only half a player."
Wow. And the guy put sources. I said, let me read
Sources.
that.
Yes.
I believe him.
I had a great left hand.
That quickness, huh, Steiny?
No, I wasn't quick. I was deceptive. I was not quick. You know what? Maybe one day we'll devote a whole show to me. And we'll get
We haven't done that.
get my college coach on. We'll get teammates on. And they can rip me, like a roast. Like a roast. So everybody can get their fill. Everybody can get their fill of Big Steiny jokes.
We'll do that on the final day of the NBA season. How about that?
Yeah, and everybody can make fun of me like Guru's doing at 1 o'clock. That's fine. As long as I make other people laugh, that's all I want. I'll take getting laughed at.
That's my
if
line.
other people
You can't steal that
are
from
getting enjoyment out of it. It's called being a team player. Eric's in San Leandro. Hey, Eric, how you doing, buddy? Eric, talk to me, buddy. See, 650, did they have a three-point line when Steiny played? No, they didn't. All right? You want to make fun of me? Yeah, I'm 58. Go ahead, laugh.
Dude, you look good.
What do you laugh
bro.
at age? Laugh at my age.
No, seriously, you look good.
And you know what? Okay, you know what?
He
I'll
done
let
it.
everybody in on my little secret. That's why I hate the three-point line. Because it came in the year after I graduated from college.
I bet.
I never shot a damn three-pointer in my life.
Damn.
Don't kid yourself.
But Brad
Matt Simons is a quality
Markey gets to come in
player.
after me.
And
take 22-footers left and right.
Well, it's 40 now.
There's no tape of my games, obviously.
Damn. Is that a good or bad thing?
It's bad. Yeah, it's really bad. I was good.
I saw your picture in your lab. When I went to your house. It was a bunch of brothers.
I should have gone D1.
That's what bothers me. You didn't want to sit? Like you told me, the D1 experience, any D3 player, I don't believe I'm just saying every D3 player thinks that way. You want a ball.
Oh, hold on. We got Mario in Mountain View, claims to have, he's played with me. Hey, Mario, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, Simon?
Yeah.
I used to play ball with you, man, in Club 1 back in the 90s.
Yeah.
Give us a
You could have left out 90s.
Whoa.
Oh, go ahead, buddy.
The late 90s. It was late 90s.
Thank
though.
you.
It was late 90s.
All right.
Hey, Simon, hoop, man. You had left, you had jumper, you had the whole package, man. You could ball.
Wow.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mario.
And you didn't pay him to do that. Because it just came, this was random.
We don't know that.
Look at the proudness on Steiny's face right now. If we could get a zoom in.
It's reaffirmation.
I just hate you got regret.
I have no regret.
You said you should have went D1.
No, I never got it. No, I never got an offer. I never got a Division I offer. Why would I regret it? I would have had to walk on.
Yeah.
No regret. I went to play. I went played, baby.
You didn't send Venmo to that guy. Dude, he gave you love. Late 90s. We were on the same course that we just didn't know each other.
You knew me. I just didn't know who you were. Ryan in San Mateo. What's up, Ryan? Let's get back to the Warriors.
Yeah.
Let's get back to
Wiggins.
Clay Thompson, who doesn't have a left hand. Oh, I relax. I'm kidding. Hey, Ryan, how you doing, buddy?
Good. It's great to be on. A lot of people was called in and giving their assessment about, what's been going on with the Warriors this year and what's led to their, decline. The way I sum it up is the rest of the league has gotten younger and faster while the Warriors have gotten older and slower. So it's just a simple case of Father Time, setting in and making his presence felt. I mean, the same thing happened with the Lakers as well as the
Celtics,
as well as the San Antonio Spurs. So, but I mean, hey, if it's that time, and if the baton needs to be passed to the next team, then so be it. And a perfect scenario, a perfect example would be the Kings. they've gotten younger, faster, and better, and while the Warriors have gotten older and slower. So it just may be that year, and that's the way I sum it up. And I'll let you guys take it from there.
Appreciate it, Ryan. You know what? Maybe that's how. You know what? I just realized it. Actually, Ryan's right on the money, but he just was so much gentler.
And he's
softer.
He's not as definitive as you are.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
He's saying the same things.
Yeah.
They just sound better.
Yeah. And,
to somebody who doesn't buy into it.
And he's not, we don't know if he's right yet.
Right. No.
Yeah.
So, it's just
overnight.
And maybe it's just, I hope not. But some teams do get older. I hope not.
I had a friend, true talk, real talk. He went bald. And he said it didn't happen overnight. It gradually happened. He would wake up, and then you know how it goes. Don't tell me. I'm not saying you.
I am telling you.
That balled out in June and beat Boston and the infamous dude, it's still in them. Now, when will it show and rear its face? It's coming.
Okay.
Just hold tight. Because what
crossed.
you basically, if we were a Monopoly board, what you've condensed it to me, is no Bielitsa and no Porter Jr. Nah, we've added Dante, we've added Green, little Ty, what's my guy, Lamb, whoever makes the cut. Just watch. It's all just watch.
And
I
again,
almost want to raise it now.
Okay, this is where
the bet.
Yeah, this is the other thing. You're not willing to put your money where your mouth is. That's really what it comes to. You know what? That's actually what it's come down to.
Now, I'd be a fool to do that now.
Why?
Because
you're confident.
I feel confident.
Okay, then raise the bet.
Well, I have to see more. Then I'd be more confident and then more skrilla scratch. Because right now...
You know the word I like to use.
Oh, not
you're
Chicken
gutless.
Little. Oh, okay. But not Little.
You come in here today.
Oh,
and you denigrate me, first of all, for the whispering part.
Evan, I hope Evan believes that
and
I was just playing.
You denigrate me for not giving these champions their due. And I think I have. But you think I haven't. You think I haven't.
Well, this is real. Go ahead.
You think I haven't given Steph Curry enough credit. That's all, though. That's it.
It's not just Steph, it's Clay.
Right, they're both old.
But June was just, you know how many months ago? We're all
Let me ask you a
older.
question. So last year, and I don't know why, last June.
Talk to me now.
I'm playing golf. My handicap's a 13-3. It's as low as it got in like 3 years.
All right, that's a good thing.
I was playing it. Yeah. It's a year later. You know what my handicap is?
What?
Back up to a 16.5.
But we can explain it.
No, we
You
can't.
just said it. You ain't been out there as much.
No, I have.
Oh, I thought you said you had.
I play every day.
So you said
I play.
Well, your hip's
consistently.
you got a bad hip.
No.
BH.
No.
Okay, what is it?
What's what?
Why has your handicap fell off?
I don't know. I'm a little older. I'm not driving it as far. Maybe not quite as accurate. Maybe I'm getting a little more tired on 17 and 18.
All right, and I'll say this, and this is I'm being real. This is not shtick. I just feel like you're underestimating the hearts, not heart. The heart's the champion. Steve Kerr champions. Steve Kerr said on Damon and Ratto about 3 or 4 weeks ago, hell yeah, he feels like they got enough to win it. And I get what you're saying. No baby is ugly. Every parent's going to be like, look at my baby.
He also said
but
Wiseman's going to be
babies.
pretty good. You believe that?
No, that was a hope.
Right, and so's Steve Kerr saying we can win a title.
Wiseman may be good.
Yeah. Guru, why are you confident?
Oh, my God. I feel like a broken record.
I know. Give me a new one. Give me a new reason other than the past.
Oh, have you? I got the NBA League Pass. I'm watching these other teams who had to go shopping frantically on Christmas Eve. Okay, the KD in Phoenix, you know what? That's great, but you ain't done it. And he's bringing all his bad juju from Brooklyn because KD's got some stuff on his hands. My point is, Phoenix wet their diaper in front of the world. That just ain't forgotten. So
COVID.
why are you giving all them the benefit of the doubt? All these teams that made changes that they can beat the Dubs in 4 or 7. And I'm going to tell you something.
I like a team with Devin Booker,
I'm going to go down with the ship. Okay.
Durant,
all right.
and Chris Paul.
Who's
I
coming
like
off the
their
bench,
chances.
Steiny?
Who cares?
See, that's
Who cares?
not you, though. That ain't the real Steiny.
Of course it is. That's why when the Warriors aren't playing well, look to their stars. I don't try to blame Ty Jerome or Dante DiVincenzo because they're role players. The winner of the NBA title is going to be led by dudes.
Oh, no.
Dudes.
Like the ones here in the back.
Yeah. So don't tell me.
4 and 8.
So stop complaining about Ty Jerome.
I had questions, but dude's playing his ass off. Yeah, I just wish we could fast forward to the
I know.
playoffs.
You wish you could fast forward everything. If you like,
I just cannot. This one will be sweet. I feel like I'm playing.
This
will be greater than last year. I'll talk to you in a couple of weeks to up to bet, but it's headed that direction.
Okay. No, it's not.
Dude.
Now, that's a lie.
You get out of this play-in, and they get to 6 or 5? Oh, my God, Jack. It'll be a couple paydays, too, after. Boy, you watch.
Interesting, but you won't do it now.
Why would I?
Because you talked a big game all day about
I got to see
how
some
this
more.
team is. Woo!
Yeah. Curry, I got to see some more. I got to hear some more updates. Yep, updates.
Hey, by the way, the Warriors Community Foundation is excited to announce the February auction presented by Cache Creek Casino Resort. It's live now through Sunday, February 19th. They have a wide variety of items up for auction, including signed jerseys, tickets to games, and even the chance to meet some of your favorite athletes in person. Don't miss out on this exciting opportunity to give back and to score some amazing sports memorabilia at the same time. Visit warriors.com/auctions. And this segment's also sponsored by AC Transit. And that's the part, Goo, that I guess I feel disrespected. I've got to pay the bills.
Right,
I've got
you did a great job.
And you laughed in the middle of it.
Dib sent a text.
You
He
laughed.
wanted it on the bed. Did that go? I thought I had the mic off. But Dibs wants it on that bed.
Of course he does. And you don't have the guts.
That's giving you bad juju.
No, it's
Can't
not.
you see? You just feel like these
give me a
dudes.
don't you get it?
Don't you get it?
What don't I get?
That they just did it. And you act like that's Vamoot, like it's gone. They're bored. They're hurt. Can I say something? I'm looking
Ask
through
me
my...
if I think it can get if a team can get old in a year.
Steiny, do you think a team could get old in a year?
Yes, I do.
And you're applying that to this team?
Based on the information I have right now, after watching almost 3/4 of the season, I don't think they have 10. Well, now it's going to be like 14 great weeks of basketball. Because if they get Curry back and they're 3 under, that means they're going to have to make a run. And I
mean, that's what they do. They know what it takes. I'm with you. And hey, what about what I said earlier? I thought was profound. You kind of dismissed it. Nothing new. Okay, the night they're off, they lose that game in the series. The night they're on, Steph, Clay, Poole, 3-point party.
difference.
They win those nights.
This from the YouTube. Steiny talking about the Warriors' age and then mentions Chris Paul.
Oh, my goodness.
Chris Paul didn't have to score anymore for that team, young man.
He's got to guard somebody.
So does Clay. And so does Jordan Poole. And I don't care how bad Paul is on defense. Is he worse than Jordan Poole?
No.
What are we talking about here? Come on now, everybody.
Well, Chris Paul's also got to stay on the court in the playoffs, right?
Yeah, everybody does. Clay's got to stay on the court.
Speaking of which.
Steph's got to stay on the court.
When are we going to talk about your boy?
Well, this will be another setup for me.
Zion. It's really disappointing. And maybe, you know what? It's not his fault, but we all lose.
They've been injury ravaged, and they're ahead of the Warriors.
We're talking about him. When it's your hammy, you got too much in the rear. Let the gumbo go. I'm really thinking we've seen the best of him, man. It's just incredible. There's nobody we could compare it to. Barkley had a lot in the rumper, and he still was high flying. I feel bad for Zion. He's got all the money he's made. I get that. But damn, Steiny, that hammy, that's going to be an issue the rest of his career.
But
he's too big.
You say lay off the gumbo, but you feel sorry for him. Why would you feel sorry for somebody that You're saying has control of his fate.
I think he stopped, and that was material with the gumbo. I think he's working on his figure. That's how big he's going to be. And because God gave you those gifts, he ain't giving you the LeBron James, the longevity, man. I mean, did you see that last injury time? He pulled up like it's
Zion.
You're too big.
Yeah. I mean,
random. And they're right. You ain't scared of New Orleans now, right? If he comes back,
not really,
to pull another hammy, because it's gonna happen. Big dude, big draws.
You know, the other thing about the Warriors is here's the other thing. Everybody says, boy, you don't want to see the Warriors in the postseason.
That's me.
Right. But this is the first year where everybody in the playoffs can beat the Warriors. That's never been the case before. Never. There was no chance, none, that Denver was going to beat the Warriors last year in the playoffs.
I'll give you that.
And you know what? And I know you can laugh about it. There's no way Dallas was either with one guy. So I just think this year there are teams that can beat them, and even if they don't, it's just going to it's harder. It's going to be hard to run the table. 888-957-9570. Not saying they can't. Saying I'd have to bet against it. That's all. That's all. You just bet against it. There's no hater. Oh, by the way, anybody want to make that bet with Goo? With me? Make the same bet with me that I made with Goo, Big Mouse. Come on, Big Mouse on the text line. Steiny did the same clown act last year about the Warriors. Yeah, you want to bet? Okay, bet me. I'll take the field, mouth. I'll take the field, mouth. On 95.7, the game.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network.
Go on.
Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
The easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS4KIDS today or donate online at carsforkids.org. Remember, that's cars with a K.
There's something about that polished green stretching across the 8th hole that whispers, just tell them you're at lunch. Because it's not a hobby, it's a peace of mind. Let CertaPro painters bring the same tones and peace of mind to your home. Our experienced painters are here to make your next painting project as carefree as a day on the green. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast, even if your symptoms feel mild. Ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
In Palo Alto, partly cloudy and cool, highs near 52.
Weather brought to you by Total Wine & More. At Total Wine & More, save big on what you love this month with hundreds of deals on amazing wines and spirits. Love what you find at the lowest prices only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man. I got to believe one of the reasons that we're so popular in the Bay Area.
Oh, my God.
Other than you, because you're probably the reason. Certainly not me. Feeling sorry for myself right now.
MatthewStuyvesant.com.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me throw this out to the audience because, and this is, man, you want to talk about transparency. You want to talk about Guru and I letting you guys in to really what's going on here. I'm going to do it. So, come in today and so I go into the studio and Goo thinks I'm whispering about him. He thinks I'm talking behind his back. I wasn't. But I am a little frustrated because what? Let's say the Warriors win tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm sorry, win tonight.
Yeah, big game.
What are we going to talk about tomorrow?
I honestly,
yeah,
it will be.
They win 110-95.
Okay, it will be.
They look good.
Okay, right. I would, and I know this college radio. I don't think it is, but I would like to give grades and demerits to parts and functions of the team on why they're hopefully 500 at the break.
Okay, well,
and we'll talk about last night's
But we
game.
got Thursday and Friday.
Okay, all right. But you asked me.
Because I think I know what we'll talk about. Whether they win or lose tomorrow.
Oh, see, and I think
whether we think they can win it or not.
Okay, well, we got to get,
So we got to get past that.
Right.
At least for now.
Well, and that's why we made the bet. The bet's in the cap. But I think the energy and passion stem from you think it's happened overnight, and I'm not mad at you for that. But you can't celebrate nor can I, saying that they're going to go back-to-back until we find out. But you act
Right, but
like
we gotta
last night
figure out-
in these weeks, these games, like they're series. And I'm telling you, you're right. It looks bad. I'm worried. I've said that to you all. But at the end of the day, you have to allow for, you know what, Steiny? Goo? Nobody's right as of yet.
Right, and that's why we got a table.
But we get stuck.
That's right. So when they lose tomorrow
or tonight,
yeah. And I say,
now,
Curry's not playing.
Yeah.
Wiggins, they've been hurt all year. They're banged up all year. They have no consistency. It's tough to get. Well, Steiny, I think they've shown in the past that they can do it. They have. You're right. They absolutely have. And I can't sit here
we
and
got
say,
Bob tomorrow,
and
too.
I can't sit here and say you're wrong. They're not going to win it. But that's like it feels like that's all there is to talk about. Are they going to win it all or not? Like every day, we got to I don't know what we got to figure out.
Because I know how you feel about Clay, but that's what starts it. And we look and judge him. We're different individuals on the eye test and what we see. And I'm gonna be honest, Donnie, I feel like you are super harsh on this dude. Because I'm not telling you he's 2019, but I'm telling you, for me to make this bet, I had to look with my X-ray vision and be like, this dude is way more capable now of having moments in games, and that's going to help their chances. And he's going to have help. And all I'm doing is trying to relay that to you. And Willard, the energy him and Dibbs had, I get it, because last night, yeah, they won. It was ugly. But if we're going to play that game, and I know you're going to say, "Goo, you said, what about your own backyard?" Look at the league and these scores. Even Boston letting OKC come in and put up almost 200. It's happening.
D's in Walnut Creek. Hey, D, what's going on, man?
How you guys doing? Long time no talk. Hey, this is my take. I went back the last 15 games, the last 5 minutes, and Jordan Poole, can the coaches really trust him to close? I mean, he's so careless in those last 5 minutes. I understand why they put him in the last minute because he can shoot free throws. But he just makes the same dumbass mistakes, the same bad passes, to charge into the lane and get stopped every time. If you go back and look at those games, you'll see where they've lost a lot of close closes. I don't know. What's your guys' thoughts?
I'm a Jordan Poole fan. I know you told me, Stoney, the money doesn't kick into next year, but I don't know if he's trying to live up to the contract, but I've given that man all his flowers. I know he's a talent. On an individual basis, he's got a bag. But I have felt like there's some meat on the bone in this first half of the season, and that goes with the unforced turnovers and the falling down. It's like, and I rarely come at him on defense, but that's what's shocking to me about his first half, because he earned the contract. But it's like, damn, this ain't the Jordan we saw last year.
So,
and he got hit too in the face from a teammate.
As Jordan, but why? Well, why do you hammer Poole for not having the year he had last year when Clay's not the player he was last year either?
Because there's no injury history with Poole. When there's an injury history,
that's been 2 years now. Come on now.
Yeah. What? But how? What? How about?
Here's the thing.
But how about on the psyche, Stoney?
Okay, that's fine, and that's kind of getting to my point again. So if you're telling me Clay's not the same because of his injury, okay, fine. But it doesn't matter. It means he's not the same.
Right.
And if Draymond's not the same, and if Clay's not the same,
right,
and they're all just dropping off a little by little. Yeah. Don't you think it's going to be harder for them to win it all?
Yeah, but that's not telling you. See, not at all.
No?
It'll be more difficult, but it's not as difficult in a stretch as if I'm telling you a team that did make the playoffs the next year is going to win it all. That's when it's like, hey, what's in your cup?
Well, who's that?
No, I'm just making it up. That's how you seem to make this drop off.
Well, and
it's going to be so major that they have no. When we're talking about just last
and maybe
June,
that's the problem.
Collectively, they had it, and if there is slippage, they still. Who's to say
they didn't have slippage during the regular season last year? They were 41-13. But that's the thing. Maybe that is the issue. I'm being too To me, we're just talking championship.
Yeah.
Championship. So, okay, you know what? Let's just make it the playoffs. Right?
Right.
Okay. They're in good shape.
And this would be a different new story for them because they've never done it from this low in the standings as this year, as they enter this year.
Yeah. So, what's the goal? I'm really trying to skin the cat.
I'm being honest, to avoid the play-in
What's
game.
the goal right now for the Golden State? Is it to win a title?
No doubt.
Well, okay, then.
And it should be that way until Steph's out of here.
Okay.
And it's going to take help from Bob.
Then there's a harsh reality of the regular season. You know, I can't sit here and fake it and say, well, I think they're going to turn it on, and then I don't know.
And right now, you're right. Right now, I can sit here as hopeful as I am and say 29 and 28, you look right. But it ain't over.
Right. And I only have, I'm only going on this year. Yes, they have, I just can't go by last year. Everything to me was different last year. Tony's in Danville. What's going on, Tony? How you doing, man?
Hey, first-time caller, long-time listener, and I feel both of you big time. As far as Poole on the last caller, he just needs to find more joy in his game. He's getting slammed this year because he's been a lot more responsibility, but once he finds his joy, I think you'll see a turnaround. Now, turnovers are a problem for the entire team, and that has to get cleaned up. And if they can clean that up, I think they can win a lot more of these games. But as far as going forward, we need some length and height. We got a lot of shorter guys, and not that that's bad or anything, but it's like we got too many. We need more length. We need more goon factor. We got Looney and maybe the Greens left as far as the big man, and then who else do we have? That I see as a problem. And, we just made this trade for Peyton Jr., and he's awesome. I love him. But, he's hurt, and we need big guys. If I was Bob Myers, and then that contract was coming up, I think that would be a big thing going forward. If I was Joe Lacob, I'm out.
Yeah, and I think, you can't draw a line from A to B and say, well, Myers is, but again, this isn't a new feeling I've had. This is a feeling I've had since training camp. I think this is, everything feels like the last dance. And I know they won the Bulls won the last dance. Okay. Well, they did, but they all kind of knew it was the last dance. I'm not sure that everybody knows it now. That team could, at least to me, that team, what was it? Rallied. They rallied around the fact that they all hated Krause. Yep. That Phil was gone for sure.
They were
Jordan
top of their game.
Not going to play for anybody other than Phil. Scottie Pippen wanted to get out of there. Rodman, who knows what he wanted to do. And I just think the Warriors right now, they know it's almost, they know it could be over this year. It might not be, but so far every sign has been that it is the last legs because of Myers, to me. Yeah. I mean, to me, that's a big cold, I get it. Bob Myers doesn't play. Bob Myers doesn't play defense. But, I'm sorry. I believe there's a correlation, and maybe it zigzags and goes a million different places before it lands on 29 and 28. But you can't. But to me, things add up. And the Myers thing, I don't like it. Something's up there. The punch, I don't like it. Something's up there. I think there's definitely something in the organization where there's a rift between philosophies, older and younger, and that has spilled over a little bit onto the court. And all I'm saying is, when I look at history, sometimes it feels like you can see things coming, and I feel like some of these etchings were were on the wall before the year started, and now they're 30 and 29 and 28, and of course they can rip off 16 of 20 to finish off the season, but just day after day after day, to me, it becomes harder to envision.
Yeah. Well, the only reason I disagree with you is the Bob situation and Draymond situation, to me, aren't agendas. Those are decisions, and those are decisions that are going to be made in the future. But every time I tune in to watch a Warrior game, or we have Bob on the executive show like we'll do tomorrow, I don't think everybody's all in. And they've gotten past the punch, what I deem, and Steiny, nothing's leaked. So if we came in tomorrow and there was a big story about some guys not liking each other, I'm not telling you I'm not opposed to that.
Already that the whole dynamic changed because of him.
Well, and then
so if a dynamic, that's what I mean. To me, a dynamic is something that's important.
Yeah. And he also put on his podcast since then, Steiny, that that affected how he was leading, and he was going to remedy that. So
how long ago was that?
A couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago, his podcast. So the positive effort is being made. Everything you said, I don't disagree with. That's just, it is what it is. And those decisions are going to work themselves out because somebody's going to make them, whether it be Draymond, the team, and the same with Joe and Bob. But in the meantime, you got to get healthy. And I'm looking at the state of the West. I don't like how many points they're giving up, but how many times have you watched the champion lollygag through the season?
Tell me the last one. We've seen it with
the Giants, and I know it's a different sport with the baseball. One. And they're with the Giants on their last one, when they won their championship, they were just kind of 500 and got in there, and then got hot, and it was every other year. My point is, I'm not robbing this team of that. Well, and if they get bounced and get swept, I'm gonna come in here and say, and look old, Steiny, you were right. Here's your money. I just don't expect that's how it's going.
And again, there may be explanations, but when people say, well, you said the same thing last year. No, I didn't. Did I think they could win it?
That's what they mean by the same thing.
But this year, from the get-go, I didn't like the vibe.
Okay.
All right? And here's the other thing that I like. There's tangibles and there's intangibles. Here's a tangible that really actually worries me, and that is the fact that Peyton is going to miss a month. I believe that the Warriors right now have very little energy. They need a spark. That game last night, they won 135-126.
I was worried.
They can't, they're just a team right now. They're just a regular old NBA team. And I do believe, you know what? Gary Payton comes in here and da-da-da. But now they don't even have that spark.
Or their
so
best
they're not
player.
going to have Gary Payton II for a month. Secondly, they're coming in. That last year, they came in clearly. They came into the season clearly with something to prove.
Right.
That's why they started 18-2.
Right.
How did they come into this season? With Draymond punching Poole.
I got you.
With Bob Myers' future uncertain. So it's not the same. The dynamic around the team this year is not nearly as positive as it was last year. Last year, the only thing that was bringing the dynamic down or negative was injury. That's it.
Right.
This year, it's a plethora of things.
Okay, and before we get out of here, I'm just going back to you. Not to put you on the spot, but before they got off to that great start that nobody saw last year, Steiny, people feel like you would have said the same thing you're saying now about why they couldn't win it before they got off to the good start. In regard to they're older, they didn't. You know what I mean?
But that's why I think differently. When the Warriors are 41-13 at the break, I'm thinking, I guess maybe they can do
but
it.
Before the season started, they were long in the tooth, and they're coming off a year to where
and they went 41-13. This year, they're not 41-13.
I get that.
Okay, so
but there's
that's where the difference is to me.
But there's no book that says you got to be 41-13 after 54 to win it.
Fine. Okay. Let's find me a team that was 29-28. Here's the news. You'll find a few, I'll bet. You'll find a few. Let's go to Dog Trainer in Milpitas. What's up, Dog Trainer?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Hey.
Doing well, man.
So here's my take. I think it all falls on Kerr, and here's how I believe it falls on Kerr. Look, if you expect guys making less money to come off the bench and contribute, why is it that if you only play Steph or anybody else that starts less than a few minutes, they can't warm up and hit a shot? That's what pregame warm-ups is about. High schoolers and college guys can do that early in the game, hit the three-pointers, whatever they got to do. They need everybody on the team to play offense and defense. If everybody goes balls to the wall, if I can say that, then when they're tired in 10 or 12 minutes, you pull them and you bring your bench. And if your bench can play better both ways, offense and defense, and you can keep the other team from scoring, 10 or 12 more points, you're going to win. And they just need to take the old guys and say, when you can't play both ways anymore and other guys can play a better game than you, you play less. That's it. And that's how you find out who your starters are. Whoever.
Thanks for the call. Dog Trainer was going out.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing. I can only believe what I believe. Last year coming into the season, no, I didn't think they were going to win a title. Right. Okay, but they go 18-2, and they go 41-13, and I'm like, they can't win it, can they? And Draymond says, you better not effing let us win it. And I'm like, I don't think they can win it. Okay, then they get hurt. Yeah. They won it. But it took all season for me to see, well, they're 18-2. Maybe they can. They're 41-13. Maybe they can.
Gotcha.
They're getting healthy for the playoffs.
But what about exerting that energy, which they're doing
they
now?
Haven't done any of those
But they
things.
exerted energy getting off to that great start that had you thinking maybe they can do it. So this time they got to exert energy just to qualify.
Right.
But you look at that as a bad.
They've done nothing this year.
Oh, no, I'm saying moving forward.
Through 60 games last year.
They're going to have to get busy to make the play-in.
Through 60 games last year. If they're, let's say, 55, they're 41-13. Steiny, do you think they're going to win it? You got a better chance now than I thought at the beginning of the season. Do you still think they're going to win it? I'd be surprised. They won it. Well, now they're not even 41-13.
Yeah, but
now they're not the same team.
But they're defending champs.
That means nothing to me right now.
I got you. That's why we got the bet.
You don't give them a title because they have pedigree.
Yeah, but you don't take it away from them until somebody beats them.
Here's the other thing I think that you're being completely unfair about when you talk about the Denvers. You have to say they have no postseason experience. It's like Denver's been to the postseason like 7 straight years. Just because they haven't won it. Yeah. Well, of course they haven't won it because there's the Warriors. They may not even see
Denver. You're right. But
so it's like Denver's won rounds
but you can't crown
in the past.
Anybody after 54 games. That was my whole point. Forget Denver.
My point
is
while the Warriors have won the title, it's not like they're going up against a bunch of paraplegics who've never been in the postseason. I mean, Phoenix was in the Western Conference Finals.
I can't wait.
A couple of years ago. Did they win? No, they didn't win. But, it's not like this is everybody's first chance at going to the NBA playoffs. What are we, 54? Damon and Rado coming up next. Who they got? Damon, who you got, buddy? Anybody? George Sedano. Yeah. And Bobby Marks.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley from 95.7 The Game, and I'm excited to let you know that the San Jose Earthquakes are taking on the Vancouver Whitecaps for their 2023 home opener, Saturday, March 4th at 7:30 p.m. The Quakes will be celebrating the 20th anniversary of the 2003 championship team by giving away 10,000 championship jerseys. There will be a special halftime ceremony featuring your favorite O3 alumni and debut of the supporters section. Get your tickets now at sjearthquakes.com.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fastest mobile service. My little brother has no idea how lucky he is. Back in my day, we didn't have it nearly as good.
Oh yeah? Back in my day, you couldn't even stream outside the house. I don't like to think about it.
Please, back in my day, we had phones with cords, and they were mounted to a wall.
Forget phones. Back in my day, we wrote letters. Remember, Herman?
Oh, I remember.
Vintage texting. Cool.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile, the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. Get the best price for 2 unlimited lines with 5G compared to the lowest price plans of the top 3 carriers. Just $30 a line per month. Visit Xfinity.com/fastestmobile to learn more.
Wait till you hear about how we rented movies.
I don't think she's ready for that.
From Xfinity, home of the 10G network. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited intro service and Xfinity Internet required. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
Do you have 3 ex-wives in your current trophy dollar policy? Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1979. That's 800-777-1979. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
All year long, Odyssey celebrates the 50th anniversary of hip-hop by covering the milestones, saluting the history, and honoring the impact of the beats that created a global phenomenon with Hip-Hop Made. Download the free Odyssey app right now or go to odyssey.com/hip-hop-made to listen to the music and the podcast that celebrate 50 years of hip-hop. And join us all year long as we celebrate the milestone on the Odyssey app. Hip-Hop Made.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Pennzoil Platinum can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $37.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Chris, this needs to go to Parkville by 3.
Joy to the holiday packages that keep coming at Jimenez Couriers.
It's coming your way, but the drop-off location is changing.
She needs delivery drivers with the gift of punctuality.
Anyone looking to pick up some overtime? Anyone?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Well, welcome to you. It is great to have you here. It's pretty nice outside this Tuesday afternoon. Valentine's Day. Love is in the air. We love talking sports. It's good to have you here. Ray, I asked you yesterday, chocolates, flowers, anything? You said no. I hope you weren't playing hard to get because I didn't bring you anything.
You still brought me too much.
I decided I
wanted less than nothing.
I'm going to give the box of chocolates to my wife after all.
Good call.
Thank you. I don't know if it'll earn me any points, but I'll try.
No, but you should consider what you would have lost had you not given her chocolates and given to me instead.
Amen. Happy Valentine's Day to all of you. I love sports. You love sports, or you wouldn't be here right now. I love watching basketball. And last night, Ray, it's one of those nights where you got 3 games in one. You had the Golden State Warriors playing the first portion of the game where they're down early because it's kind of another bad start. And then they come roaring back to sort of take the lead. That is game number 2 in the game. And then game number 3 is them having a sort of commanding lead and then watching that trickle away. But they hold on. They win. They beat the Wizards last night, who, get a lot of credit for simply refusing to lay down or just go away. It was a 135-126 win, but it was closer than that.
It was, but the one thing that kept happening was the Wizards would need a stop and couldn't get it. I mean, even worse than the Warriors. They allowed the Warriors to shoot 58% and 50% from 3. There was nothing that the Warriors couldn't do on offense. I mean, they had 40 assists. It's why Washington, when they get in the playoffs at all, they are out in the minimum number of games. They've never figured out what they want to do. But what they don't want to do ever is defend.
Well, you had a game last night that was essentially undefended, either side of the court.
The Warriors had flashes. I mean, they weren't great because they're not great. But I mean, the second and third quarters, I thought they were pretty decent. They didn't commit a billion fouls like they often do. On the other hand, when you look at that team, it's Beal, it's Porzingis, and then it's just 5 guys from the health gym.
I thought Porzingis played really well last night. And I guess I really had not seen or noticed Porzingis from a haircut standpoint alone. He actually looks like a normal human being and not like somebody who might have an AK-47 in the back of their trunk or something like that when he doesn't have that buzz cut, the Howie Long flat top.
Yeah, the Lego head.
He had a normal sort of haircut last night, and it was the first time I ever thought, like, he's a normal-looking guy. Like, he actually looks like someone who'd be fun to go grab a beer with, not a beard.
Although I suspect that the fact that he was 12 for 16 made him look prettier than he normally would too.
He felt like he was more demonstrative than I've normally seen him. He looked like he was laughing at a few things. I kind of liked what I saw out of Porzingis last night. I really liked what I saw out of Andrew Wiggins last night, which is a shame because he's not going to be playing tonight, but Klay Thompson will be. But first, more on Andrew Wiggins.
Gets it on the wing, left side Wiggins, 3 ball no good. Klay with a good box out, gets an offensive rebound. Fresh 14, ball to Draymond, pass inside Wiggins, 2-hand slam for Wiggins.
He went to the rim. Ray, remember just last week I was talking about him maybe more than any other person on this team as the chief offender and would really go about helping the Warriors if you would take 3 fewer, probably not going to make them threes. Just go to the rim. See what happens. Maybe you score at the rim. Maybe you pick up a foul at the rim. Maybe you just help the foul count move along because you get fouled on the floor before you even get your shot off. But something better, I think could happen in this offensive possession if Andrew Wiggins gets aggressive. I thought last night was his best game since the NBA Finals. His best overall game since he was playing in the NBA Finals, where he sort of rewrote what we thought about him as a defender and a rebounder. He was a game best plus 21 last night. He had 29.7 rebounds, 4 assists, 0 turnovers, and he wanted the ball. He wanted one-on-one late game get a bucket situations. He went out of his way to be aggressive. And I don't know if we say that often about Andrew Wiggins, but when we do say it, I usually like the player I'm looking at. It's a shame he's not playing tonight. He's got personal reasons. I hope, it's Sam Esfandiari, I think, on Twitter joked around and said, it's Valentine's Day. DNP, love. Well, I hope it's something that nice. I hope it isn't some sort of personal family something for Andrew Wiggins, but he's not playing tonight. It's too bad because I thought he was great last night.
He was very good. I don't think he's been as bad as other people think he's been, but he moved the bar in the NBA semis and finals last year. And so now he's graded by a different standard. I think this is more what he normally is. But last night he was offensively exceptional. And he's not offensively exceptional that often. He tends to prefer to defer.
Well, that's the thing. I think I never expect exceptional outcomes from his offensive performance. I want him to be as exceptionally aggressive. And I think good happens to the Warriors when Andrew Wiggins is getting aggressive offensively. And he got aggressive last night, head coach Steve Kerr.
Definitely his best game since he's been back. He had a lot of good games early in the season, but I loved his aggressiveness. He was attacking the rim all night and got it going from the mid-range and just got us a lot of key buckets when we were starting to fade a little bit. So Wiggs was great.
Look, Klay Thompson had 27 and bounced back from his bad game against the Lakers on Sunday. Ty Jerome was plus 12. What's that mean? Who's Ty Jerome as a player? I have trouble explaining him. But he was a plus 12 last night, was the second best plus minus on the team. 17 points for Dante DiVincenzo, and Ragu hit the big 3 in the game, which basically moved the Warriors assuredly into the win column. It wasn't the game-winning bucket, but it was pretty much the game-winning bucket. The Wizards aren't coming back from that 3. And Klay's going to play again tonight, Ray. That's significant. He's not played the second game of a back-to-back since his back-to-back devastating career injuries, and he's going tonight. He's probably going to get soft-capped in terms of his workload. I mean, if I'm the Warriors, I'd love to bring him in at around 25 minutes at a game where you're either comfortably ahead enough to where you can get him out of there, or so far behind you can white flag it without even worrying about it. Like, I don't think we're going to get a lot of Klay Thompson, but the fact we're getting any Klay Thompson tonight for the first time is a good sign. It's a sign he's getting his legs back.
It's also probably a sign that, the season's getting short now. And all the load management that you did earlier in the year, I guess this is the first time they're going to see if it's paid off, because I think there are not as many opportunities and not as many opportunities taken to load manage now when you're in the situation the Warriors are in. That you load manage tactically early in the year when you've still got way too much season ahead of you. But for now, I think they're at that stage where they're going to see if all that load management paid off.
How can two NBA doctors look at the exact same patient and diagnose him so radically different as the Trailblazers doctors diagnosed Gary Payton II is ready to play, might need a painkiller to get him through the game, but he's ready to go. And the Warriors take a look at him and think, this is a multiple-week injury, which will cause a significant portion of the season to be missed. How can two teams, through what I'm only, safely, I think, assuming are qualified, respective doctors, how could you have two respected quality doctors have such a difference of opinion on a player. I think it's a fascinating topic, and we really haven't gotten into it. We'll get into it a little bit today with George Sedano, who called the game against the Lakers on ESPN Radio. Bobby Marks is obviously ESPN's NBA front office insider, and we got an awful lot to talk about as we sort of begin to re-examine the choices that this offseason, the front office has made here in the season, the choices it's going to make this offseason, especially if it's an offseason that could see the front office needing replaced because Bob Myers has his eye on whatever is next in his career. This is a fascinating fork in the road moment for the Golden State Warriors. They've already started walking down the no James Wiseman fork in their road, which means there's no going back to James Wiseman, who is, I believe, making a debut tonight, Ray, for the tomorrow for the Detroit Pistons.
Also for the Detroit Pistons.
Yes.
So, well, the Pistons are dead last in the East, and they are the ideal kind of team for him to show whatever it is he is, without the added burdens of, fit this, fit that, we need you to do X, but not Y. I think there's an excellent chance that he will look pretty good for a few games. But the more you load on him is when the rubber is going to meet the road. Because, the Warriors are trying to become an elite team this year. I don't know that they're going to make it, but they felt firmly enough about it that they weren't giving any minutes away to people who weren't helping them be that. And Detroit's got nothing but Victor Wembanyama to play for. So they have no risks involved at all. So they might as well take a look and see if James Wiseman's skill set is of NBA quality. Because nobody really knows. He jumps, he can dunk, but there's nothing special about him yet. And I guess the Pistons want to see, well, let's see if we can find the special.
Steph Curry was talking about James Wiseman yesterday pregame. We want to come on back with that. And obviously, some news around the NFL and very sad news out of East Lansing. All of it gets on today's show. And we got George Sedano and Bobby Marks, two great NBA guests a little bit later on. Damon and Ratto, it's a pleasure to have you here this afternoon. We are brought to you by 5 Hour Energy.
Remember college? 5 Hour Energy got you through. The energized feeling you relied on back then still works today. Rediscover 5 Hour Energy. It'll get you through again. Visit 5hourenergy.com.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit?
Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network.
Go on.
Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. and make us your last stop.
Chilly tonight, low of 41. Sun returns tomorrow, high of 60.
Weather brought to you by Jackson Hewitt. Everyone knows that time is money. Go to Jackson Hewitt today for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee tax refund advance loan for eligible clients. Loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time. They're the largest distributor in NorCal of many of the brands they carry. Golden State's newly refreshed app offers installation guides, building codes, and much more. And the GSTV link on their homepage is a useful resource. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
This week at Macy's, find Valentine's Day gifts for all your loves, like fragrance gift sets they'll adore. Plus, take an extra 15% off with your coupon or Macy's card, on top of beautiful jewelry finds, now 35 to 70% off, and 25% off decadent chocolate from Godiva. Macy's Star Rewards members earn on every purchase except gift card services and fees. More at Macys.com/Star Rewards. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Ooh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of a new Samsung laundry set with extra large capacity, serving up a powerful yet gentle clean in just 28 minutes. Making this the sound of savings on the best appliance brands. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Get up to 25% off select appliances, including Samsung. Ends March 1st. Pricing valid February 9th through March 1st, 2023. Gas Dry Extra. U.S. only. See store online for details.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Look, kids, we're on the YouTube. What do you know? There we are. YouTube.com/957 The Game. You can watch us live. You can watch everything that comes out of the studio live. You can miss anything that you might have missed live by just tracking back throughout the entire day. It's all right there. 95.7 The Game content. It's on YouTube. We've got George Sedano from ESPN giving us a little content. In about 10 minutes from right now, we're going to get into the NBA and kind of go around the horn with him. Bobby Marks at 5 o'clock this afternoon here on Damon and Ratto. So I am really looking forward to those conversations. A lot of NBA on the show today. We're going to have a little bit of NFL, too, with the news that the Derek Carr era is officially over. Without getting into any details, how will you tell your kids about the Derek Carr era for the Raiders? I guess, what did I say, Oakland? I guess that era came to an end a while ago.
I would tell them, well, if they were young, which they're not, so they wouldn't be interested in the conversation anyway. I would tell them.
What would you tell my kids one day?
Oh, get off my lawn. No, I think I would say Derek Carr, like his older brother, found out the NFL is a bastard. David Carr found out because the team he began his career with, the Houston Texans, were too young to know how to defend him. So he got the living hell beat out of him. Derek Carr, on the other hand, was psychologically damaged by playing on a team that didn't know what it was doing year in and year out for almost the entirety of his career. And this is not about the players. This is about the organization, which has been an absolute shambles for most of the last 25 years. And the truth is, wherever he lands will be a better place than the one he left. And all you need to know to prove that is that they waited until the very last minute to release him. Why? I don't know. They'd already told him with 2 weeks left in the regular season that they didn't want him back.
And he already told them, don't even bother shopping me around. I'm not accepting a trade anywhere.
Yeah. So at that point, mutual stalemate. And Derek Carr, who works very hard to be the most unctuous, polite, nice guy in the room.
Right.
Basically walked around with two middle fingers upraised at the place that employed him because they did that with him. I mean, he didn't deserve them, and they definitely didn't deserve him. And this ended the way it should, with mutual recrimination, hatred, and the Raiders getting nothing for all their efforts.
It really is one big fat chef's kiss of well, that didn't really work out. But it might have. Had they just had anything other than Derek Carr, and because they usually didn't, just Derek Carr alone was not enough to get you a win. The guy had almost as many head coaches as he had seasons, when you think about it. If you want to count the interim coaches that he had, he never had a defense that was ranked better than 20th in his entire Raiders tenure. He was sacked 264 times in 142 games. I mean, just wasn't put in a position to find much success, and that's probably a big reason why they never really did. We'll have more on that a little bit later on, but again, we got to get back to the issue at hand, and the issue at hand is tonight. The Warriors are back at it after picking up a win at Chase Center last night. They go out on the road where the wins have been hard to find. They are in Los Angeles to take on the Clippers. Last night, Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins made a very good 1-2 punch. They only get one of those punches tonight. I guess the good news is that it's going to be Klay, although we haven't seen a lot of Wiggins on back-to-back. The reason why Wiggins isn't playing tonight, though, isn't listed as load management or anything like that. It's listed as a personal reason. So we hope that there's nothing wrong with his personal circle, shall we say. This is what Klay said last night about what he thought Wiggins was doing and how well he'd been cooking lately.
Wiggs is so good on both sides of the ball, and he just energizes everybody when he's around the rim, finishing, hitting jumpers, guarding the team's best player. And said it before, we're so lucky to have him, and great night for him. I was really happy with his aggressiveness. I love that he led the team in field goal attempts. That gets all of us excited.
Again, they want him to be more aggressive, and especially in Curry's absence, it's the perfect time for him to accept that challenge. Tonight, the challenge is going to be winning down in Los Angeles without him. Finding a quick start tonight is going to be part and parcel to get you even thinking about winning this game this evening. It feels like it's going to be uphill sledding the entire way because not only are the Clippers well-rested, they're waiting to debut. Well, they'll be debuting Bones Highland and Mason Plumlee, and look who's back. Eric Gordon after so many years. So they're getting help based on decisions made at the trade deadline, and we all know based on decisions and circumstances from the trade deadline, the Warriors aren't getting help anytime soon because they decided to still greenlight a trade that leaves them with a doctor's note, not an actual player to come help them right now.
Well, they maneuvered themselves into what what is your standard Hobson's choice, which is no matter what you choose, you're not getting what you want. And the fact is they had
It's
to
also
do
a
the
really
deal.
good rum bar on Haight Street.
Well, if they bring samples, I'll back your play. If not, then I don't know them. They didn't have a choice but to make the deal because either way they were going to have no player. And because they're not going to play, they weren't going to play Wiseman and they can't play Peyton. Now, they worked hard to try to move Wiseman, and this was the best they could do. And that they had to involve two other teams to make this thing work at all, and that the team that we're talking about the most, Portland, was not interested in Wiseman. That, to me, suggests that Wiseman that they were fortunate to find anybody to take him, and that it took a lot of other people throwing a lot of other pieces in the air to make it work. So I think they recognized that whatever it was they got, or in this case didn't get for Wiseman, was worth it to them because they shaved so much money off their tax bill, if nothing else, because they were never going to use him. That ship had sailed. And when you accept a trade like this for essentially nobody, you're essentially just putting him on the lawn like a couch. Just here, and hanging a sign that says free.
You don't see a lot of second overall couches drafted in the couch draft hit the lawn, though. Especially not when you hardly got to sit on them at all in the living room. And that, I think, is why this remains mysterious. Not only the circumstances of what brought him here, but the circumstances of how he leaves, and the fact that we never really got to get a definitive answer other than the undeniable, deafening silence of all the coaching DNPs. I reject the notion that there's no time to actually see if he can fit or not. I mean, you can't tell me that the NBA is, by definition, too long of a year and still find yourself incapable of squeezing in 8 minutes for a guy that you are drafting to be not even what you hope he can be today, but what he might be tomorrow. And you got to reveal if there is reason enough to believe he might be that tomorrow. Now, maybe the Warriors have just absolutely definitively have told us what they really think. And Steve Kerr can say all the nice things about James Wiseman, but the truth is what they're looking at is just a kid who simply cannot play. Not even cannot play for them, but just moreover cannot play. I mean, that's pretty much what they told you.
Well, I don't know if they told us the second part, but they did tell us that he can't play for them. The truth is we don't know if he can play in the league at all. That's what the Detroit option will probably show us. If he thrives in a situation where there is no pressure on him, maybe he becomes a journeyman. If he struggles in Detroit, maybe your assessment is right, is that he can't play at this level at all.
Are we talking about this is Patrick McCaw?
Patrick McCaw had some use. I mean, James Wiseman...
But he's out of the league now.
He's out of the league now, but it wasn't like we saw 60 games, we're fed up. He lasted a while, and he lasted on a couple of other teams.
He got a second NBA contract. Maybe James Wiseman gets a second NBA contract. If he gets a third, the Warriors have, unless he's just that typical journeyman center big who is a career 7-3. In which case, you don't need to say, well, they botched that, because that's a career, but not really a career all at the same time. Here's the thing. Big men basically come in two sizes, two different flavors. You're either made out of stone from head to toe, but at the hands, it begins nice Charmin, soft hands. Or you're Charmin everywhere except when you get to the hands, and then those are made out of stone. If the Warriors would just be honest and tell us he is all Charmin except the stone hands, then I get why they moved on. I really do. But otherwise, the fact that they couldn't coach a fit out of him, couldn't get him even to work for them situationally, it still feels like a little bit of not only a failure on James Wiseman's inability to get it, but on this coaching staff's ability to get it into him. Now, you also can't turn a guy who can't play into a player. Jermaine O'Neal is the best case scenario, right? Isn't that what everyone was hoping on? Here's a guy who had, right out of high school, it was all handed to him too fast. It didn't work out well at all, but he eventually got it. We get to say hello to George Sedano, who's one of our absolute favorites here on 95.7 The Game. He was just in town. And, Georgie, I wish you would have let me know because I was there on Saturday night. I would have loved to come by and seen you. I know you're doing the game for radio after the fact, but I didn't know it the night of. It was a weird night at Chase Center, man. It was really weird. I don't know how many games you've gotten in there, George, but it was just an odd night. You could tell that there was an unplugging of star power with no LeBron, no Curry. And then everyone who was excited to maybe welcome back Gary Payton II wasn't even able to do that because of one of the weirder trades at the deadline. And it's just an odd night at Chase Center.
Yeah, it was an odd night. I don't think there's any doubt about it. And, the game was certainly entertaining still. I don't think there was any question about that. But, yeah, it had a weird, eerie feel. I would have known you were there as well. I was there. I took my daughter, who, much to the chagrin of her mother, the Lakers fan, is a Warriors fan. So I took her with me on the trip, a little daddy-daughter trip, because my brother-in-law lives in the Bay Area. So Raymond Ritter was kind enough to get us a pair of tickets so he could go with his niece, my daughter. And we had a good time, me and Kalena calling the game. But, yeah, I just think with the Warriors, man, I don't – like, people just assumed, I guess, because they did okay and they treaded water without Steph the last go-around, that it would be similar. And I just don't know what to make of this team. I have a very poor read on what to make of this team other than it never seems to be consistent in anything, really, from rotations to who's available, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's really nobody's fault other than just strange roster construction and just terrible timing on injuries.
What's the best casual theory that you've heard about them, even if it doesn't particularly fit the way you're looking at them? Does anybody have a theory as to why they are such a persistent hot mess and still in the thick of the Western Conference race?
Well, the theory I buy into is that basically Steve has had to coach two teams where you've got the three elder statesmen who are used to playing a very high-paced style of basketball that even historically has been turnover-prone, while also coaching a squad of young guys that can't overcome said style of play. And they don't have the experience to do it, and they may not be capable from a talent perspective. They don't have those glue guys like an Otto Porter last year and even Nemanja Bjelica. And the hope is that Gary Payton can be one of those type of guys.
George Sedano with us here on Damon and Ratto. So obviously the Payton thing doesn't end the frustration this team felt over James Wiseman, because it's just like we've transferred a level of frustration from over here to a new level of frustration to this player who's essentially a doctor's note waiting to play himself. What's amazing to me, George, and maybe you know a little bit more about the inner workings of NBA teams, is that one team's group of medical professionals can look at a player and say, a little Toradol, and this guy can play tonight, while the other team's medicals basically say, here's a guy who needs to miss anywhere between 6 to 8 weeks. Like, those are radically different diagnoses looking at the same patient. It just feels like we got two different languages being spoken, and we should maybe start delivering power rankings to team doctors, because they hold the fate of NBA games right in the palm of their hand as much as GMs and coaches, if they can differ and have such radically different opinions on who can and cannot play.
Yeah, it's wild, right, that happened. I believe that the remedy for this, or a potential remedy, would be the league has to have independent doctors that also play a part in this, that aren't related to the two franchises. And that way you can determine physicals that way too, that there needs to be a third party involved. And by the way, it's not foreign, because I can tell you that I covered a scenario with Chris Bosh when he was trying to get cleared with his blood clots, and there was an independent doctor that eventually sided with the Miami Heat in that it wasn't worth Chris Bosh's life, potentially, to clear him to play basketball because he had found a doctor that was willing to clear him in that scenario. And, you know, after cooler heads prevailed, it took a while, but Chris eventually came to grips with that. And ultimately, him and the Miami Heat were fine after the fact, and they retired his jersey, et cetera, et cetera. But I do think that the league has some precedent in a scenario like that. I think that maybe that should just be the norm in regards to trades with injured players.
I don't want to get too far down this particular rabbit hole because then you're starting to get into privacy rights of players and does he have a say in who the independent physician would be. But I do want to ask this. Is this more a matter of general managers disagreeing on how to use a player than it is what the medicals find?
I mean, it's possible, Ray, but I would say that in the years I've covered the league, I just think that there are certain medical staffs that do things differently too. And maybe that is at the behest of a general manager or a front office. I would like to think that's not the case, but perhaps you may be onto something. I don't know for sure.
George, what did you think of the moves, you know, around the West? I guess we'll start with the Clippers because that's who the Warriors have tonight. You know, they bring in Bones Highland. They bring back Eric Gordon. Obviously, Kevin Durant is the belle of the free agent or a trading deadline ball once again, going to the Phoenix Suns. Quite a reshuffled, restacked Western Conference deck, don't you think?
Yeah, I like what the Clippers did. I like Highland. He's a bit of an emotional player. He's not hitting his shots. That can affect his game in a big way. I like bringing back Eric Gordon, just a veteran presence. And they kind of need that on that team. I feel like that's what they're lacking. We were talking about glue guys with the Warriors. And Plumlee's a good player. He's been fantastic the second half of the season. I do think they need a traditional point guard. I thought that maybe Kyle Lowry could fulfill that with his relationship with Kawhi, pardon me. I think maybe that's something to kick the tires on perhaps in the offseason.
The rest of the conference, I mean, I don't know how you feel about this, but it does seem to me that New Orleans without Zion Williamson is not a play-in team. But are you surprised that the rest of the conference has remained as weirdly tight as it is, where really the only teams that have pulled away in either direction are Denver, Memphis, San Antonio, and Houston?
A bit, yes. Now, if I probably dove into it more, I'd probably figure that there's injury-related circumstances and things of that nature that have probably created a bigger gap in some of these cases. And also the offseason, right? Like teams, they assume that they can let a guy go or bring in a guy and that it would work better than the previous guy. So chemistry plays a role in that too, I think. But I just think that the West, if we're being honest, is weaker than it's been. Or at least to start the season, it certainly was weaker than it was prior to the deadline, than it has been in many, many years. Prior to the deadline, I would say that the East was by far the better conference in regards to how many good teams there were. After the trade deadline, that's, we'll have to wait and see. But I think that's just it, just a lot of migration, and eventually that the pendulum had to swing in the East's favor in that regard.
Between, George, the Lakers, the Clippers, and the Warriors, who's your one man in? Who are your two men out?
I mean, the Lakers are running out of time, and I'm worried about Anthony Davis. He claims that he's over the. I just don't see a guy that has the same bounce he had prior to that injury. Now, maybe that's confirmation bias because it's what I'm looking for. And then LeBron, this foot injury has been lingering for a while. In the games I've done, I've seen the training staff working on that foot constantly. And I just think that had they made these moves at the beginning of the season, then I think that they'd be a playoff or a play-in team for sure. I just don't know if they've got enough time to catch up. If I had to guess, the Warriors and Clippers are in, and I'd probably keep the Lakers out if you're making me pick one. Although I do think all three eventually do make it in at least the plan.
You're our Mr. All LA everything. Were you surprised at all to see that Sean McVay's coming back for one more bite of the Rams' apple at the very least?
I was not. I know Sean a little bit, and I just know how competitive he is. But I do know, because I've had these conversations with him on the air and off the air, about quality time available. And I think that Sean sees how guys before him have burnt out, and maybe how he's burnt out. And he's talked about this openly with me. I know he's done it on a podcast with Jay Glazer too. So I don't think he's going to do it forever. I think he's got a hell of a career as a broadcaster if he wants it. But he's an incredible coach, and I didn't think he'd go out this way. They missed 98 games due to injury to starters, 13 different offensive line combinations, both the most in the league. So if they can just get any semblance of health, and we both know, or we all know, it's a battle of attrition, I think that they'll be at least competitive next year, if not more so than that.
Speaking of hell of a broadcaster, George Sedano, ladies and gentlemen, here on 95.7 The Game. Thanks a lot, pal.
You got it, guys. Anytime. Have a great show.
There he is. Mr. Sedano. Great stuff. Great stuff. Wish we'd known he was in town. We could have partied.
He brought his kid. He wasn't partying.
He wasn't partying. We could have partied. We will party someday. Interesting stuff there. Interesting stuff about au revoir Lakers.
Yeah, I mean, and he did allow for the possibility that it's recency bias, but they look...
Dude, Anthony Davis is completely disinterested in an NBA career at this point.
I don't know if he's disinterested, but he's not healing the way you need guys to heal at this stage of the year. And it might not be that he doesn't care. It might simply be that he can't do. And if he can't do, he does have that demeanor that suggests he doesn't care. But I don't think...
Bad body language guy. He's kind of a hangdog guy.
Yeah, I think he cares. But I think he's not been close to the player that he was even 2 years ago when they won in the bubble.
Let me tell you who we care about. Those on hold right now. When we come on back, your calls. We've got Bobby Marks of ESPN joining us live at 5 as we get into ESPN's NBA Front Office Insider. Bobby Marks a little bit later on. Thanks again to George Sedano for joining us here on Damon and Ratto, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Listen to Willard and Dibbs with the Odyssey app.
This isn't an opinion. The 49er quarterback is Brock Purdy. Want to know who said that? The 49ers. The 49ers believe they've got their guy. Their starting quarterback, without debate, is Brock Purdy.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
So the IRS has spent $80 billion to increase enforcement this tax season, which is why talking to the tax and crypto attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law is probably a really good thing for you to do, especially if you're already getting notices from the IRS or the Franchise Tax Board. You need to contact Kugelman Law. Check them out at sftaxteam.com. I've met Alexander Kugelman. He is approachable, he is down to earth, and he is interested in finding the right solution to your problem. He's not going to promise you any pie-in-the-sky nonsense. He is going to be straightforward and transparent, not only in the way to affect the right resolution for you, but in the pricing as well. Visit sftaxteam.com to schedule your consultation today. Get a free and honest assessment of your tax or crypto issues. sftaxteam.com. Alexander Kugelman, Managing Attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fastest mobile service. My little brother has no idea how lucky he is. Back in my day, we didn't have it nearly as good.
Oh yeah? Back in my day, you couldn't even stream outside the house. I don't like to think about it.
Please, back in my day, we had phones with cords, and they were mounted to a wall.
Forget phones. Back in my day, we wrote letters. Remember, Herman?
Oh, I remember.
Vintage texting.
Cool.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile, the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. Get the best price for 2 unlimited lines with 5G compared to the lowest price plans of the top 3 carriers. Just $30 a line per month. Visit Xfinity.com/fastestmobile to learn more.
Wait till you hear about how we rented movies.
I don't think she's ready for that.
From Xfinity, home of the 10G network. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited intro service and Xfinity Internet required. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced fees after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new place. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Odyssey's I'm Listening is our commitment to more mental health conversations. Kevin Love of the Cleveland Cavaliers talks about raising awareness through his anxiety battles.
Being able to change my relationship with it, be open and talk about this and trying to use it as a superpower has been great for me. It makes me feel good that I have something bigger than basketball, bigger than myself, that I'm able to pay it forward and help so many people.
Talk saves lives. For more mental health conversations, visit imlistening.org.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now on.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Much more Warriors talk coming up here in this segment. By the way, the Warriors Community Foundation excited to announce that the February auction presented by Cache Creek Casino Resort is live now through Sunday, February 19th. They got a wide variety of items up for auction, including signed jerseys, tickets to games, and a chance to even meet some of your favorite athletes in person. Don't miss out on an exciting opportunity to give back and score some amazing sports memorabilia all at the same time. Visit warriors.com/auctions to help the Warriors Community Foundation. Damon and Ratto here with you. It is good to have you along. The Warriors last night found a win over the Washington Wizards, 135-126, but as we were saying, it really wasn't even that close. It was sort of 3 games all rolled into one. The Warriors got down early after a good start. That's game number 1. Game number 2, they battle back and take a commanding lead, and then game number 3 is them having to hold on for kind of dear life as the Wizards just played the hey, we might not be a very good team, but if no one here is playing any defense, we're going to keep on scoring right along with you. And they did that for an awful lot of the game. The Warriors got a really good game out of Andrew Wiggins, who unfortunately is not playing tonight in Los Angeles against the Clippers. But we are going to get Klay Thompson out there tonight. And again, I don't think there's any reason to pretend that that's anything other than very good news for Klay Thompson, his recovery, and the player that he plans to be. I got a little sports Valentine that I want to hand out a little later on, Ray, and I'm not going to give it to you, but I'm going to give it to Klay Thompson. He's officially earned some flowers in real time, and I want to give them to him so he can smell them. I'm noticing what he's doing, and what he's doing is starting to play and look an awful lot like Klay Thompson again.
Well, that's awfully kind of you. I'm sure it'll really resonate within his soul.
Yeah.
But he was also the guy who, against the Lakers, was 5 for 21. So...
But that's always been a little bit of part of Klay Thompson, too.
It has, but that's been like one of the things that people have seized upon. Well, he's not consistent. And he's been more consistent in past years before the two leg injuries. The most interesting thing is the fact that I think they have finally taken the leash off and that he is going to now start playing, I would guess, almost every game from here on out. Only because the situations have changed. They need all hands on deck now. And I think all the load management that people hated for the first 50 some odd games is now essentially over. I think the only team,
I would hope so.
Well, I mean, but that's the whole point of like the 82 game season, which brought us load management. Teams that are trying to do business, are going to play their guys more just because that's what the first half of the year is for, to regulate minutes and, not do back-to-back so that you can do that now. And I think he probably has been ready to go, 10, 15 games ago. But, if you want somebody to be able to play night in and night out, modern science tells you that you have to decide what games are more important than what other games.
888-957-9570 is the number. This is JP calling from the Yoon. What's going on, JP?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I just want to add, I want to give credit and also some constructive criticism to the Warriors organization. I think in the beginning, they were really keen and capable of acquiring players of skill, of high IQ, people that know how to play the system, along with being able to toggle and balance emotional intelligence. I think you could see Bob Myers, Steve Kerr are also very player-centric. They know how to utilize the players' emotions to get them bought on to also perform. At the same time, that has doomed them. And I think because of their emotional intelligence, they are a little bit locked into that, where now they're more concerned about their star players' emotions, that they're letting that blindside the ability and the athleticism and the skills that the newer rookie players are capable of doing is now blindsiding them. So I think what's happening right now is they're kind of top-heavy, where they're leaning on emotional intelligence, where they're trying to really factor in those emotions, but it's stemming the growth of the actual team, especially with the rookies.
JP, this is an A-plus phone call into a sports talk radio show. You're trying to approach this from an angle that not a lot of people are willing to approach it from, talking about, the needs of the young balanced against the requirements of the veterans on this team. And that is the balancing act that this entire franchise is trying to find the right fulcrum point on right now, right? Did I even get that right? Did that fulcrum point? Did I get that?
Fulcrum. The point is unnecessary.
Fulcrum this, Ray. Look, but I think that's a really, really good point. They are trying to find that balance, but I don't know if they are like favoring the sensitivities over the veterans more than they're just reaching a conclusion that a very high-profile young player on the team simply cannot play, because they're not holding the raw ability or lack of reps against Jonathan Kuminga. Jonathan Kuminga's figured out a way how to fit in. James Wiseman never did. So it's not just like if you're old, we're worried about you more than if you're young. We're not worried about you, and we're going to not try to blend you guys together because the old guys can't hack it. No, they found a minute and a space and a place for Kuminga. They just couldn't for Wiseman, and they haven't for Moody.
But more
to the point.
Not more to the point. I have to stop doing that. It's that earlier in the year, what you saw was the starters playing very, very well and the second unit playing poorly. And if you want to make that a young versus old divide, that's fine. But the Warriors are not rebuilding yet. That's why the two-track concept was probably flawed in its inception because, all of a sudden they got panicked about, well, these guys don't have a whole lot of tread on the tire left. And then they went out and proved early on, well, yes, they do. And you had better do the smart thing and ride these guys out as long as you can. And it's up to the young guys to fit into that. And as you said, Kuminga has done that to a certain extent. Moody has not. Wiseman never did. And so it was not, I think, a recognition of the veterans having an emotional issue with this whole thing. It's that they were performing better. And at some point, you have to be pragmatic. And if you don't have the right young guys, you have to have faith in the fact that there are more young guys always coming up every year. And if these guys don't work, or if some of them don't work, you replace them and find new guys that maybe will. So I don't think this is a sort of a master plan or anti-youth. It's they took the information that they were given by the players game in and game out, and they said, we can't afford to do this yet because our starters are too good and everybody else isn't good enough.
Vince in San Francisco. You're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got, Vince?
Hey, I just wanted to talk about how, I think Wiseman, he's definitely got the tool set. He's got the God-given ability. He's got the physical attributes. The dude could play. He knows how to play basketball. But it's kind of like when you get a guy who's played formalized basketball and has learned the fundamentals and knows how to use all of that versus a guy who's just been, an absolute killer in pickup games and open run and stuff. I think that's kind of the issue with Wiseman was he had all the talent, but he never had the real time to develop in college. He only played, maybe 10 games or something like that in college?
Not even.
And I think that's
3.
a detriment. Yeah, I think that's a detriment to a lot of these young guys that turn pro.
It is, but here,
I guess to say for guys who play 4 years in college, they learn stuff that you only would learn in college, and it also can go to different sports. Now look at Trey Lance; it's a whole other thing. But Trey Lance is kind of in the same boat. He has all this talent, but why was he not being used as a throwing quarterback? James Wiseman has all the tools, but he could never find his way onto the floor, and I think it's an IQ thing, and him just not being able to pick it up.
I mean, I don't know if it's an IQ thing, and if it's an IQ thing, at some point, you just can't say, well, I got a bad student. You have to turn around and ask the teacher, well, what are you doing to make them better? They couldn't find a situation where James Wiseman became playable in their eyes. Like, not even to go in and close out a defensive possession at the end of a half. Like, we're going to run basically some warped, weird version of a 3-1-1. I don't even know if there is a 3-1-1, but we're going to have 3 guys at the perimeter. We're going to have basically Draymond just playing free safety at the free throw line extended, and we're going to have Kuminga just roaming the lower block, protecting the rim, and that's how we're going to try to close out a half. And we'll switch everything up front, but maybe Kuminga's just back there as a last line of defense. Like, they couldn't figure out any way to use him. And there's a part of me that wants to give the Warriors coaching staff the benefit of the doubt on that. And if you do want to extend to the Warriors coaching staff the benefit of the doubt on that, the only conclusion left is that James Wiseman just has got no dog and just can't do it, and that's why he's not here anymore. Because if they detected, well, he is a dog and he can do it eventually, he'd still be here. I know that they're saving a little bit of money, but I don't think saving a little bit of money was enough reason for Joe Lacob to give up on one of his preferred hand-selected draft picks. And the whole thing just smacks of, it's really odd, and I get why it didn't fit, and you can talk about the player's IQ. and how much time he missed based on injuries and COVID and the weird world that we'd been living in. And having said all that, he's still in year 3. You know, when you got no marked improvement at all in year 3, as a matter of fact, it's easier to spot the regression. How does that happen? On a team that we know is run correctly, coached well, with a player who looks like he's got the physical gifts created in basketball laboratories. How could they not get anything from him? Not a drop of water from the stone that was James Wiseman.
I think the 124 games he missed to injury is part of that, because he's really not year 3. He's really at the tail end of year 1. If you took an 82-game block, because he only played 60 games. Secondly, he was supposed to perform a specific set of tasks that didn't always allow him to roam free and jump with abandon and do the things that he could assemble as his skill set at such an early age.
That we're assuming Detroit will allow him to do.
Yeah, or they will be less critical about the details, because I think they want to see if he's got NBA skills in him. I think the Warriors, not only because they're still in win now mode, because they have the players who are in win now mode, they also use their center differently than a lot of teams do. They don't want the center to be ball dominant ever. They want him to be able to defend, set a proper high pick and roll, do nuanced stuff that you're never going to see in a box score. And I think Wiseman's great failure early on was that he believed that what they wanted was for him to run and jump and do physical stuff, when what they wanted him to do was the grinding stuff. And the grinding stuff doesn't come along easily. Certainly not with a 19-year-old, because you're thinking, why am I grinding? You took me second in the draft. You must love me. And the Warriors' parameters are different because they are still, in an ideal world, championship contenders, and they don't have a traditional center doing traditional center things.
All right,
and
real quick. It's 4 o'clock, so I got to say, here's also Ray at 4 o'clock. Welcome, everyone.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Continue.
I think if you're looking for the mistake, that the one place that hasn't been examined yet is that they took a reach with a high pick. And those always look more egregious than if James Wiseman was picked 24th. Because he was second, he's supposed to play for 10 years. And there's no evidence yet that he'll be able to do that. And the people who talk about his abundance of skills are guessing, because they didn't see him either. They have grainy film from 3 college games. That's it. So we don't know what James Wiseman is. What we know is...
Well, but James Wiseman has also been projected to be like the number 1 pick in the draft from the time he's like 8 years old. So he had been watched quite carefully and closely, even though we didn't get a big sample size of his early college career. But there's a reason why somebody is projected to be the best player of his generation years throughout their middle school years.
Well, I'll tell you what. When you can show me the 11-year-old that makes the NBA, I'll buy that logic. But the fact is, the leap from high school to college is a lot less severe than the leap from high school to pros. And when you pick a 19-year-old and you are hoping that what you saw in that very limited sample size at Memphis is going to translate to something, you are operating not on knowledge, but on guesswork.
Right. But it's always impressive who makes the McDonald's All-American game, though. You know what I mean?
But you know what? Not all of them make it.
Not all of them.
And the truth is, he might be one of those.
He might be.
But the fact is, they said, we need a big guy, and we're going to take the 19-year-old with less than 70 minutes of college experience, and we're going to try to project that. And
it's not a perfect thing. Like, I mean, Felipe Lopez, everybody. Felipe Lopez was the hottest thing ever out of New York City, preordained to be the single next greatest everything in basketball. He goes to St. John's, he gets drafted, never heard of again.
Yeah, oh no, then it happens a lot. What I'm saying is the Wiseman conundrum, as weird as it is, starts off weird because the Warriors, who usually have been relatively conservative in terms of player acquisition, we want proven guys who give us stuff that we specifically want, drafted a guy who was essentially a blank slate. And, they weren't going to take, LaMelo Ball. They didn't need him. They weren't going to take Tyrese Halliburton because, again, they've got guards.
Felt redundant. Those would have been perfect players and better options.
Yeah.
Knowing what we know now.
Yeah. Desmond Bane, that might have been the best option, even though he's also a guard. But they needed some semblance of height and big man presence. And Wiseman looked like he could be that, but without the evidence to back it up.
And not to poke at you, but to say that they needed some semblance of height and a big man, did they? Shouldn't they have known better and known who they are and where their true identity and DNA comes from? It's a level of small ball that, even though it feels like another guard would have been a redundant pick based on who your guards were at the time, it's the right pick.
But you can't know what Desmond Bane's going to be.
Right.
And you can't
Same
know.
way you couldn't know what Wiseman was going to be.
Yeah.
So at least fit the guy who fits your system.
Well, the thing is, though, the guys who fit their system have been David West types, JaVale McGee types, guys who have been around the block at the NBA level. They've not been home run hitters in the draft for the most part. And
right, but JaVale, he had the experience, obviously, and experience matters.
Oh, he wasn't a difference maker, but he could give them 12 minutes, which is what they needed from him.
Right. And here's the thing. Nobody ever accused JaVale McGee of having a high basketball IQ. No one even gave him that benefit of the doubt when he was wearing a Warriors uniform. He was, made fun of for being a ball of raw athletic clay that no one could ever really figure out. And they figured that out with him. Why couldn't they have figured it out in some way, shape, or form with James Wiseman? I do not know.
Because I think JaVale McGee knew how to be an NBA center and James Wiseman didn't.
That's fair. That's fair.
But that's my point. It's that the Warriors, who usually don't take dramatic chances, took a dramatic chance. And dramatic chances are at best a coin flip, and very often not. It's a three-sided coin in which two of them say loser.
And here is, to me, the weird part of it all, which makes this an odd kind of thing to discuss, is I would have taken that chance too. James Wiseman was a sexy enough physical prospect to where, having just devil's advocated every single thing you brought up, I still pick James Wiseman in the moment, knowing what we knew at that moment. I do. I would have also maybe pivoted off of the James Wiseman decision the millisecond I heard Klay Thompson, which happened right before the draft started, tore his Achilles. That might have made me think, well, maybe that guard that would have been a little redundant or an abundance of a position is now more of a need than James Wiseman even is, because Klay ain't here no mo, at least not for this upcoming year. So, again, it's all easy to go, see everything 2020 in hindsight. But it's just it's an unfortunate thing. There's no doubt about it. And the Warriors are still licking their wounds over it. And they ended up making a trade that allows them a player who is going to be a can't play scenario too, which sucks because they need a player. Vince in San Jose. What do you got, Vince?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? My whole thing is this. What a huge disappointment for the Warriors. I know it's somewhat of a heartbreak to me. I was big on Wiseman for, a really long time. I liked him out of the draft, but, it's obvious now that they missed on that pick. My question to you guys, looking at the way LaMelo plays, I know they didn't need him at the time, but if you figure that the Warriors picked LaMelo at that second spot, they wouldn't be in the predicament that they're in now, and they would have possibly a generational talent. Because when I watch LaMelo, he's got length, he's got ball skill, he's got phenomenal vision. Gosh, did the Warriors miss on that pick?
Look,
did they ever so miss on
if
that?
LaMelo is that good on a Charlotte team that isn't good, would he have wore beige and blended in perfectly with the Warriors? Or would it be what Draymond was talking about, what James Wiseman's probably hoping? You know, on a really bad team that doesn't have a set of rules that it lives by, I can flourish as a player who looks better than he actually is because I get to put up some gaudy fat numbers because I'm out here for 36 minutes a night. Yeah, it would have been fascinating. I wish we could go back in time. I wish we could run that experiment too. I wish we had a multiverse and we could go to the second timeline where the Warriors did indeed draft LaMelo Ball. What would that have looked like 3 years into that?
I think you'd have had a very frustrated LaMelo Ball because I don't know that. I mean, you know, what are you going to do with Poole then? Because you've taken Poole the year before. I mean, do you write Poole off?
I don't think so.
Okay, then. Now you've got draft picks that are guard on a team that's already guard heavy. The biggest problem that the Warriors
it's funny though,
had,
they're always guard heavy, yet they've never not been in a situation where they don't need another guard.
Except that at some point you have to have a big guy to get rebounds, even if he's not dynamic. I mean, Andrew Bogut wasn't dynamic, but he gave you rebounds, he gave you shot blocking, he gave you a pick that people felt, and that's the Warriors wanted. But I'm looking at the 2020 draft, and there's almost no centers on it. I mean, period. I mean,
hey, look at the 2020 draft. There's not many NBA players on it.
No, but what I'm saying is, just looking at the position, ignoring all the numbers to the right, there's almost no center at all.
Right. Well, it's a dying position in the world of basketball. There's no doubt. When we come on back, by the way, what did Steph Curry think of the James Wiseman era? We've got Bobby Marks live at 5, and we need to get into a day's full of days worth of NFL news. It actually has some interesting stuff for us to talk about concerning the NFL today. So don't you go anywhere. Damon and Ratto coming back around the corner here. We are brought to you by 5 Hour Energy.
Remember college? 5 Hour Energy got you through. The energized feeling you relied on back then still works today. Rediscover 5 Hour Energy. It'll get you through again. Visit 5hourenergy.com.
Steiny and Guru stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
Joe Montana, to me, is the best quarterback that's ever played the game. There's different eras. That's just what I believe. And right now, young Patrick Mahomes is on that streak in this new NFL.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Oh, I'm so out.
95.7 The Game.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit?
Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network.
Go on.
Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Welcome to the IKEA Sleep Sale.
IKEA Sleep Sale?
Uh-huh. Save on all things bedroom, including select bed frames, duvet covers, air purifiers.
And those fuzzy sheepskin rugs?
Yes, and so much more.
Cozy. I'll take one of each.
Hurry in to visit your local IKEA store or go to IKEA-USA.com before the sale goes night-night. Offer valid 2/15 to 2/26. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
No H2O is the leading waterless mobile auto detailer in the Bay Area, offering a full range of detailing services. No H2O comes to your home, business, or wherever is most convenient for you and gives your car a great wash with no water. No H2O auto detailing is ultra convenient and gets great scratch-free results for your car. And remember, no water is used. Call Brian today at 925-238-8182, 925-238-8182, or visit them at noh2owalnutcreek.com. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed. And a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
Dell Technologies President's Day business event starts now with deals to power America's doers and dreamers. Save on select performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for President's Day deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Chilly tonight, low of 41. Sun returns tomorrow, high of 60.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples stores are a new world of possible with innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
Duran Duran returns to the Bay Area May 28th with special guests Nile Rodgers and Chic and Bastille. Don't miss Duran Duran, the Future Past Tour, May 28th at SAP Center San Jose. Tickets on sale Thursday at Ticketmaster.com.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
You can check us out on YouTube. It's all right there for you. You can go back through the show, through the day, any segment that you might have missed on this show, the morning show, either of the midday shows. It is all there for you on YouTube. Smash the subscribe button, kids. That's what the kids say, Ray.
I'll have to take your word for it.
Smash it.
I try to avoid kids.
Yeah, I know.
And other forms of human life.
So
I wanted to press the Weissman point a bit. There were only 4 pure centers taken in that draft. Weissman played more minutes than the other 3 combined. So the shop is pretty bare already. Then if you look at all the guys who were combo forward centers, they're all 6'8", 230.
Could have been small ball guys.
But none of them are. Right. The problem is they needed someone big. Their cap situation was such that they couldn't sort of shop in the veteran aisle, because if they sign a guy for $10 million, it's $80 million. So they've got this second pick, and what are you going to do with it? You're not going to take another guard. You're up to your eyelids in guards. You need a big guy. Weissman turns out to have been the only option, and even now, he has better numbers than any of the other centers who got taken in that draft.
One amendment to that, Ray, is Onyeka Okongwu, the center out of SC, was taken 6th overall by Atlanta. I know he's only 6'9", and he's one of the guys you were saying power forward / center, but he does play backup 5 for them, and he has been pretty good. And, I mean, what is Kevon Looney? He's 6'8", 6'9".
But I think they wanted somebody who was bigger than Kevon Looney or Onyeka Okongwu. I think they wanted a guy who could be a serious shot changer just by his presence there. And, I suppose they could have taken a Okongwu, but you're still playing small ball. And I think they wanted to have more versatility on the defensive side of the ball. And that's where you have to have a guy who's 6'11", 7 foot, basically, built like a Brinks truck. And that's what Weissman looked like.
And here's the thing, too. And, for everyone who's saying, well, should have been LaMelo. It's easier to say that now because we're 3 years down the road and you're seeing what he became. Let's not forget where LaMelo was operating from as this draft was starting. He was a player who had a scant Australian career, right? I mean, he had as many didn't play college basketball questions surrounding him as James Wiseman did. And it was the, peak of all COVID uncertainty. And I mean, how much can you learn about players in Zoom meetings and not having, half the face-to-face time that you might have had in a normal leading up to the draft process? There were no clear waters which revealed who the pick should be. As a matter of fact, Ray, there are never clear waters. The drafting process is always getting lucky, looking through muddy water. We can talk about how, well, this guy was definitely going to click. But there have been countless definitely going to click guys that did not click. And someone here on the Xfinity mobile text line brings up a great point, saying anyone who says should have took LaMelo, like I can find you 8 to 11 teams who also should have drafted Steph and Clay. That's the draft. And that is an incredibly reasonable way to look at it. Yeah. That's the draft.
Yeah.
You're going to hit on some. You're going to miss on others. And maybe you even hit on someone in the second round to the point where that someone becomes Draymond Green. Maybe you miss on someone at the top of the draft so dramatically that someone was James Wiseman.
Yeah, they needed a position that this draft wasn't going to offer, is what it gets down to. And given the fact that I think were out of options, in the veteran big guy aisle, they had to roll the dice on a guy they had next to no information on, relatively speaking. Because usually the second pick in the draft, you've got tape on tape on tape. And there wasn't any of that. I mean, he was declared ineligible after 3 games. So, what you were getting was practice tape. And they gambled that what he lacked, they could teach him. But they couldn't, in part because what he had to learn was stuff that his physical gifts alone weren't going to get him. He had to become a smarter, nuanced player. And I don't mean that he was not a smart guy. I mean that he had to learn how the Warriors use their center. And it didn't mesh. I mean, the Warriors saw him more than anybody else once they got him. But I think, and this is another possibility, maybe what they saw from him when he was down in Santa Cruz was a guy whose injuries had taken a little bit of his physical gifts away. We don't know that either. But as long as we're going to speculate, about stuff we don't know.
Let's go all the way.
Yeah, let's use the whole panoply. Maybe he's not as spry an athlete post-injury as he was before. And I don't know, and nobody else does.
Remember, before LaMelo even got, I think, to Australia, he was kicking it around Lithuania for a little while. Somebody here on the text line says, Damon, remember the Welcome to Lithuania song? Do I? Do I?
Welcome. Welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome.
I remember the Welcome to Lithuania song. Like, that's how much we were joking about LaMelo Ball.
Welcome.
Ray, do you remember the Welcome to Lithuania song?
I put it out of my mind pretty quick.
Somewhere between the Euros and the...
I do remember. We didn't have time to enjoy it in its 5 minutes entirety, but I also remember talking so much about LaMelo Ball and what he wasn't doing to impress people overseas that we got another soundbite out of all that. They sucked at defense. I mean, that was an actual thing that they were using. Like, Lithuanian broadcasters were talking about LaMelo Ball, and they're like, yeah, like, offensively he's got some skills, but
they sucked at defense.
It was a big part of how they, basically talked about him.
They sucked at defense.
So there you go. Still up? Did we get it over there?
They sucked at defense.
Yeah. I do remember the Welcome to Lithuania song. How am I supposed to say this name in Fremont?
Schleprock.
Schleprock.
He's called before.
Okay. Sorry. Schleprock it is. No Schlep. What's going on?
Hey, listen, the Warriors kind of have a track record, at least in the last 3 or 4 years, of kind of giving up or letting go young guys, in my opinion, a little bit early.
Who have they gotten wrong? I'm not here to say you're wrong, but who have they gotten it wrong on? Because they didn't.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if I'm saying they got it wrong, but it just seems like it's a track record. I liked Patrick McCaw and thought he had potential, and they let him go. Or I don't know if it was him leaving or if they let him go. I like Kelly Oubre. He wasn't really young, but I mean, I'd rather have either one of those guys on my bench right now, other than Ty Jerome or Anthony Lamb, or maybe even DiVincenzo. It seems like they have a track record. They don't have the patience.
Here's the thing. You had me right up until maybe even DiVincenzo. Now, DiVincenzo can play, and here's the weird thing. Ty Jerome, in a weird way, can. He had the second best plus-minus in the game last night. He was plus 12. And look, I never looked at Patrick McCaw and thought, oh, yeah, the future will be secure because of that guy. Sorry, Schleprock.
He was a bit piece, but he was helpful to them.
Dude, he's out. He got run with the Warriors. He got bounced to Toronto. Toronto gave him like the smallest of run. He's on their Raptors championship team and has not been heard of since. So it's not like Patrick McCaw became an NBA success story.
Yeah, and I'm not sure which of the following people that the Warriors should have given more run to. And
Josh Jacobs, no, couldn't play.
No, I'm going to go back to the year after they took Draymond Green. They didn't have a pick in 13 or 14, so can't give anybody a shot there. 15, Kevon Looney, with all the surgeries you could possibly want. They were incredibly patient with him, and now that's paying off. Damian Jones, Jacob Evans, Mie Oni, Eric Paschall, Jordan Poole, Justinian Jessup, Nico Mannion, James Wiseman, Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga. And the three guys who we haven't seen yet this year, so I'm not even going to put them in the group. For the most part, they pick late in rounds, if they pick at all. And no, Kelly Oubre was a modified disaster. He wasn't very good at all.
No, he didn't fit what they did, who they were.
He was trying to get paid, which I get. That was a bad judgment by the Warriors because they thought everybody would want to play the way the Warriors do, and he was looking to cash in.
Well, and here's the deal too. He was brought in to see what kind of a compliment he could be to the Warriors as they existed in the Steph Curry, Klay Thompson era. Klay Thompson tore his Achilles, and Steph Curry broke his wrist, 5 games into that year. So we never got to see what you look like in the scenario that literally defines who the Warriors are. So that it just there are some bad. I don't know what the Warriors have suffered from more here: bad timing or bad decisions. Because decisions might have borne themselves into better decisions had the timing of injuries around them not always been sort of rearing its head.
No, there's one decision that they made was poor, and it's still proving to be poor. The 2 timeline decision.
But
because
how bad was it when in year number 1 of the 2 timeline decision they're NBA champs? Even though those kids weren't involved very much in it, it didn't hurt them from winning a title last year.
But it created, and Sedano said it himself, they look like they're 2 different teams. And I think their fundamental error there was in trying to figure out 3 years ahead of time when the veterans were going to run out of tread. And because they wanted to get that done quickly, I think they tried to introduce more guys into a system that's hard to learn after showing year in and year out that the guys who can pick up the system best are the guys who've been in the NBA already. And, I'm not going to write off Moody yet, although there doesn't seem to be much evidence that he's going to help. Kuminga, I think, will be a help, and that's not a huge leap of knowledge on my part. But for the most part, the Warriors, I think, were in too much of a hurry to try to guess when their most important players are going to be too old. And I think that's backfired on them.
Before yesterday's game, Steph Curry gave us 90 seconds on what he thought of James Wiseman's tenure with the Warriors. Here's what Steph had to say about James Wiseman.
I mean, it's such a unique situation from jump where, we're coming off of 5 straight finals appearances. We have a down year, second pick. It was a guy that, on paper filled a need for us in terms of, a big presence like that could be athletic on both ends of the floor. And I know it's been well documented just the ups and downs that he's had in his whole career with the injuries, the COVID stuff they had, first training camp to the meniscus surgery and the challenges there. Every time he started to figure out a little bit of momentum and show the signs, he had something kind of pull him off the floor for whatever reason. So he never really could figure out just the availability part. That was nothing he could control there. It was just a matter of how the cards were dealt. And I think we all love James. Like, that's the biggest thing. It's a guy that you root for. It's a guy that will be able to figure it out. It's a guy that approaches every part of his job the right way, has a great attitude considering everything he's been through and the expectations around him and the conversations around him. So a lot of confidence that he'll be around this league for a long time. I don't know what his ceiling is, but it's a guy I want to see, figure it out and have an opportunity. I know it's been said it just wasn't going to be here because of all those circumstances and the fact that it was just tough to find minutes for him because of what we're trying to do and what Lou and Draymond and even J. Mike now bring to the floor. So I'm happy. I'm excited for him. I hope he does some great things in this league.
But I wouldn't bet on it, is the one bit of information Steph probably chose not to put in there because they're all trying to lay this down as gently as possible.
Well, the giveaway phrase is figure it out, because that's such an open-ended way of saying he didn't know what he was doing here. And maybe it's because they gave him things that a player of his age and experience couldn't absorb easily. Maybe maybe the injury set him back so much, or maybe he got frustrated in the fact that he wasn't getting much playing time. Whatever the pile of circumstances was, Steph Curry, who speaks as gently about most players that he's played with as anybody in the league, used the phrase, figure it out, which indicates that he was as baffled the day of the trade as he was the day they drafted him.
Which is a huge sign of no progress, which is clearly on the player. At some point, some of that responsibility comes on the coaches as well.
Maybe not.
I mean, coach them up. Coach them up. It's year 3.
Yeah, but
it's year 3.
But there are not everybody gets coached up. By that is, you could coach them up all you want, and maybe it's just not landing. So we don't even know if if this was a coaching failure.
Well, here is head coach Steve Kerr, and we're going to have Steve, I believe, live at 5 tomorrow, and hopefully he wants to talk about this because we want to talk about this with him. This is the second biggest story of the year. The two biggest stories of the year are trading James Wiseman and Draymond Green punching Jordan Poole. Those are the bookends on an incredibly, massively average season of basketball. So I hope Steve wants to talk about this. Here's what he said yesterday pregame.
It was hard on a personal level because of our affection for James and the talent level. I was all in on taking James when we did. I was part of the group and loved the ability and loved everything that we saw. I think you can't always foresee circumstances. You remember at the time we had the worst record in the league. Clay had just torn his Achilles. We didn't really know where we were as a team. Frankly, we didn't know we would win a championship, a year and a half later. I think the important thing, and I was a GM once, not a very good one, but I've been in Bob's shoes. The important thing is in this league, and I think in all sports, is you have to move forward. You can't look back. You have to move forward and make whatever moves that are necessary to succeed in the present state of the team and going forward. And so that was the determination that the organization made.
And so they go forward, they trade a player who essentially they turn into a player that is a trusted agent in Gary Payton II. Then they find out Gary Payton II can't even play for us for the better part of a month plus at the very, very least. And they're actually offered by the NBA, would you like to redo that? And they still said no. We would rather have a doctor's permission slip on our bench than the concept of maybe James Wiseman can figure it out. So, Steve, again, I love Steve. Steve is a basketball diplomat of the first degree. It's why the drama doesn't follow the Warriors around. Every word he speaks is measured twice before it's cut once. And he and Bob are both geniuses at putting the best possible sunny side up projection on something that didn't work. I don't need to hear any more about how they like James Wiseman. What I do want to know, and hopefully what Steve is willing to share with us tomorrow, is why didn't they like James Wiseman? I still know more about what they liked about him than specifically what they did not get out of him. And so I hope he's willing to illuminate why it didn't work as much as he's willing to illuminate how much they truly liked him. That's what I'm hoping we can accomplish during tomorrow's interview. And if it doesn't work out, Ray, I'm just going to blame you.
I'll take the blame now. Let's give him the day off.
Sweet.
I made him not come on.
This is Murray in Concord, and then we need to talk some football here. What do you got, Murray?
Hi, guys. I remember that draft. It was only 3 years ago, and it seemed to me that it was a number two or number one. It was consensus Anthony Edwards or Wiseman. I think any team would have probably taken him at number two at that point. There wasn't really a clear number three even. I know everybody's talking about Ball and he went third, but at that point, if I remember that draft correctly, it wasn't really clear.
No. I mean, you are in perfect memory of that draft. And let's be honest, number one wasn't evident. It started to leak that, the Timberwolves do like Anthony Edwards here. And the Warriors apparently weren't impressed by Anthony Edwards during his workout, where Steve Kerr even said, you need to play harder, dude. You need to go harder. And Anthony Edwards, and you'll hear every single time he plays the Warriors, Bob Fitzgerald brings up the story that Anthony Edwards, even appreciates to this day the level of honesty Steve Kerr gave him when they went out to dinner that night. And he basically said, look, kid, we're not drafting you, but here's what you need to do to be a successful NBA player. You need to play harder. You weren't going hard enough in your draft workout, and that's a bad way to start a career. So I don't even know, had the Timberwolves taken James Wiseman number one overall, that they would have even taken Anthony Edwards number two overall. That might have been LaMelo.
Yeah, but they weren't going to take Wiseman because the debate in Minnesota was, do they take Edwards or Ball? Wiseman was not a part of that conversation.
Because they had Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah, so, again.
But then they go out and they trade for Rudy Gobert, so ha-ha.
Yeah, I mean, but, basically when you go into a draft, there are two ways to go. You get the best player available, or you try to fill a desperate need. And usually if you're picking that high, you have your choice. Because even if you pick for need, unless you're a moron, you'll get somebody of use.
Everybody knew who the top 3 in that draft probably were going to go, but the order in which they were going to go, we did not know that until they actually went in that order.
Yeah, it was either Ball, Wiseman, Edwards, or Edwards, Wiseman, Ball. Everybody agreed, and the drop-off was at 4. And everybody agreed about that too. And as it's turned out, with only a couple of exceptions, that's where the drop-off ended. I mean, that's where it showed up. Patrick Williams has done next to nothing. Isaac Okoro, okay, but,
right.
Not earth-shattering.
No one's selling Isaac Okoro tickets.
Okongwu, okay.
Sure.
But, not a game changer. Killian Hayes has been largely a disappointment. Obi Toppin has been largely a disappointment. Denny Avdia is having trouble getting minutes in San Antonio or Washington.
Improving, though.
Improving, but still. Jalen Smith, you almost never see him. It takes till the 12th pick for you to get somebody who is going to play 10 years in the league.
Go Ducks. Tyrese Halliburton.
Went to Iowa State.
Oh, that's right. He went to Iowa State. Pardon me.
Go Clones.
Who are you on? Who's that? Who's?
Well, the next draft, there was Chris Duarte.
It was Chris Duarte.
Maybe the Warriors might have taken instead of Moody, but they chose Moody.
That's right. Yeah. Duarte did go to the Pacers?
Correct. Had a decent rookie year, but has had some injuries and hasn't been as good this year.
See, that's why I got my Halliburton Duarte mix at the Pacers. Confused me.
The big deal duck in the 2020 draft was Peyton Pritchard.
That's right.
Yeah, go Ducks.
Who semi-worked out for Boston, but they even were shopping him at this past deadline.
Well, were they shopping or were people asking about him? Because that's the one thing I hate about draft deadline phraseology. Are you making calls to get rid of guys, or are you taking calls because people want your guys?
Was that a pass ball or a wild pitch? I hear you.
Yeah. But I mean, there's a pretty significant difference.
There is. Especially to the pitcher or catcher who's getting it scored upon. By the way, pitchers and catchers, next 24 hours. Yay, baseball. Maybe a little on that, certainly a little on the NFL, and much more on the NBA and the way it all kind of shakes out and looks at it right now, because Bobby Marks is going to join us, ESPN's NBA front office insider. He is live at 5. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Bonte and Shasky bring the heat every morning.
Niner fans, I know, we're disappointed. We're frustrated that Shanahan can't win the big one, as everyone always says that. You got to kind of stick with this thing and let it ride out, because I don't want to be sitting here 5-10 years from now going, how did we let Shanahan get away?
Yeah, he's got to win one, though. This is the Bay Area's sports station.
This is the NFL!
95.7 The Game.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
Hey, what's up? Mark Willard here for the Game Time app, the absolute best way to find your way into the hottest games, concerts, and events in your area at the last minute. My son actually turned me on to the Game Time app. He used it to get into a Padres-Giants game in San Diego this year. He's 15. He was like, Dad, I can get into this game tomorrow for like $15. I told him, you should do it. The Game Time app offers amazing last-minute deals on tickets, and with the NFL playoffs right around the corner, the Game Time app is where you'll want to be. But it's not only pro sports. I was looking at the app today to find Louis C.K. tickets. Ed Sheeran is coming to town. All the events, all in one spot with great deals. Game Time is the fastest growing ticketing app in the nation, and with these deals, it is no surprise. So download the Game Time app, enter your email, and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, enter your email and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now on.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. Divorce can be complicated, especially if children are involved. If you're a father and want to protect your role in your children's lives, remember Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men with matters like these for 30 years, and we'd love to help you.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's California area attorneys. 2121 North California Boulevard, Suite 290, Walnut Creek, California, 94596. Online at CordellCordell.com. That's CordellCordell.com.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
When you're having trouble falling asleep, there's ZzzQuil. ZzzQuil Pure Z's has the optimal level of melatonin to help you fall asleep naturally with no next-day grogginess. ZzzQuil Pure Z's. Sleep better, wake refreshed.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
So Warriors Live is coming up in a little bit more than an hour from now. We got game 2 of a back-to-back. Warriors were able to find a win at Chase Center last night over the Washington Wizards. Tonight, they're down in Los Angeles to take on the Clippers. Klay Thompson is playing. Andrew Wiggins is not. It's too bad because Andrew Wiggins played very, very well last night. He is not even out like DNP load management. It is a personal reason. So hopefully everything is okay with the Wiggins the family around him. And Klay Thompson is playing tonight. It's going to be the first time he has played the second half of a back-to-back since his back-to-back devastating injuries sidelined him to begin with. We've got Bobby Marks joining us coming up at the top of the hour in about 10 minutes from right now. And Warriors Live starting at 6 o'clock, brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. So, Ray, before we get back into Bobby Marks and the NBA and everything that happened at the trade deadline and what the Western Conference looks like, we got some NFL news today, and it's significant. Look, I know we don't talk about the Raiders very much anymore. After all, they're no longer here. But today, a huge decision was made by that franchise as they said goodbye to their all-time leading passer, Derek Carr, who's got the most passing touchdowns in franchise history. His 65% completion percentage is the best in team history, minimum 3 starts. Matt Flynn was just a little bit better than him in his 2 starts. He played 142 games for the Silver and Black. That's the 5th most in team history. Only 3 fewer games than Marcus Allen played for them. Look how poorly that ended. And this Derek Carr situation ends poorly for the Raiders. And really, they didn't do right by him in any particular year of his career with the Raiders. A lot of criticism, a lot of blame fell on him. He was actually the best thing the team had through almost every single one of his 9 years with the team. He really, really was. Yesterday, Ross Tucker on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. So this isn't me saying it. This isn't you getting an opportunity to say, Damon, you're a Raiders hater. No, this is how poorly that franchise is run, and this is someone who is unbiased talking you through it.
What a disaster by the Raiders. I mean, they gave him a new contract last year, which paid him like over $5 million more than he was supposed to make, number one. And then, okay, you're going to give him a contract because you want to control his rights. Well, then you give him a no-trade clause, so you don't control anything. Now they're going to cut him. Think about this. They would have been better off just letting him play out the last year of his contract, letting him go in free agency, and getting the compensatory pick. I mean, they paid him more money, lost control, lost the compensatory pick. Congratulations, Raiders. You don't know what you're doing.
That should be a T-shirt. Congratulations, Raiders. You don't know what you're doing. They never do, Ray. I mean, it's not us. It's not us being overly critical. They are the Cleveland Browns with better unis.
I don't mind the Browns unis that much.
But the Raiders are better. Oh, you can't It's an awesome uniform.
They're very monochromatic, though.
Whatever. It's an awesome uniform.
They need alternatives. They need alternate jerseys. From the one year that they were gold and black.
Radically disagree with that. It's the only thing about the franchise to me that is just borderline perfect.
The problem with the Raiders is they've had so much front office instability that they don't know what they believe in anymore. They can spot Josh Jacobs and Max Crosby, and they can buy Devontae Adams. In fact, they, for a team that essentially is always on the verge of being broke, they always seem to, make one deep splash in free agency every year. But in terms of a coherent philosophy, they haven't had that really since 5 years before Al Davis died, which goes back to almost 20 years now. They don't know what they're doing because the Derek Carr thing, it smacks of just an impetuous decision made in anger, not one that's made in logic. He did not have a good year last year. That's indisputable. It was, he's been on a sort of a downward trend. But they didn't lose games because he wasn't good enough. They lost games because their defense stinks.
And somebody here on the Xfinity mobile text line just says Carr wasn't very good. He was never given an opportunity to be very good. And he actually, with the production that he put up, again, you'll say he's not very good. He leaves the franchise as your all-time touchdowns and passing yardage leader. So imagine if that guy had been surrounded for just a moment with some competence. If he was able to overcome everything that he was able to overcome to become number one in the record book in the two most important passing statistics, touchdowns and yards, imagine what he might have done had he not been on the bumbling, got everything wrong around him, Oakland Raiders, who became the Las Vegas Raiders, who didn't get better once they moved to Las Vegas. Look, this guy had 6 different NFL head coaches in 9 NFL seasons. That's insane. You want to talk about instability? Every single new head coach, just instead of saying the word coach, call it a new language, Ray, right? I mean, that's what we're talking about here.
Temp.
It's a new language. It's a new language. He had to learn 6 different languages in 9 years. Remember, he started with Dennis Allen, who gave away to Tony Sperano, who gave away to Jack Del Rio, who gave away to John Gruden, who gave away to Rich Bisaccia, who gave away to Josh McDaniels. What's crazy are the 2 interim coaches, Sperano and Bisaccia, might have given him the best chance to win, and those are the 2 guys they moved away from as fast as they could. Derek Carr never had a defense ranked better than 20th in his entire Raiders career. The 26.3 points per game that were surrendered by his team are the most points per game any quarterback has ever had to overcome with at least 50 starts in modern NFL history.
Now, he's guilty of the following things: offending the owner, not overcoming the shortcomings of his team elsewhere, and never mind what his career passing numbers were. I mean, they got a quarterback that they believed in. They gave him 9 years. And really, what changed this year more than anything else was Mark Davis got tired of him. And he just said, I don't want to do this anymore. That's what changed.
He was sacked 264 times in 142 games.
Oh, no. I mean, basically, he was told to save a bad franchise. And what I will tell you now, no quarterback is good enough to save a bad franchise. Can't be done. If you have a bad owner, you lose. If you have bad coaches, you lose. If you don't have enough talent around you, you lose.
If you never have a defense above 20, how are you going to win?
Well, you could win if you score, 30 points a game.
That's it. That's all Derek needs to do.
That's all he had to do.
He only needs to score 34 a game, and you should be in the barn.
I mean, that's the thing. That's what's so stupid about quarterback wins and losses. The Raiders weren't 6-11 this year because Derek Carr was a 6-11 quarterback. It's because they were a 6-11 team, and they earned every bit of that record. They didn't tackle anybody. They didn't prevent people from marching down the field on them. And again, I'll reiterate it. The guy on the text line, who clearly has nothing better to do with his day, is right that he wasn't very good this year. And he wasn't terribly good last year. But he's not the reason why that's a bad franchise.
Think of how many times did he have to uncork a bad pass in the name of, I got to make something happen, because no one else on the team was making anything happen. Because his defense had given up 28 points in the first half yet again. I mean, that guy was always chasing another number on the scoreboard more than he was looking for the right place to put the football.
And, let's be honest, he's in a division with Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert. So he looks like all of a sudden like there's rust in the joints. And he's the guy who's been around too long. I mean, he fell out of fashion is what his crime was. And he may go to another team and be no better, because I don't know how he fixes Carolina, and New Orleans is kind of a mess. Those are the 2 teams that are listed as the most likely landing spots for him. But
here's the thing. I don't think Carolina is the cancerous, cannot play football at any level of their organization that we made them out to be. they actually played pretty well even after they traded Christian McCaffrey. They just need a quarterback and a coach who isn't Matt Rule. And they have that now, and we'll see what happens if they actually get a quarterback.
Matt Rule. That's another front office I'm not hanging a lot of glory on.
Here's the thing. What Derek Carr needed was a fresh start. Now he's going to get it. It's going to be fascinating to see what he looks like in another uniform.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that he was basically drafted by the Raiders, promptly had a hand tied behind his back, and every time it looked like he'd wriggled free, they came in behind him and tied it up again. I mean, they didn't get what they deserved from Carr. And Carr didn't deserve what he got from them. So ultimately, this is a failed marriage. And it failed largely because the guy who wrote the check that Ross Tucker explained decided, well, I don't want to spend that anymore. I'm tired of this. I want something new. Well, he'll get something new.
Bad owner, bad coaches, bad GMs, bad teammates, bad defenses. It's a lot to overcome. Oh, bad offensive line. Let's get that in there too.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's an awful lot.
Not enough really good players, let's put it that way, because they do have some excellent players. Just not nearly enough.
And as soon as you found one who was guaranteed to be excellent, you traded him to Chicago as fast as you could, which is really weird too. Anyway, welcome, boys and girls, to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Bobby Marks spent 20 years in the Nets front office, but boy, he wasn't responsible at all for what the hell just happened. So we're not going to hold that against him. He's nice enough to join us here on Damon and Ratto. He's ESPN's NBA front office insider. And Bobby, boy, do we have an awful lot to ask you about. And hopefully we can pick your brain and use your experience to talk us through a timeline and a sequence of events that, spun the Warriors around as they got rid of a player that they weren't playing because they couldn't use him. They bring in a player who they hope to play because they like him, but because of medicals, they can't use him either. It's been pretty interesting out here, Bobby. How are you?
I'm good, guys. How are you?
Excellent. Thank you so much. So let's just start with this. You're Bob Myers. The second you get the news that Gary Payton II failed his physical, what's your first move? Are you on the phone with your team? Are you on the phone with Portland? Are you on the phone with the NBA and Adam Silver and the powers that be because you think you were done wrong or deceived in some way? Talk us through what Bob Myers' afternoon might have looked like.
Yeah, I think you're probably on the phone with the league first, especially that here's a player that was deemed healthy, was playing, before the trade. Certainly he had the injury and the surgery and missed a bunch of time here. But
ironically, the team that he played before the trade was the Warriors. They played in Portland.
Yeah, so you've seen him up front. You think he's going to pass, and all of a sudden, he hasn't recovered what you thought from that surgery. And in the course of talking with him, it comes up that, I wasn't fully healthy, and there has been some medication, whether it be painkillers or whatever, that has basically got me through the last, month, playing here. So initially I'm probably calling the league first to find out what the ramifications are. I'm certainly calling Portland there. I mean, the hard part, and I said this on Friday, is like, once they did the deal and it's, you've got the trade deadline, there's no going back. So I'm sure the Warriors and Bob Myers are probably asking, hey, can this deal be amended? Can there be consequences instead of, draft picks going to, us sending draft picks to Portland? Can we kind of, take back as much as we can from the deal? And the league said no, right? There was no ifs, ands, and buts about that just because the deadline had passed already here. So now you've got to figure out, all right, what do we do next here? So do we they didn't pass him, but they still went through with the trade, but, lodge a complaint, and hopefully a month from now or a year from now that there's some type of compensation that's going to come back your way. I mean, that's that's where I kind of thought where it was going the whole way, because as you guys said, you traded a player in James Wiseman who has done nothing for you, was not going to do anything for you this year, likely, was probably not going to do anything for you next year in the last year of his contract, for the hope that in a month from now or 2 months from now that Gary Payton, who you had last year, can contribute on the court more than James Wiseman can. So, yeah, it's one of those bizarre situations that you rarely see. I think because if this was in July or August, yeah, we probably get a deal that's probably amended here because you can. But because, as I said, this deadline passed, there was basically you're either going to do it or you're not going to do it.
Based on the fact that, the Warriors really were not in a position to sort of just renounce the trade and then get Wiseman back and then not use him anymore, the question does arise, what is Detroit getting and what is Detroit looking for in him that the Warriors either never saw or couldn't use?
That's a good question, because when the deal got announced on Thursday, there were so many moving parts that you really kind of, you're really thinking about, all right, Gary's going to Golden State, Saddiq Bey is going to Atlanta, and then all of a sudden you kind of like either that night or like I think I might have woken up in the middle of the night thinking, well, wait a minute, what does Detroit need 4 centers for, right? Like, you already got Jalen Duren, you've got Isaiah Stewart, Marvin Bagley here, and you're taking a flyer. I mean, that's probably what you're thinking, but what's the body of work you're basing it off of? Is it the 3 or 4 games at the University of Memphis, what you saw periodically in Golden State? And for a guy in Saddiq Bey that actually helped you, you rarely see a team trade a wing for a big. That's what Detroit did here, and they're hoping that I thought Durant's a good player, and I thought he's their center of the future here, but I guess they're hoping that, at least in the next, 20, 25 games or maybe even into the summer, they have a better understanding, and it's a low-cost option. But as I said, it cost you. It wasn't like you just traded a second and you got him. You traded a good player in Saddiq Bey for him.
Bobby Marks from ESPN here with Damon and Ratto. So it's going to take a long time probably for the dust to settle on all of this. But when the league comes back with whatever they conclude, what do you think that is? What actual punishment could Portland be looking at if it were determined that they were less than forthright in this negotiation? And I don't imagine that there's going to be any element of anything that actually helps the Golden State Warriors in that punishment.
No, not released right now. I think at the end of the day, you'll probably see some type of fine. Maybe, Golden State's awarded a second-round pick out of this. Maybe they get 2. We saw it way back when, and Jeff Green had gotten traded from Oklahoma City to Boston. This was, I think, 2011, 2012, and there was, a heart issue, and wasn't disclosed, or where the Thunder doctors did not detect it, and it came up in the Celtics physical with him, and Boston was able to get a second-round pick out of it. I think that's what you're going to do. Portland will argue, hey, wait a minute, this guy was healthy. We traded him, saw him, the day before here, and Golden State will argue, yeah, he was healthy. And the only reason why he was healthy because he was basically on painkillers to kind of mask the injury. That part wasn't disclosed. You have to disclose everything. I've been on so many trade calls, and you have to. If a guy had a sprained ankle a year ago, you're disclosing it. If a guy's on type of medication, you're disclosing it. You just kind of have to cover all your bases.
So I'm going to ask you a question, and the answer is technically unknowable, but I'd like your opinion on this. How can 2 NBA team doctors diagnose the same patient so differently? Like, how can one team be issuing a cleared to play, take a shot if there's discomfort, while the other team sees a multiple month layoff? And I'm not even accusing of one being right and the other being wrong, but that just feels like a massively wide gap, does it not?
Oh, it's massive. It's not like he came in with a sprained ankle and we're thinking, he'll be back after the All-Star break. It's anywhere probably from a month to 2 months. Maybe we see him in sometime in April, right before the playoffs start. No, there's a wide gap, and the Golden State's got tremendous doctors, a great medical department, and there's nothing against Portland here. But how does it go from one organization where they've deemed him healthy to another organization where he's been ruled out. That's the big thing. That's probably the unknown here. And, eventually the league's going to investigate this, and we'll get a little bit more of an understanding. And, when that is, as I said, it could be a month from now, or it could be a year from now.
Is, not to beat this into the ground, but I'm curious as to whether this is a difference between two sets of doctors or two general managers who view a player's situation differently. I mean, because it was said more than once that Peyton wasn't happy in Portland and wanted to go back to Golden State, which I can't imagine pleased Joe Cronin much. And so I guess my question would be, is this Joe Cronin saying, well, you're going to have to tough this out because we need you to play now, rather than a medical issue? Is this a general manager's issue more than it is a doctor's issue?
Well, I think I think it comes down to the player also. I mean, Gary's a tough player. I mean, he's, as you guys know his story and everything, and he's earned everything. And I think you get to a point where there's probably some pressure for you to get on the court. You were already out, however many games here, and how do I get on the court? Is there something, whether it be from a medical standpoint, medication that can kind of, help this injury? I'm still feeling discomfort here, but is there something there? And I think if you're Portland, you're thinking, well, do we, is it the Total? Is it in a pill? What's the long-term impact? If they feel there's no long-term impact, you're going to play. So I think that's going to be, I'm just curious as far as when the league investigates and they talk to everyone involved here, what if he did not take the painkillers, would he be cleared to play? I mean, that's at the end of the day, and from Golden State's perspective, as you guys know, is that he's not cleared to play. They've already ruled him out, and we move forward.
Knowing that the best time to get out of a bad investment is today, the second best time would be tomorrow, and the third worst option would be 2 days from now. How difficult is it still for a front office as proud as Bob Myers has run, like the Warriors have, to just admit defeat on a player like Wiseman, who they took number 2 overall in only 3 years?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it really is. I mean, we all could play Monday morning quarterback and look at who was drafted after or, throughout the draft here. And I think a lot of it had to do with, we could blame the COVID year where you basically had such little time to watch him play, scout, bring him in for, basically, interviews and workouts and all that stuff. I think him, limited body work at the University of Memphis. Yeah, I mean, the draft is one of the hardest things anybody can do. It's not an exact science. And if James Wiseman didn't go at number 2, he was probably going to go at number 3 or number 4. And there was going to be another general manager that took him here. So I think the one thing that you don't want to do is compound a situation where maybe you think that, there's an upside here, and now you're going to sign him to an extension or a long-term contract with the hope that he can evolve into that player, and now you're stuck with a bad deal here. And yeah, no one ever wants to, admit that you missed on a top 2 pick, but Bob in the front office is not the first, and they're not going to be the last here.
Bobby Marks, ESPN's NBA front office insider. Are you still a GM if you could put together a poo-poo platter of 5 second-round picks? I mean, come on, that's insane.
I can't believe that Portland got 5 second-round picks, I guess, right? For Gary and part of that deal here. So yeah, it's interesting how it all evolved, and we all move on. And I think it's a good lesson. And I know it's hard when there's a deadline involved here, but it'd be interesting if moving forward, if there's maybe this deal maybe if this deal got done on Monday. Maybe we're amending it on Wednesday and there's some changes here, but you guys have been around this a long time. Teams tend to wait until the last minute because they're waiting for the best deal, or they're waiting for the deal to evolve. Or maybe the league looks at it here in this situation here where maybe we do have a little bit of a gray area where things could be amended based on, circumstances, situations like this.
What do you think will be the long-term philosophical ramifications league-wide for the utter failure of the Brooklyn experiment?
Oh, man, I think you have to be careful from a free agency standpoint. I think it's hard to build a roster listen, any of the 30 teams would have signed Kyrie and Kevin in 2019. You know, if he had cap space, he didn't have to give up anything. I think how it works, and we've seen it in Boston with Pierce, Garnett, Ray Allen. We saw it in Miami with LeBron, Wade, and Bosh. Is that and we've seen it in Golden State. Like when you have your own homegrown players already situated there, and they know the lay of the land, they know the coach, they know the environment, they know the organization, they know the media here. That is almost like kind of a template for when you go out and sign a Kevin Durant or a Kyrie Irving. But when you bring in a James Harden in a trade, when you bring in all three that have so many different personalities here, it doesn't work. It showed it in here, and it's amazing. If there was never COVID, what would have happened, right? Like we would never know. But based on COVID, that Milwaukee series they lost in Game 7, Harden displeasure there, Kyrie, the whole situation, basically it was a perfect storm here, and Brooklyn basically kind of ripped the Band-Aid off at the trade deadline, and if they weren't going to rip it off on Wednesday night or early Thursday morning, eventually they were going to have to do it in late June here. So yeah, it's the benefit is that I guess you recruit 7, 8 first round picks, and you've got a nice player. But as you guys know, stars win in this league. I mean, stars win in this league as far as at the end of games here. Brooklyn's got a nice team, but there's no star on that team. There's no Kevin Durant. You need a closer in this league, and they don't have that right now. And there'll be another team out there that thinks that they can, build a big three of maybe 3 free agents or 3 guys that are, not, from that same ilk.
Bobby, if the Suns, based on star power alone, have won free agency, who do you think came in second?
Well,
or the trade deadline, excuse me. No, I'm sorry, trade deadline.
Yeah, that's okay. I would say the Lakers, but with an asterisk, because I don't know if they have enough time on their side. I liked everything they did. I liked the Vanderbilt, Beasley, Russell, Mo Bamba, that whole group there. Basically, Westbrook out, balancing the roster here. Now the hard part is that LeBron's out.
They got the Hachimura early
Saturday. I don't know if there's time enough on their side to get into the play-in here. They're going to have to basically go, I think, 19-9 here to make some noise here. And I think it might be more of a move that sets them up for the offseason here. But I do like what they did, but I wish, for their sake, they probably had another 25, 30 games.
Bobby, we like what you do, man. You make the basketball world smarter at some of these, interactions and how things come together and fall apart. And we thank you so much for joining us today. Really appreciate your time.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Bobby Marks from ESPN, their NBA front office insider. I mean, he's a smart guy. He knows what he's doing. He knows the league. He knows the talent. He knows the lay of the land. Didn't work out for him in the front office. It's amazing how often the NBA spits out someone who really knows what they're doing from that position.
Well, they usually spit out guys that know what they're doing because there aren't that many stupid people below the ownership level. Because what happened in Brooklyn was owner-driven. And it was driven, by wanting to have the entire smorgasbord of talent and then hating what he got. And after he ate the meal, he wanted to return it to the chef. So that's what happened. That's what happened with Joe Tsai and the Nets. What happened in Golden State was an error in judgment based on exigent circumstances that they probably won't get another chance to have again. And even if they get a second-round draft choice out of this, the only way that this ends up looking like a good deal is if they get magic from Gary Payton a second time. Because it almost doesn't matter what Wiseman does at this point. If he's a failure, they'll just say, well, you guys took him first. If he's suddenly superb, they look bad for not figuring out what to do with him. So their only avenue out of this is, frankly, for Payton to be what he was last year. And that seems to me to be a pretty huge ask.
Yeah. I mean, he just wasn't moving necessarily well when we did see him play. How much Will he be moving when we get around to seeing him? And remember, if the whole point is he might be ready for the playoffs, how hard is it going to be to just jump right into the playoffs and pick up where you left off when you hadn't played with the team since the NBA Finals the year prior? I mean, that's a tough ask for everyone involved.
Yeah, I don't, I wouldn't venture a guess, but I would imagine that what we're talking about here is somebody who's going to ease in slowly, and he may not be up to speed in time to save the Warriors.
Speaking of smorgasbord of talent, would you like to hear what is on paper the single worst NBA dunk contest ever planned for an all-star game? Have you seen this year's dunk contest list?
I have seen that it's not good. I can't tell you specifically, but
I bet you couldn't tell me specifically which teams these players came from. KJ Martin of the Houston Rockets, Trey Murphy III of the New Orleans Pelicans. Are you in? Are either of those names tempt you?
No.
Trey Murphy III or KJ Martin? Well, then you're going to plunk down huge money to see Jericho Sims. What team do you think Jericho Sims plays for? Tiny little, don't get much coverage, small market team, New York Knicks. Mac McClung.
Just signed.
Of your Philadelphia Kate Scotts. Mac McClung. By the way, I'm going to tell you right now, take every penny that you have and bet on Mac McClung to win this dunk contest, because I heard they like white boys in the state of Utah. The white boy is going to win this dunk contest because it's in Utah. Watch it happen, Ray. I know how these whites think. I'm one of them.
Okay.
You are too. Mac McClung's carrying the day. All he needs to do is get above the rim once. They're going to give him a 12-minute-long standing ovation. I see you, Utah. You're not fooling me. Michael Jordan versus Dominique Wilkins is the stuff of NBA legend. And by the way, Dominique won that dunk contest in Chicago Stadium. But like they like white boys in Utah, they liked Michael Jordan in Chicago. So there is no way. Dominique could have literally jumped over an entire herd of elephants. It wouldn't have mattered. They were going to give it to Michael. And Michael was pretty damn good. But Dominique was even better. KJ Martin, Trey Murphy III, Mac McClung, and Jericho Sims. Tell me the NBA is as good as it used to be. You can't. The NBA All-Star Game, the dunk contest. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. The minute stars started opting out of it, it rendered the entire dunk contest lousy. I'm sorry. That's terrible. Now, maybe we actually get a level of unknown wow, but, I mean, you can take your level of unknown wow and stick it right where NBA All-Star tickets are priced.
Well, why would a good player engage in it? I mean, what's the hook here?
Because dunks are a part of basketball culture that allows your profile to raise in a world where cool is part of the currency of your career.
Who won the dunk contest last year?
Can't remember. It hasn't been relevant for years now.
That's my point. It's just that.
But it was rendered irrelevant because all the cool cats said, I'm too cool for that school.
Well, yeah, because there's nothing in it for him. I mean, who's the best dunker in the NBA right now?
The best dunker in basketball.
It's a great question.
Right now. It is a good question.
It's a good question because the answer is nobody knows.
Ja
throws down some incredibly violent in-game dunks. And to me, there needs to be a level of violence in a dunk for it to be great.
But what are people watching for then if nobody can remember who won the dunk contest? They're watching for guys pulling up from 30 and making it.
It's your boy Obi Toppin who won it last year.
The game has changed.
Okay, who won last year's three-point contest?
I don't know.
Karl Anthony Towns, 9-1. Great bet.
But what you can see every night, because you can see every game if you want to, you can see Stephen Curry. You can see Trae Young. You can see all the things that you're going to see in the skills competition on a nightly basis in a competition that matters far more than who gets a plastic trophy at an All-Star
Right,
game.
but that's not what the All-Star game is. So I can't offer you it's an NBA game. That's not what it is.
Well, no, I understand
You're trying
that.
to take
but
a
that's
universe
why,
that doesn't exist.
But
and
that's
put it in
why
a new
players
universe.
don't engage in it anymore.
Well, then why even go to the NBA All-Star game?
Because the only thing that's good about the NBA All-Star game is being named to the team.
That's it.
And then after that, it's done. That's the problem with All-Star games now, when everybody plays everybody else and everybody can see every game. The mystery is gone.
Aaron Gordon, is he the best dunker in basketball right now? He's among them. I know that he and Zach LaVine had a hell of an NBA dunk contest, and the guy who had the best dunk didn't win it. I think Aaron Gordon should have won that one. They gave it to LaVine. Or is it the other way around? Again, I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, that to me is, that's the giveaway. It's that none of this stuff matters to the players, so why would it matter to the fans?
Because the minute you put stars back in there, it would matter. Because that's how basketball works. It's how NBA basketball works. When Vince Carter won the dunk contest in Oakland, he did things that no one will ever forget that night.
Yeah.
So when the right player does something, not only does it matter, it goes down in NBA lore, in history, in his memories that bring you back as a fan when you're an adult 30 years later.
But why are the Vince Carters opting out now? That's the question. They're opting out because it doesn't mean anything to them.
But here's the thing. They don't, it's not even, it doesn't mean anything to them. It's that it doesn't mean anything to LeBron. If it meant something to LeBron, they would all fall in line. You'd have guys falling over each other trying to get into the dunk contest.
And why would a 40-year-old guy?
It didn't matter to LeBron in his, LeBron has never taken place in the dunk contest.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not just LeBron. I just think players in general aren't interested in it anymore. That's why you have Mac McClung and KJ Martin.
I'm going to tell you right now, Mac McClung can throw it down with some violence.
Well, then
he's going to win this thing.
I guess you should find your enjoyment in that. But no, that the NBA's All-Star game stopped mattering well before the year that the West rolled up 190 points. It's not compelling entertainment anymore.
No, it's an undefended 3-point shooting and dunk contest. That's the thing. There's enough of a dunk contest in the game where you don't even need to have your own separate dunk contest. Here's the deal. Here's where they got it wrong. Allowing guys in the All-Star Games dunk contest who ain't All-Stars. The field should be made up of guys who are participating in the All-Star Game. And if you can't field a dunk contest from the guys in the actual game, you shouldn't have it. By the way, pitchers and catchers are reported new spring training in like the next 24 hours. All of baseball is reported within the next 24 hours. I think we had a couple trickle-ins yesterday, more trickle-ins today. Everybody's reporting for duty by tomorrow. Ray, happy baseball. I don't even know why I still like it, but I do.
No, it at its essence, it is still fascinatingly different from all the other sports. But we hate difference now. That's why people slag on baseball all the time. That's why they put in this new round of rules, because they are trying to appeal to people who don't like the game.
They're going to really implement balk watch. You read that today?
Oh, yeah.
So now Kevin Gossman's double tap of that foot is a balk every time he did it. Who was the closer? Was it Billy Wagner who had the double tap?
Oh, there have been a number of guys who did that. I mean, Luis Tiant would have multiple balks on every pitch.
Every pitch.
Bartolo Colon would have multiple. I mean,
Have you
Once
seen
again-
this new stupid base that they're rolling out? Base the size of a king-size California King pillow? It's ridiculous. What, the pizza box?
Yeah, that's what Alex Cora called it, the manager of the Red Sox. No, they've changed rules because they think the game is out of fashion with people who don't like the game. So who are you marketing to? You're marketing to nobody. And that's the general essence of baseball's attempt to become relevant.
No, and we're
going to put imaginary runners on second because nobody likes games that go into the 12th inning. No, not everybody doesn't like them. And the people who don't like them either tend to not watch the game at all or turn it off in the 10th inning. Just go, I'm tired for tonight. It's okay if they walk away. You don't have to have everything end in 3 hours. And even at that, baseball's failed at that. Last year, their average time was 3:05. It was down 6 minutes from the year before. But they don't know how to shorten the game, so now they've got the pitch clock. They think everything's got to end in 2:20 because that's the thing that people don't like about baseball.
Here's the deal. If we were inventing a sport for modern times, the last sport we would invent would be baseball.
Maybe, but
baseball will never fit on TikTok. Baseball will never fit on Twitter. Baseball will never fit in a 5-second bite. And if you have no attention span, it ain't the sport for you. And we are literally raising generations of children with completely warped attention spans based on all the mixed media messages they're constantly being fed since, the first time they hold a smartphone. So it's nuts. I mean, I really don't like what's happened to the game. I don't like what's happened to some of its parks, its uniforms in some cases, the constant rule tinkering, the constant now base tinkering, and the actual ground rule tinkering, the overdependence on math and launch angles and pitch counts and openers and all the things that lead to fewer great plays being made in the field of play and on the base paths, which were a huge point of entertainment. And since it's gone away, there's really been nothing to fill that entertainment. I can't stand the way baseball fails to market its stars, the game. The costs that fans have to pay to attend these games are ridiculous. I hate how baseball has allowed the A's to become what they've actually become. Like baseball just signed off on an owner killing his own team's appeal in a region so completely that A.J. Puck was moved on Saturday. Did you even know that, anyone? How many A's fans didn't even know that A.J. Puck got traded this weekend?
A's fans did.
All 6 of them?
Well, that's a different part of the coin, which is that they've made being an A's fan difficult, which is counterproductive to what baseball ought to be. And yet, Rob Manfred, who works for the owners, not for the game, says, well, what do you need, John? Okay, I'll fly out and I'll have another press conference where I just say, this is intolerable. Baseball has to solve this problem in Oakland. You know what? The problem in Oakland is not Oakland. The problem in Oakland is John Fisher. Period. You're not moving the team because nobody else wants it. So maybe it's time to start leaning on John and say, John, maybe you should just take the $2 billion you're going to get and go buy an island.
And here's the crazy thing. Like, the Coliseum could work. The Coliseum could be a pug. So dumpy and ugly, it's kind of adorable. It could be that. It really could. All it needs is a little elbow grease, just a little bit of care, just a fresh coat of paint. I mean, if I were an owner and, well, it's not really yours to do that with. It's the city and county of Alameda. I would go in there at midnight with a bucket of green and gold paint and do it myself. Have the city of Alameda County sue me because I put a can of paint in the Coliseum. And I mean, I love the whole last dive bar element of that place. Those guys, that crew out there, the last dive bar guys for the A's, they're great. They're great, and they got a great idea. They should have made that place an awesome, easy to come on in, general admission, up close, low cost look at baseball that got people interested in going again. They could have done that. The Coliseum, the A's had so much potential. They just let it all rot and die. The Coliseum didn't have to be the worst stadium in baseball. They wanted it that way. And I hate so much about a sport that I used to love, yet I have to admit I still love it. I don't know why. It's an abusive relationship. I'm Tina. I can't leave Ike.
Well, the funny thing is, Bill Veeck said this when he owned the St. Louis Browns in the 50s. He just said, baseball must be the greatest game of all, given how it has survived all the attempts of the people who claim to love it to make it work.
You know, spring training used to be special. I mean, you know, here's the thing. We talked about what we love about sports. Here it is, Valentine's Day. Ray, I don't know how romantic you get about anything, but I bet you there was a time where you actually liked going to spring training because it was a great, up-close, intimate look and a chance to really get into some stories that you were interested in telling throughout the entirety of the baseball season. It really used to be an incredibly valuable tool. Now it's been so commodified and sold. It's essentially a spring training ticket is almost as expensive as a playoff game.
Oh no, because
it's ridiculous.
They wrapped it into the notion that, oh no, this has got to be a vacation. You got to plan for it. You got to be ready to pay for it. It's like the walk-up crowd. Nobody ever talks about this, but that's done a huge amount of damage to the notion of the game, which is, hey, what are you doing this afternoon? Why don't we play hooky from work and go out and watch the game? Well, no, sorry, tickets are already spoken for because we had to operate through StubHub or one of the secondary market people, and we don't usher except for what we know is coming anymore. So if you're going to go to an afternoon game on a whim, you know, which we don't really want you to do, there's an excellent chance you'll be standing in a bunch of lines. You know, they've done the kind of business that suggests that what they really want more than anything else is guaranteed income that doesn't require that you have to have a crowd present. They want the money up front, and whether you're at the game or on your couch means nothing to them.
I hate it, but I still do. I love the game of baseball. It's one of my favorite things to have on my radio or my TV. I get so mad at it. I get so angry at it. It is an abusive relationship, but I can't leave. And I'm looking forward to on a Wednesday afternoon where we're starting to invent things to talk about because the first half of the NBA season has come to a standstill and we got an all-star break upon us for the Warriors. Ray, tomorrow we got some Giants previews. There we do an A's preview. You ready to talk a little baseball tomorrow?
I'm on it.
I wish it were better. Hey, two more NFL notes to pass along to you here. We got coaches settling everywhere. Did you see that the Colts canceled Saturday Night Live? No more Jeff Saturday. That's over.
Gee, it was such a noble experiment, too.
Shane Steichen. Did I say that right?
Steichen.
Eagles offensive coordinator Shane Steichen was named the Colts' new head coach this morning. He's only 37 years old, and he was born in Sacramento. Who knew? He went to Oak Ridge High School in El Dorado Hills. I didn't know he was from the Bay Area.
I don't think you've ever counted Sacramento as part of the Bay Area.
Well, Northern California, maybe I should say. I didn't know he was a Northern California guy.
Yeah, well, you didn't know who he was a week ago because nobody did.
Now we do. He's the next head coach of the Indianapolis Colts. Meanwhile, the don't call us St. Louis Cardinals because we play in Arizona Cardinals have a new head coach. 5-year deal for 40-year-old Jonathan Gannon, who just saw his defensive Eagles unit get obliterated in the second half of the Super Bowl. How about fading the Eagles just on coaching losses alone going into next year? This is probably the most talented team that they ever had. They did get to the Super Bowl, which is nothing to apologize for. But how they're just supposed to go back to the Super Bowl with Sirianni and a new coordinator on both sides of the ball, I wouldn't bet on that.
I wouldn't bet on either team going back to the Super Bowl just because teams don't go back to back very much anymore. I mean, that's a hard nut to do for any number of reasons. But it's always interesting to see that the guy that Patrick Mahomes just pantsed in the Super Bowl got himself a job, just the way the last time Patrick Mahomes did that, that guy got a job. So Patrick Mahomes, he not only wins football games, he bestows employment on others.
Did you also see that he broke a huge trend? If you were betting the Super Bowl, fading that year's MVP, should he be quarterbacking the Super Bowl, was a really good play. You had to go back to 1999 to find a player named MVP win a Super Bowl. That was Kurt Warner. He was the last MVP to win a Super Bowl. And after that, fading the MVP was 9-0. Kurt Warner. He was the last MVP to win it, and then he was the first MVP to actually lose it. He did that to Tom Brady as he was giving birth to the Patriots dynasty all the way back in 2001. Rich Gannon named MVP in 2002. He takes the L. Sorry, Raiders fans. Sean Alexander in 2005. He takes the L. Adrian Peterson is the last running back to be named MVP, by the way. That happened in 2012. So Sean Alexander. They used to give these things to running backs too, kids. It used to happen. Tom Brady in 2007 took a Super Bowl loss. Manning in 2009 and in 2013 named MVP in both years. Loss. Cam Newton in 2015 took a loss at Levi Stadium. Matt Ryan in 2016 took a loss. Kyle Shanahan, don't want to be asked about it. Brady in 2017, MVP. He takes a loss. Mahomes was named MVP. Last Thursday, he found himself a win in the Super Bowl. So there's nothing he can't do, Ray. Nothing he can't do. He's breaking defenses and betting trends. You got to respect that.
He's okay.
You ready for a Sports Valentines when we come back? Can you think of something you actually love about sports you want to tell us about in the final segment of today's show?
Absolutely not.
Oh, there's got to be some element of this that you like.
Yeah, but nothing I want to share.
Okay, well, I have enough self-confidence to open the kimono and bare myself to this audience.
You just made people throw up in their cars. I hope you're proud of yourself.
My Sports Valentine when we come on back, and a little note on another absolute freaking tragedy bestowed upon us. So that's how we're going to wrap up today's show, and we're going to do it next year on 95.7 The Game. Damon and Ratto, all the content we got you can find on the Odyssey app, and we want to let you know that Warriors Live is coming up next year on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your Wi-Fi with unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
You can watch Willard and Dibs on Twitch.tv and on YouTube.
The 49ers, in theory, really only have one or two teams to beat. No wonder they go to the NFC title game every year. There's no one in their way.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network.
Go on.
Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart with the new 2023 Aerojet Woods and Irons from Cobra Golf.
The new Aerojet woods are designed with a unique aerodynamic shape that delivers faster clubhead speeds for longer drives. And the new Aerojet irons are made with hot face technology, so every strike delivers more distance. Elevate your game by swinging into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Cobra woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, unmatched expertise, unmatched service.
Our company Repurpose has a really cool mission: get rid of plastic. Meanwhile, we had this problem. Our office was all paper, and nobody wanted to file paperwork, print checks, mail them. We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It lets us be digital. Bill saves us paper and time. No matter where our key players are, they have visibility into our cash flow. Goodbye plastic, goodbye paper.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per ERTC.
So yes, it was after midnight and the glue on your kid's mission project refused to dry. But once everything was finished, you realized the smooth white and terracotta make this piece of history beautiful. CertaPro Painters has good news. Your home paint project doesn't have to come with the frustration and panic of your child's 4th grade project. Skip the stress and still end with the look you love. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
Remember college? 5-Hour Energy got you through. The energized feeling you relied on back then still works today. Rediscover 5-Hour Energy. It'll get you through again. Visit 5hourenergy.com.
It's time to think about your tax refund. And Jackson Hewitt wants you to think biggest. As in, we guarantee you'll get your biggest refund or your money back plus $100. Who offers that? Come to think of it, nobody. It's one of the biggest guarantees out there and why you can't just file with anybody. For your guaranteed biggest refund, go to Jackson Hewitt today. Your wallet will thank you. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes.
You might get wireless data everywhere, but do you have to use it all the time? If that's not really you, there's TracFone. You can get the same nationwide 5G coverage as big carriers, but you pick a plan that you need for a lot less. Unlimited talk and text plans start at $15 a month, no contract. And now you can get the Samsung Galaxy A03s for just $49.99. TracFone. Now you're in control. While supplies last, 1 month equals 30 days. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. Looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of a new Frigidaire kitchen suite, complete with the latest technology to keep food fresh, dishes clean, and cooking needs met for all families. Making this the sound of savings on top brand appliances. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Get up to 25% off select appliances, including Frigidaire, right now. Offer valid February 9th through March 1st, 2023. U.S. only. See store online for details.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
So let me tell you, we officially got a lot coming up for you here on 95.7 The Game. We got Warriors and Clippers. No Andrew Wiggins. Hopefully Klay Thompson can give them what they need tonight. He'll be playing in his first back-to-back since back-to-back devastating injuries, and that's worth a Valentine that I'll have for Klay here in just a second. But what's coming up next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. We got Warriors Live with John Dickinson ahead of Warriors and Clippers tonight from down in Los Angeles. We want to thank George Sedano and Bobby Marks for joining us here today. Both were great. We had an awful lot of basketball to talk about, and tomorrow we will hopefully get some real answers about the failed James Wiseman experiment from Steve Kerr, who is scheduled to join us live at 5 tomorrow. I know that we're going to have Peter King on with us, sort of doing an NFL State of the Union wrap-up-the-year show. And looking forward to all that tomorrow. Ray, we got in, our respective cars to go home last night, and I saw the news about the shooting at Michigan State. I tell you, the police identified the 43-year-old man who killed 3 students, wounded 5 others. 5 are still in critical care. The monster who did this then took his own life. Too bad he didn't just start his day doing that, if you don't mind me saying. I got friends who have kids old enough who are students at Michigan State. I have a friend whose son goes there, and I know of another friend and his nephew goes there. And I'm happy to say that they're fine today, but we're scared as hell last night. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Unbelievable. One of the students who was talking about what she went through last night was also a student at Sandy Hook. Did you see that? This 21-year-old woman has already lived through 2 school shootings, 1 elementary school and 1 in college. Just unbelievable. How sad, man. It's disgusting how not news this is. Like Michigan State wasn't even trending this morning. I got to admit, I'm guilty of it. I said, only 5? It's not bad. What a sad state of conditioning we've been put into. People have become numb to this topic. Shame on us. Shame on us all.
Well, I mean, shame on the people who don't want to do anything to stop it. Shame on the people who literally think that this is too important a wedge issue in their own political games to accept the fact that if you're willing to argue about the politics of this, what you're really doing is you're willing to bargain away lives.
And here's the thing. I'm not some San Francisco left-leaning absolute wussy. I grew up around guns. I grew up shooting guns. I grew up going to gun ranges. I am pro-gun. I am pro-safe, responsible gun ownership. All I ask is that obtaining a gun be at least as difficult as obtaining a driver's license. Doesn't feel like a radical ask, does it not?
Oh, I mean, obtaining a gun is as easy as buying a 6-pack.
It's ridiculous.
And they don't ask for ID very often. So, no, until we want to take care of that, then what we're telling not just the next generation, but our own generation, life's cheap. There's more of you, we can replace you. That's what they're saying.
Yeah. No, the gun debate basically ended when Sandy Hook happened, and we're like, we're good.
And yet people still want to argue whether it existed or not.
It's just disgusting.
We value the argument more than we value life. Period.
Sad. It's very, very sad. Want to wrap up on a nice note. I got a sports Valentine's for Klay Thompson, Ray. Do you realize that he got 27 points a night in the month of January? That's one of the strongest months of his entire career, and he's getting 24 a night so far in February. He is starting to become the player he hoped he could find every single day when he was rehabbing those 2 devastating injuries. It's starting to happen. He's back to being a 40+% three-point shooter. He's looking springier. He's jumping better. He's getting his legs back, and with the legs will eventually come the defensive speed, the lateral speed. And I'm willing to bet you right now, if this trajectory continues to climb upward, maybe, just maybe, he can be the point of attack defender that he used to be, or can at least be a decent impression of that defender. And if he can, the Warriors get better.
No question. I don't know how realistic it is to expect this to continue to trend upward. But I think what you've seen in the last month and change is really quite good enough that if this is what he is from here on out, he's a guy who gets to start every game, and he's a guy who gets to play 35, 36, 37 minutes a game because he can, because he's earned it. Not just for, deeds done in the past, but for what he's doing now. If this turns out to be all he is right now, he won.
Cooked clay is what people feared. Rebuilt, reborn clay is what I think we are now more likely looking at than some player who is. How about this? I think he is, for the first time in the recovery of his career process, starting to look more like the glass is half full than me seeing it as the glass is now half empty. And that is incredible based on what he has been through, the team that he has returned to, that isn't half as good as the one that he left when he got injured. Hopefully this continues to progress. So there you go. Let's hand someone the bouquet while they're still around to smell them. Clay, keep it up, man. And he's going to play tonight. And that is a significant step forward as he tries to build it all back. There is no doubt about that. So good luck to him. Good luck to the Warriors. It is a road game, so by definition, Ray, they could use it. Let's see what they look like against a rebuilt Clippers team tonight. We'll be talking about it tomorrow. Happy Valentine's Day, sweetie.
Yeah, okay.
Sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Matt Steinmetz.
Mahomes is everything Kyle wants. Every coach. Kyle wants a guy who can throw from the pocket first and foremost. He's never wavered off that.
And Daryl the Guru Johnson.
If you said who's been successful as a 49er, it's 100-0. Brock Purdy. Now it's about the medical.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Yep.
95.7 The Game.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fastest mobile service. My little brother has no idea how lucky he is. Back in my day, we didn't have it nearly as good.
Oh yeah? Back in my day, you couldn't even stream outside the house. I don't like to think about it.
Please, back in my day, we had phones with cords, and they were mounted to a wall.
Forget phones. Back in my day, we wrote letters. Remember, Herman?
Oh, I remember.
Vintage texting. Cool.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile, the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. Get the best price for 2 unlimited lines with 5G compared to the lowest price plans of the top 3 carriers. Just $30 a line per month. Visit Xfinity.com/fastestmobile to learn more.
Wait till you hear about how we rented movies.
I don't think she's ready for that.
From Xfinity, home of the 10G network. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited intro service and Xfinity Internet required. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced fees after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
Here's an invite to our friends and neighbors from Dolan's and Concord. March 17th at 11:30, corned beef, cabbage, Irish soda bread, and it's on the house. Get details at dolanlumber.com. Don't miss the St. Patrick's Day lunch.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my